heretical physician's successor. His tiger-like eyes shone intently as he stared at Cosmo. If I call you stupid, you really aren't smart. Cosmo's face showed a hint of mockery. Not to mention that the successor of the heretical physician is my boss. Just for your earlier insult towards the lineage of the heavenly king, I cannot stand down. Having said that, he condensed a fiery red glow around him and slashed another sword chi at the two. He held nothing back, striking with the utmost ruthlessness and ferocity. Ian cheered from the sidelines. Compared to Cosmo and Anselm, his strength was slightly inferior, so he could not participate in such high-level direct combat. Shut up, dead monk. Amina suddenly roared, her body boiling with killing intent. This little monk didn't attack but was more nagging than Tang Sung, Wuding Tang, disrupting her several almost completed deadly moves with his shouting. She truly wanted to devour Ian raw. At this rate, let alone capturing Anselm, they might not even be able to escape. This successor of the sword obsession was terrifyingly powerful, not much weaker than Anselm, the successor of the heretical physician. 2-on-2, they had few chances of victory to begin with. Now they also had to divert attention to resist Ian's noise. Who could withstand that? Upon hearing Amina's roar, Ian put on an aggrieved look and pitifully said, "Dear, you're being mean to me again. You once said you would be gentler with me." "Gentle, my sister, I don't know who you are." The veins on Amina's forehead popped out angrily. She was disgusted by Ian calling her dear. Despite her youthful appearance, she was nearly 50 years old. Her son Hank was already 25 years old, older than both Anselm and Ian, a young monk younger than her own son addressing her as dear in front of her husband. How could anyone be this disgustingly immoral? "Gia," Ian lamented skyward, "have you forgotten the vow we made under the moonlight? You said you'd find a chance to eliminate this old man and live together with me forever. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Ian looked at Amina earnestly, his face full of resentment as if forsaken by a lover. Bart sneered, completely unmoved. With his keen eyes, he saw through this clumsy attempt at sowing discord long ago. "I'll tear your mouth apart if you speak nonsense." Amina was almost exploding with rage. Clearly, she didn't know this little monk at all, yet he dared to slander her like this. Woody Rover, she wasn't a fickle woman. How could she possibly fall for a monk younger than her own son? Chapter 364, Spouses Turn Against Each Other. "No, I must speak. I have to save our dying love." Francisco jumped up, looking agitated. "Dear, even if you've forgotten our vows under the moonlight, surely you remember our plan. My senior and junior brothers are all here. This is your best chance to get rid of this old fellow. Once he's gone, you'll be free, and we can be together forever." Amina was at her wit's end. This monk must lack virtue in every element. Otherwise, how could he seriously spout such nonsense? Bart's expression darkened as he narrowly avoided Cosmo's sword aura multiple times. Though he knew Francisco was trying to sow discord between them, the words still grated on his ears. "Women are all big pigs trotters, forgetting who worked for their satisfaction once they've had it," Francisco mumbled. His face was filled with sorrow, nearly shedding tears. "You weren't like this when you lay in my arms back then. You were shy and complained about this old man's poor stamina, always giving up within 5 minutes. And he's a fanatic about cultivation. In the past 5 years, you haven't been satisfied even once every 6 months." Anselm's eye twitched slightly. If not for noticing one of Francisco's hands hidden behind his back, he might have almost believed Francisco's lies. After forcing Bart back with a sword strike, Cosmo looked oddly and transmitted telepathically to Anselm, "Boss, is any of what this guy said true? Did he really have an affair with this woman?" "It's false. Look at his hand," Anselm replied through telepathy. "Cosmo, about our private matters. Explain yourself." Bart roared furiously. Glaring at Amina, his breathing became disordered. If not for his remaining sanity, he would have lost control. Amina opened her mouth but found she didn't know how to explain. The entire situation was bizarre. How Francisco knew about their secrets seemed to be known only to heaven. "Sister-in-law, don't be troubled. Let's get rid of this living eunuch first," Cosmo added coldly, pouring oil on the fire. "Ah!" Bart yelled to the sky, pale-faced with anger, unable to even lift his axe. With a loud thud, the axe hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Anselm mocked, "Sister-in-law, see? This old fellow is indeed a weakling, unable to even hold an axe. Even 5 minutes exaggerates him. If you stay with him, your future happiness will be bleak. Yes, dear, get rid of him, and come with me. With the combat techniques my master taught me, we can enjoy endless nights together. We'll have many little monks, the boys will be handsome like me, and the Airlies beautiful like you. Oh, I can hardly wait for this wonderful future." Francisco's face was full of sincerity, gazing tenderly at Amina, seemingly genuine. Amina's face fell. She knew after these people interfered, even if the story wasn't true, it would likely end up becoming dirt that sticks, whether or not it was true. Puff! Bart covered his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, but he didn't stop. Without a glance at Amina, he turned and walked away from the abandoned hospital. "Simon's band. Wait for me, listen to my explanation. This isn't true," Amina shouted. She immediately chased after Bart. If she just let him leave like this, their marital affection of over 20 years would be ruined. "Dear, you finally see the light. Are you going to join us in getting rid of this old tortoise?" Woody showed an ecstatic expression. He yelled, "Seniors, get him. Kill this old tortoise. Junior Lonnie's happy life depends on you. Don't worry, he won't live. Charge." Anselm gave Cosmo a look. He yelled, charging towards the direction Bart left. Cosmo instantly understood. He also shouted and charged forward with his sword. Bart's eyes seemed about to split open with rage, presenting an eerie blood red, clearly furious to the limit. "Get lost." In the next moment, the long axe on the ground trembled and was grabbed by him through the air. Without further ado, he swung it at Anselm and Cosmo. An enraged Bart saw a significant increase in combat power. The force of the long axe was terrifyingly extreme. Anselm and Cosmo tightened their expressions. Neither dared to block it with brute strength. They exchanged glances and retreated simultaneously. You'd better remember this. I won't let you off. Leaving these harsh words, Bart leaped away, about to disappear from here. Grass trembles with killing intent. Stars lose their luster. A clear voice rang out. A graceful figure appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, instantly breaking through Bart's defense and arriving before him. Sizzling sound followed as the dagger in her hand cut through the air, leaving a huge wound on Bart's chest. Bart grunted. The excruciating pain made him even more deranged. You, a mere martial artist, dare lay hands on me. Bart glared and bellowed. He punched outwards, bursting true chi, instantly shaking the attacker back. Then he turned and shot a venomous glance at Amina, flashing away from there. Simon, re up and chase. Don't let him escape. Anselm shouted loudly. He was secretly overjoyed inside, but still pretended to want to root out every last trace. Amina looked as if she had lost everything precious to her. She fell to the ground, somewhat disoriented. Over 20 years of marital affection, who would have thought it could be so fragile? Simiao, an extraordinary sect where most members pursued the path of cultivation through medicine. After several hundred years of development, Medicine King Valley had risen steadily to the top 20 among hidden sects, its power inconceivably formidable. Only a few top-tier first-rate sects could rival it. Ian's words left Rosella speechless and made Amina shudder. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring at Ian with hate-filled eyes and grinding her teeth. You must be Chevy's successor. Namo Buddha, you're right. I am the successor of the Walterfa lineage, Ian responded humbly with clasped hands. Had it not been for Amina remembering Ian's previous obnoxious remarks, she might have thought this little monk was truly a reincarnated Buddha. Heretical doctor, executioner saint, Chevy, sword obsessive, you four successors of the heavenly kings, using such despicable tactics against us, are you not afraid of tarnishing the image of the four heavenly kings? Amina panted angrily. Namo Buddha, not at all, was Ian's simple yet direct reply, effectively stifling Amina. Cosmo also chuckled faintly, saying, any strategy that can repel the enemy is a good one. Who cares if it's considered despicable? You, Amina raged, but dared not lash out, knowing any provocation in the presence of these four successors could lead to her downfall. I didn't provoke you too. It was you who came looking for trouble. Now you've ended up in this predicament because you sought it yourself, Anselm remarked nonchalantly. You seized my son's business, and asking for an explanation is not acceptable? Amina's eyes blazed as she glared at Anselm. Her fury spread to Rosella and the others as she shouted. Your conduct as the four heavenly kings' lineage is too tyrannical. What's going on here? Cosmo frowned, sensing that things were more complex than they seemed. Nothing much. This guy's son meddled in my affairs and even threatened me with words, so I gave him a taste of his own medicine. Anselm shrugged indifferently. One restaurant in exchange for his life. Don't you think he got a better deal? You should know that those who offend the heavenly king lineage often find themselves 6 feet under. Anselm looked at Amina with a calm expression. Amina felt stifled, thinking Anselm was twisting logic, but couldn't refute it. Even if what you say is true, after my son handed over the restaurant, why did you order an attack on him at the airport? As she spoke, her face turned cold. If this matter wasn't clarified today, she vowed to seek justice another day if she survived. Attacking your son at the airport? Anselm frowned. I didn't do it, nor did I attack him. If not you, then who? You snatched the restaurant from him and surely feared he'd spread rumors, so you wanted to... Her expression flickered for a moment before she lifted her head, scanning over Anselm and the others coldly, saying, I will remember this day. Once I find out the truth behind my son's ambush, I'll come back to demand an explanation from you. Are you threatening us, woman? Cosmo glared at her, displeased. How could a prisoner dare provoke them? Did she really think they were harmless practitioners who never harmed anyone? It's fine, let her go. After she finds out the truth, she'll likely be busy for quite some time, and won't have the energy to deal with us. Anselm smiled, completely unconcerned. Though Ian didn't explicitly say so, everyone understood his meaning. The sudden ambush on Hank was most likely related to the Schweff family, and if Amina were to investigate further, it would inevitably lead to a conflict with the Schweff family. Woody Rover, given the current dissatisfaction Team Anyone had towards Amina, their relationship as a couple would deteriorate even more after this incident. So, Anselm felt confident in saying Amina wouldn't have time to bother them. Without showing any emotion, Cosmo put away the long sword he was holding. Seeing this, Amina snorted coldly and turned to leave. Miss Sun, if you have nowhere to go, remember to come find us. Oh, Ian chuckled, his voice trailing far behind. You can't be serious. You're not really interested in this old lady, are you? Rosella's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Amina's looks and demeanor were indeed top-notch, which they all admitted. But the issue was, she was much older than them. When they were born, she was already out of university. Such a significant age gap. Ian couldn't possibly have such peculiar tastes. I wouldn't say interested, just that I don't think her character is bad, and she might not necessarily become our enemy in the future, Ian said profoundly, his eyes gleaming. Tisk. Rosella rolled her eyes, not bothering to pay any more attention to this monk junior brother. Chapter 366 Dramatic Reversal. Patting Rosella's shoulder, Anselm suddenly asked the three with curiosity. By the way, why did you three come over? Anselm was a bit puzzled. He had only been out of the Aezong High restaurant for less than half an hour. How did Rosella and the others know he had an appointment to fight with Bart and his wife here? Scratching his bald head, Ian explained. This little monk was deepening my destiny insight cultivation in the room when I inadvertently predicted you were in trouble. So I called on Senior Sister Rosella and Senior Lonnie Hyman Kai to come and help you. So that's it. Anselm nodded, revealing a smile as he looked at the three. Fortunately, Ian had predicted he was in trouble. Otherwise, this 1 versus 2 battle today would likely not have ended well. There was no doubt about Bart and Amina's strength. Both were stronger than anyone Anselm had previously encountered. One-on-one, Anselm was confident he wouldn't lose to either of them, but 1 against 2 was admittedly a bit too much for him. Even if he could win in the end, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory with bloodshed. After all, incomplete Esmate Immortals were still considered Esmate Immortals, with some as weak as the 1st tier and others possibly reaching the 3rd tier of Esmate Immortal power. You guys are great friends, really steady. Anselm smiled and gave Ian and Cosmo a friendly punch. As for Rosella, Anselm chuckled, already thinking of how to repay her. It's still early, and you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, let's go to my restaurant for dinner. Anselm waved his hand grandly, acting like a landlord who spends money like water. Hearing this, Ian couldn't help but light up his eyes, licking his lips in anticipation. The group left the abandoned hospital and headed for the Aezong High restaurant. Right, there are 2 things I need to tell you. Anselm suddenly turned serious. What? All 3 turned their heads, looking at Anselm curiously. Touching his nose, Anselm answered, First, this morning I bought an estate from the sales center. It's called Wulong Manor. That haunted place? Rosella was slightly surprised that Anselm had silently secured the manor. Yes, you know it? Now it was Anselm's turn to be surprised. Rosella nodded and rolled her eyes at him, explaining, I entered the mortal world earlier than you and have stayed here for nearly 2 years. I'm already familiar with everything special in Nanjing City. Nodding, Anselm said, Indeed, there are ghosts in that manor, and a deliberate in-gathering guardian formation has been set up, very sinister. We can check it out together tonight. Although I eliminated those 2 ghosts, I still feel there might be something wrong. No problem. All 3 agreed. They understood Anselm's intentions. He wanted to transform Wulong Manor into their base. And the second thing? Ian scratched his head, asking curiously, I want to introduce you to 2 friends, but you must promise to remain calm when you meet them. Anselm glanced at Cosmo, especially you, Hymankai. Don't offend them. Hymankai touched his chin, feeling puzzled. Why single him out? Did he look like an impulsive person? But soon, as he followed Anselm into the private room where the black and white peonies were, he instantly understood why Anselm had said that. Demons. Cosmo stared fixedly at the black and white peonies, uttering this single word. What? Rosella was confused, clearly not understanding yet. All she saw were 2 incredibly beautiful women. Were they Anselm's new friends? Spiritual aura, sacred and pure. These should be 2 flower fairies, Ian observed, concluding after scrutinizing them. The black and white peonies had been leisurely dining in the private room. When they saw Anselm returning with strangers, they instinctively felt a moment of panic. But it was only fleeting. They quickly realized that since Anselm brought these people, they must be his trusted friends, worthy of their confidence. Lord Yi, who are they? Bella's lively eyes swept over Rosella, Ian and Cosmo, though her gaze wasn't sharp but rather gentle, yet it carried an inexplicable pressure. They are my juniors, my closest companions, Anselm smiled. Then, he introduced the black and white peonies to Ian and the others. Graceful and refined, fairy maidens transformed from peony flowers. No wonder they are so beautiful, Cosmo marveled. You practice both swordsmanship and cultivation? Bella asked in surprise, suddenly recalling an old acquaintance. Cosmo nodded proudly and answered, Indeed. My master Simeonong Jianqi is the founder of the dual cultivation path of swordsmanship. What? Are you the successor of Senior Jianqi? The black and white peonies exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Hearing what the black and white peonies called, Anselm and the others couldn't help but be surprised as well. The black and white peonies had been cultivating for at least 500 years, yet they referred to Simeonong Jianqi as a senior. Just how long had the 4 heavenly kings existed? Anselm had previously thought that the old man became the leader of the heavenly kings only within the last 30 to 40 years, but now it seemed this idea was completely wrong. Even Simeonong Jianqi had existed for hundreds of years. The duration of the existence of Braden, the head of the heavenly kings, would be even longer. Authentic and genuine, Cosmo nodded slightly, confirming their words. Originally, Daoist Lani is a disciple of Senior Jianqi. My apologies for any rudeness earlier. The successor of Senior Jianqi is indeed an outstanding figure among humans. The black and white peonies showed great respect and quickly got up to bow formally. Seeing this scene, Anselm felt very uncomfortable, especially Mitzi, who treated Cosmo with such courtesy but was so hostile towards him, which made him feel quite unbalanced. Bang! Without saying a word, he gave Cosmo a violent knock on the head. Cosmo had been feeling quite proud after being praised by the 2 flower fairies, but suddenly his head ached. He winced and pulled back his neck, then turned to look at Anselm unhappily. What are you looking at? No matter how awesome you think you are, you're still my junior. Want to test your luck against me? Anselm sniffed coldly. Rolling his eyes, Cosmo immediately lost his spirit. He could challenge and defeat incomplete Esmate Immortals, but compared to Anselm, there was clearly a significant gap, and he wasn't a match at all. Fighting against Anselm would simply be asking for punishment. He remembered very well that last time Anselm defeated him in less than 30 moves. Umitba, this little monk, Ian, comes from Chevy-chan's lineage. 2 fairy maidens, have you heard of him? Ian asked smugly. Among the 4 greats, Chevy-chan ranked higher than Jianqi. Since Jianqi received such respect from the 2 flower fairies, his master, Walter Fachan, must be even more impressive. Your master is that scoundrel Walter Fachan? Hearing Ian's words, Mitzi immediately frowned angrily. Her eyes were filled with rage, glaring at Ian. What in the world is going on here? Ian was dumbfounded. What he expected to be a grander display of prestige turned into an unexpected dramatic reversal. Yes, Ian steeled himself and nodded. Seeing Mitzi's reaction, his arrogance vanished, and he began to feel somewhat guilty. Chapter 367. The Past of the 4 Heavenly Kings. That heartless and ungrateful scoundrel is still alive. Truly, the wicked live long while the virtuous suffer short lives. At this moment, Bella couldn't help but sigh. Where is he? Tell me, I want to kill him. Mitzi was full of murderous intent. It was not an act at all. Ian swallowed hard, feeling parched. What did his master do wrong to still make these two peaceful flower fairies furious after several hundred years? Anselm stood beside Rosella and Cosmo, exchanging puzzled glances with them. Ian's honest and straightforward face asked dryly, Sisters, can I timidly ask what exactly did my elder do? The bastard Raphael deceived my sister Qinghe's feelings, promising to be with her forever, but then disappeared without a trace for hundreds of years. My sister Qinghe, in order to find the bastard Raphael, trained desperately and eventually went insane from overexertion and passed away 200 years ago. Mitzi spoke through gritted teeth, glaring at Ian with extreme hostility. A teacher shapes their student. With such a despicable master, his disciple wouldn't be much better. Ian's hair stood on end, feeling extremely anxious under the intense gaze of this powerful demoness, fearing that she would take out her anger on him. In that case, he'd be finished. An existence beyond terrestrial immortals wanting to kill. There would be no place for him to run. Sisters, calm down. Raphael is Raphael, Ian is Ian. They cannot be lumped together. Everyone knows how decent Ian is. As he said this, Rosella nudged Anselm's shoulder, indicating he should speak up. Indeed, Lonnie Ian has a good character. You two shouldn't scare him like that. Anselm chuckled. This was the first time he saw Ian so frightened, finding it quite amusing. Hearing Anselm's words, Bella nodded slightly, ceasing her cold looks toward Ian. But Mitzi furrowed her brows and looked at Rosella, asking, Who are you? Just now, Cosmo and Ian had mentioned their lineages, both remarkable. Given that she appeared with them, Rosella must also have a significant background. Therefore, Mitzi dared not be disrespectful and directly inquired about Rosella's origin. I am Rosella, disciple of the lineage of the Killer Saint. Rosella smiled lightly, revealing her lineage. Are you the disciple of Sam? Mitzi couldn't help but exclaim. She stared at Rosella with wide eyes, unconsciously standing up from her chair. My goodness. Bella's lips parted slightly, clearly astonished. Do our sisters think my master has a significant background? Rosella's curiosity piqued as she walked closer. She familiarly grabbed Bella's arm, behaving affectionately. However, Bella's expression was somewhat uncomfortable, her gentle nature reserved only for Anselm. Despite this, she refrained from pulling her arm away out of respect for Anselm. Glancing at Rosella, she said, Your master, the Sam, was known as the jade-faced Yama in our time, showing just how terrifying your master was. He single-handedly repelled millions of enemy troops multiple times. If not for someone stopping him by reminding him of fate's inevitability, he might have rewritten Chinese history. People say heroes emerge in turbulent times. The jade-faced Yama, the Sam, rose abruptly during the chaotic era, dazzling the entire extraordinary world. Whether it's the leaders of Wudiant Shu or the head of Chuanjin sect, all paled before him. Mitzi spoke admiringly. Who revealed fate's will? Anselm couldn't help but ask, moved. Bella answered without hesitation. A peerless figure named Kale, calling himself Fernan, stopped the Sam from defying fate. What an old fellow. Anselm widened his eyes. Actually, when Black and Bella revealed the background of the Sam, he had already guessed. If anyone could suppress the Sam, it would naturally be the Fernan. Hearing Anselm mumble, Bella couldn't help but ask curiously, Do you know the Fernan? Yes, Meg? Everyone turned to look at Anselm. Black and Bella were curious why Anselm knew the Fernan, while Rosella and the others were surprised by Bella's intimate way of addressing Anselm. Touching his nose, Anselm said, I am the only true disciple of the Fernan lineage. Upon hearing this, Black and Bella's expressions changed, especially Mitzi, whose face filled with reverent observation. Wow, is that true? Cosmo and Ian both had extremely strange expressions. In his previous life, Anselm was actually a scholar, and he had a romantic relationship with this Bella fairy. This plot seemed like something straight out of a modern film script. However, they also knew that if there was an underworld, reincarnation must be real. Ian stared at Anselm enviously, thinking that his senior brother indeed enjoyed great good fortune. Woo-dived by the story of Bella and Stefan, Rosella felt a little sentimental. How romantic, waiting for centuries just to find you again in this world. While waiting, I accumulated a lot of resentment. I was wronged greatly and almost got killed on the spot. Anselm revealed a distressed look. Thinking about Mitzi's ferocity earlier, he shuddered, feeling that these flower fairies had temperaments poles apart. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Ian and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly, imagining how helpless Anselm must have felt then. Casting a timid glance at Anselm, Bella appeared somewhat embarrassed. She had initially been very aggressive towards Anselm and nearly hit him. You seem quite dissatisfied with me. Mitzi tapped on the table, staring at Anselm with evident displeasure. No, how could I dare to, lady? Whatever you say goes. Anselm shrugged his mouth. Mitzi huffed, unwilling to bicker with Anselm while Rosella and the others were present. Soon, the newly ordered dishes arrived, emitting a fragrant aroma and steaming hot, instantly drawing everyone's attention, and Sherry's fairy sisters, which improved their impression of him considerably. Mitzi shook her head. I don't notice anything unusual either, just a very peculiar atmosphere here. That's odd. Simeon Hyman Kai frowned. He was sure there was a problem. Yet even someone as powerful as Mitzi, who surpassed terrestrial immortals, couldn't sense what it was. Naturally, being only a king-level cultivator, Simeon Hyman Kai also couldn't detect anything. Just as everyone was puzzled, an icy voice suddenly spoke. This place was where Japanese troops carried out mass killings and buried victims' remains during World War II, resulting in extremely heavy innate energy. Later, it was maliciously modified by cultivators, forming a concentrated array. Harrison appeared beside them out of nowhere, his pale face and ghostly aura evident. Netherworld messenger, Hay and Sherry said in surprise. Ghost officer, Ian shuddered, almost doubting his eyes. The last time Harrison appeared, Ian and Maeve had returned to the Mystic Gate, so Ian hadn't seen him before. Now, seeing him abruptly, he nearly questioned reality. Immortal beasts. Harrison noticed the two great beasts beside Anselm and became somewhat wary. This matter is none of our concern, Mitzi said, clarifying their position. They weren't interested in engaging with the netherworld unless they wanted trouble. Thank you, ladies. Harrison bowed respectfully to the two immortal beasts, unfamiliar with sutras used for releasing spirits. Asking if he knew the Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra was akin to asking if a cow could play the piano. You wouldn't be able to even if you did know it, Simeonong Hyman Kai suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Anselm couldn't help but ask. My master once said that most of the Buddhist scriptures passed down in this world are incomplete, with very few complete versions surviving. Therefore, although there are many monks in this world, only a few possess great powers. Simeonong Hyman Kai recalled what Simeonong Jianqi had once said. What do you mean? Anselm seemed to catch on to Simeonong Hyman Kai's meaning. Even if someone knows the Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra, they can't help liberate the spirits here. The versions we have in our world are incomplete, so they have little effect on liberating the spirits. Simeonong Hyman Kai's expression turned grave. Think about the salvation sutra you obtained. It must differ significantly from the versions circulating online. Anselm was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I always thought the online version might be wrong. So that's why. Where is the true Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra, then? Anselm asked again. I think Master Black Mu should know. Simeonong Hyman Kai turned his head to look at Black Mu. That's correct. The Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra is one of the true teachings of the lineage of Ksitigarbha. The versions circulated in your human world are simplified. The complete scripture has always remained within the lineage of Ksitigarbha. Black Mu nodded with a smile. Anselm's face fell in disappointment. After all that talk, it seemed like nothing could be done. The complete Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra remained solely in the hands of the Ksitigarbha lineage, never having been released to the outside world. And where the lineage of Ksitigarbha resided now was no mystery even to a child. Hell not empty, vow not fulfilled. It was clear that Ksitigarbha should be in the underworld, amidst the cycle of rebirth. With Anselm's current strength, not only finding Ksitigarbha and obtaining the true scripture was impossible, but even entering the underworld was out of the question. Seeing Anselm's low spirits, Black Moose suddenly smiled. I am a successor of the Ksitigarbha lineage. Although my cultivation isn't impressive, I have truly inherited the teachings of the Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra. You understand the Earth Store Bodhisattva's vow sutra? Everyone exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Of course, I can liberate the spirits here, Black Moose said confidently. Rolling his eyes, Anselm said irritably. If you could do it, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you beat around the bush? Do you have something to ask us? Simeonong Hyman Kai frowned and stared intently at Black Mu. Anselm also fixed his gaze on Black Mu, trusting Simeonong Hyman Kai's judgment. Clearly, Black Mu wouldn't go to such lengths just for fun. Yes, I have a condition. I can help liberate the spirits here, but you must agree to help me with something in return. By the end of his statement, Black Mu seemed somewhat apprehensive, putting Anselm and the others on high alert. A ghost officer equivalent to a terrestrial immortal being so uncertain clearly indicated that the matter was highly challenging, beyond the reach of ordinary people. What kind of help? Anselm asked, not immediately agreeing to Black Mu's request. Chapter 369. A Million Grievous Spirits. In the heart of Nanjing, there is a plot of land that was once the site of true mass slaughter and burial. Compared to here, it houses millions of grievous spirits. I ask for all of your help to go there with me and resolve this matter, Harrison said. Anselm frowned, somewhat puzzled. We don't know the Dezong Holden's benevolent sutra, and you can slowly enlighten these spirits on your own, so why do you need us? That place is a genuine haunted grave. Over decades, numerous powerful spirits have emerged. I can't handle them alone, Harrison said with a bitter smile. There's such a place in the center of Nanjing? Anselm looked serious. Even a ghost officer at the Earth Immortal Realm thinks he isn't a match. How terrifying must that place be? Correct. By current coordinates, it should be the abandoned hospital next to Great Dream City, Harrison thought for a moment and replied. Those surface structures may change over time. The truth hidden underground will never disappear. That haunted house? Anselm couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked at him curiously. Rosella asked, Honey, you know that place? Yes. When I went there with two friends to play, we encountered a dismemberment case. At the time, I felt there was something wrong with that house, but after careful investigation, nothing unusual was found, so I didn't pursue it further. Anselm narrowed his eyes. A seal was placed on that location, trapping all spirits underground, preventing their escape. After several decades, that seal has decayed and will completely vanish tonight. Harrison's pale face showed gravity. With the seal gone, millions of spirits will emerge, turning Nanjing into a ghost city, Cosmo said solemnly. How powerful are those spirits? Anselm took a deep breath and asked Harrison. Ordinary spirits can be enlightened with the Dezong Holden's benevolent sutra, but truly formidable ones require more than just the sutra. They need other means as well. Of course, this assumes those powerful spirits can be subdued first. I observed with my netherworld eye. There are 2 beyond Earth Immortal spirits, 4 high-tier Earth Immortal spirits, and 14 low-tier Earth Immortal spirits. As for king-level spirits, there are too many to count, roughly 5,000 or so, along with tens of thousands of weaker ones, Harrison said grimly. How many? The 4 of them shivered, almost thinking they had heard wrong. Harrison repeated the numbers without emotion. The others were speechless. 2 beyond Earth Immortal spirits, 18 Earth Immortal spirits, and over 5,000 king-level spirits. How could they fight against such numbers? Even Cosmo, usually calm, felt uneasy now. He glared at Harrison as if saying, if the problem can't be solved, then maybe the one who brought up the problem should be dealt with first. Anselm also glared at Harrison. Though righteous, he wasn't foolish enough to rush into certain death. He knew very well that even if reinforcements came, doubling their number wouldn't make any difference against so many powerful spirits. Harrison gave an awkward smile, his face showing a hint of guilt. He realized he was asking too much, but he had no other choice. A single ghost officer like him would not stand a chance against so many spirits. If caught, he would only become nourishment for them. He didn't seek help from various sects Earth immortals because he knew they were too proud and self-centered. If he sought their help, he would be manipulated by them in the future, which he did not want. So, he turned to Anselm and the others. Anselm smiled faintly, his eyes full of emotion as he looked at Krista. Then he looked back at Harrison. I agree with my sister. I'll follow your orders as well, Harrison frowned first but quickly added. Anselm was overjoyed. With the consent of the two flower fairies, things couldn't be better. Clearly, despite his stern words, deep down he still cared about the safety of the citizens of Nanjing. He knew what a huge threat these vengeful spirits would pose once they were freed. If we carry out a large-scale purge of those vengeful spirits, will it create any conflict with the netherworld? Anselm looked solemn, suddenly realizing this point. No. Harrison shook his head, giving a very definite answer. Anselm breathed a sigh of relief. With that settled, he felt reassured. I agree to help, but I need to make one thing clear. The safety of my friends comes first. In case of any emergency, I will evacuate them immediately, Anselm said seriously. This? Harrison's expression turned grim. That's my bottom line. If you don't agree, find someone else. Shrugging, Anselm turned to walk back into Walter Long Manor. I agree, let's do it this way. Harrison hurriedly said, giving in. In fact, he couldn't find anyone as extraordinary as Anselm raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, we can go with you, but what do we gain from this? Heiza was taken aback, finding it somewhat absurd. A king realm martial artist here was trying to extort something from a netherworld messenger. This guy was too much. Woodine, I can give you a huge sum, Harrison said solemnly. Helping you under such perilous conditions, I'm not asking for much, just 100 billion will do, Anselm said with a smile. Alright, here's your 100 billion. Harrison was quite straightforward as he took out a banknote and handed it over. Seeing the four big characters on the banknote, Heaven and Earth Bank, Anselm's smile immediately fell, his face turning dark. Great, 100 billion from the Heaven and Earth Bank. This was sending him away. Ian had been watching the show with amusement, but seeing this scene, he choked on his own saliva, coughing incessantly until his face turned red. Don't spray your saliva on me. Cosmo glared, his true chi radiating outward, blocking Ian's attack. After finally recovering, Ian laughed awkwardly. Mistake. I'll be more careful next time. Simon. Cosmo snorted, ignoring him, fixing his gaze back on Anselm, still watching the show. These days, it wasn't easy to see Anselm put in such a position. Despite being angry, Anselm laughed. He grabbed the spirit money, not even looking at it once, tearing it into pieces directly. I'm not dead, so how could I use dead man's money? Anselm gave Harrison a scowl. Seeing Anselm tear the ghost note, Harrison's face contorted in pain, yet he could only say helplessly, the currency circulating in our netherworld is this kind. If you don't want it back, why tear it? 100 billion. I meant 100 billion Simanaxia currency, not 100 billion from the Heaven and Earth Bank, Anselm said unhappily, looking at Harrison. Nope. Harrison shook his head and bluntly replied, shit is hard to eat, money is hard to earn. 100 billion Simanaxia currency, how could I, a mere netherworld constable, possibly have it? Damn it. Anselm rolled his eyes, giving Harrison the middle finger. Since there was no money, why bring up giving a huge sum? Wasn't that deliberately messing with him? However, having promised Harrison to act, Anselm naturally wouldn't go back on his word. As a member of the Heavenly Sword, one should keep their promises and charge forward bravely. With Ian's soil surfacing, how could he stand by idly? Forget it. You owe me a favor. Give me another constable order too, Anselm said. His appearance made it seem like he suffered a great loss, causing Harrison to feel a twinge of guilt. Take it. This time, Harrison wasn't stingy, tossing 2 constable orders over. One more as compensation for you. If any of your friends die in the future, you can notify me. For your sake, I'll treat them well, Harrison added. Anselm nodded, pocketing the constable orders, and said grandly, let's get moving. They set out together, walking 3 kilometers before spotting taxis. Anselm signaled 2 taxis to stop. Everyone climbed in, including Harrison. The driver shivered slightly and muttered curiously, why is it suddenly chilly? I didn't turn on the air conditioning. Upon hearing the driver's words, both Anselm and Rosella couldn't help but laugh simultaneously. How could it not be chilly with a netherworld constable sitting in the back seat? To avoid contact with ordinary people, Harrison specially dispersed his form, making him visible only to those with extraordinary abilities like Anselm, invisible to normal people. The 2 cars headed towards Grand Dream City. It was around 1 in the afternoon, but the sky above Grand Dream City was grayish and filled with sinister energy, incredibly terrifying. Indeed, it's here. As they followed Harrison to the entrance of the haunted house, transformed from an abandoned hospital, Anselm wore a serious expression. Compared to when he last visited, the eerie aura here was undoubtedly stronger. This place is really sinister, Cosmo commented with a frown. Don't say more. Time is limited, let's begin. Harrison said gravely. Anselm nodded, and towards Anselm and the others, he coldly said, you young ones, this is not something you should meddle in. Leave immediately. Feeling the hostility from the other party, Anselm felt somewhat puzzled, but he was never one to back down easily. Even facing the underworld officers, he refused to lower his head. Frowning, Anselm coldly asked, if we don't leave, what will you do? Are you challenging the dignity of the underworld? By Adnan thundered, with a cold streak passing through his black pupils. You're just an underworld officer, you can't represent the underworld, Anselm laughed coldly. Though he didn't understand the rules of the underworld, he knew that an underworld officer was unlikely to be a significant figure. To talk about challenging the dignity of the underworld was utterly laughable. Insolent. How dare you insult me? By Adnan roared in rage, his morning stick emitting blinding white light. Anselm shrugged and said disdainfully, just telling the truth. Do you want to start a fight? I just want to test your abilities and see if Harrison exaggerated, By Adnan said coldly. Then make your move. Anselm stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Cosmo and the others showed signs of concern, wanting to persuade Anselm to think carefully. After all, the underworld officers were all of the Esmade immortal realm. They weren't yet a match and provoking them would do no good. Don't worry, I have a plan. Anselm smiled lightly, revealing a look of complete control. Originally, Harrison also wanted to mediate, but seeing Anselm's expression, he hesitated and decided to hold back. Chapter 371. Connections even in the netherworld. This thing has no sense of life and death. Seeing Anselm's underestimation, Alan instantly became furious. A mere Northern Kingdom warrior realm practitioner dared to look down on him, an underworld bailiff. It was outrageous. Immediately, he swung his morning staff towards Anselm. The morning staff was imbued with swirling whitening energy, immensely powerful. If struck, Anselm's soul would surely suffer grave damage. An underworld bailiff isn't that terrifying, Anselm smiled, revealing his teeth. In the next moment, he extended one hand, with golden true chi flowing at his fingertips, pure yang energy. With a light sound, Alan's attack crumbled like paper before it could reach him. At the same moment, a sharp glint flashed in Anselm's eyes as he surged forward, turning his palm into a blade and slashing downwards. Pooh! The palm blade was devastatingly swift, accompanied by scorching Solengene Alvis true chi. One of Alan's arms was severed. Aya! Alan let out an agonized scream. After condensing the ghost god body, their pain perception was no different from humans. Losing an arm, the agony was unimaginable. Cutting off one of your arms is punishment. If you dare offend us again, next time it will be your head. Anselm's voice was cold. You! Alan stared at Anselm with Yundu, venomous, eyes. Even though a ghost god body could regenerate lost limbs, the cost was enormous. Alan, newly promoted to bailiff, clearly couldn't afford such a price. Beside them, Cosmo and others were already in shock, never imagining that Anselm could so easily defeat an underworld bailiff. One must remember, that was a Esmade immortal realm existence. How did he manage this? Harrison's mouth twitched slightly. Alan truly disgraced the underworld. But recalling how Alan had obtained his position as an underworld bailiff, Harrison wasn't too surprised. Honey, how did you beat him? I admire you so much. Rosella gazed at Anselm with starry eyes. Anselm smiled slightly, patting her arm. Actually, this guy isn't as strong as you think. He just entered the Esmade immortal realm, equivalent to the second level of Esmade immortal. With my Solengene Alvis true chi suppressing in energy, he naturally can't match me. At this point, Harrison suddenly spoke. He used to be an obscure little ghost in the underworld. His promotion to bailiff wasn't due to personal ability but through connections. He latched onto a newly appointed judge, relying on that relationship to rise quickly, becoming the head bailiff of Jinling City. I thought all underworld bailiffs were highly capable. Turns out even the netherworld has favoritism, Rosella said, speechless. She turned to stare at Bailiff Alan, her gaze no longer filled with awe. No wonder you're so upset with him. The position of Jinling City's bailiff leader should have been yours. Anselm appraised Harrison, a faint smile on his face. Harrison's expression changed, immediately denying, no, it's not. Don't make assumptions. Do you really think I'm making it up? You're willing to let a waste of space overshadow you. Looks like you're a waste of space too. Anselm laughed, but his tone turned sharp, causing Harrison to shudder. Indeed, having served as an underworld bailiff for hundreds of years, his seniority and strength far surpassed this new bailiff Alan. Survival of the fittest, dark jungle law. Why should he stay beneath someone else? But thinking about the rules of the underworld, Harrison's spirited heart sank again. Seeing this, Alan laughed loudly. Wootertles, what do you understand? The rules of the underworld surpass all. I am his superior now, he must obey my orders. Finished speaking, two beams of fierce light shot from Alan's eyes. He roared, Harrison, kill them. No, they are crucial to solving this soil issue. Absolutely cannot fail. Not following my orders, you wish to violate the rules of the underworld? Alan questioned coldly. He was truly enraged, first losing an arm to a human king, then his subordinate disobeying him. It infuriated him. This soil must be broken. They can't be killed. Harrison reiterated firmly. Fine, fine, fine. Alan seethed. Harrison, for not respecting my orders, I'll report you to Judge Alvis. You won't get the chance. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Anselm had moved. He grabbed Alan by the neck, with golden Solengene Alvis true chi spreading from his palm like scorching sunlight, instantly evaporating Alan's entire body into nothingness. Everyone stared in shock, disbelief clearly etched on their faces. You're in big trouble now. Harrison wore a look of terror. Though he disliked this guy immensely, he had to admit that Alan was now a favorite under Judge Alvis. Hyman killed so easily by Anselm, Judge Alvis would surely be enraged. Let them come. I'm not afraid, Anselm said calmly, showing no concern. You have no idea how terrifying the netherworld is. Harrison smiled bitterly, realizing Anselm didn't understand the horrors of the underworld. He explained helplessly, Alan is just an underling, but behind him stands Judge Alvis. By killing Alan, you've offended him. This is a disaster. Anselm laughed lightly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. To favor someone like Alan, it's clear Judge Alvis isn't much either. If he doesn't bother me, then fine. But if he dares to provoke me, I'll send him to reincarnation too. Turning to look at Harrison, Anselm said arrogantly, don't think the netherworld is so terrifying. Give us some time, and my line of heavenly kings can stand equal to anyone in this world, including your netherworld powerhouses. Indeed, the lineage of the heavenly kings rivals any force in the world, Bella nodded. Legend has it that the 4 great heavenly kings once stormed the netherworld, battling the 10 Yama kings. In the end, it took the intervention of the Lord of the Underworld and a certain agreement with the heavenly kings for them to withdraw. Otherwise, the netherworld would likely have been turned upside down. Mitzi also spoke, recounting a legend that left Anselm and the others staring in awe. These 4 elders had actually stormed the netherworld, forcing its supreme ruler to concede. Their strength was truly astonishing. You are all descendants of the 4 great heavenly kings. Harrison widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Yeah, didn't you know? After briefly explaining the situation, Anselm instructed Pearl to make sure everyone was evacuated without leaving anyone behind. I understand. I'll notify the Jinling City Police and have them work with our Warblade team. Promise completed within an hour. Pearl did not dare take it lightly. He hung up and immediately started acting. Let's wait an hour. By the way, is there anything we should do now? Anselm asked Harrison. We should assign combat tasks. Once the seal breaks, we need to act immediately, Harrison said. Nodding, everyone agreed. After all, with the overwhelming number of vengeful spirits, thorough battle preparation was essential for victory. If the formation succeeds, the power of all vengeful spirits inside will be reduced by 70%. At that point, the truly threatening vengeful spirits might not be as many as I said. What kind of formation is so miraculous? Anselm exclaimed in surprise. While experts of evil medicine were skilled in formations, he had never heard of a formation that could reduce the strength of vengeful spirits by 70%. A unique formation created by the supreme ruler of the netherworld, capable of significantly weakening the combat ability of spirits. But Harrison hesitated. But what? Cosmo pressed. We've only used this formation on individual spirits before. With such a large scale of vengeful spirits emerging, I can't guarantee it will work. Everyone was speechless. To use something without being sure it would work. These netherworld officials were really unreliable. But they had no better options at the moment. Even Anselm, despite his expertise in formations, knew nothing about a formation specifically targeting ghosts. Wait, a formation? Anselm had a sudden idea. My master once taught me a formation that can double combat power. This statement shocked everyone. A formation that could double combat power? How incredible. Boss, can you set it up now? Cosmo asked with a frown. If this formation worked, he believed his strength could match even true immortals. Yes, but I need your help. Otherwise, if I set it up alone, it would only boost my own combat power. Anselm looked serious. Rosella clung to Anselm's arm, her eyes bright, and asked, Honey, what do you need us to do? Give me a drop of your essence blood. Anselm swept his gaze over Rosella and others, finally landing on the black and white peonies. You too also. Without hesitation, Bella bit her fingertip and squeezed out golden essence blood. Considering my sister, here you go. Mitzi handed her essence blood to Anselm. What about me? Harrison blinked, realizing Anselm had skipped him while asking for everyone else's essence blood. Glancing at Harrison, Anselm chuckled. You're just an old ghost. Even if you have Ningjula Guisunjur tea, you don't have essence blood, do you? Fine. Anselm's words left Harrison deflated. For those holding official positions in the netherworld, their origin wasn't essence blood but the Een energy attached to the heart of a divine ghost. The stronger this Een energy, the greater their power. Conversely, when the Een energy dissipated, so did they. When Biadnin was killed by Anselm earlier, it was precisely because the Een energy in Biadnin's divine ghost heart couldn't withstand Anselm's Solangine Alvis true chi. Under the scorching of the Solangine Alvis true chi, the Een energy in his body was completely eradicated, resulting in his disintegration. Seeing Anselm collecting everyone's essence blood, Rosella couldn't help but ask, Honey, why are you collecting our essence blood? The black and white peonies also stared at Anselm curiously, wondering what he was planning. Using everyone's essence blood as a guide, I'll set up the formation that can increase combat power. Then, even if countless vengeful spirits emerge, this formation will only enhance our few people's combat power. Anselm explained. Well, enough talk. It's getting dark soon. I need to set up this formation before then. After speaking, Anselm began his divine operation. At the same time, residents around Dream City received notifications from the police station. What the heck? Telling me to leave my own home. What a joke. I haven't broken any laws. I don't believe it. This looks like a scam. Clearly, even after receiving the message, people didn't trust that the police would really ask them to evacuate their homes. But soon, an announcement completely disrupted their speculations. Attention, attention, this is not a scam. These are real instructions. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Please evacuate as soon as possible. In no time, countless police cars roamed through every street and alley, evacuating the residents. While the citizens grumbled under their breath, with the police enforcing the evacuation, they dared not resist and could only leave their homes reluctantly. Some influential figures, such as the wealthy residing in the Solangiannuali Villa district near Dream City, managed to find out what was going on after inquiries. It turned out that a special task force was on a mission crucial for Jinling City's safety. Thus, those astute and resourceful tycoons not only ceased complaining but also helped the police evacuate residents. As prominent local figures, their leadership made everything much more efficient. Within less than half an hour, all residents within a 1-kilometer radius of Dream City were relocated to safe zones. Pearl called Anselm to report the completion of the task, but Rosella answered. Because Anselm was at the most critical phase of setting up the formation and couldn't be disturbed. Using everyone's essence blood as a guide to set up the formation sounded easy, but executing it posed some difficulty. After all, Anselm had never practiced this formation since learning it, and this was his first use, so he had to be extra cautious. However, Pearl's call also initiated action among Rosella and others. Harrison revealed the key points of the formation that weakened vengeful spirits. According to his instructions, Rosella and others carved imprints with underworld energy and buried them in fixed positions in the east, south, west, north, and center. After 4 hours of hard work, they finally completed the setup of the formation. Meanwhile, Anselm was still busy. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, clearly showing how draining it was to set up this formation. It's too late. Checking the time, it was just 10 minutes before midnight, and Rosella couldn't help but show her concern. If Anselm's formation wasn't ready, Even with the formation that could weaken vengeful spirits, they wouldn't have the advantage. After all, the sheer number of vengeful spirits was overwhelming. 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands, let alone thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits. As the clock struck midnight, the abandoned hospital site began to shake violently, as if some world-class malevolent entity was about to break through the earth. A red light flashed, accompanied by booming sounds from the surrounding void, followed by countless wails of vengeful spirits emerging from underground, clearly audible to everyone. At that moment, several beams of golden light suddenly appeared around them, merging into Rosella and others' bodies. They looked surprised, noticeably feeling their strength double compared to before. Done. Anselm breathed heavily, smiling. After almost 10 hours of continuous effort, he finally succeeded in setting up the formation. Chapter 373. The Great Battle Erupts. A look of joy appeared on everyone's faces. With this double boost in combat power, even Rosella, who was the weakest among them, could single-handedly take on several peak King Realm cultivators. GGG. At that moment, endless black mist surged out, forming 3 human-shaped shadows in midair. The one at the front had a green face with fangs, ugly to behold, wielding a pitch-black katana. Yet, the aura he emitted struck immense shock into Anselm and the others. The 2 shadows beside him also exuded terrifying auras as they surveyed everyone with expressions full of hatred. When the leader's gaze fell upon Harrison, it couldn't help but startle. Ghost messenger of Netherworld. But then it laughed. I am the Ghost King of the Great East Empire, having nothing to do with your Chinese Netherworld. Even if you are a ghost messenger, you cannot harm me. Dirt breaking. In an instant, the precious bottle seal cast by Anselm shattered into pieces. Anselm revealed a startled expression. These ghosts were indeed very powerful. He knew that originally, he could kill a second-stage Esmade immortal-level Netherworld ghost messenger with the immeasurable precious bottle seal. Here, there were 2 formations, one enhancing his combat power while the other weakened the opponent's strength. Despite all this, his seal was instantly torn apart. It was unimaginable how great the gap between their powers was. A being surpassing the realm of Esmade immortal, indeed formidable. I'm not a match, said Anselm grimly. Everyone was taken aback. Anselm's strength was evident. If he felt pessimistic, did that mean they had no hope of winning? On their side, only Mitzi was at that level, while Bella and Harrison were only at the Esmade immortal realm. General, something's wrong. My strength is suppressed. Yes, General, I can barely exert 3/10 of my power. Suddenly, those 2 Een spirits showed looks of resentment, staring at everyone. It wasn't hard to guess whose doing this was. Interesting. You can actually weaken our strength. A mass of black mist swirled in the palm of Dermot. Hearing his subordinate's words, he attempted to channel the Een Chi within him, indeed finding that at least 7/10 of his strength was suppressed. Since that's the case, Dermot laughed coldly, waving his claws and roaring, "Come out!" Following his voice, countless youngling emerged from deep underground. They were shrouded in vague black mist, ranging from the top tier down to Esmade immortal, densely packed, innumerable. The sky was obscured by these tens of thousands of youngling, making the stars and moon invisible. Everyone's faces darkened. Even though they were prepared, the appearance of such a massive amount of youngling still made their hearts shudder. Fortunately, with the weakening effect of the formation, only the 20 or so Een spirits above the Esmade immortal level could pose a threat to Anselm and his group. The other Een spirits below the King realm, due to the doubling of everyone's combat power, posed no real threat, except that eliminating them would take some time. Surveying the numerous Een spirits, Harrison's face showed anger. He spoke in a cold voice, "Dermot, you've gone too far. To unify so many resentful spirits for your use, you are challenging the bottom line of the Chinese Netherworld." It wasn't until now, seeing the expressions in these Edenlings' eyes, that Harrison realized they had already been assimilated by Dermot, turning into his most loyal servants. Thus, these Edenling lost their true selves and the chance to reincarnate. They could only end up dissipating into nothingness. I am a subject of Amaterasu. You, a mere underworld officer from the north, dare to be impertinent to me. Do you believe I won't swallow you whole? Dermot sneered contemptuously, even threatening Harrison. You. Harrison was enraged, truly angered by Dermot's words. Just a child of a barbarian land, dare to act tyrannically on our Chinese territory. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Mitzi suddenly heard Ed coldly. A first-stage secret realm flower fairy, what a great supplement. Dermot stared at Mitzi, his eyes full of desire. If it could devour her flesh and blood, perhaps it would undergo a transformation, evolving into a ghost emperor body. Ugly thing, how dare you? Haiming stared at like food. Mitzi immediately flew into a rage. Her black long sword hummed and slashed toward Dermot in a sudden strike. Your strength is not bad, but you are still no match for me. Dermot sneered again, lightly flicking its finger to deflect Mitzi's long sword. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Anselm, whose face turned extremely grim. Sixth-stage secret realm. Mitzi's expression soured because she had detected the true realm of the opponent. In the extraordinary path, most people only knew of the Esmade immortal level as the pinnacle of strength. But what they didn't know was that the realm of the Esmade immortal was actually just the starting point of the extraordinary path. Esmade immortals, who have condensed divine pills within their bodies, can draw heavenly essence to practice in the Dantian, divided into 9 stages. Above the Esmade immortal realm, when the divine pill is complete, various secret realms in the human body are opened, 5 organs plus 5 senses, making 10 secret realms in total. And above the secret realm, lies the divine bridge realm, which means stepping onto the bridge leading to the other shore, subdivided into 3 stages, early, mid, and late. Finally, successfully reaching the other shore, one becomes an unparalleled celestial being. Mitzi broke through the Esmade immortal realm but has only reached the first stage secret realm. However, this Dermot was already at the 6th stage secret realm. Do you have confidence? Anselm asked. If even Mitzi wasn't a match, then he would have to call for a retreat. 70% confidence. With my current strength, I can contend against 3rd stage secret realm beings. This Japanese ghost has been weakened by the formation, so its strength is around 4th stage secret realm. I have a chance to deal with him. Mitzi's eyes sparkled. Yes, Meg, let me handle that guy. Bella volunteered. This? Anselm hesitated. The other 2 spirits were with Dermot, one of them also at the secret realm level at the 3rd stage. Even after the weakening by the formation, it still possessed the fighting power of a 1st stage secret realm. Bella was merely at the 9th stage of Esmade Immortal. Allowing her to fight, Anselm was somewhat worried and feared she might get hurt. Yes, Meg, rest assured, I am confident I can defeat it. Bella smiled gently. All right. Anselm nodded. They lacked combat strength to counter the opponent, so they had no choice but to let Bella take on the task. Kill! Dermot roared loudly. At his command, all the Yunling moved, rushing towards Anselm and the others. The battle erupted. Chapter 374, Super Great Chaos. Izzy, as a ghost messenger, you should have no problem dealing with the 3 high-ranking terrestrial immortal spirits. Woodyhammed, Hyman Kai, you 2 cooperate to handle those low-ranking terrestrial immortal realm spirits. Rosella, leave the rest to you. It's not important if you can't kill them all. What matters most is ensuring your own safety. Anselm quickly gave his instructions and then charged straight at another of Jet's right-hand men. That spirit was of the 9th level of terrestrial immortal, named Devon. He had been Jet's deputy back in the day, notorious for his cruel and ruthless behavior. Seeing Anselm charge over, Devon revealed a savage smile. A Japanese katana appeared in his hand as he slashed towards Anselm. Daring not to be careless, Anselm conjured a spear from true chi. As he moved the spear, its tip emitted golden light that seemed to flame, exuding intense heat. Clang! Devon's slash was blocked, sending Anselm stumbling back, but he wore an expression of delight. With just this one collision, he knew the score. Weakened by the formation's effects, Devon's combat power had fallen from the 9th level of terrestrial immortal to only the 6th. For Anselm, whose strength had multiplied, this didn't necessarily mean an insurmountable challenge. Come over here and die. Anselm commanded with unmatched dominance, the golden divine radiance condensed on the spear pointing straight at Devon. Gloating? After defeating you, I'll devour every inch of your flesh. Devon said coldly. He did not believe Anselm could stand up against him. Anselm's face remained cold, not engaging in any verbal dispute. He charged forward immediately, showing through action that modern China was no longer like it used to be where they could act wildly. Harris and Dan fought fiercely with Jet, their skills evenly matched, both filled with rage. However, anyone watching would see that, overall, Harris and Dan was at a disadvantage. This Jet possessed extremely strong combat awareness, making him difficult to deal with. Damn it, you're empowered by forces not yours. Otherwise, defeating you would be as simple as squashing an ant, Jet growled, clearly advantaged but barely so due to the formation's effect. Harris and sneered, China harbors many dragons lying hidden. Even without me, you wouldn't be able to emerge successfully today. Saying that, she seemed to sense something and looked towards a distant area. Hemph, defeating you, and I will be able to emerge smoothly, Jet said coldly. In his eyes, among all present, only Harris and Dan posed a threat. The others were mere ants. Both parties burst into even fiercer battles than before, with countless resentful spirits fading into nothingness due to the after-effects of their struggle. This was the level of secret realm battles, far beyond the imagination of terrestrial immortals. Anselm and the others kept their distance, fearing involvement. A square kilometer area was eerily divided into 2 parts. One side led by Harris and Dan and White Mutant, and the other by Cosmo and others. As for Anselm, he continuously battled Devon, never staying in one place. However, a powerful formation surrounded this place, preventing Devon from breaking out, only allowing him to remain within. Damn it! Izzy, under pressure, drew a black whip from his waist, using it as a weapon instead of his ceremonial staff. Snap! Izzy flicked the long whip which instantly struck a 5th-level terrestrial immortal spirit into smithereens. Damn, what kind of whip is this? So awesome! Woodyhammed said dazedly. But before he could marvel much, a 2nd-level terrestrial immortal spirit roared and pounced at him. Without hesitation, Woodyhammed formed the impassive Vajra seal and smacked a palm forward. The spirit roared once more and exploded into dust. Though Rosella was slightly weaker compared to Anselm and others, her expertise in the path of void made her undetectable by even the terrestrial immortal resentment spirits once she merged with the void. She moved around constantly, occasionally appearing to slay 1 or 2 sovereign-level spirits with grace and ease, disappearing again swiftly. Cosmo stopped holding back, brows furrowed, and eyes glaring. He employed the 5 elements divine sword technique, directly battling 3 6th-level terrestrial immortal spirits simultaneously. Of course, weakened by the formation's effects, these 3 spirits only maintained 3rd-level terrestrial immortal combat power. 5 elements sword aura erupted, clashing constantly with the spirit's ghost chi. Cosmo held an absolute advantage. Chanting the 5 thunders righteous technique, crackle sounded as lightning abruptly struck down. One of the spirits fighting Cosmo failed to dodge in time, being instantly obliterated. Cosmo laughed heartily, this move having broken the balance. Without any delay, he slashed out 2 streams of metal sword chi before charging forward. Amidst the mournful wails of the 2 spirits, they were annihilated by Cosmo, dissipating completely into the universe. At the same level of combat strength, these resentful spirits were simply not formidable. As a descendant of the Heavenly King, Cosmo was peerless at his level. It was even more impossible for these resentful spirits that had long lost their true selves and were mere puppet bodies to be a match for Anselm and company. After destroying the 3 major spirits, Cosmo showed no sign of resting. He targeted 2 terrestrial immortal realm spirits and charged over to engage them in battle. Meanwhile, Anselm's battle with Devon was about to reach its conclusion. Anselm's face was pale. Fighting an entity with the power equivalent to a 6th-level terrestrial immortal was still somewhat taxing for him. However, the other side was faring no better. Devon's spirit body was covered in wounds. Marks left, one path blocked, take another. Anselm's eyes flashed with intense light. He unleashed the great dragon elephant force, simple yet brutal, smashing directly towards Devon. You won't injure me without your Solangene's son true chi. Devon laughed loudly. Is that so? Anselm curled the corner of his lips into a cold smile. The fist gust rushed like thunder, reaching Devon in an instant. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Anselm actually smashed Devon away with a single punch, leaving Devon shocked. Chapter 375. A Lone Commander. No, this can't be possible. How can you, a king, injure me? Devon's face was grotesque as he let out an unwilling roar. As I said, you wouldn't understand. Your people from Donghua are all like frogs at the bottom of a well. Anselm sneered and chased after Devon with his fists swinging. How dare you, young whelp? How dare you insult our great Donghua empire? I will kill you. Devon, in unbearable anger, was once a soldier imbued with heavy militaristic thoughts. Anselm's words were undoubtedly an insult to its sacred place, pushing it to extreme fury. Kill. Anselm didn't waste more words and attacked Devon directly. Nor did Devon back down, unleashing all its dark power, fiercely fighting Anselm. At this stage, no one could retreat or lose morale, otherwise they would end up dissipating into nothingness. Anselm found it very difficult to fight against an insane Devon, and on several occasions, he was at a disadvantage and almost killed. After all, he was not at this level, relying on formations to forcefully enhance strength, which naturally had limitations. On the other side, Cosmo, working together with Ian and Burnell, had already annihilated nearly 10 spirits at the realm of Earth Immortals. Of course, these spirits' powers, weakened by the formation, weren't too strong, with the strongest being only 5th layer Earth Immortal, easily crushed by Cosmo and Burnell. As for the 1st and 2nd layer Earth Immortal spirits, they couldn't withstand Cosmo and Ian's offensive. One mastered Taoist thunder techniques, while the other specialized in Buddhist great seals, under numerous Ian spirits' attacks, appearing quite effortless throughout. Rosella, after destroying 100 Peak King realm ghosts in one blow, appeared and joined Cosmo and others. Not good, there are too many of these ghost things. After killing 100 Peak King realm spirits, even more emerge from the ground, Rosella said with a grave expression. It's fine, these levels of spirits aren't threats to us. Now, what matters most is the battle between Anselm and Harrison and Isa, especially Harrison Dan. If she loses, all our efforts will be in vain. Burnell worriedly glanced at the direction of Anselm and others. As for those rushing King realm spirits, he didn't even look, merely swung his whip, causing 10 of them to burst into pieces, vanishing into ashes. This was the might of the underworld ghost catcher. Dealing with lower level Ian spirits was almost overwhelming. This should end. Devon roared, launching a fierce attack on Anselm. Its sharp claws flailed, those 10 nails emitting dense black aura, harder than alloy battle swords, constantly stabbing towards Anselm. Anselm retreated step by step, clearly not matching against a full force attacking and mad Devon, placing him at an absolute disadvantage. Seeing Anselm about to be torn through the chest, Cosmo and others almost bulged their eyes, immediately rushing over. But just then, a streak of white sword light flashed, directly severing Devon's 2 ghost claws. Devon trembled, followed by an agonizing howl. Black chi spurted from its broken wrists, indicating its internal Ian chi was pouring out uncontrollably through the wounds. Devon wore a mixed look of shock and anger. Given its strength, it shouldn't have sustained injuries that prevented healing. It looked fearfully towards the source of the sword light, revealing a shocked look. Indeed, Isa was the first among 3 to slay her enemy. She obliterated the secret realm powerhouse's body and soul, then slashed out a sword light, aiding Anselm and dispelling his fatal crisis. Anselm showed surprise and delight. This simple flower fairy truly gave him an incredible surprise. Lord Yi. Isa stepped through the air, landing beside Anselm. She stood gracefully, holding a white 3-foot-long sword that emitted gentle light, covering a large area before Anselm, preventing Devon's sudden assault. You're truly amazing. Anselm praised wholeheartedly. Isa's opponent was a secret realm entity. Despite the formation weakening her foe while boosting her strength, she still fought a secret realm first-layer existence with semi-step secret realm power. Cosmo and others also showed admiration, clearly not expecting Isa to dispatch her enemy so quickly. Isa possessed exquisite beauty, not looking like someone adept at combat, yet her exhibited combat prowess amazed everyone. Truly appearance can be deceptive. Lord Yi, let me help solve this for you. Looking at the injured Anselm, Isa's eyes filled with sympathy. All right. Anselm, clutching his chest, nodded. This time, he didn't show off, because the opponent was indeed too powerful. If the opponent were not a Ian spirit, Anselm estimated that he probably wouldn't even be able to last 100 moves. With Anselm's approval, Isa smiled. She lifted her delicate hands, and her long sword drew a sharp white blade of light, slashing toward Devon. Sensing the might of this slash, Devon's expression drastically changed, revealing fear and dread. It should be known that its own strength wasn't much stronger than Isa's, and now as a spent force, it had no room to resist, being directly cut into 2 by the blade of light. Devon let out a shrill cry, struggling to reassemble itself in the distance, trying to escape. Thinking of running? Isa chuckled, slashing again with her sword. This slash was even more formidable, aiming precisely at Devon's ghostly heart. Instantly, Devon's ghostly heart was pierced open, spilling all the Ian chi it contained. Great. Harrison laughed, the situation progressing very smoothly. Now, Howard could hardly be described as anything but isolated and alone. Those who could pose a threat, a single secret realm entity and 18 Earth immortal realming spirits, had all been subdued. No matter how strong Howard was, it couldn't cause any ripples anymore. Without lingering, Anselm and the others exchanged glances and immediately attacked the remaining King realm Ian spirits. It seemed they were truly planning to strip Howard of all his forces. Seeing this scene, Howard roared in anger, repeatedly attempting to stop them. However, every time, Harrisindan managed to block it just in time, enraging Howard. It glared at Harrisindan and angrily shouted, "You are a demon fairy, not human. Why help humans fight me?" Harrisindan coldly smiled, not answering its question but standing there, ready to intercept Howard. Though it would be extremely difficult for her alone to destroy this Howard, blocking it was relatively easy. Anselm had transmitted a message to her earlier, not asking her to kill Howard, but only to hold it off. After clearing all the Ean spirits here, they would then deal with this Howard together, increasing their chances of victory. Although Harrisindan liked to bicker with Anselm, she naturally didn't go against his wishes in such a situation. She faced Howard alone, completely unyielding. Seeing its plans about to fail, Howard let out an unwilling roar. Its face twisted in a grotesque manner, actually pulling out a talisman emitting dense black smoke from within its body. I knew someone would meddle. The master specially concealed a talisman inside me, granting invincibility. Howard laughed darkly. As it spoke, the black smoke talisman self-ignited, transforming into a red light that enveloped its head. Immediately, Howard's power surged, and the formation's weakening effect no longer worked on it. Chapter 376, Senior Lonnie Horst. Retreat now. Anselm decisively ordered everyone to fall back. Sensing the aura of Howard, everyone's hairs stood on end, hearts turning cold. Even Hey Isa showed terrified expressions. This was the oppressive power of a high-level secret realm expert. This Howard had apparently restored all its strength. One low-level secret realm, 2 high-level terrestrial immortals, and a few kings have managed to mess up my master's arrangements to this extent. You are indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Howard hovered in midair, emanating a black-red glow around its body, looking exceptionally evil yet extremely powerful. But that is all you can do. Once I kill you and devour your essences, I, Songjing, will become my master's most capable assistant, conquering Simanaxia with him. At this, Howard burst into manic laughter. Conquer the world? Go dream. Simanaxia was undefeatable back then. What makes you think it's possible now? Anselm sneered, his expression filled with disdain. He knew the opponent was very powerful, but as someone from Heavenly Sword, he would rather break than bend. He couldn't afford to lose momentum. Howard's gaze landed on Anselm, revealing surprise. You possess unusual phenomena, radiating righteousness throughout your body. Are you a government official? Yes, I am the Heavenly Sword medical practitioner. Anselm announced his title. So, you're from Heavenly Sword. Howard gave a grotesque laugh, suddenly slashing through the air towards Anselm with his blade. I have an eternal feud with Simanaxia's Heavenly Sword. The dark black blade light erupted with shocking might, instantly locking onto Anselm's figure. Anselm tried his best to dodge, but the blade light seemed equipped with a tracker, unable to be shaken off no matter what. Anselm was struck by terror. He had never encountered such a situation, but if he couldn't evade, then he could only confront it head-on. Anselm narrowed his eyes angrily. As he retreated, he formed the boundless vase seal with one hand, sending it crashing toward the blade light. Simultaneously, he performed the transforming Darien hand with his left hand and the seizing heaven palm with his right, combining both palms in a strike forward. These 3 attacks were the ultimate skills of the Fernan lineage, astonishingly powerful. Anselm rarely used them simultaneously. However, even now, using them together, he still felt powerless against the enemy's attack. Sure enough, upon colliding, the powerful counterforce directly sent Anselm flying. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning pale, collapsing weakly on the ground. Seeing this, Rosella was on the verge of tears, ready to fight Howard to the death. Don't act rashly. You aren't its match, Anselm said in extreme weakness. Sister. Bella hugged Anselm and glanced at her sister Mitzi. If anyone here could resist this Howard, it would be Mitzi. No, I'm not a match for it either, Mitzi looked solemn. What should we do? With a high-level secret realm attacker, we probably can't even escape. Bella quickly whispered. Stay calm. Things may not be as bad as we imagine. Mitzi glanced at the nearby void again. Howard grinned maliciously, stepping closer to Anselm. He mocked, truly befitting the sick men of Simanaxia. I haven't exerted much effort, and you've already fallen. The experts of Simanaxia are indeed helpless. As he spoke, he lifted his Japanese sword high and chopped down. So? No. Rosella's eyes widened, trying to rescue Anselm, but she was powerless. Songjing's speed was too fast, leaving them breathless. Just as the blade was about to kill Anselm, a figure suddenly appeared before Anselm. The newcomer was a man in white robes, with a face like jade. At first glance, aside from being handsome, there was nothing particularly special about him. Yet, he effortlessly intercepted Howard's attack with a mere gesture. Little Hyman, Dongying Ghost King. How dare you look down upon our Simanaxia experts? The man scolded coldly. Seeing the newcomer, Anselm's previously pale face lit up. Say, Senior Lonnie. Hearing his address, everyone present shuddered. Senior Lonnie? Could this person be the named disciple of Homer? Greetings, Senior Lonnie. Cosmo and others didn't dare to be disrespectful, all bowing respectfully to the newcomer. Horst smiled, waving his hand to indicate there was no need for formalities. He walked over, took Anselm from Bella, and fed him a pill. Younger Lonnie, why are you always so incompetent? After years apart, your strength hasn't improved at all. Horst teased and pretended disapproval. After taking the pill, Anselm recovered some of his energy. He shot Horst an annoyed glance and said, You come out and immediately start teasing me. Is this how an elder brother should act? Horst chuckled. Back on the mountain, they often teased each other. Unfortunately, being only a named disciple, every time he bullied Anselm with his strength, he would be favorably punished by Homer in return. This unfair treatment led to Horst's sharp tongue, always Rinpoche to tease Anselm whenever he saw him. Of course, this teasing was just playful banter between them, not out of jealousy or resentment. Hyman acknowledged by the Fernan and taken as a named disciple, Horst felt very content and naturally wouldn't compete for favor with his junior brother Anselm. Moreover, everyone could see that Anselm's potential far surpassed his own. He had watched the previous battle unfold. For Anselm to rely on his own abilities to fight a Solingent heaven, terrestrial immortal in spirit, to such a stalemate was truly unprecedented. He couldn't help but admire it. It's good you've arrived. Help us take down this Dongying Ghost King, Anselm said with a smile. Despite not knowing Horst's exact strength, from the ease with which he intercepted the attack, Anselm believed Horst wouldn't be weaker than Howard. And being of the same rank, the Fernan lineage was unparalleled. Anselm had great confidence in Horst. Howard roared in anger. He hadn't finished posturing when he was sent flying by a seemingly unremarkable Chinese person, a humiliation too great to bear. Without warning, it swung its blade at Horst in a near ambush. Be careful. Cosmo and the others were startled and quickly warned. But Horst continued to look at Anselm with a smile, as if completely unaware of the ambush. Go ahead. But if you end up flattened, it'll be funny. Anselm smirked slightly. Don't worry. It's just a minor player who thinks it's powerful. Unbeknownst to it, we've been watching this place for some time. Horst smiled faintly. Turning around, he gently extended his hand toward the katana in Songjing's hand. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Even though the katana in Howard's hand was made of yin energy, it was incredibly sharp and capable of cutting through any physical defense. Catching my blade with bare hands, Chinese, you are too naive. Howard bellowed. The katana instantly emitted a dazzling red light, as if all the vengeful spirits it had killed woke up at that moment. Horst remained unperturbed, maintaining his gesture of catching the blade. As his hand stretched out, golden mist began to swirl around his palm, protecting him from all evil. A flash of insight in his eyes, Anselm understood the source of the golden mist's power. It was the Solingene Sun's true chi. However, Horst's Solingene Sun's true chi was far stronger than his own, incomparably different from what he possessed. Chapter 377. The strongest Enalvisk master of the East. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the Japanese sword in Elio's hand was crushed bare-handed by Horst. Then he unleashed a palm strike, directly sending Elio flying. No, this can't be possible. Who exactly are you? Elio howled in rage, glaring at Horst. Its form had dimmed significantly, clearly suffering a tremendous blow. Horst remained silent, and continued his assault. Whether it was due to Anselm's request or the order from the Heavenly Sword higher-ups, he was here to thoroughly resolve this Eastern Japanese King Ghost issue. Seeing Horst ignore its words, Elio finally became terrified. From this man's eyes, it truly sensed the threat of death. Master, save me! Elio cried out in a sorrowful wail. Anselm and others turned pale upon hearing Elio's plea. For a level 6 Secret Realm ghost to willingly acknowledge a master, the person behind Elio must at least be a peak-level Secret Realm powerhouse. Horst's expression didn't change. He gently raised his hand, releasing an invisible force that astonishingly pulled Elio towards him from afar. This unbelievable move left everyone dazed, with Anselm displaying a look of intense confusion. Logically speaking, Horst was only about 10 years older than him. But why did his strength surpass him so much? Was his talent superior? Anselm shook his head, rejecting this thought. If Horst's talent was truly stronger, then the successor of the Homer wouldn't be him but Horst. Anselm pondered deeply. While not far away, Horst had already decisively ended the battle. Elio had no room for resistance, and was directly turned into ashes by Horst. Senior Lonnie, what level are you? Don't tell me you're already a Celestial Simian Man? Coming back to his senses, Anselm was shocked by what he saw. Celestial Simian Man? Horst smiled. The realm of Celestial Simian Man is beyond our reach. It's too far away. Anselm was stunned, wanting to ask more, but suddenly heard Horst shush. Turning around following his gaze, Anselm was immediately startled. An elegantly handsome and demonic-looking man had appeared there at some point. He wore an Amayodo hat and robe, appearing like a god straight out of ancient times. Hideo. Horst's eyes narrowed, staring at the other party. Hearing Horst's words, Anselm and others were astounded. Hideo might be unknown to ordinary people in China, but in the extraordinary world, this name was absolutely renowned. During the reign of Emperor Yuda, Hideo was known as the strongest Amayoji, Enalvisk master, in Japan. Legend has it that he once personally sealed the nine-tailed fox demon, Tamamono. Horst. Hideo also spoke, his voice resonant and magnetic. Hideo, harboring a king ghost here has crossed the line. You need to give an explanation, Horst said coldly. Even though the other party was a nearly 1,000-year-old ancient being, he felt no fear. Becoming a Celestial Simian Man was difficult, and most ancient beings were trapped in the Divine Bridge realm. In the Divine Bridge realm, Horst could claim to be almost invincible. Practically no one was his match. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Hasn't Matsumura already been slain by you? Hideo chuckled, remaining calm, looking entirely unperturbed. Horst furrowed his brow, his tone icy cold. You have ulterior motives, setting up such a dark earth in our mainland. Do you think just any light-hearted word will make us overlook this? So, what do you want? Hideo maintained his smiling demeanor. Come with me to the Heavenly Sword for interrogation. If we find no involvement in the Great Massacre, the higher-ups will release you, Horst stated calmly. To be interrogated at Heavenly Sword? Hideo frowned slightly before suddenly laughing. I'm afraid I can't comply. You want to resist arrest? Horst shouted, his aura becoming fiercely intimidating. If I'm innocent, why should I go to Heavenly Sword for interrogation? Hideo remained calm, undeterred even by Horst's intimidating presence. A sharp glare shot from Horst's eyes as he dashed forward, boldly attacking Hideo. He used the supreme technique of the Fernan lineage, transforming Darien palm. What profound palm power, Hideo commented with a smile. In the next moment, he waved his long sleeves, sending out two streams of energy from within, one black and one white, resembling Een and Alvisk, intertwining together and unleashing an incredibly terrifying force. With a loud boom, their seemingly gentle attack produced an astonishing destructive power. Just the aftereffects of their attack sent Anselm and the others flying, tumbling several times in midair. Fortunately, everyone defended themselves in time, shielding their bodies to avoid being injured by this overpowering shockwave. As the dust settled, Horst's transforming Darien palm was halted. The two streams of black and white chi that Hideo emitted also vanished into thin air. So? Hideo's expression remained calm. He understood that Horst's initiative to attack was to gauge his strength. If his strength were inferior to Horst's, then Horst would have taken action to detain him. But it was evident that Horst did not gain any advantage from this collision. Therefore, Hideo was confident that the other party would not confront him head-on. You are strong, but that is not a reason for you to run rampant in China, Horst said coldly. His gaze was sharp, fixated on Hideo, exuding an imposing aura much like Anselm's. How have I been running rampant in China? Please tell me where you see that. Hideo retorted without any change in expression. Horst gave a cold snort and remained silent. Anselm, however, stepped forward and recounted what Matsuyama King Ghost had said earlier. Who are you? Hideo sneered disdainfully. He glanced at Anselm as if he were a lowly worm gazing up at a god high above. Without waiting for Anselm to respond, Horst directly spoke. He is my junior disciple, also a member of Heavenly Sword, codenamed Amir. He is Amir? A flash of surprise crossed Hideo's eyes. Although he was a nearly 1,000-year-old monster who generally stayed out of worldly affairs, he had still heard of every era's notable figures. Tianjin Amir was undoubtedly one of the strongest rising stars in the extraordinary world since the turn of the 21st century. At least among the younger generation of their Eastern Japanese extraordinary realm, none could match him. That Ghost King was raised by you. How do you explain its words? Anselm stared at Hideo, reassured by Horst's presence. He wasn't afraid that the other party would bully him due to his lesser status. Young whelp, do you know who you're speaking to? Hideo frowned, his words filled with intense displeasure. He could converse calmly with Horst because they were on the same level. But Anselm was merely a junior at the King realm. To speak thus to him was to challenge the dignity of a great Inalvisk master. I know, Hideo, the greatest Inalvisk master in Japan throughout history. In terms of both power and status, you're no less than the patriarch of the Abe clan, Abe no Saimai. Anselm said indifferently. Knowing my background, you should understand this principle. When seniors speak, juniors have no right to interrupt. Hideo's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and launched a stream of black chi at Anselm's face with unmatched speed. Chapter 378 Beyond the Alliance. Horst's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately attacked, blocking Castor's assault with a burst of Qin Gong, fist energy. Castor, that's enough. A distinguished divine bridge powerhouse, ambushing a sovereign. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world if this gets out? Horst rebuked. You disrespected this lord first. Why shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Castor sneered coldly. He glanced at Horst, his eyebrows lifting slightly. As for you, Horst, this lord knows your strength is formidable, but I am not afraid of you either. If we were to truly fight, this lord has a 60% chance of defeating you. Don't believe it? You can certainly give it a try. Horst did not respond. He only stood in front of Anselm, staring coldly at Castor. After a while, Castor suddenly smiled and said to Horst, this lord came here just to meet you and see what makes you, the disciple of the Horus, so special. The others, even as descendants of the celestial king lineage, do not concern me. Climb back into your hole. With a cold snort, Horst spoke. Hyming on the same level of power, Horst could sense the overwhelmingly robust primordial force within Castor, which was no less potent than his own. Indeed, he had little confidence should they actually come to blows. After all, the other party was also a 1,000-year-old monster, and their methods might not be inferior to those of the Horus's lineage. Castor laughed heartily and turned to leave. But before departing, he cast one last glance at Anselm, saying something profound. We will meet again. His voice fading, Castor instantly vanished from there, as though he had never appeared. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. The strength of this top Japanese Onmyoji was indeed heavenly. After Castor left, everyone remained silent for quite some time. Anselm was the first to react and couldn't help but ask Horst, Senior Lonnie, what did he mean by his last words? Don't know. Horst immediately shook his head about this senior brother they had only heard of but never met. They approached eagerly and finally got to meet Horst face to face. After learning about Rosella and the others, Horst looked at them much more warmly. The 5 descendants of the Celestial Kings soon fell into conversation without any gap caused by their different levels of power. Gentlemen, I must return to Netherworld to report. Thank you very much for your assistance. Should you need help in the future, activate this Underworld Messenger token. Izzy suddenly pulled out a token and threw it to Anselm. This was a genuine Underworld Messenger token, unlike the disposable ones Izzy had given previously. This token was exclusive to Izzy and could connect directly to him via true chi activation, usable an infinite number of times. There was no way around it. The danger today exceeded Izzy's expectations. He almost led Anselm and the others into certain death, but thankfully, they escaped unscathed. Consequently, Izzy naturally felt a greater sense of guilt towards Anselm and company. Thus, he gave this token both as an apology and as a gesture to establish good karma with Anselm and his friends. Anselm tucked away the token without sparing Izzy a single glance. Everyone else also ignored Izzy entirely. Seeing how uncomfortable everyone was, Izzy sighed inwardly. He chuckled awkwardly, bowed to Horst, and then faded away into nothingness. The 2 flower fairy maidens and my junior brother, you're really living a blessed life. When Horst saw the black and white peonies, his eyes lit up instantly. Solange's to meet you, Senior Lonnie Xiao. Bella slightly bowed. Given his strength, she should have addressed him as a senior. However, since he was Anselm's senior brother and Anselm was her official, calling him Senior Lonnie was reasonable. Isn't this flower fairy not your subordinate, Junior Lonnie? Horst was surprised. Giving Horst a glare, Anselm said without good temper. Senior Lonnie, do you think I'm a universal charmer, loved by all, even flowers bloom for me? Is that not the case? Horst blinked. looking at the black and white peonies with a smile. Anselm was speechless, clearly not expecting this former celestial like Senior Lonnie to now seem so crude. If you have something important to say, just spit it out and scram. The Heavenly Sword won't lack you if I don't give permission, Anselm smirked. The headquarters of the Heavenly Sword must always have a divine doctor in charge, either him or Horst. During these years when he was away, Horst had always been stationed at the headquarters, never leaving. However, now Horst had come alone, clearly on a special mission. After talking nonsense with you guys for so long, I almost forgot the main issue. Horst scratched his head, giving an awkward laugh. Do you remember you crippled a man named Sotora before? Horst asked. Anselm froze, then nodded. He might forget other names, but this one was etched in his memory. A fly? There are still people called this nowadays. How bizarre, Ian muttered on the side. He is a member of the extraordinary force recently formed by the Imperial Court. You crippled his cultivation, and some members of their organization were not satisfied and sent someone to challenge you. A cold gleam flashed in Horst's eyes. Furrowing his brows, Anselm asked, what kind of organization do they belong to? Are they stronger than Heavenly Sword? Beyond the Alliance. Horst spat out 4 words, his face grave. What a big talk, intending to surpass Heavenly Sword? Anselm's gaze turned cold. Silent for a few seconds, Horst continued. Their strength indeed exceeds ours. They. Suddenly stopping, Horst said, forget it, I shouldn't say more. When your strength rises, you will naturally know. Anselm kept quiet, realizing that this organization could make even a divine bridge powerhouse cautious. Clearly, its strength was no less formidable than the Heavenly Sword. I understand, Senior Lonnie. I will be careful. As long as that organization doesn't send a Esme Deity Realm expert above the 3rd level, I am fearless against any enemy, Anselm confidently said. Horst smiled bitterly. Those nether spirits appeared here explicitly, he had enough time to set up the formation. However, the experts from the Transcendence Alliance were elusive. Even if Anselm wanted to set up formations against them, he wouldn't know where to place them properly. No, you must learn to solve your own problems and not always rely on us. Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Improving your own strength is the right way. Horst shook his head and said earnestly. All right, Anselm felt helpless. Since he couldn't rely on his senior brother, he would have to find a way himself. The chief instructor said that as long as you don't harm ordinary people, she'll take the consequences for you. You can do whatever you want without worry. Horst smiled slightly. Anselm smiled and nodded heavily. At this moment, Isa couldn't help but speak up. Lonnie, my sister and I can help you. But before she finished speaking, Anselm immediately shook his head. No, this matter has nothing to do with you. You're not allowed to interfere. You're right. There's a pact between the demon race and the human race. Demons cannot intervene in human affairs unless attacked. If found out, the consequences would be severe, Horst also said solemnly. From now on, you and your sister should stay in Wulong Manor. We'll handle the other matters ourselves, so don't worry. Anselm gave Isa a gentle smile, knowing her concern. Isa remained silent, merely nodding gently. Then Shandan and Isa walked into the ground floor of the villa. They heard intermittent sounds coming from the 2nd floor bathroom. Good wife, use some force. Anselm sounded a bit breathless, followed by a series of smacking sounds. The cheeks of Harrisandan and Isa instantly turned crimson. They were innocent and kind flower fairies who had never encountered such a situation. Even though they weren't the main characters, it still made them incredibly embarrassed. What a despicable guy, more lustful than in his previous life. Harrisandan clenched her small fists, feeling extremely indignant. Isa, however, smiled faintly without a word, seemingly not at all jealous. Sister, why don't you say anything? Your man is mating with another woman. He betrayed you. Harrisandan exclaimed anxiously. She stared at her younger sister, her face filled with frustration. A gentleman desires food and sex. Perhaps this is Lonnie Ye's true nature, Isa smiled. Woody Rover, as long as we can live peacefully together in this life, I'm content. Whether there are other women around him doesn't matter to me. Isa looked up at the room upstairs where the sound was coming from, her face full of happiness. Sister, you're too obsessed with love. Hearing this, Harrisandan sighed and touched her forehead helplessly. The terrifying aspect of being love-stricken lies in the fact that once a person falls into the whirlpool of emotions, they will be lost in it, unable to extricate themselves or listen to any advice. In Mitzi's eyes, Bella was like this now. She had already been poisoned by Anselm's charm. Turning her head to glance at Mitzi, Bella smiled and said, Sister, are you so concerned about Lonnie because you're jealous? Jealous? Jealous of what? Mitzi's voice instantly rose several decibels. I don't even like that self-centered, womanizing bastard. Is that so? Bella's eyes twinkled with amusement as she looked at her sister. Mitzi felt a bit flustered under her gaze. She hurriedly nodded and said proudly, Of course, even if all males on Earth were extinct, I wouldn't fancy him. The one I like must be an absolute powerhouse, someone who can suppress an era just like the 4 heavenly kings. Bella couldn't help but laugh bitterly, unable to resist retorting, Sister, you say I'm love-struck, but I think you have a daydreaming brain. How could someone as powerful as the 4 heavenly kings still indulge in pleasures of the flesh? So, my heart is set on Taoism, serene as the moon, Mitzi declared earnestly. As soon as she finished speaking, the smacking sounds from the 2nd floor bathroom grew louder. Rosella also seemed unable to withstand Anselm's advances and let out a piercing cry. This sound made Mitzi shudder involuntarily, completely forgetting what she had just said. Filthy rogue, pervert. Mitzi gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on the direction of the 2nd floor bathroom. The next moment, the cries stopped, and the bathroom door suddenly swung open. A figure darted out like lightning, completely naked. What are you doing? Mitzi was startled and turned to flee. The naked figure was none other than Anselm. After hearing Mitzi's 3 consecutive malicious comments, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over to teach her a lesson. Beside them, Bella tilted her head, covering her eyes with both hands while peeking through the gaps between her fingers. observing Anselm up and down. However, Anselm's attention was focused on Mitzi. Seeing her trying to escape, he wouldn't let her get away. He instantly used the divine speed technique, his figure flashing like a streak of light, appearing beside Mitzi. What do you want to do? Mitzi's expression turned panicked as she felt the firm grasp around her waist. Anselm didn't answer. One arm wrapped around Mitzi's waist, while the other reached for a certain mountain peak and gave it a firm pinch. Mitzi let out a small cry, her body trembling violently. If not for Anselm holding her, she would have collapsed right then and there. Chapter 380. Embarrassing thing. When Mitzi finally came to her senses, panting heavily, Anselm had already vanished from her side. Clearly, Anselm had taken advantage and then made a quick escape. Scoundrel, just you wait. Don't let me catch you. Mitzi roared. Her eyes were red as she glared fiercely at the second floor, almost ready to rush up and settle accounts with Anselm. Seeing this, Bella hurriedly pulled her sister back, unable to help but be both amused and exasperated. Come on, sister. Yes, Meg didn't do it on purpose, Bella said coquettishly, seeing her sister in a rage. Mitzi did not take her eyes off the second floor. She responded casually with a "Himph." Whether intentional or not, it's clearly deliberate. Sister, don't stop me. I'm going to teach that guy a lesson today. How infuriating. That guy dared to touch me there. The more Mitzi talked, the angrier she got, and she shrugged off Bella's hand. Walking straight toward the second floor, Bella's face changed. Her sister was really mad. If she went upstairs now, Anselm would definitely be in deep trouble. She still vividly remembered his swollen face from last time. Hey, black sister, white sister, don't you live on the first floor? Why are you coming upstairs? It was Rosella, who had just finished bathing, stepping out of the bathroom. She was wrapped only in a bath towel, her skin pale and pink, her eyes filled with an unshakable allure. Seeing her like this, Mitzi felt somewhat embarrassed about confronting Anselm. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of that Anselm had taken advantage of her. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Thinking of this, Mitzi smiled and blurted out, this house is so big, I took a wrong turn. Finished speaking, she turned around and went downstairs with a resentful expression on her face. Rosella smiled, unable to resist the slight upward curve of her lips. She was well aware of what had just happened, and she had come out specifically to ease the tension for Anselm. Woody Rover, she hadn't been satisfied enough earlier in the bathroom. If Mitzi beat Anselm into a pig head, it would be uncomfortable to look at. How could she proceed then? Mitzi stomped back to the first floor in anger. Bella stood where she was, smiling knowingly when she saw her sister return, but she didn't say anything. In Anselm's room, two figures entwined once again, even more passionately than they had been in the bathroom. Rosella's enticing cries echoed throughout the entire second floor of the villa. Even in the first floor where the two peonies resided, those sounds would occasionally drift down. The two innocent flower fairies were left restless and tormented by these sounds. Mitzi clenched her teeth, burying her head in the blanket, feeling that this cursed noise became slightly less annoying this way. On the outskirts of Nanjing, deep in a desolate mountain, two figures engaged in a fierce chase. Their movements were graceful, akin to two immortals riding the wind, moving so fast that it surpassed the limits of high-speed cameras. Finally, one figure stopped ahead on a hilltop, followed closely by the other. They were none other than Horst and Zion. I didn't expect you to dare chase me, Zion said calmly. This is Chinese soil. Why shouldn't I dare? Horst's eyes were sharp as he stared at Zion. Zion laughed and replied, we are not enemies, and fighting to the death between us serves no purpose. Is our chase just to determine who's stronger? Horst looked at him for a long moment before answering, Zion, I don't know your purpose here, but I have one request. Before my junior brother reaches the divine bridge level, you must not bother him. Not bothering your junior brother might not be possible, Zion shook his head with a smile. Your junior brother Pablo has potential known worldwide. Letting him develop to the divine bridge level, how can the great empire of Japan rest easy? For the future safety of our Japanese extraordinary world, your junior brother must die. Zion's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous aura. Clang. Horst drew his sword, glaring intently at Zion. With negotiations broken down, only a deadly battle remained. Allowing Zion to harm Anselm was something Horst could never do. For the prosperity of the Fernan lineage, he vowed to stand his ground until death. You and I may both be at the divine bridge level, but you've just entered it, far from being my match. Zion chuckled, instantly radiating a terrifying aura. That was the overwhelming pressure of a peak divine bridge powerhouse, just one step away from the legendary celestial Haimeng. Horst's expression shifted. He had indeed only recently reached the divine bridge level. If it were an ordinary peak divine bridge, perhaps he could still put up a fight. However, the opponent was a nearly 1,000-year-old monster, who knew what terrifying means he possessed. Do you insist on opposing the heavenly king lineage and heavenly sword? Horst said coldly. If I, Zion, decide to do something, no one in this world can stop me. Zion laughed heartily, his words filled with delight. Is that so? Well, I'll stop you. What are you going to do about it? At that moment, a cold voice echoed as if from a distant horizon, filled with wickedness. A beam of golden light flew over and struck Zion's body. Zion's pupils dilated sharply. His figure instantly flew out like a cannonball. Master! Horst showed an expression of wild joy and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow. The term, master, made Zion's face, who had just struggled to stand up, drastically change. Horst's master was none other than the famous Homer of the Chinese extraordinary world. From over 100 miles away, one strike could seriously injure him. The strength of the other party was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Scram! A roar sounded again, like thunder, reverberating in Zion's ears. Originally, Zion's expression was grim, contemplating whether he should retaliate on Horst. But another roar sent him flying backward once more, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This time, Zion dared not stay any longer. He gave Horst a hateful look and fled awkwardly from the scene. A disgraceful thing, unable to even defeat such a weakling. That wicked voice rang out again, but this time it was clearly addressing Horst. Horst hung his head, silent, humbly accepting his master's criticism. In reality, at his age, to possess such strength would be considered a top-tier super genius, even in first-rate hidden sects. But here, by the Fernan standards, he was equated to being a disgrace, making Horst couldn't help but bitterly smile. Seeing that Horst remained quiet for a long time, that wicked voice suddenly sighed and said, "Get up, your talent is inadequate, losing to him is not your fault." Hearing the first few words, Horst was originally happy, but as the latter part was spoken, his face dropped again. He couldn't tell whether his master was consoling him or criticizing him. "Master, why didn't you kill Zion earlier?" Horst asked respectfully. Zion was undoubtedly one of the top formidable forces. I fear someone might violate the rules and send a cultivator surpassing the Esmade deity immortal realm against him. Heh, my disciple from Braden will surely suppress the 4 seas and 8 wastes in the future. If he can't get through such petty tribulations, then dying is what he deserves. Hearing Braden's cold words, Horst lowered his head, not daring to refute even a single word. He could only silently pray for Anselm in his heart, hoping that no cultivators surpassing the Esmade deity immortal realm would appear. Clearly, Horst had forgotten one thing. Forget cultivators surpassing the Esmade deity immortal realm. Even high-rank Esmade deity immortals were far beyond the current Anselm's match. Even a middle-stage divine pill expert could give Anselm headaches. Flowers in a greenhouse can never withstand the baptism of storms. The extraordinary path is filled with bloody massacres. To reach the pinnacle and transcend all under heaven, he must walk this path by himself. So difficult. Throughout history, countless people have fallen on this path, Horst couldn't help but say. After a moment of silence, Braden's voice spoke again, though this time, it seemed somewhat wistful. This is the path he must walk, and no one can help him, only because he is the son of that man. Upon finishing, Braden sighed softly and fell silent once more. Horst's eyes hung low as a grand figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That was a Yonatan who seemed like a god in summer and a demon in winter, somewhat resembling Anselm. Yet, his aura was immensely powerful, defeating even his master while still a young adult. In that era, he was called the strongest cultivator on Blue Star, unparalleled under heaven. What were the 4 heavenly kings, or the Hell Sovereign compared to him? They all paled in comparison. Although Horst considered himself a genius, he truly felt like a firefly compared to the sun when juxtaposed against the other. Junior Lonnie, as the son of that man, your extraordinary path is destined to be filled with thorns. I hope you can overcome them. Horst sighed softly, his gaze involuntarily turning toward the direction of Walter Long Manor. After a long pause, his figure moved, disappearing instantly from the mountaintop. Anselm naturally didn't know what happened outside Jingling City. He was hugging Rosella, fast asleep. After some exertion, he was rather tired, so he fell asleep immediately. It wasn't until the next morning that he and Rosella got up together. At this point, Isa and Harrisandan had already risen and were sitting in the living room on the first floor. Upon hearing sounds from upstairs, they simultaneously looked over. "Good morning, beautiful ladies." Anselm chuckled, embracing Rosella's tiny waist as he walked out, acting like a flirtatious boss teasing Isa and Harrisandan. Anselm removed his hand. There was still an ugly bruise around his left eye. "Fierce woman, you're not following martial virtues. Didn't we agree that hitting people isn't supposed to be in the face?" Anselm said angrily through gritted teeth. "But I did hit you. What are you going to do about it?" Mitzi replied with a cold laugh, staring at Anselm. Anselm immediately deflated, realizing that his lack of power meant he couldn't suppress her and had no confidence to speak up. Just as Anselm wanted to say something more, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Hasn't last night's matter been dealt with yet?" Zinnia's voice came from the other end of the line. Anselm paused, then said, "It's already taken care of. What's the problem? Having finished dealing with it, you don't even know to come back?" There was a long pause on the other end, and then Zinnia's tone became stern. This left Anselm completely baffled. When had he annoyed this formidable wife again? "I'm giving you half an hour. Get to the school right now." Zinnia's voice softened once more. "I'll come right away." Anselm touched his nose, then hung up the phone. "Is the Empress angry?" Rosella asked with a playful smile as she looked at Anselm. The title, Empress, left Anselm momentarily speechless before he could only bitterly smile. With so many women in his life, Zinnia, his official fiancée, was indeed like an empress. "She seems to be in a bad mood and wants me to go to the school," Anselm said helplessly. Despite racking his brain for a long time, he couldn't figure out where he had offended Zinnia. "Why don't we go together?" Rosella suggested. After leaving the school overnight, she was worried about Christina's safety. Though Nanjing University had brothers Jensen and Brandt guarding it, Rosella wasn't reassured by them at all. An opponent sending just any king-level expert would be impossible for them to stop. "You two should explore here and get familiar with the surroundings. Rosella and I will go to the school for a bit and return soon." Anselm stood up from the sofa and instructed them. "Yes, Meg, I want to go with you." Bella gazed at Anselm with deep affection, fearing he might never return. Anselm thought for a moment, but firmly shook his head, saying decisively, "No, your beauty is too stunning. If you appeared at the school, who knows how the students would secretly take photos. It would be troublesome if someone targeted you later." "All right," Bella nodded, somewhat dejected. Seeing her disappointed look, Anselm felt a pang of pity. He walked over and gently hugged Bella, then pinched her little nose tenderly. With a doting tone, he said, "Your identity isn't suitable for public appearances. Listen to me and stay here waiting for me. We'll be back soon." After saying that, Anselm glanced at Mitzi, then took Rosella and left Walter Long Manor. Chapter 382, Psychic Boy. At Jinling University, Kirsten stood at the school gate with an angry expression on her face. When she saw Anselm and Rosella appear, she immediately came forward to greet them. "Take care of yourself. I have something to do, and will leave first." Seeing Kirsten's expression, Rosella giggled and turned to walk in another direction. She didn't want to face the authority of the elder wife yet, so she left Anselm to deal with it alone. Anselm was a bit puzzled but still smiled, opening his arms to embrace Kirsten. Elder wife, I missed you so much after 3 years. Anselm expressed his deep affection. What? Kirsten was taken aback, not quite understanding what Anselm meant. Anselm explained earnestly, Elder wife, as the ancient said, one day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Since we didn't meet yesterday, doesn't that mean we haven't seen each other for 3 years? Nonsense. Where did you learn such twisted logic? Kirsten rolled her eyes, indicating she was a little embarrassed by his words. Anselm chuckled, then pulled Kirsten into a tighter hug, planting a kiss on her lips. Whatever, I missed you, elder wife. Is that so? Did you miss me while you were with Rosella? Kirsten sneered. Though she had been touched by Anselm's genuine sentiment initially, she quickly recalled that he and Rosella had come to school together today. Obviously, they had spent the night together. Woody Rover, she just smelled Rosella's scent on Anselm, which further confirmed her suspicions. Anselm rubbed his nose, saying nothing because he truly didn't know how to explain. He hadn't expected Kirsten's nose to be so sharp that she could detect Rosella's scent on him. Why aren't you talking? Kirsten suddenly glanced sideways at Anselm. Coughing dryly, Anselm asked, well, elder wife, you called me to the school. Is there something specific? Why can't I call you if there's nothing specific? Kirsten retorted irritably, don't forget, you're my student now. Hearing this, Anselm could only laugh bitterly. He really had forgotten that fact. One of your juniors got beaten up, and it's caused quite a stir. Follow me, Kirsten said coldly. She led Anselm toward the playground. Are you Anselm? Just then, a crisp, slightly immature voice interrupted, coming from nowhere. Anselm turned around, seeing nothing until he looked down and noticed a boy standing. Anselm wasn't angry. He exchanged a glance with Kirsten, finding the situation somewhat amusing. So, what kind of person do you think she deserves? Anselm asked nonchalantly. Hearing this, the boy flicked his bangs flamboyantly, straightened his back, and narcissistically replied, naturally, someone as beloved by everyone and charming as me. Cough cough. Kirsten choked on her own saliva. She thought Anselm had the thickest skin in the world, but this boy surpassed him. Truly, every generation has its own outstanding individuals. Wow, goddess teacher. At this moment, the boy's gaze fell on Kirsten, and his eyes lit up. Are you the prodigy from the physics department? Kirsten showed surprise. She recalled that apart from specially admitting Anselm this year, Jinling University also enrolled a few other special talents, and the appearance of this boy before her matched that of the physics prodigy in her memory. Exactly this kid. So, goddess teacher, have you considered leaving this ordinary man and being with me? The boy smirked, his eyes fixed on Kirsten, leaving her speechless. Anselm's face fell immediately. Daring to seduce his woman right in front of him, regardless of age, was unforgivable. Thinking of this, Anselm's eyes turned icy cold as he slapped at the boy without a word. However, both Anselm and Kirsten were astonished when Anselm's slap, which even an ultimate martial artist couldn't avoid, was effortlessly dodged by the boy. A yellowish light flashed in front of him, blocking Anselm's strike. Powerful. If I defeat you, I'll be the strongest existence in Jinling University. Goddess teacher, my cousin the campus beauty, left arm right arm. Ha ha ha. The boy laughed arrogantly. Ha! Anselm chuckled coldly, releasing an aura of King Realm, enveloping the boy. Feeling this pressure, the boy froze, staring at Anselm in disbelief, unable to believe that his challenger was actually a King Realm existence. That, I suddenly remember, I still have clothes in my dorm that haven't been collected. I'll take my leave. Before Anselm could react, blue light rose beneath his feet, carrying him away rapidly. Anselm didn't chase after him, but watched the direction the boy disappeared into, deep in thought. Is this boy very powerful? Kirsten couldn't help but ask curiously. A 15 or 16-year-old boy could block Anselm's attack, even if Anselm hadn't used his full strength. It was enough to prove the boy's extraordinary ability. Yes, he is a psionic among transcenders. Anselm nodded. Kirsten asked again, what's the difference between them and us? Are they stronger than martial artists of the same realm? Not necessarily, it depends on the situation. Anselm slightly shook his head. Psionics awaken through innate abilities, or are cultivated later to resonate with one or more of the 8 elements in the world. They can use the power of resonant elements for attacks. Usually, ordinary psionics can only awaken one element's power. When fighting a martial artist of the same realm, they have little chance of winning. But just now, that little brat used 2 elemental powers in a short time, earth and water. To resonate with 2 elemental forces at his age is remarkable. As long as he continues to grow, he can basically crush martial artists of the same realm. Anselm smiled devilishly. Of course, exceptions like us don't count. Chapter 383. A little universe explodes. What realm of expert is he at now? Zinnia gazed in the direction the boy had left, unable to help but feel some worry. Peak worldly, Anselm said indifferently. What? This time, Zinnia was genuinely surprised. After all, the former Anselm was only at this level himself. Now, a suddenly emerged boy possessed such power. How could this not shock Zinnia? The times have changed. Demons that stayed hidden before will come out one by one. Anselm sighed lightly. Then he looked at Zinnia and said with a smile, you won't find it strange once you see more of it. Zinnia nodded somewhat in agreement, and continued heading towards the playground with Anselm. Speaking of which, dear, clarify for me. I have many younger brothers. Which one got beaten up? Anselm scratched his head as he asked while walking. Who else? Of course, it's that chubby guy Irvin from our class. Zinnia cast an exasperated glance at him. Anselm suddenly remembered. He had 2 little brothers at Jinling University, Irvin and Anton. These guys, I taught them some martial arts, so how are they still being bullied? Anselm furrowed his brow. The combat martial art formula he passed on to them wasn't top-notch, but after such a long period, It should have been enough for both of them to break through and become true martial artists. To be bullied even after becoming a martial artist in Jinling University, Anselm found it hard to believe. I'm not sure about the specifics either. We'll know when we get there, Zinnia said helplessly. In fact, she was quite surprised when she received this news too. Thus, without hesitation, she directly summoned Anselm over. Both of them quickened their pace and soon arrived at the playground. At this moment, a large brawl was taking place on the playground. Dozens of young men who looked like students were surrounding and beating two people in the middle, who were none other than Irvin and Anton. Many people were watching from the side, even teachers. Yet no one dared to intervene, afraid of inviting disaster upon themselves. All because these students acted on the orders of one person. So much skill, yet you dare to be a hero in front of me? A youth outside the fray said coldly. When the spectators saw this person speak, they all cast him fearful glances. If Anton used to be the school bully, then this youth was definitely the bully among bullies. You have the guts to challenge us one-on-one. Using so many ordinary people as shields isn't real skill, Irvin said indignantly. With his current skills, dealing with these ordinary students would be easy. But he held good intentions, preferring to let himself be beaten rather than hurt these ordinary students. On the other side, Anton had a student by the neck, looking at Irvin with incomprehension in his eyes. You're crazy. They want to beat you up, why aren't you retaliating? Anton kicked the subdued student away, causing the latter to cry out in pain. They are all my classmates, just being manipulated by others. If I use force, they will definitely get hurt. Irvin shook his head, refusing to attack these students. Instead, he relied on his skills to evade their attacks. However, he had only just entered the martial path and did not strike back. Naturally, he couldn't fully avoid them all. For a moment, Irvin was hit several times, causing him to sweat profusely from pain. Soft-hearted fool, even if you become an extraordinary one, you're trash amongst trash. The youth outside the fray sneered. Clearly, he despised Irvin's kindness. Dare to tell me your name? Face me in an honorable battle? Anton shouted at the youth after felling 3 others. The corner of the youth's mouth curled into a disdainful smile as he proudly said, your skills aren't bad. You should already be third-rate martial artists. But to fight me, Solanjek, you are far too weak. With your level, I could crush you with one hand. You are Solanjek? One of the 2 guards of Butler, the young master who recently transferred from the Yi family? Anton's expression instantly changed, clearly having heard of this person. Hey, who are you that you know our young master Butler? Solanjek sized up Anton. Someone who knew of their young master Butler mustn't be simple either. Anton said solemnly, stating his background. Solanjek burst out laughing. He smirked disdainfully, saying, so it's the second-rate family Li from Jinling City. For a moment, I thought you belonged to some formidable great clan. As for you, who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Solanjek's eyes shot a fierce gleam, making Anton and Irvin's expression simultaneously change. This guy is actually a top-notch expert. Even if they join forces, they definitely can't defeat him. The gap is too large. Get out of my way. An angry female voice rang out as Zinnia stormed into the crowd with a scowl. Her appearance instantly drew a wave of admiration from the onlookers. So beautiful. Goddess teacher. Anselm followed behind her and walked in as well. However, when he saw the injuries on Irvin's body, his eyebrows knitted together immediately, and his face turned cold. Lani Yi. Irvin and Anton naturally saw Anselm behind Zinnia and showed looks of joy. Shameless brats, unable to deal with this trash. Did you learn the combat martial arts formula I taught you, and then practice it in dog stomachs? Anselm was utterly unforgiving, walking up directly and giving each one a knock on the head. Irvin and Anton were hit until their faces contorted in pain, but dared not utter any complaint. Especially Irvin, who was naturally reserved. Seeing Anselm angered, he became even more silent. What exactly happened? Anselm asked, glancing subconsciously at Solanjek. This guy harassed Airly, which Irvin discovered. We went over to stop him, but because of his strong influence, we were surrounded and beaten. Anton shrugged, informing Anselm of the truth. Compared to the battered Irvin, he was in much better shape, having basically avoided most of the punches and kicks. Is there such a thing? Upon hearing about the harassment of Airly, Zinnia's eyebrows instantly furrowed. She turned around, glaring angrily at Solanjek, and said, you, come over here. Who did you harass? Apologize right now. Solanjek gave a disdainful laugh, looking at a sobbing Airly nearby with mockery. Teacher Jiang, are you joking? Why should I apologize? It's her lifetime honor to be noticed by me. But if you want me to apologize, that's not impossible. Solanjek leered at Zinnia, sizing her up. If you agree to be my Airly friend for a day, I'll apologize to her. You dream on. Zinnia's face darkened as she suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, kicking fiercely at Solanjek. Anselm had originally intended to take action to teach this guy a lesson, but since Zinnia had already made her move, he decided to stand aside and watch the spectacle. After all, with Zinnia's current true chi level, taking down a top-notch martial artist would still be quite manageable. Haha, men's happy feet? Seeing Zinnia kick towards him, Solanjek let out a lecherous laugh. However, soon after, he could no longer laugh as the small foot moved with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react or dodge. He was directly kicked away. Everyone froze, including Jeremy who had just arrived at the scene. When did this niece of his develop such terrifying combat prowess? To be able to kick a strong man away with one foot was truly astonishing, but he quickly figured it out. After all, Zinnia was now learning from Anselm, the heir of the eccentric physician. A bit of unusual change happening to her was not unexpected. Chapter 384. From a flip of a salted fish to still Haimeng a salted fish. I misjudged you. I didn't expect that the famously renowned goddess teacher from Jinling University would also be an extraordinary being. Solanjek quickly walked back. He wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Tess with shock. Apologize. Tess showed no emotion on her face and simply ignored him. Seeing Tess ignore his words, Solanjek said angrily, Jia, I advise you to know your limits. You should know, I am someone under young Master Yi. Tess gave him another glance and kicked out once more. This time, she hit the target right in between Solanjek's legs. Instantly, Solanjek was completely shocked. He curled up like a shrimp and gradually slumped to the ground. The male students and teachers standing around could not help but feel chills down below. Seeing the force of Tess's kick, this arrogant youth might not be able to function as a man anymore in the future. Irvin and Anton exchanged glances and were all amazed. They were both senior students in this school, so they naturally knew that goddess teacher Tess was just an ordinary woman before, without any combat ability. But now, the other party's fighting power was actually so fierce, putting them, who practiced martial arts diligently, at a disadvantage. Both of them couldn't help but think that once things settled down, they must curry favor with Anselm. Tess could become so strong in such a short period. Anselm's assistance was definitely indispensable. Solanjek held his crotch and glared at Tess with a hateful expression, yet he could not say a word. Some women have said that giving birth is the most painful thing for women, which is because they have not experienced what it feels like for a man to be hit in the testicles. If they had experienced it, they would definitely know that it felt like floating between life and death, far more painful than childbirth. Jia, don't think that I dare not touch you because you rely on your beauty. Anyone who dares to hurt my people must give an explanation. A cold voice came from outside the crowd. People looked in the direction of the voice and instantly showed a look of respect. It wasn't anyone else but the young master of the Yi family, Butler. He actually came in person. Jeremy's expression changed, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Uncle, you know him? Ansel moved closer and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, he is a transfer student who came a week ago. I heard he is a young master born into the Yi family of the imperial capital, holding an exalted position. Jeremy looked at him with reverence. The Yi family of the imperial capital was truly an ancient and vast family. Among China's noble families today, the four great families of the imperial capital were supreme, and the Yi family of the imperial capital was even regarded as the first of the four great families. Any young master from the Yi family of the imperial capital was enough to make the world tremble, regardless of whether or not they belonged to the main lineage. So, you are from the Yi family of the imperial capital. Anselm smiled faintly and walked toward Tess. Since the other party was the young master of the Yi family from the imperial capital, it would be futile for Tess to confront him. He needed to step in. What kind of explanation do you want? Anselm stood beside Tess, side by side with her. To injure my subordinate, this woman must apologize to me personally, Butler said coldly. His gaze swept over Tess, revealing a greedy look involuntarily. Anselm's face darkened. In just half an hour, his beloved wife had been coveted 3 times. This was intolerable. Did they really think he had no temper? I suggest you organize your words carefully, because it concerns your life. Anselm's voice was filled with coldness. What makes you think you can shout in front of me? Get lost. Butler roared at Anselm. Boom. Powerful true chi erupted, spreading towards Anselm along with each sound. Soundwave skill, interesting, but your strength is too weak. Anselm remained unperturbed. He raised his hand and slapped directly. No matter how fancy the soundwave skill or exotic energy was, none of them could stand against absolute, overwhelming power. Slap. A clear sound of a slap echoed. 5 bright red finger marks appeared on Butler's handsome face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with several bloody teeth. You. Butler was furious, but he also felt a hint of awe for Anselm's strength. To defeat him, an unparalleled martial artist ace, as he reached out and patted Butler's cheek. Butler's eyes turned red. As a member of the Yi family, when had he ever been treated like this? Don't look at me with those hateful eyes. Even your elders dare not make noise in front of me. I advise you not to cause trouble for your family, Anselm warned kindly. Enraged, Butler refused to believe Anselm's words, but he couldn't shake off Anselm's suppression at the moment. The other party was too strong, completely beyond his level. Don't think that I won't kill you. There have already been many aristocratic offspring killed by me. The 4 great families of the imperial capital. Huh, what a joke. Anselm sneered disdainfully. Who exactly are you? Butler suddenly calmed down. To cultivate such a young expert, could it be that the other party comes from a terrifying hidden sect? You are not worthy of knowing, Anselm said casually. PFFF. Butler spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot purely from anger. Is it just a sentence that can make you vomit blood? I'm impressed. Anselm was speechless. UF *****, bastard. I'll kill you. Butler roared, glaring at Anselm with murderous intent filling his entire body. In the next moment, he took a bottle of potion from his pocket and drank it. His aura exploded, rising at an astonishing speed. What is this? Anselm showed a surprised expression. Any pill in the world can only aid cultivation and cannot instantly increase one's cultivation realm. Of course, there are powerful medicines that can suddenly boost combat power by several times, but most of them come at the cost of damaging oneself. Like Butler, who drank a bottle of potion and directly broke through to the king realm with no side effects. This was the first time Anselm saw it. I will tell you with kindness when you die. Butler sneered coldly. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Zinnia observed the situation and hurriedly told the crowd watching around to back off. The destructive power of absolute world martial artists clashing can destroy the entire playground, let alone now that the opponent's strength has soared. No worries. Relying on special potions, flipping from a salted fish to still being a salted fish, ultimately means nothing. Anselm chuckled lightly, clearly not taking the other party seriously. Butler's eyes turned cold as he shouted angrily, "You will pay for your arrogance." Chapter 385 Dominic Dance. Extraordinary strength must be cultivated by oneself to be genuine. Relying on external forces is ultimately just a crooked path, unable to withstand a single blow. Anselm said with a cold smile. He lightly raised his hand, and with just a flick from afar, Butler was sent flying. He landed on the ground, coughing up blood in large mouthfuls, disbelief clearly evident in his eyes. After consuming the gene enhancement potion, he had become a king-level fighter, yet how could he still not be a match for this person before him? However, this time, he could no longer bear the intense pain in his body. With that thought in mind, Butler's vision turned black, and he passed out directly. You won't kill him, right? Jeremy walked over, worry showing on his face. Anselm could disregard the identity of the young master of the Yi family, but ordinary people like them were still very wary of the imperial capital Yi family. If Butler were killed at Jinling University, as the principal, he would definitely suffer the consequences. No, this guy is a bit domineering, but he doesn't deserve death. I just made him suffer a little. He's now unconscious from the pain. Anselm shrugged indifferently. Hearing Anselm's words, Jeremy finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person wasn't dead, it was fine. Quickly take him to the infirmary. Jeremy waved his hand. 2 physical education teachers immediately brought a stretcher from behind and carried Butler onto it. Rest assured, he won't die. He only suffered some minor injuries. Take him to the infirmary and set his bones, and he'll be fine. Anselm looked carefree as he spoke, while his arm remained around Alicia's waist, his gaze falling upon Anton and Irvin. Lonnie Yi, the two approached, greeting Anselm with bashful smiles. Anselm looked at Irvin with a stern tone. Little fatty, having a kind heart is good, but your actions just now were extremely foolish. Lonnie Yi, I. Irvin lowered his head. Lifting his hand to interrupt him, Anselm said with a serious expression. Don't call me Lonnie Yi. If you don't change your personality, you're unsuited for the extraordinary path and can only remain an ordinary mortal. As he spoke, Anselm shifted his gaze to Anton and nodded in approval. You did well, but you're too weak. Anton smiled awkwardly. He and Anselm had come to know each other through conflict. Now hearing this, Anton hurriedly said, Lonnie Yi, the battle martial art is too profound. There are many parts one don't understand. How about this? I'll stay at the school today, and you can skip classes. Any questions, and I'll answer them all. Anselm turned to look at Jeremy. Uncle, help notify their teachers that I'll be guiding them in martial arts today. Jeremy nodded. Anselm willing to teach these 2 students martial arts was their fortune. He wouldn't interfere. First wife, will you come with me, or go to work? Anselm asked Alicia with a smile. Go with them. I still have some work to handle, Alicia said helplessly. She wasn't unwilling to learn martial arts with Anselm, but the work she needed to do was indispensable and urgently required her attention. She couldn't leave. Anselm didn't force her. After bidding farewell to Alicia and Jeremy, he took Anton and Irvin away from Jinling University. He first returned to the previous neighborhood to pick up Diane, then brought her to Wulong Manor. He called Pearl, telling her to move into Wulong Manor starting today and not return to that neighborhood. Does Annabelle know? Pearl couldn't help but ask. Anselm's expression stiffened. He smacked his forehead. He had actually forgotten this important matter. Forget it. I'll pick her up from school later tonight. Anselm made his decision. The group hailed a cab and soon arrived back at Wulong Manor. Upon reaching Wulong Manor, Irvin and Anton both appeared somewhat pale. Anselm noticed their discomfort and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Fat Irvin swallowed hard and said fearfully, Lonnie Yi, rumor has it that this Wulong Manor is haunted. Didn't you know? Glancing sideways at him, Anselm replied nonchalantly, of course, there indeed used to be ghosts here, but I've already dealt with them. Now the manor is completely clean. Holy crap, Lonnie Yi, you're amazing, Anton exclaimed, quickly flattering Anselm. Anselm held Diane and led Irvin and Anton into the manor. The black and white peonies sensed Anselm's presence and came out of the villa immediately. My goodness, they're fairies. Anton and Fat Irvin were awed by the breathtaking beauty of the black and white peonies. They had never imagined that such beautiful women could exist in the world. Yes, Meg, who are they? Bella stepped forward, hugging Anselm's arm and curiously observing the two. Anselm introduced them while holding Diane in his arms with a smile. These 2 are my younger brothers. As for Diane, she's my daughter. Your daughter? Mitzi was surprised. She didn't expect that this guy had become a father at the age of 15. Yeah, not biological, but better than biological. Anselm glanced at her. He knew without thinking that she misunderstood him. Yes, Meg, weren't you out? How did you come back so quickly? Bella asked gently. There's nothing much to handle at school. Mainly, these 2 good-for-nothings were bullied. I've brought them back now to teach them some self-defense techniques so they won't be helpless when bullied again. Glancing over at Anton and Irvin, Bella nodded slightly. Then go ahead with your teaching. With that, she returned to the villa, not wanting to disturb Anselm and the others. Mitzi snorted, and also turned to leave. Stare any longer, and I'll dig your eyeballs out. Seeing Irvin and Anton staring intently at where the black and white peonies disappeared, Anselm coughed and warned them. Irvin and Anton finally snapped back to reality, looking at Yikai with envy. Anton said, Boss Lonnie Yi, you're really incredible. Fine, let's skip the goddess teacher liking you. These 2 breathtaking beauties are actually smitten with you. My admiration for you is like an endless river, ceaseless and unstoppable. That's enough. That black lady doesn't have any affection for me. In fact, she has beaten me many times, Anselm smirked. Lonnie Yi, even you aren't their match? Anton widened his eyes. Yes. Anselm answered definitively. Beyond the sky there's a higher sky. Even I am not invincible. It's quite normal for some people to be stronger than me. Well, stop wasting time. Let's find a place to start today's guidance. Anselm found an unoccupied villa near Cosmo's residence. Cosmo and Ian were not around at the moment, so they could train freely without worrying about disturbing others. Diane, in all innocence, eagerly showed Anselm what she had learned over these few days, causing Anselm to marvel in spite of himself. Good early, Diane. So smart and clever. Anselm kissed her on the cheek with a smile. As for Irvin and Anton, hearing the conversation, they were completely dumbfounded. They felt like they had wasted years living like dogs. A 5 or 6-year-old Airly had such incredible memory and comprehension. What Anselm taught her took adults at least a week to learn. Yet this little heirly mastered it in just one day. They considered themselves hardworking and diligent, but compared to the exceptionally talented Diane, they clearly fell short by a significant margin. You can ask your questions now, and I will answer them. After settling Diane, Anselm smiled at Irvin and Anton. Seeing their expressions, he already knew that Diane's displayed talent must have shocked them. Without wasting any more time, Anselm directly began today's instruction. Chapter 386, Alluring Jia. As a king, Anselm's insights and guidance were undeniably effective for Anton and Irvin at their current stage. Many issues were resolved, and both felt as if a light had been switched on in their minds. After receiving Anselm's answers, Anton sat cross-legged, eager to start experimenting. Soon, there was a reaction within him. The internal strength accumulated in various parts of his body flowed like rivers converging into the sea, circling once inside his body before all gathering in his dantian. At this moment, he broke through, advancing from the third-class realm to the second-class realm. The chubby Irvin, with average talent and insight even inferior to Anton's, managed to make some progress at the third-class realm after Anselm's guidance. Seeing that both had entered a state of focused learning, Anselm smiled faintly. He did not disturb them but turned around and left the place. There are so many people here. You want to broadcast live? Her hand caressed Anselm's chest, her eyes gleaming invitingly. I don't mind, Anselm shrugged, flashing an evil smile as he reached out to grab her prominent chest and gave it a firm squeeze. The woman let out a gasp, her eyes clouded with longing and resentment. Bad boy, you hurt me. Do I? Can a gene-modified warrior of the Transcendent League feel pain in the chest when squeezed by me? Anselm stared at her, half smiling. You figured it out? The woman's allure vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling expression. Anselm's lips curled upwards as he gripped her chin and said calmly, I noticed you were different from dozens of meters away. Indeed a beauty among beauties, but unfortunately, my enemy. Suddenly, Anselm's eyes flashed with sharpness, and he twisted the hand holding her chin into a knife edge, striking toward her neck. The woman reacted swiftly, clawing at Anselm's wrist like a hawk's talon while delivering a punch to his chest with her other hand. Anselm tensed up, retracting his hand knife and blocking her punch with his hands crossed in front of him. Her punch forced him to step back. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The solid concrete ground beneath them within a 3-meter radius exploded into countless shards. Strong. Anselm's eyes narrowed. In a one-on-one fight, he actually suffered a disadvantage. The opponent, indeed, was a middle-stage divine pill expert, completely different from Adnan, the second-level terrestrial immortal ghost officer he had dealt with before. So now you know, come with me. The woman smiled faintly, looking at Anselm as if he were prey. There's no way I'm going with you. I know what you mean. You want revenge for Bard. Anselm smirked disdainfully. Actually, you guys have quite enough leisure time. Letting a top martial artist provoke me, only to get crippled, and then staging such elaborate schemes. Do you really think our heavenly sword can't handle you? Anselm's eyes glinted with cold light. Oh, just a small North King. How will you handle me? The woman smiled gently, half leaning against the stone bench, looking relaxed. I know you're mid-stage divine pill, but a land-bound immortal achieved through gene enhancement still falls short. Do you believe you can't defeat me? Anselm put his hands in his pockets, exuding strong confidence. The woman's expression hardened as she struck forward with a palm. Anselm likewise slapped out a palm, clashing with the woman's. Undoubtedly, Anselm was once again forced back, his face turning bright red, clearly indicating his internal chi and blood were surging to their limits. Indeed worthy of being called Heavenly Sword Deceptive Doctor. With an initial king realm, you can produce combat power comparable to that of a 4th-level Esmade Immortal. Truly remarkable. The woman praised without reservation, staring at Anselm with a smile. After calming down his agitated blood and chi, Anselm said sternly, My strength comes from my own cultivation. Although it's slow, it's much stronger than average. Your kind, the gene enhancers, gain power too easily, but after reaching Esmade Immortal, there is no further possibility for improvement. The woman smiled and countered, Isn't becoming a Esmade Immortal enough? If China had hundreds or thousands of Esmade Immortals, which country would dare provoke us? True, but your path is wrong, Anselm sighed softly. Their intentions were good, but their path was incorrect. In other words, from the moment the Transcendent League sought to replace Heavenly Sword, they had embarked on a path of no return. Woody Rover, the extraordinary strength gained through technology cannot fully unleash the expected combat power of this realm, leaving endless side effects instead. Just like this peerless beauty before him, she obtained immense power but lost her source of joy in the process. Her intimate areas had become fused together due to the enhancement drug, unable to be reversed. Our path can never be wrong, the woman coldly declared. Then let's have a fight. Mid-stage divine pill, 4th-level Esmade Immortal. I've never faced such a powerful opponent before. Anselm shrugged, appearing incredibly composed. You asked for it. The woman's eyes turned icy instantly. Just as she was about to strike, she suddenly felt a numbness throughout her body. She couldn't even summon a bit of true chi, let alone stand properly. You poisoned me? The woman's face changed as she realized this, glaring at Anselm with murderous intent. Anselm chuckled, acting despite knowing it's futile. That's what a brute would do. Despicable. The woman cursed loudly, sweat dripping from her forehead. The poison Anselm used was too potent. In just half a minute, she had lost all her strength. Thanks for the compliment. You know my code name, Deceptive, which says it all. Anselm grinned, extremely pleased with his successful plan. Chapter 387. The Principles of a Warrior. Using poison isn't a skill. If you're capable, detoxify me, and we can fight honorably. The woman said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing her words, Anselm looked at her as if she were an idiot and said, You wish. Knowing how to use poison is one of my skills. Why don't you do the same if you have the ability? You. The woman stared wide-eyed, clearly choked up by his response. Don't make noise in front of me, or I'll get a few muscular men to take turns with you. Anselm sized up the woman from head to toe and suddenly wore an evil smile. The woman shivered all over and immediately didn't dare to say anything. Based on the information they had gathered about Anselm, if he were provoked enough, he would indeed be likely to do such a thing. This is my final warning. Don't mess with Tianjin anymore. I don't care if your Exceed Alliance wants to compete with Tianjin, but if you harm any members, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anselm lifted the woman up and threw her to the ground, leaving the surrounding spectators gaping. Goodness, was there such a thing as ruthlessly crushing a flower? If she fell, wouldn't the woman end up disfigured? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Anselm slammed the woman into the ground, bringing her into intimate contact with it. Of course, Anselm had a pure appreciation for beauty. He was unwilling to damage her beautiful face. Therefore, the unlucky part that got smashed were her chest mounds. The woman turned pale with pain, secretly thanking her lucky stars that her breasts were real. Otherwise, they might have burst. A little punishment. Don't come provoke me again, unless you don't want your pretty face. Anselm grinned, stood up, glanced around at the people, and then left with great strides. Just disperse. This woman is an assassin with a bomb inside her. If you don't want to die, stay far away. Anselm's voice rang out from a distance, clearly heard by every onlooker. Instantly, those students watching curiously all wore frightened looks. Without thinking twice, they immediately turned and fled from the scene. Even those who intended to check on the woman's injuries ran away. The woman's face darkened. Damn the treacherous doctor. Was he defaming her this way? She was a gene warrior of the Exceed Alliance, not some lowly assassin. However, what Anselm said indirectly did her a big favor. If surrounded and filmed by students, her humiliating state would soon be known by all of the Exceed Alliance within half a day. Now that no one was around, she could calm down and focus on healing herself. Simon, don't fall into my hands, the woman thought bitterly. As for finding Anselm after getting rid of the poison to cause trouble, she didn't dare. Even if her absolute strength could surpass the treacherous doctor, his poison was too potent and impossible to guard against. In a life-and-death struggle, the woman had a premonition that she would be more likely to fail. Just then, two young men walked out of the woods. Who are you? The woman revealed a wary expression. We are your friends, here especially to help you detoxify, said one of the taller young men smilingly. Friends? The woman was taken aback, growing increasingly wary. I don't know either of you. The tall Yonatan smiled faintly, took out a porcelain bottle from his chest, poured out a pill, and handed it over. The poison you've been infected with can't be expelled by cultivating your power alone. Only by taking the antidote will it work. The woman squinted at the two coldly and asked, how do you have an antidote for the treacherous doctor's poison? That's our sect's secret universal antidote, invaluable, answered the shorter Yonatan proudly. If so, I can expel the poison by myself, the woman firmly replied. She frowned slightly, noticing that the two did not seem malicious. She became somewhat relaxed internally. The woman sat cross-legged, began cultivating her mystical arts, and started to expel the poison. Though she was a genetic modification subject, she still followed the path of a martial artist. Genetic drugs merely strengthened her muscles, bones, and blood, allowing her strength to grow exponentially. Seeing the woman refusing their offer, the two young men did not get angry. They only stood nearby and watched her cultivate powerfully with smiles. Soon, the woman opened her eyes, showing a terrified look. Why is this happening? It really can't be expelled. The woman looked panic-stricken. She hadn't expected Anselm's poison to be so dominant, invading every inch of her skin. Expelling the poison through cultivation was simply unable to completely remove all toxins. Continuing like this, as the toxins accumulated, even if she didn't die, her strength would suffer greatly, possibly even falling below the Esmade god realm. At this moment, the two young men exchanged glances, knowing it was time for them to step in. They walked toward the woman, with the tall youth holding the pill and wearing a kind smile. Don't doubt our good intentions. We are different from that graceless guy, the treacherous doctor. We both cherish beauty. The woman's gaze flickered, her expression changing for a while before she finally made up her mind. She took the pill from the tall youth and swallowed it in one gulp. Thank you. May I ask for your names? Sensing the effects of the pill after swallowing it, the woman sincerely thanked them. My name is Alvis Luo. My name is Alvis June. The woman frowned, feeling their names sounded familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where she had heard them. Why did you help me detoxify? The woman asked them. We have a feud with Anselm and want to kill him. But with our strength, we cannot achieve this, so? The tall youth left his sentence unfinished, believing the woman was smart enough to understand his meaning. Do you want to incite me to eliminate the treacherous doctor? Her eyes sparkled with sharpness. The short youth shook his head with a smile. This isn't incitement. It's called mutual benefit. You have a grudge against Anselm, and so do we. On our own, neither side can handle Anselm. However, if we work together, with you providing the power and us supplying the universal antidote, we can easily take care of Anselm. Isn't that wonderful? The tall youth laughed heartily. However, contrary to their expectations, the woman unexpectedly declined their proposal. My conflict with the treacherous doctor isn't due to personal enmity but because of differing organizational philosophies. However, in general, we are all warriors fighting for our country. Therefore, I cannot assist you in harming him, the woman said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two young men looked as if they had swallowed a pile of feces, their faces extremely unpleasant. They had given away an incredibly valuable universal antidote, only to receive such a result. You took our universal antidote. Shouldn't you do something in return? The short youth gritted his teeth. What do you want me to do? Of course, anything harmful to the treacherous doctor. I won't agree. Warriors of Simanaxia don't stab their comrades in the back, the woman said sternly. The two youths exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. When it came to this point, what else could they say? Seeing that the two remained silent, the woman gave a slight bow and turned to leave immediately. Damn it, lost our wife and troops, and now we're going to be punished upon returning. The tall youth's face fell. The universal antidote was incredibly precious, each pill worth several million. Even though they were both at the king realm, giving away a pill like this would inevitably lead to punishment from their mistress when they returned. Chapter 388. Making a decision. The universal antidote still needs time to take full effect. She is still very weak. Should we follow her and kill her? A ray of viciousness shot from the short Yonatan's eyes. The tall Yonatan was taken aback, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. Even if that woman hasn't fully recovered, she has probably regained about 30 to 40% of her strength. With 30 to 40% of a mid-stage divine pill power, even the two of us combined aren't her match. Are we just going to lose an antidote pill like this? The short Yonatan's expression was one of great dissatisfaction. What else can we do? Let's go back and tell the young miss the truth. Hopefully, she won't blame us. The tall Yonatan sighed, mentioning young miss with a hint of reverence on his face. The two looked around to ensure no one had noticed them before carefully leaving. However, they were completely unaware of a figure standing nearby, coldly watching them. Young miss, huh? Anselm thought of a silhouette, a stunningly ally he had met before. At the same time, he also recalled what the puppet beauty Gwyneth had said not long ago. She came from a terrifying major force, so powerful that even an internationally renowned assassination organization like Runjian World was merely one of its subordinates. With his current strength, he couldn't afford to provoke such a behemoth. Though Anselm didn't say it aloud, inwardly he scoffed at this. We extraordinary beings should be brave and forge ahead. If someone provokes you and you shrink back without retaliating, you are acting like a coward. Not only do you not deserve to be a warrior of Tianjin, but you don't deserve to be a descendant of the heavenly king lineage either. As the other party left Nanjing University, Anselm also departed. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, a woman in professional attire walked out from the office building. Anselm smiled, immediately moving towards her. Why are you at school? Alicia was extremely surprised when she saw Anselm appear. I missed you, so I came to pick you up after work, Anselm said sincerely, but Alicia felt something was off. She suspiciously asked, what have you been up to? Anselm's smile faltered. He said irritably, what do you mean, what have you been up to? Do I look like someone who does bad things? Remove the word like, and you would be accurate, Alicia pouted. Anselm's expression fell as he heard a crisp sound. His retribution had landed. You. Alicia looked annoyed. Right there in front of many passing students and teachers, Anselm had actually slapped her bottom. Did she have no dignity? Feels good, Anselm grinned, reaching out to hug Alicia's slender waist. Let's go home to our new place. New place? Did you buy a house? Alicia paused, quickly catching on to the key information in Anselm's words. Anselm nodded and said with a smile, yeah, bought an estate. From now on, we'll live with Ian and the others, safer and quieter. You could actually afford an estate? Alicia looked surprised. Bought it at a discount, and the owner of the estate is my newly recruited brother, who gave it to me for free. Anselm shrugged, not realizing how shocking this news was to Alicia. Keep in mind, land in Nanjing City was invaluable, let alone estates, which would cost an unimaginable fortune. Such an extraordinarily expensive estate was given away for free. This new brother of Anselm's really spared no expense. Where did you buy the estate? Alicia couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Wulong Estate, Anselm casually replied, hugging Alicia and walking out of the school. That haunted estate? Alicia gasped, her tone changing dramatically. Yeah, but all those spirits have already been dealt with, Anselm nodded with a smile. Alicia's face showed lingering fear as she anxiously said, we really have to live in Wulong Estate? That place is really unclean. Don't worry. Even if there are spirits, they'll be afraid of us. Anselm shrugged nonchalantly. Seeing Alicia still somewhat afraid, Anselm explained with a laugh. Spirits are just energy bodies, part of the extraordinary realm. With your current true chi cultivation, ordinary spirits wouldn't dare get close to you. You're stronger than most of them. By the time they finished talking, they had already left the school. Alicia went to the parking lot to fetch the car. At Anselm's insistence, they drove toward Wulong Estate. At this moment, Cosmo and Ian had already returned. When Anselm and Alicia arrived, they were immediately greeted. Of course, Dahlia, Sophie, as well as Anton and chubby Irvin who hadn't yet left, also welcomed them. Seeing so many people in the manor, including two fairy-like figures she didn't recognize, Alicia's fear vanished instantly. Who are they? Alicia turned to ask Anselm. Black and white mutant. You can think of them as fairy maidens transformed from peonies. Anselm rubbed his nose. Are they also your women? Alicia continued her question. Yes. Anselm nodded reluctantly. Alicia smiled and walked up to Black and White Mutant. Hello, sisters. I'm Alicia, Anselm's fiancée. Just call me Zanya. Hearing this, Anselm was speechless. This woman actually called 2 centuries-old spirits her sisters. Luckily, these were gentle flower fairies. If they were temperamental demons, Alicia might have gotten herself into trouble after taking advantage like that. Everyone greeted each other, and Anselm picked up Sophie out of boredom. Dad, Shan and Mrs. Woodham, Sophie said. Looking at the warm scene in the manor, her expression somewhat melancholic. It was the first time since she could remember being away from Kimberly for so long. Just hold on a bit longer. In some time, you'll be able to reunite with Woodham. Anselm gently pinched the little Airlie's cheek, comforting her softly. Sophie nodded, but still looked somewhat downcast. How about, I let Woodham come over to stay with you tonight? Anselm couldn't bear seeing Sophie sad. Sophie was taken aback, but then shook her head. No, Shannon will work harder to learn the skills Dad taught, so I can always protect Woodham. Looking at her determined eyes, Anselm felt warmth in his heart and carried her back to the villa he had chosen. Soon, everyone else returned to their own villas after chatting. Seeing that Dahlia shared a villa with Anselm, Alicia's expression changed slightly, and she immediately followed them in. Though small, the villa had several rooms. Apart from the rooms of Dahlia and Anselm, there were 2 vacant bedrooms left. I'll stay here, Alicia declared her ownership. This was a room on the 2nd floor, adjacent to Anselm's bedroom. Without another word, she started organizing her belongings. Unnecessary items were put into a bag and discarded. The silver moon rose high, and the sky was dotted with countless stars. The bright moonlight spread across the manor like a silvery blanket. Everyone was asleep, except for Anselm, who tossed and turned. Thinking of Alicia in the next room, he became restless. Unable to sleep, he quietly got up, approached Alicia's door, and showed a mischievous smile. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he decided to go all the way and win both the affection and heart of his senior wife. Chapter 389. Reunion with Cristobal. Just as Anselm was about to push the door open, he discovered that Alicia had locked it from the inside. My dear wife has quite the precautionary sense. Pity it's useless against me. A slight smile curled Anselm's lips. He took out a piece of wire and quickly picked the lock on Alicia's door, slipping inside in a flash. Alicia, who had been asleep, suddenly felt a wave of pressure. She woke up instantly. What are you doing? Instead of screaming, Alicia seemed to have anticipated Anselm's arrival. Doing? Anselm answered. In one swift motion, he pressed Alicia beneath him. Get off me, you, Alicia didn't finish her sentence before Anselm silenced her. This time, Anselm let loose completely, his hands roving over Alicia's body, exploring forbidden zones. Though Alicia wanted to stop him, the physical response overwhelmed her, plunging her into extreme pleasure. Clothes were shed one by one until both were naked. Anselm's ardor remained unyielding, ready for the next phase. Anselm, Alicia whispered softly. She was already intoxicated by Anselm's overpowering masculine aura. Call me husband. Anselm kissed her while caressing her snow-white skin, arousing her desires. Simon's band, I'm hot. Alicia replied breathlessly, her eyes glazed over. Seeing the right moment, Anselm plunged forward. Alicia tensed up, her brows knitting together as if enduring immense pain. Anselm, being gentle yet forceful, kissed her all over, from face to lips to every inch of her body. Only after Alicia's reactions normalized did he begin to move. The room filled with sounds of ecstasy, an atmosphere brimming with pleasure. Despite Alicia's lesser strength compared to Rosella, her rare constitution, soul engineering pulse, made her more resilient. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, neither side showed any signs of giving in. Breathing heavily, Anselm stared at the beauty beneath him. He wouldn't believe it today otherwise. Even Rosella would succumb under his relentless assaults. How could Alicia be any different? Anselm changed his tactics, adopting a more efficient but brutal approach. Under Anselm's intense assault, Alicia soon surrendered. Though pale, Anselm smiled triumphantly. His 18 techniques had never failed him, and no ordinary woman could withstand even 3 moves. Watching Alicia sink into deep sleep, exhausted, Anselm wore a smug look and drifted off beside her. Early next morning, Anselm was awakened by a low roar of fury. What did you do to me? Opening his eyes, Anselm saw Alicia staring at him furiously. Soon came back to my senses, he laughed. My dear wife, don't tell me you've forgotten what happened last night. You mean with you? Alicia's eyes widened. Everything last night actually happened? Yes, my dear, you were quite active, Anselm winked, teasingly saying. I thought it was just a dream. Alicia looked like she wanted to cry. No wonder the spring dream felt so real. She really did share such moments with Anselm last night. But growing fond of Anselm, she wasn't averse to intimate acts with him. It was just too sudden for Alicia to accept. Don't say anything, dear wife. Come, let me make you relive that dream's pleasures. Anselm grinned devilishly. He pulled the naked Alicia into his embrace, his hands covering her. Alicia shivered. It's still early, dear wife. Shall we start our morning exercises? Leaning down, Anselm kissed her. Damn, when will this end? Mitzi was infuriated. After a restless night, just when it finally grew quiet, this silence was short-lived. Sister, don't be angry, Bella tried to comfort her sister. I'm not angry, I feel bad for you. He brought home 2 women in just a few days. How can he possibly keep a place for you in his heart? Mitzi was genuinely upset on behalf of Bella. Centuries of waiting led to a fickle-hearted man. Fate has its way, sister. I trust Lonnie, Bella said. Mitzi glanced at her sister, sighed softly, and stayed silent. After a long night, Anselm and Alicia finally finished their morning exercises as the sun came up. At this moment, Alicia was lying back on the big bed, too weak to even lift her hand. Anselm felt the same way, but after forcing himself to practice his mystical arts, he quickly regained his energy and vitality. Simon B, please ask Uncle for leave for me. I can't go to school today, Alicia said with rapid breaths. Sure, no problem, Anselm agreed with a chuckle, pride shining in his eyes. After more than a month, the goddess teacher from Jinling University had finally surrendered completely to him. Back in his bedroom, after arranging today's tasks for Ariana, Anselm left the villa feeling refreshed. At this time, Ian and Cosmo also emerged from their rooms. They greeted Anselm briefly before leaving. Anselm touched his nose. These two had become increasingly mysterious lately, going out early and coming back late every day. Who knows what they were up to? Not bothering to think about it, Anselm went to where Anton and Irvin were staying. Seeing them diligently practicing, he nodded approvingly. Extraordinary roads are determined by talent for the upper limit and effort for the lower limit. Neither Anton nor Irvin were particularly talented individuals, but their hard work could take them further step by step. Anselm called Jeremy and informed him of Alicia's absence for the day. Afterward, he left Walter Long Villa and wandered aimlessly down the street. Tricky Doctor. Just as Anselm turned into a quiet alley, a deep voice called out his nickname. Anselm was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It's you. Anselm frowned, recognizing the visitor. The person was none other than the right guardian of Shinchan sect, Chanzue Taoist Cristobal, whom he had met at Jueshan Ridge. Lonnie, you look as impressive as ever since we parted at Jueshan Ridge. Cristobal wore a warm smile, but anyone who took him lightly would regret it. What do you want? Anselm asked bluntly, unbothered by the so-called prodigies at the king realm since he himself had attained that level. Do we talk here? Cristobal glanced around, noticing that although it was quiet, there were still a few passers-by curiously watching them. Chapter 390. The Whereabouts of the Imperial Seal. Without a word, Anselm walked straight ahead. Cristobal chuckled and followed Anselm with a laid-back demeanor. When Anselm led him to the Aizong High restaurant, Cristobal instantly became alert. Prepare a private room for me, then serve all the specialty dishes. Anselm instructed the assistant manager, who was previously the waitress that had argued on Anselm's behalf. Then he turned to look at Cristobal and asked, "Would you like a drink?" "Sure." Cristobal laughed heartily. Anselm's move was right up his alley. They entered the private room and sat down. Soon, the fine wine and delicious food were all served. Cristobal didn't hold back and started feasting without any hesitation. Anselm sat on the side, silently watching Cristobal finish all the delicacies. "Now can you talk?" Anselm asked expressionlessly. Cristobal belched and slumped in his chair. He chuckled and said, "Since you, the strange doctor, are so generous as to treat me to a big meal, I will tell you a secret." "What secret?" Anselm frowned. "Have you heard of the legend of the heirloom jade?" Cristobal's face turned serious as he stared intently at Anselm. Anselm was taken aback, but immediately nodded. Naturally, he had heard the story of the heirloom jade. Legend has it that during the spring and autumn period of China, there was a jade carver named Philippe who found a piece of exquisite jade in Jingwudiantang. He offered this jade to the king of Chu, but was punished by having both his feet cut off for deceiving the king. Later, the true value of this piece of jade was discovered, which caused all the feudal lords to go mad over it. The famous story of returning the untarnished jade comes from this era. In the end, after Qin unified China, this heirloom jade fell into the hands of the first emperor. Elisha ordered that the heirloom jade be crafted into the imperial seal and inscribed with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, Cristobal explained. "Isn't this a well-known story? What's so special about it?" Anselm sneered. Such stories could easily be found online with a simple search. It wasn't exactly a secret. However, Cristobal's eyes sparkled with fervor as he said, "Of course it is special. After the first emperor passed away, subsequent generations only knew that possessing the imperial seal could grant one imperial power, but no one knew why. From your tone, you know?" Anselm's curiosity was piqued. Nodding, Cristobal's eyes glinted as he explained, "That's because within the imperial seal, the first emperor sealed 9 strands of imperial dragon chi. Whoever possesses the imperial seal is nurtured by this chi and eventually becomes a destined ruler. But what does that have to do with us? Not to mention, now we live in a republic with no emperors. Even the imperial seal has long vanished into history. During the late Tang dynasty, when the world was in chaos, the imperial seal disappeared along with the fall of the Tang Empire, completely exiting the historical stage. No, the imperial seal has not disappeared." Cristobal's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I know its whereabouts." "What?" Anselm's eyes widened. Even he, known for his calm demeanor, was astonished. This news was truly shocking. If true, it would shake the entire nation. "I indeed know where the imperial seal is, but even with our Xianshan sect's power, we cannot retrieve it." At this point, Cristobal looked somewhat dejected, his face full of disappointment. "Why?" Anselm couldn't help but ask curiously. The Xianshan sect was undoubtedly one of the best among the hidden sections. Its founder, Li Walterdy, known as the Supreme Battler, never lost a single battle in his life. Even after ascending, his influence still dominated the extraordinary realm for decades. Yet, such a powerful sect, created by such a formidable figure, couldn't retrieve the imperial seal, which left Anselm bewildered. The imperial seal has a spirit, and will only follow someone with imperial destiny. Anyone else who tries to take it forcefully will be fiercely attacked by the 9 strands of imperial dragon chi. Cristobal laughed bitterly and added, "Our previous patriarch was injured by the imperial dragon chi released by the seal while attempting to conquer it, which led to his passing." Anselm's expression turned solemn. The former patriarch of the Xianshan sect was certainly a heavenly Haimang-level powerhouse, yet he couldn't withstand the attack of the imperial dragon chi. How could he, a mere mortal far from being a terrestrial immortal, even consider such an absurd idea? Anselm sighed and decided to abandon this unrealistic thought. But unexpectedly, Cristobal said gravely, "Strange doctor, I've come to you precisely because of this matter. I want you to go with me to retrieve the imperial seal." "I won't go." Anselm refused outright without a second thought. No way, with so many beautiful wives at home, he definitely did not want to risk his life. "Others cannot take the imperial seal, but I think you, the strange doctor, can." Cristobal stared at Anselm, his eyes sparkling with a keen light. "I just said, only someone who bears the imperial destiny can take the heirloom jade." Anselm raised his hand to cut off Cristobal's words, and his expression turned odd. "Don't tell me I am the one who bears the imperial destiny." "Yes," Cristobal nodded seriously. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Anselm immediately dismissed Cristobal's judgment. In this vast sea of humanity, he was just an ordinary person with some fortuitous encounters. How could he be the chosen one by the imperial seal? If there must be a chosen one, it would definitely be none other than the leader of Simanaxia. "Come with me and you'll see," Cristobal said. "No way, I won't go." Anselm shook his head vehemently. Only a fool would risk death for such a trial. Seeing Anselm remained unmoved, Cristobal grew anxious. After all, it was not easy to find someone with hope to retrieve the heirloom jade, so he wouldn't give up easily. "Since you refuse to come with me, I have no choice but to force you." A sharp gleam flashed in Cristobal's eyes. His fingers curled like claws, suddenly lunging towards Anselm. The combat power of a first-stage terrestrial immortal was shockingly strong. The power of a terrestrial immortal. Anselm showed a look of surprise. Facing this near assault from Cristobal, Anselm responded very simply. He directly struck out with a palm aimed straight at the opponent's face. Cristobal was taken aback, clearly not expecting Anselm's reaction to be so swift. He immediately changed his attack, kicking toward Anselm's left side. You treated me to a feast, and this is how you repay me? Realizing that Cristobal was serious, Anselm's face darkened instantly. You want me to go with you to retrieve the heirloom jade, so you had no choice but to use force. I'm sorry. Cristobal mouthed an apology, yet his movements were not at all slack. However, the strength of a first-stage terrestrial immortal was nothing to Anselm. Anselm easily deflected his strike, and then punched him back. If you want me to go with you to retrieve the heirloom jade, you should at least tell me why you specifically need my company. At this point, Anselm sensed something was amiss. Ordinary people wouldn't act like Cristobal, using force when refused. He seemed more like someone hiding a deep secret, needing the heirloom jade to solve his problem. His actions were merely to make Anselm change his mind. Realizing he wasn't a match for Anselm, Cristobal sighed and began to explain. Besides the 9 strands of Imperial Dragon Chi within the heirloom jade, it is also said to contain the secret of immortality. And our current sect leader's lifespan is coming to an end. Chapter 391. Mysterious Cave. Hearing Cristobal's words, Anselm's expression instantly turned cold. Because of a vague legend, the other party actually wanted him to risk his life just to give their sect leader a fighting chance at survival. This selfish act clearly displeased Anselm. When Cristobal saw Anselm's expression, he felt a chill in his heart, realizing that his previous behavior had already caused Anselm to be repulsed. Without any hesitation, he quickly explained, our Xianchan sect is well versed in astrology and divination. Before I left, our sect leader personally cast a divination, predicting that if we wish to successfully retrieve the Imperial Seal, only someone with Imperial destiny like Garrett can do it. Do you mean your sect leader has such abilities? Anselm curled his lips. Clearly, he did not believe Cristobal's words. He thought Cristobal was making things up to persuade him to take the risk with him. I swear to heaven, every word I've said is true. If I lie, may lightning strike me dead. Cristobal raised his hand seriously, swearing an oath. As his voice faded away, thunder rumbled in the sky, as if confirming the sincerity of the vow. Anselm's eyes flashed with sharp light. He now believed what Cristobal said. Otherwise, there was no way he would dare make such a dire oath. For extraordinary beings, the heaven senses their oaths, and breaking it would lead to heavenly retribution. Where is the Imperial Seal? Anselm asked. Are you willing to try? Cristobal was overjoyed. Or should we wait a bit more? Anselm curled his lips again. It wasn't that he wanted to be overly good-hearted. He was genuinely interested in the Imperial Seal. Whether it was the Solengene Dragon Chi of Emperors, or the mysterious secret of immortality within it, both were enough to prove its extraordinariness. And who could resist the 8 characters, ordained by heaven, longevity forevermore? That's great, let's go then. Cristobal was visibly excited. Smiling faintly, Anselm said, I have no problem trying with you once, but if successful, the Imperial Seal must belong to me. This? Cristobal deflated immediately. He had lowered himself to beg Anselm for the sake of obtaining the Imperial Seal. But if Anselm took it away, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? From what you described, the Imperial Seal is useless to you unless you unlock its secrets of immortality, which might prolong your sect leader's lifespan. Anselm calmly remarked. Cristobal was speechless. Indeed, they couldn't even take away the seal, let alone decipher its mysteries. All right, but if you uncover the secret of immortality, you must share it with us, Cristobal earnestly insisted. Deal, a gentleman's promise. Anselm raised his hand halfway in the air. Cristobal clapped his hand, adding, a whip on a swift horse. Actually, it's premature to discuss these matters. If I can't even take the Imperial Seal, won't your efforts be wasted? Anselm shrugged and led the way out of the private room. I trust the sect leader's judgment, Cristobal said solemnly, following Anselm out. The two left the restaurant and headed north, quickly exiting Jinling City. Then they continued walking on foot, taking a total of 7 hours, passing through several cities including Tuzhong City, Simianazing City, and Zhoushan Town, ultimately arriving at the ancient city of Luojing. According to historical records, things not right. Just as Cristobal was about to enter the cave, Anselm furrowed his brows and held him back. What's wrong? Cristobal turned his head back with a puzzled look. Something's not right, Anselm pointed to a faint footprint. It seems like someone has been here. Then, he saw several more footprints, and his brows immediately furrowed. As a warrior of Tianjian, Anselm's alertness was inherently stronger than that of ordinary extraordinaries. Therefore, Cristobal hadn't noticed these footprints, but Anselm had easily spotted them. Damn, I hope no one beat us to it. Cristobal was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around aimlessly. It's highly possible. Where else could these footprints come from? Anselm nodded in agreement. We should be cautious and sneak inside to see the situation first. That's a good idea. Let's adapt as we go. Despite his anxiety, Cristobal remained calm as a genius from a hidden sect, quickly regaining composure after a brief moment of worry. However, his face was now colder than before, as if it could freeze everything at any moment. Anselm smiled faintly. He could understand how Cristobal felt. On the verge of success, a group of uninvited guests appeared. Naturally, Cristobal was unhappy about it. Without hesitation, they rushed into the cave. The cave was rugged and complex with many forks. They hadn't walked far when they encountered 3 forked paths ahead. Cristobal scratched his head, instinctively glancing at Anselm beside him. Such decisions were not his forte, and perhaps only warriors like Anselm from Tianjian could make accurate judgments. Keeping Cristobal silent, Anselm listened carefully for a while. Finally, he pointed to one of the entrances, saying, I don't know where the Imperial Seal is, but the intruders we saw outside most likely went this way. Cristobal silently nodded and followed Anselm into the chosen path. They proceeded forward, taking twists and turns, walking at least 10 miles before finally seeing a glimmer of light. At the same moment they saw the light, voices began to reach their ears from ahead. Hide, Anselm instructed Cristobal, realizing they were within the detection range of the others. Cristobal gave an okay sign, suppressed his aura, and placed an invisibility charm on his forehead. Instantly, Cristobal vanished into thin air. As for Anselm, he had even more remarkable skills. With a leap, he disappeared without a trace. If Cosmo or Woodyhand were here, they would have been amazed, because this was the great void technique of the Killer Saint lineage. It was incredible that Anselm, the heir of the Fernan, could use it. The two cautiously approached the source of the voices, which became increasingly clear as they drew nearer. Chapter 392 Phantom. Watanabe, is the Imperial Seal of China really inside this large tomb? Of course. According to the intelligence provided by Mr. Doug, there's a 95% chance that the Imperial Seal is in this tomb, Simiongo said excitedly. That's great. Once we obtain the Imperial Seal and sever China's Imperial aura, we will become heroes of our empire. Another Japanese person also showed his delight. Indeed, and with the seal in our hands, His Majesty the Emperor will eventually unify Blue Star. Simiongo laughed loudly, as if he could already see himself being treated as a hero when he returned to Japan. The others laughed too. Anselm frowned deeply. He had never expected that all the unwelcome visitors who came here for the Imperial Seal were damn Japanese. And just from their voices, it was clear that they numbered no less than 10 people. Cristobal looked helpless. He didn't understand Japanese and heard only gibberish without comprehending a single word. Guayi, can you understand what they're saying? Cristobal asked Anselm in a whisper. Yes, they're after the Imperial Seal, aiming to seize it and disrupt our country's Imperial aura. Anselm gave a brief translation of these Japanese people's conversation. Hearing Anselm's response, Cristobal instantly revealed a fierce look in his eyes. Damn, we must not let them go. That goes without saying, but don't worry. They can't escape in this cave. Let's observe the situation first. Anselm whispered rapidly, hiding in the dark and surveilling these Japanese people from above. All right. Cristobal agreed immediately, calming down at once. The two moved stealthily, creeping closer quietly. Arriving at the opening of light, Anselm was stunned, suddenly feeling enlightened. A towering bronze door stood majestically ahead, exuding an air of grandeur and historical weight. And in front of this enormous bronze door, those Japanese people stood like tiny ants. They were busy working together to open the giant bronze gate. Creak, creak, creak. Those little Japanese exerted themselves to the limit, faces turning red as they slowly pushed the door open inch by inch. The Imperial Seal of China, the destined one, is our emperor. Simiongo shouted excitedly. Without further ado, he immediately rallied his people to rush into the bronze gateway. Inside the bronze door, darkness prevailed. It was pitch black, so dark that even extraordinary individuals with the sharpest vision couldn't make out what lay inside. Anselm and Cristobal remained hidden in the shadows, still watching. A place containing treasures naturally wouldn't be without danger. Rushing in blindly without understanding the situation would not only prevent them from obtaining the Imperial Seal but could lead them into a fatal trap. The Imperial Dragon Chi that could injure powerful celestial experts was not something to be trifled with. Destroying Esmade immortals would be as easy as slicing through melons. Anselm thought it over. Letting these little Japanese serve as scouts was not a bad idea since they weren't weak either. The strongest among them was Simiongo, who possessed a cultivation level akin to an incomplete Esmade immortal, with combat strength probably not inferior to a second heaven Esmade immortal. Under Simiongo's leadership, all those Japanese entered the bronze gateway. Soon, joyous laughter echoed from inside. It's really the Imperial Seal, wonderful. Mr. Watanabe, our Japan is the destined legend of Blue Star. Let's go. We'll take the seal. Simiongo exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the square jade seal atop the platform ahead. The group rushed toward the platform, their eyes full of greedy desire. The Imperial Seal was almost within reach, but just as they were about to touch it, an unexpected change occurred. The Imperial Seal on the platform suddenly trembled, seemingly activated, emitting a soft golden glow. In the next moment, 9 divine dragons emerged from the seal, roaring as they charged at the Japanese group. Retreat, it's bad. Simiongo's face changed drastically, but he managed only one sentence before being torn into countless pieces by the 9 golden dragons. Even this Esmade immortal met such a fate. The other Japanese barely made a sound before meeting their ends collectively. Blood and flesh filled the cave, spreading a nauseating stench. Anselm and Cristobal outside the bronze door originally felt it was time to enter, but they stopped upon hearing a roar from inside. There's no movement inside anymore. Anselm tried sensing and then frowned. Those little Japanese have probably been killed by the Imperial Dragon Chi, Cristobal said with disdain, scoffing at the Japanese overconfidence. Even a celestial expert couldn't withstand the bombardment of the 9 Imperial Dragon Chi, let alone them. One person who barely reached the Esmade immortal level brought a group of top martial artists to snatch the heirloom seal. It was like an old man eating arsenic, growing tired of life. Should we go in? Anselm hesitated somewhat, as it was too dangerous inside. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen Japanese were all killed without a single survivor. Yes, let's be careful. We should be fine, Cristobal nodded firmly, but immediately felt somewhat lacking in confidence. After all, their sect leader only speculated that Anselm could take away the heirloom seal, with no guarantee of success. If they failed, their lives would likely end here. Anselm said no more and entered the bronze gateway, followed closely by Cristobal. Inside the bronze door, it appeared pitch black from the outside, but once Anselm and Cristobal stepped in, the human-shaped phantom spoke, quite excitedly. Anselm paused, instinctively looking towards Cristobal, only to see that this Taoist had fainted, lying motionless on the ground. Who are you? Anselm asked, frowning. He immediately realized that Cristobal's fainting must be related to this person before him. Chapter 393, Imperial Seal acknowledges its master. The figure chuckled and said, I, of the Ying Zhao family, am named Zhang. Dewey, are you the first emperor? Anselm was greatly startled, eyeing the person up and down. Could this unimposing man really be the residual image of the first emperor Dewey? Yes, fellow Taoist, since our parting in Xianyang, it has been several thousand years, the phantom of the first emperor sighed faintly. Anselm felt a twinge of toothache, his mind buzzing. Wasn't his previous life called Stefan? How did he end up being connected to the first Emperor Dewey? Could it have been a life before Stefan's? Your Majesty Ancestor Dragon, do you know me? Anselm pointed at himself, utterly puzzled. Of course. You are still you, yet not entirely so. The phantom of the first emperor stared at Anselm, his eyes twinkling. Who am I exactly? Anselm asked with a furrowed brow. Elisha's phantom shook his head and sighed gently. It seems the threat from the heavenly palace is truly grave, leaving even the invincible you helpless, choosing to reincarnate and accumulate power. Anselm's heart stirred. Just as he was about to speak further, he saw the phantom controlling the heirloom jade seal, flying towards him. As the light dimmed, 9 golden divine dragons retreated into the jade seal, and the first emperor's phantom vanished. Since you are his reincarnation, I hereby bestow this jade seal upon you. The future of the mortal world rests with you. Anselm frowned slightly, gazing at the floating heirloom jade seal. It was within his reach, but he felt no joy. For the phantom of the first emperor would not speak idly. Despite the few words spoken, they carried immense information that left Anselm shaken. What was the threat from the heavenly palace? Who was his previous self? Invincible? Anselm smiled. Who dared claim invincibility? Which one dared say undefeated? Even his revered master, Homer, whose skills were comparable to creation, had lost to his own father. Shaking his head, Anselm seemed to want to discard these thoughts completely. He hadn't reached a sufficient realm yet. Knowing too much would only add unnecessary worries. Anselm extended his hand toward the heirloom jade seal. The jade seal trembled, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light and merging into his body. Startled, Anselm immediately willed a thought, attempting to summon the heirloom jade seal. The jade seal reappeared nearby, materializing once more. A smile of delight spread across Anselm's face. This was truly a supreme treasure, controlled by his mere will. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about others knowing he possessed the heirloom jade seal. Anselm walked over and awakened Cristobal. Tricky doctor? Cristobal had only fallen into a dreamlike state and immediately awoke at Anselm's call. It's me, Anselm smiled faintly. With the heirloom jade seal in hand, his mood was much better than when he arrived. As for those lingering concerns, he buried them deep in his heart. Unless bored, he wouldn't recall them again. Where is the heirloom jade seal? Why did it disappear? Cristobal looked at the dais, alarmed by its emptiness. It's right here. Anselm summoned the heirloom jade seal, suspending it before him. Cristobal's eyes bulged wide open, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Anselm, saying, the jade seal has spirit. You actually received its recognition. Of course, do you know who I am? Anselm puffed out his chest arrogantly. Ignoring Anselm's bravado, Cristobal urged him, you've become the master of the heirloom jade seal. Hurry up and check if there are any secrets about immortality inside. Anselm paused momentarily. Hold on, let me look. Closing his eyes, his consciousness entered the heirloom jade seal. Inside the jade seal, a vast space existed, where 9 golden divine dragons coiled, radiating boundless pressure. Due to Anselm now being the master of the jade seal, he didn't feel the overwhelming pressure. He delved into the mysteries of the heirloom jade seal, causing ripples in the inner space, yet found nothing about the secret of immortality. Minutes later, Anselm opened his eyes and shook his head. The legend is false. There are no secrets of immortality recorded within the heirloom jade seal, only the methods to activate the 9 dragon chi and a cultivation scripture used by the first emperor. Nothing else. How can this be? Upon hearing Anselm's words, Cristobal trembled, appearing dispirited. At this point, Anselm had no reason to deceive him, for the jade seal had acknowledged its master, making any attempt at theft impossible. Throughout history, how many people wielded immense power? How many were exceedingly wealthy? And how many attained immortality? Even the unparalleled first emperor could not escape aging and death, fading into oblivion over time. Anselm sighed wistfully. In the early days of Shinchan sect, we made quite a few enemies. With the sect leader around, he could still Junsur Zhongran. But once the sect leader passes away, with our current strength, we can't possibly withstand attacks from other sections. Cristobal said through gritted teeth. This was a huge secret of the sect, and it was clear that Cristobal had nothing to lose. Since there was no way to prolong life, their sect was in imminent danger. It didn't matter whether they told Anselm the truth or not. Unexpectedly, hearing his words, Anselm suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. I might have a way for you to prolong your life, Anselm said. Cristobal was stunned for a moment, but soon his face lit up with wild joy. Grim Doctor, are you serious? You have a way to prolong life? Don't be too happy yet. My method may not work on heaven-rank powerhouses, Anselm frowned. That's fine. Your master's skills were unparalleled. I believe in his disciple. Cristobal smiled, thinking about Anselm's lineage, which brought hope to his face. Let's talk while we go out. Anselm stepped towards the bronze door. Wait for me. Cristobal shouted as he hurriedly caught up. At Walong Manor, Pearl looked at several unfamiliar faces and asked Zinnia if she knew them. Zinnia smiled gently and fulfilled her role as the hostess. She introduced everyone to Pearl with a smile, who then learned the background of Hey by Peony. She couldn't help but sigh. The world is becoming more and more strange. Her casual remark made Cosmo and Ian tremble slightly. Indeed, the world had become alien. Before, even world-class martial artists were rarely seen. Now, they were as common as cabbage on the street. Even the legendary terrestrial immortals, whom they had seen quite a few of, and even eliminated some. Woodus surprisingly, things like underworld enforcers and fairies, which only existed in films and novels, actually appeared. This was clearly not a good omen, generally a sign of a storm approaching. By the way, where's the boss? Cosmo asked Zinnia curiously. No idea. He went out this morning and hasn't been back. His phone is also unreachable, out of service, Zinnia said somewhat discontentedly. He just vanished without a trace after finishing his business, so she naturally had a little temper, which was inevitable. Chapter 394, Cocky Shaggy Hair. Do you need something from him? Zinnia looked at Cosmo. Cosmo nodded, then shook his head. Actually, it's not that important. I just want to have a fight with the boss to see how much our strength has improved. Then wouldn't it be the same if you found Woody Hamd? Zinnia was somewhat curious. Woody Hamd was also an heir of Heavenly King, so sparring with him would be similar. He's too weak. There's no sense of achievement in beating him. Cosmo pouted and said. Woody Hamd immediately showed resentment on his face. How could he be weak? After several days and nights of arduous practice, he had entered the late-stage King realm, and his true combat power was touching a faint hope. Stretching lazily, he put aside these thoughts. Anselm took out his phone and was instantly startled. The screen was filled with missed calls, nearly 20 of which were from Zinnia. Anselm laughed bitterly. It must have been because there was no cell signal in Longshi Wudiantane that he hadn't received any calls. He hurriedly called her back. Before Zinnia could speak, Anselm informed her about the matter. Of course, he concealed the fact that he had obtained the Imperial Jade Seal because phones could easily be tapped, making it unsafe. Finish your business and return as soon as possible. I'm waiting for you, Zinnia shyly said. Clearly, she had fallen deeply in love. After finishing their conversation, Anselm descended the mountain, entered Luojing City, and took a train back to Jinling City. After a 3-hour bumpy ride, Anselm managed to return to Jinling City before dark. However, shortly after exiting the train station, his attention was drawn to a quarrel by the roadside. Originally, Anselm was eager to get home and didn't want to meddle, but when he saw the faces of those involved in the dispute, he immediately stopped. One of the women being scolded was none other than Harriet, who had spent a night with him. Opposite Harriet stood a youth with dyed yellow hair and a shaggy haircut. His eyes were fierce. Anyone could tell that this person was someone who mixed in gangs. Filthy bitch, daring to hit my car. Have you had enough of living? The shaggy-haired youth leaned against the car door. A red collision mark was clearly visible on his car's front bumper. Standing there, he glared angrily at Harriet and hurled abuses at her. Harriet felt wronged. Clearly, it was the other party's fault. He had changed lanes abruptly and hit her, yet he was turning around to berate her. You cut into my lane, and I even honked to warn you. Harriet bit her lips, trying hard to explain in front of the crowd. However, the shaggy-haired youth didn't buy it and kept pressing her, insisting it was her fault. The crowd pointed and gossiped about Harriet, occasionally referring to her as female driver, causing her face to turn pale. Since the two cars were blocking the road for quite some time, vehicles coming from behind couldn't pass, quickly forming a traffic jam. Drapers honked furiously and cursed aloud. Let's move our cars to the side and let everyone pass first. Harriet looked at the queue of cars behind them, feeling embarrassed. No way. If you want to leave, you must compensate for my losses, the shaggy-haired youth sneered. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Harriet asked. Seeing the situation, she thought spending some money would be better to avoid wasting everyone's time. My car was bought just yesterday, and you've damaged the front. I want 100,000 yuan for repairs. The Joe leered and sized up Harriet, whistling like a hooligan. Gia, you've got a great figure and face. How about keeping Lonnie company for some fun? You. Harriet was furious. Both of his demands were shamelessly extreme. Wanting 100,000 yuan to fix a front bumper. Did this shammate think he was driving a Maserati? What? Not agreeing. The Joe folded his arms, looking at Harriet mockingly. Then we both won't leave. Anselm couldn't bear to watch. He walked over expressionlessly and gave the Joe a strong slap. Having no talent but plenty of arrogance, trash. Anselm stood beside Harriet. It's you. Seeing Anselm, Harriet trembled. Memories of that night involuntarily flooding her mind. Being polite to such people only emboldens them. Let me handle it, Anselm said with a smile. Harriet remained silent. At that moment, her heart was in disarray. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The Joe got up, his face contorted in anger as he charged at Anselm. I'm not your father. How would I know who you are? Anselm sneered, kicking the Joe away when he rushed over. After 2 failed attempts, the Joe was fuming. But seeing more onlookers gathering, he had an idea and sat on the ground motionless, trying to force Anselm to back down through his antics. I'll count to 3, then move your car. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Anselm coldly said, raising a finger to begin the countdown. Go ahead and count. I'll give up if you move, the Joe smirked, unmoved. Anselm didn't show any reaction. After counting down from 3, he walked straight toward the Joe's car. Everyone watched in shock, unsure what he was planning. The next moment left everyone speechless, as they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. They saw Anselm casually lift the Joe's car with ease. With a cold look, he raised the car above his head and hurled it towards the Joe. This scene left everyone petrified, especially the Joe, who was terrified pale. Imagine a car falling from the sky towards your body. It felt like facing death itself for an ordinary person. The Joe shook uncontrollably, yellow fluid trickling from his trousers. He had been scared to pee his pants. Chapter 395 The Old Hero. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear watching any longer, while only a few showed expressions of shock. Was this Yonatan a Terminator? How could he handle a car weighing several tons as if it were a toy? Convinced? Anselm smiled faintly and instantly appeared in front of Shammate, raising his hand steadily to catch the flying car. I. Only now did the Joe regain his senses, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Anselm. Anselm frowned and looked at him. What are you saying? Still not convinced? At this remark, the Joe shivered all over. He shook his head frantically. No, I'm convinced. Joking, someone who can lift a car with both arms. This person might not be a Terminator, but they're definitely a superhero. It would be like playing with him before killing him. The Joe wasn't stupid. His arrogance had limits. If he continued being arrogant after meeting such an opponent, he would simply be courting death. Seeing the other side yield, Anselm didn't bother pursuing further and casually tossed the car aside. So you have no objection when I throw your car? No, no. The Joe looked terrified. Humph. Anselm gave a cold laugh and turned to walk toward Harriet. It's settled. Just a punk who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Nothing much. Anselm said with a smile. Harriet nodded. Her lips pressed together sensually, hesitating to look into Anselm's eyes directly. Anselm naturally knew what she was feeling bashful about, so he didn't point it out but instead smiled and took her hand. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood why Hyman Gu had stepped in. Turned out he and this mature beauty knew each other and seemed to have a close relationship. They got into the car and prepared to leave. Just then, an old man stepped forward and called out to Anselm. Sir, do you need something? Harriet asked. I'm looking for Lonnie Hyman. The old man stared at Anselm with sharp eyes. Anselm turned around and smiled at the old man, asking, Sir, you're looking for me? Glancing at the curious crowd around him, the old man hesitated and said, This matter is a bit peculiar. Could we talk somewhere else? Anselm and Harriet exchanged glances. Both couldn't help but feel curious, sensing the extraordinary presence of this old man. Then please get in the car with us, Anselm politely invited. Naturally, Harriet didn't object. That night, she had already been won over by Anselm. As for her demonic husband's vendetta, let whoever want revenge take care of it. Harriet certainly wouldn't. Sir, your constitution is strong and your body robust, with a bright sparkle in your eyes. You must have been a military man. Anselm initiated the conversation once they were in the car. Max trembled all over, his eyes full of surprise. Amadeo, you have keen eyesight. This old man has been retired for more than 40 years, yet you still see through my past at first glance. Junior Anselm, pleased to meet you, old hero. Anselm respectfully saluted. Based on the timeline, this old man before him was undoubtedly a veteran of the Vietnam War. Are you also in the military? Max was astonished, having initially thought that Anselm was merely a powerful extreme disbanded by higher-ups and reorganized into a new extraordinary forces unit, now known as Tianjin. Is this old man very impressive? Harriet asked curiously, tilting her head while driving. Yes, the king of soldiers among kings. Anselm gave a definite answer. Hearing Anselm's words, Bowden smiled and shook his head. Amadeo, you flatter me. All Chinese warriors are equal, no one is a king. Rather, you have joined Tianjin at such a young age. Your future prospects are boundless. I joined Tianjin not for my own prospects, Anselm said seriously. Good, Yonatan. Just for that statement, you deserve a toast. Bowden laughed heartily. He had been worried that after joining Tianjin, Anselm might lose his true self, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. By the way, old sir, you mentioned something unusual to discuss with me earlier. What exactly is it? Anselm showed a curious expression. If even Combat Knife Bowden took this matter so seriously, it must be extraordinary. Do you believe in monsters, as a member of Tianjin and an extraordinary warrior? Bowden asked solemnly. Tianjin's predecessor, Simonting Dragon, was just an ordinary special forces unit, with no extraordinary warriors like Anselm. Thus, even the highly decorated Combat Knife Bowden was essentially a physically fit ordinary person. I believe, Anselm nodded, answering without hesitation. Bowden then asked, do you believe in the zombie legend from Sichuan in the 1990s? Anselm paused but quickly responded, did you encounter a zombie, old sir? Nodding, Bowden said sorrowfully, yes, my entire family of 5, my wife, son, daughter, and elderly father, all turned into zombie-like automatons. They had no consciousness, only the instinct to bite and claw. Such a thing exists? How did you escape? Harriet couldn't help but ask in surprise. Before Bowden could reply, Anselm explained, ordinary zombies generally aren't very aggressive. As a former king of soldiers, controlling them would have been relatively easy for Elder Bowden. Yes, I bound them with chains and kept them in the yard, feeding them chicken or duck blood regularly. Bowden held his head, looking pained. He sought out Anselm because he saw Anselm's exceptional skills and felt that he might find a solution by talking. How did they turn like this? Anselm furrowed his brows. Ordinary people turning into zombies typically fall into 2 scenarios. One is through prolonged exposure to corpse chi, and the other is direct transformation after being bitten by an old zombie. I don't know. That day, I just went to the market. When I returned, I found my son biting my daughter, and there was much blood on the ground. Bowden looked painfully sad, lost in pain, tears streaming down his face. Anselm could not bear to see this. He said, old man, please take it easy. I have a rough idea who the perpetrator is. Who? Bowden gritted his teeth and asked. It was hard to imagine that such a seasoned veteran, kind-faced elder, would show such venomous expression. But Anselm understood. He sighed lightly and said, Lachlan. The Fengsher Lachlan from the First Emperor's side? Annalise widened her eyes. Yes, back then he went out to sea to find the elixir of immortality for the First Emperor and indeed found it. However, before he could bring the elixir back, the First Emperor had already passed away. In the end, Lachlan himself took the elixir, but unexpectedly, it had severe side effects, causing his body to mutate. You mean Lachlan became a zombie after taking the elixir? Annalise looked astonished. Yes, the elixir transformed his body, turning him from a human into a zombie. He also became the first generation of the Zombie King. Anselm revealed a secret, information only the core members of Heavenly Sword knew. Bowden, the legendary dragon hunter, equivalent to a core member of Heavenly Sword, naturally had the right to hear these secrets, especially since it involved the great vengeance of his family. So what if it's Lachlan, killing my wife and children, harming my father? I will avenge them even if it costs me my life, Bowden roared to the sky. For decades, this veteran soldier who had killed countless enemies and achieved remarkable accomplishments experienced his first thunderous rage. Anselm opened his mouth, but swallowed the words at the last moment. According to the information obtained by Heavenly Sword, the zombies of Lachlan's lineage were very special compared to other sections. Others who were bitten could only become the lowest level white zombies, whereas those bitten by Lachlan's lineage could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to evolve. What did you want to say? Annalise keenly noticed Anselm's hesitation. Son, speak your mind. Old man can handle it. Bowden, as the legendary dragon hunter, had strong emotional control. He quickly regained his composure and smiled at Anselm. In fact, this incident might not be done by Lachlan himself, but possibly by his descendants. Anselm thought for a moment and said, "Why do you say that?" Bowden's breathing quickened. If the perpetrator wasn't Lachlan, it was good news to him. Lachlan, as the zombie king, has transcendent cultivation. Those he bit would not just be the lowest level white zombies, Anselm explained. So what level of zombie would the attacker be? How difficult to eliminate? Bowden couldn't help but ask. Anselm took a deep breath and slowly said, "Based on my deduction, the zombie that bit your family should be a Mao zombie. In terms of extraordinary realms, its strength is approximately equivalent to mid-god pill stage, or 4th to 6th level of landbound immortal." Really that powerful? Bowden instantly felt hopeless. He was only an ordinary person, somewhat physically fit, but no longer in his prime. To fight a Mao zombie equivalent to a landbound immortal realm now would simply be offering himself up. "Old man, leave this matter to me. I will inform the heavenly sword people to handle it," Anselm said earnestly. Bowden hesitated for a moment, feeling reluctant, but he also knew that what Anselm suggested was the best solution. Relying on his personal power, it was impossible for him to avenge his family. "Amadeo, you are a remarkable figure of heavenly sword. You must uphold justice for my family and kill the offending zombie." As he spoke, Bowden wept bitterly and bowed down to Anselm. Anselm was greatly alarmed. He quickly supported old man Bowden, looking ashamed as he said, "Old sir, you are a hero of Simanaxia. You shouldn't bow to me, a junior. Woody Rover, I should apologize to you. Jinling City is where I am stationed, yet I failed to notice the existence of a zombie here. If I had found it earlier, perhaps your loved ones." "Amadeo, it's not your fault. You're only human. Guarding Jinling has already been tough enough." Old man Bowden shook his head. He glanced at Anselm, his face full of kindness, with no trace of resentment. This touched Anselm deeply. He secretly vowed to spare no effort in finding and destroying that rebellious zombie to avenge the family of this heroic old man. "Amadeo, please go back. I want to stay here with my loved ones until the end." Old man Bowden looked at his family, tenderness evident on his face. Anselm's heart trembled. From old man Bowden's words, he sensed an air of determination. "Old sir, don't do anything foolish." Anselm feared this hero might do something to harm himself. Bowden shook his head. "Before I see the evil-doing zombie be subdued, this old man will not fall. I want to witness it paying the price with my own eyes." "Old sir, rest assured, we will definitely seek justice for you and your family, and hope you take care of yourself," Anselm solemnly declared. After saying this, he left with Annalise. "Will the old sir be safe?" Annalise looked back repeatedly, unable to help but ask worriedly. "For now, he will be fine. The old sir served in the military, carrying abundant positive energy. Regular white zombie poses no real threat. Woody Rover, he has very proficient combat skills. He's just not familiar with inner techniques. In terms of fighting skill alone, he's as good as any first-class martial artist," Anselm explained with a smile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let old man Bowden stay behind. Annalise nodded, and the two set off in the car. "Where are you going? Do you need me to drive you?" Annalise blushed slightly. Hyming alone with Anselm, she felt intoxicated by his manly aura. Anselm grinned mischievously. "Do I even need to ask?" "Of course, I'm going to your place," Annalise softly replied, and then they drove towards Waterside Grove residence. Upon arriving home, the moment they entered, Anselm scooped up Annalise in his arms and rushed into the bedroom. Annalise closed her eyes shyly, her breath soft and sweet, allowing Anselm to explore her body. Chapter 397, Beating the Father-in-Law. After a passionate encounter, Harriet's whole body felt weak. She lay on the bed, feeling as if her soul was floating. "Call me husband," Anselm said in a domineering tone. His large hands roamed over her body continuously, making this beautiful mature woman can't help but pant with pleasure. Harriet couldn't quite take it. She glanced at Anselm coquettishly, and then uttered those two words. Anselm was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. In fact, Harriet's voice wasn't very loud, almost as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but he heard it unmistakably clear. Anselm couldn't help but laugh out loud. This beautiful mature woman truly had feelings for him. To reciprocate the beauty's affection, Anselm decided to feed her properly with his actions. Another round followed. Harriet's eyes rolled back, tongue hanging out. She fainted dead away. However, her skin remained fair with a pinkish hue, and her facial expression showed immense satisfaction. Clearly, even when she fainted, Harriet did so happily without a hint of pain. Looking down at the beauty under him, pride filled Anselm's face. He checked the time, then got dressed and entered the kitchen. When Harriet woke up, it was already 2 hours later. During these 2 hours, Anselm personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for her. "You know how to cook?" Harriet asked in surprise. Just by the smell of the food, Harriet could tell that Anselm's dishes wouldn't be bad at all. Sure enough, after taking a bite of the sweet and sour pork ribs, Harriet was instantly won over by the flavor. "So delicious," Harriet exclaimed. "If you like it, have some more," Anselm smiled, picking up his chopsticks to pick a piece of braised carp meat for Harriet, carefully removing the fish bones. "Try this." Harriet was startled. Tears suddenly uncontrollably flowed from her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Upon seeing this, Anselm looked heartbroken, hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe away her tears. Harriet shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm just touched. Thank you for being so good to me." During the years she was married to Zhang Woody, she never received any care, let alone such warmth as given by Anselm. "You're my woman. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Anselm smiled faintly, not finding anything particularly moving about what he did. He was merely doing what a man should do. Touched beyond words, Harriet felt like she was savoring gourmet cuisine while eating the meal Anselm prepared for her. "Eat too." Harriet gazed at Anselm affectionately. Anselm nodded and started eating immediately. The previous battle had consumed much of his energy, naturally making him hungry as well. A dinner full of utmost love ended with Anselm taking the initiative to clean up the dishes after the meal. "I'll do it." Harriet entered the kitchen and pushed Anselm out. "I'll do it." Anselm smiled gently. This kind of responsive emotion was really good. "I'll do it. You've already cooked dinner. It should be my turn to wash the dishes." Harriet was very insistent. Seeing this, Anselm didn't say anything more. He gently stroked Harriet's cheek and sat in the living room to watch TV. Not long after, the doorbell rang, causing Anselm in the living room to pause. Late at night, who would come looking for Harriet? Could it be some perverted murderer? He walked over and coldly demanded, "Who is it?" "Who are you?" the person outside asked back, clearly a Aden's voice. "None of your business." Anselm retorted rudely. Hearing Anselm's reply, the Aden outside became furious instantly, kicked the door and roared, "Harriet, open the door for me." What the hell? Psychopaths are this bold nowadays? Anselm's eyes widened immediately, and he opened the door. The Aden was about to kick again when Anselm opened the door, making him lose balance and fall flat on his face inside. "Who the hell are you?" The Aden, enraged, got up and glared fiercely at Anselm. Anselm wasn't one to back down. Since the other dared to glare at him, he glared right back. "Why should it matter to you who I am? Who are you? Why are you kicking my door?" Anselm was displeased, staring at the man directly, treating him as a Aden lusting after Harriet's beauty. "Your place? Isn't this Harriet's home?" The Aden paused, then quickly seemed to realize something, showing an anxious look on his face. He rushed towards Anselm and coldly interrogated, "What did you do to her?" "What did I do to her? Are you insane?" Anselm curled his lips and looked at the Aden as if he were a fool. Seeing that Anselm was not willing to tell the truth, the Aden clenched his teeth and was about to rush into the inner room. Anselm raised an eyebrow. Did perverts these days get so brazen? He, the male host, was still here. Yet this man dared to enter the house with ill intentions. Who gave him such courage? Anselm's figure flashed, blocking the Aden. With a gentle push, the man stumbled backwards several steps and landed on his bottom. "I don't care what you're after, her money or her beauty, but I want to tell you she already has a husband. That's me. If I catch you bothering her again, I'll break all your legs so you can only spend the rest of your life in bed." Anselm threatened menacingly, feeling it necessary to make things clear. After all, he couldn't always be by Harriet's side. Only this approach could keep her away from such a perverted stalker. Upon hearing Anselm's possessive words, the Aden gaped in shock, his forehead veins bulging with rage. "Hymanzi, you've gone too far. Do you know who I am?" the Aden roared. "Who gives a damn who you are? Could you even be her father?" Anselm said smugly. However, as he smiled, he felt something was off because the man's appearance bore a significant resemblance to Harriet. Especially those eyes. They were like they were carved from the same mold. Anselm's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard. Surely it couldn't be this coincidental. "Dad, why are you sitting on the ground? Be careful not to catch a chill." A surprised voice echoed as Harriet emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. Anselm wore an expression more miserable than crying. "Damn, this was really bad. Uncle, let me help you up." Without another word, Anselm hurried over. His face was full of appeasement, hoping for some redemption. Harriet felt touched again at this scene. If not for her, would the heroic Anselm need to put on a friendly face for an ordinary person? "Don't call me uncle. I'm not your uncle." Dirk glared viciously at Anselm. With Anselm's support, he finally stood up but still harbored resentment toward him. "I'm sorry, Dad. I misunderstood earlier." Anselm apologized earnestly. Dirk froze, speechless for a moment. This Yonatan really had thick skin. He wasn't allowed to call him uncle, so he directly called him Dad. He didn't even hear Anselm's apology. With a cold snort, Dirk turned to Harriet and spoke sternly. "Lizzie, is this violent fellow your new boyfriend?" "No way. Although he's not as bad as Zhang Woody, he's not a good person either. You shouldn't be with him." Chapter 398, A Piece of Cake. Immediately, Anselm's eyes widened. Comparing him to Zhang Woody, that murderous maniac, was a bit insulting. Thinking of this, Anselm indignantly said, "Lizzie's ex-husband Zhang Woody is the dregs of mankind. I killed him. Isn't it excessive for you to compare me with him?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing Anselm's words, Dirk abruptly stood up, his gaze sharp as he stared at Anselm and asked, "What did you say? Zhang Woody was killed by you?" Yes, Anselm paused, surprised by Dirk's reaction. However, he still nodded with the style of admitting what he had done. Dirk fell silent, making Anselm feel somewhat worried inside. After killing his former son-in-law, would he be enraged and try to fight him? Good kill. That scoundrel plagued Lizzie for 7 or 8 years. I've long wanted to get rid of him. Dirk laughed heartily, looking relieved and satisfied, which left Anselm speechless. Judging from Dirk's reaction, it seemed he held no fondness for his ex-son-in-law, but instead harbored deep resentment. "At the time, I opposed Lizzie marrying that bloodthirsty beast. Unfortunately, she was infatuated and refused to listen to my advice, causing friction between us." Dirk sighed lightly. "Sorry, Dad." Annalise bit her lip, mist forming in her eyes, with a look of remorse on her face. Giving his daughter a glance, Dirk smiled indulgently and said, "It's fine. The matter is past now, as long as you no longer resent your father." Finished speaking, he turned to Anselm again. "Amadeo, how did you meet my daughter?" "This?" Anselm hesitated, instinctively glancing at Annalise, unsure of how to put it into words. After all, their meeting experience was quite disgraceful. Annalise blushed, stepped forward to pull Dirk's arm and pleaded like she used to when she was little. "Dad, don't ask. Anselm and I met by chance. Just know that he's a good person and truly cares about me." "All right, since he killed Zhang Woody, that means he is a righteous man who hates evil. Handing you over to him makes me feel relieved." Dirk nodded in agreement. Beside him, Anselm was dumbfounded. He just killed Zhang Woody, yet this potential father-in-law wasn't concerned about his previous rude behavior anymore. The change in perception was rather too whimsical. "Dad, why did you come find me?" Annalise couldn't help but ask. Although misunderstandings were now resolved, they were out of touch before. It was impossible for Dirk to visit for no reason. As expected, after Annalise's question, Dirk's expression darkened. Lizzie, I want to take you home for a visit. Eventually, Dirk didn't dare utter the terrible news. Going back to our hometown? Annalise was taken aback, her face full of confusion, then suddenly trembled, an ominous feeling creeping over her. It's because something happened to Woodham, isn't it? Annalise grabbed her father's arm tightly, her face urgent. Dirk let out a long sigh, raising his head, closing his eyes, and slowly nodding. Your mother was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 2 days ago, and it's already in its late stage. The doctor said she only has at most 2 months left, Dirk said bitterly. Pancreatic cancer, known as the king of cancers, was discovered in its late stage, and there was no hospital in the world that could treat it. How could this happen? Woody there is only in her early 50s. Annalise was struck as if by lightning, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Dirk's eyes also reddened, his throat choked up, unable to utter a word. At home, he had to act optimistic and cheerful, afraid of affecting his wife's mood. But here, he could finally express his emotions. After a long while, Dirk shakily spoke. Your mother can't undergo surgery and has been advised to return home by the hospital. She asked me to come find you, wanting you to come home and spend her last days with her. No would either. Annalise broke down emotionally and wailed. Just then, Anselm yawned, his lazy voice sounding, Why are you crying? Isn't it just pancreatic cancer? It's not incurable. This sentence immediately left Dirk and his daughter stunned. What do you mean by that? Dirk frowned, having initially felt some favor towards Anselm for killing Jean Woody, but now it vanished. After all, no man liked a braggart son-in-law. Do you have a way to cure my mother? Annalise suddenly remembered that Anselm was a member of a mysterious organization, so perhaps he might know some powerful doctors. It's a piece of cake. I'll just prescribe a few doses of medicine and give her a few acupuncture sessions, and she'll be fine, Anselm said proudly, oblivious to the impact his words had on the two people. Dirk immediately got angry. Acupuncture can treat cancer? This guy was bluffing. Lizzie, look at the men you choose. Not one of them is reliable. Your mother has pancreatic cancer, and it's in its late stage. Can it be cured by taking some medicine and having acupuncture? Dirk looked furious. He was extremely disappointed with Annalise's choice of men. It's not like that, Dad. He is from a mysterious organization and has great abilities. Annalise hurriedly defended Anselm. Seeing his daughter actually siding with this big liar, Dirk grew even angrier. He glared at Anselm and coldly hissed, Enough! Fooling Allison might work, but don't think you can deceive me. If a few doses of Chinese medicine and acupuncture could cure late-stage cancer, there wouldn't be so many patients dying of cancer in this world. Uncle, don't get angry yet. Since you know Zhang Woody is a killer maniac, you should understand he isn't an ordinary person, Anselm said with a faint smile. Dirk frowned, confused as to why Anselm mentioned Zhang Woody here. I have some knowledge. Seems he is some kind of extraordinary being, Dirk answered reluctantly for Annalise's sake. Anselm smiled lightly and said, Exactly. Ordinary doctors can't treat cancer, but medical masters from traditional Chinese medicine families can control the condition well and even cure cancer. True Qi? A glint suddenly appeared in Dirk's eyes. Yes. Anselm nodded. This was the key difference between regular doctors and these medical masters. With the assistance of True Qi, they could do far more than ordinary doctors. Which traditional Chinese medicine family are you from? Dirk asked, still somewhat disbelieving. Anselm shook his head and replied, I don't belong to any traditional Chinese medicine family, but theoretically speaking, I am stronger than them. You must know the Qin family from Jishir Hall, right? The medical skills of their Miss Lily were half taught by me, while the other half came from my third master mother. The medical skills of Jishir Hall's miss were taught by you? Both father and daughter exclaimed simultaneously, clearly having heard of Jishir Hall. In fact, before coming to find Annalise, Dirk had already visited Jishir Hall, hoping to ask their doctors for help. However, after going through great trouble to get there, he was told that Jishir Hall's appointments were all booked up. If he wanted to make a reservation now, he'd have to wait 3 months. But the problem was, according to the current situation, Annalise's mother wouldn't last until then. Chapter 399 Can't leave here. Indeed, I have no reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now. Anselm shrugged, displaying an indifferent look. In fact, cancer is not a difficult issue for a traditional Chinese medicine master who has cultivated true qi. It's just that ordinary people never get to see paragons, let alone those highly skilled doctors of the medical community. Don't just talk. If you can call over Miss Aubrey here, then I'll believe you, Dirk said with a grave expression. Dad. Hearing her father's impolite request, Harriet called out directly, Stop causing trouble, okay? Miss Aubrey is very busy. Summoning her without any reason would disrupt treatment for other patients, wouldn't it? Dirk snorted. How do I know he isn't just boasting? Whether I am boasting or not will be revealed in due time. Anselm smiled slightly, his smile filled with unwavering confidence, which made Dirk waver somewhat. Besides, Auntie's condition is already at an advanced stage. Normally, she wouldn't last 3 months. We might as well try our best. Perhaps a miracle will happen. At this moment, Harriet also nodded seriously and spoke to her father. Dad, I trust Anselm. He is a very proud person deep down. If he didn't understand medical skills, he wouldn't say such things. Dirk remained silent for a long while before he sighed softly, looking at Anselm. Concerning Woodham's life, I lost my composure. Please forgive me. After calming down and carefully analyzing the situation, he believed Anselm had no reason to deceive him. So when you finish your business, we'll meet up in Donghua, Harriet said, biting her lip. Dirk stood there stunned, unsure about what his daughter was discussing with this person. Zombies, weren't they only in movies and novels? Listening to them discuss so earnestly, Dirk almost began to believe zombies existed in real life. I may be stuck in Jinling City for 10 days to half a month. Anselm rubbed his chin, a bit troubled, but then he got an idea. Let's do this. You and Uncle Wen return to Donghua first, then bring Auntie to Jinling City. I'll communicate with Dean Sun at Jinling City Hospital and arrange for Andy to receive observation and treatment there. Well, Harriet looked at her father, waiting for his decision. Dirk frowned slightly, saying hesitantly, going back to donghua is simple, but bringing someone over is troublesome. Honestly speaking, her mother doesn't have much ability to take care of herself anymore. That's fine. I'll arrange for a private vehicle to transport her. Also, I have a few painkillers here. Giving them to Annie will significantly alleviate her symptoms. Anselm pulled out a green porcelain bottle from his chest. This won't harm her, will it? Dirk was suspicious. Drugs always had some toxicity, especially pills of unknown origin. He absolutely dared not give these to Harriet's mother indiscriminately. Anselm choked on his response, then said, clearly vexed, relax. These pills are from Aubrey and won't cause harm. To gain Dirk's acceptance, Anselm had to lie and say these pills came from Aubrey. Otherwise, there would likely be another round of doubts. Though Anselm understood Dirk's caution, being repeatedly doubted by him was rather frustrating. After all, as a disciple of extraordinary individuals, he naturally had his own pride. All right, thank you. Dirk chuckled and put the porcelain bottle away. If it weren't for the fact that the person was Harriet's father, Anselm really wouldn't bother to respond. 大概就是这样，我还有事，就先走了. Anselm touched his nose and glanced at the father and daughter in the living room. Okay, you go ahead. Dirk nodded, having come to terms with it. Whether Anselm was a scammer or not, letting him try wouldn't hurt. After all, there couldn't be anything worse than death. I'll see you out. Harriet stood up and escorted Anselm to the door. Stay here, get some rest early, and call me if anything happens. Anselm gave a gentle smile and lightly kissed Harriet on the lips. You too. Be careful when dealing with the zombie. Harriet's eyes brimmed with affection. Nodding, Anselm turned and left Harriet's home. A bit interesting, this kid is not simple. Soon after Anselm left, laughter erupted from the living room, where Dirk spoke. Harriet was stunned. What did her father mean by that? Wasn't he just questioning Anselm? All my actions were an act, just to see if this kid was reliable. Dirk's eyes gleamed. Hearing her father's words, Harriet could only laugh and cry, saying, Dad, so, did you figure it out? Is he reliable? Dirk laughed heartily, nodding emphatically and said excitedly, reliable, absolutely reliable. I never thought you, this little Airly, would find such a capable person, the teacher of Ji Shirtang's young miss. There's real hope for your mother's illness. After years apart, the father and daughter had much to catch up on. They chatted in the living room, and eventually both drifted off to sleep. As for Anselm, after leaving Water Forest Manor, he walked towards the outskirts. He finally returned to Waryong Villa before midnight. It was late, and Anselm's return went unnoticed. He quickly slipped into his villa. In the first floor room, Isa showed a pleased expression. Master Yi has returned. Yes, this scoundrel has been gone all day without explanation. Sister, not that I should say, but you need to keep a better eye on him. Don't let him run around recklessly. Harrisendan offered advice. Isa smiled and was about to go upstairs to meet Anselm when she was pulled back by Harrisendan. She glared at her sister with displeasure and said helplessly, Sister, have you lost your mind? Going to that pervert's room late at night, aren't you afraid he might eat you up? Speaking, Harrisendan made exaggerated gestures, looking both cute and menacing. Chapter 400, The Boys' Challenge. Ultimately, under the strong dissuasion of Harrisendan, Isa did not go upstairs to look for Anselm, and Anselm, after a quick shower, sat cross-legged and began his practice. The Imperial Jade Seal, with its 9 Imperial Dragon Chi, was powerful enough to injure celestial beings. Anselm attempted to activate it with his own power. If successful, he would gain another trump card, allowing him sufficient confidence even when facing celestial beings in the future. As Anselm's consciousness re-entered the peculiar space within the Jade Seal, he was surprised to find that this space was completely different from what he had seen in the cave at Longqi Wudiantain in Luojing. There were no golden divine dragons, nor was there the paper shimmering with gold light. Instead, everything was pitch black, like a huge black hole, making one's hair stand on end. What's going on? Anselm quickly regained his composure. This time, upon entering the inner space of the Jade Seal, he saw nothing. Anselm picked up the Jade Seal and examined it carefully but found nothing useful. With a thought, he put the Jade Seal away and then lay back on the bed, continuing to think. Could it be because of the shadow of Shur Simianangdi that I could previously see the inner space of the Jade Seal? Now, without that shadow, my own power is insufficient to open the peculiar space within. As a successor of the Fernan lineage and having trained extensively off the mountain, Anselm was knowledgeable. Combining his experiences from the 2 entries into the peculiar space, he made a bold guess. The reason he only saw darkness inside the Jade Seal might be due to his weak cultivation level. The Imperial Jade Seal, created by Shur Simianangdi, wouldn't have remained in the cave at Longqi Wudiantain for so many years if it could be activated by a mere king-level martial artist. Anselm sighed softly. Power. If only he were already a terrestrial immortal, who would dare provoke him? However, with the Imperial Jade Seal, perhaps after becoming a terrestrial immortal, he would have an additional reliance. Shaking his head, Anselm set aside the matter temporarily. Suddenly, he remembered the family of Carl who were brutally killed by the biting zombie. Was this biting zombie really a descendant of Lachlan? It was just a guess now. To report to Pepper, he needed substantial evidence. But the problem was that Anselm didn't know the movements of the other party. So where should he go to collect evidence? A fur-covered zombie was comparable to a mid-stage divine pill cultivator. Not to mention sending Rosella's subordinates to track it. Even if Rosella herself went to investigate, Anselm wouldn't feel reassured. Getting bitten by such a zombie was no joke. Even Anselm wasn't sure he could eliminate this kind of corpse poison. Forget it, let me report to Coach Joanna first. Since it involves the relatives of a hero, special treatment might be applied. Speaking to himself, Anselm took out his phone and dialed Pepper's number. In the capital city, Pepper was soaking in a milk bath when her phone rang. Pepper waved her hand, and the phone flew directly into her hand. Seeing the caller ID was Anselm, she was momentarily taken aback, secretly wondering what the boy wanted to call her for at this late hour. Pressing the answer button, Pepper lazily responded, "Hello, Coach Joanna, something happened?" Hearing Anselm's tense voice, Pepper immediately tensed up. "What's going on? Calling at such an odd hour and scaring me?" Pepper was quite displeased. Timing interrupted by Anselm greatly diminished the effectiveness of her beauty bath. "A fur-covered zombie appeared in Jinling City," said Anselm. "Oh, it's just a fur-covered zombie. Aren't you nearly at the mid-stage divine pill level now? Dealing with it should be easy. Stop bothering me while I'm bathing." Upon hearing about the fur-covered zombie, Pepper instantly felt relieved. With Anselm and the other 3 successors of the 4 heavenly kings guarding Jinling City, a mere fur-covered zombie posed no threat. "But this zombie, I suspect it's a descendant of Lachlan, and it committed murder, killing Carl's family members," Anselm said gravely. These words delivered 2 explosive pieces of information at once. "You're saying this fur-covered zombie is a descendant of Lachlan? Do you have any evidence?" Pepper immediately sat up in the bathtub, the white milk cascading down her fair skin, looking incredibly alluring. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate the beautiful scene. Pepper could only admire herself alone. "And Carl, you mean the legendary dragon hunter who has been missing for over 40 years? Pepper spoke rapidly, barely concealing her excitement. In fact, they had been looking for this old hero all along, but unfortunately, he had been living in seclusion with no trace. Even though the intelligence system of the Heaven Sword covered the entire country, they could never find his whereabouts. Now, Anselm revealed the location of this old hero. How could Pepper not be delighted? Yes, that suspected descendant of Lachlan's fur-covered zombie harmed 4 relatives of Carl from the dragon hunting team. Anselm emphasized the zombie's evil deeds. Really? How could this happen? Pepper immediately got angry. Carl fought all his life, and chose to live in seclusion with his family in his later years. Yet he still suffered such a calamity. It was truly unfair for the old hero. "Coach Joanna, I want you to help me pinpoint the exact location of this zombie. I will set up some arrangements and eliminate it as soon as possible to prevent it from evolving after drinking large amounts of human blood." Anselm expressed his intentions solemnly. "I'll notify Dominic Simeon for precise positioning right away. You give it a good beating and definitely take revenge for the old hero." Pepper's voice grew cold, indicating she was extremely angry. "All right, by the way, Coach Joanna, there is another matter I need to report." After careful consideration, Anselm decided to inform Pepper about the Imperial Jade Seal. "You're not kidding? The Imperial Jade Seal is really in your hands?" Pepper's voice was filled with shock. "Yes, Xianshan Sect's Cristobal led me to Luojing City to retrieve it, intending to prolong their leader's lifespan, but there were no secrets of immortality inside the Jade Seal," Anselm said truthfully. Apart from his lovers and fellow disciples whom he trusted completely, only his master and Pepper could earn his full trust. The reason Anselm informed Pepper about obtaining the Jade Seal was straightforward. He wanted her, an expert, to help him explore the mysteries of the peculiar space within the Jade Seal. However, Pepper knew nothing about the Imperial Jade Seal. Upon hearing Anselm's words, she repeatedly warned, "You must never let it be known that you have the Imperial Jade Seal. Although I don't know what secrets it holds, if word gets out, your future days may become very difficult." "I understand." Anselm nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll send you the precise location shortly. Don't disturb my beauty bath." Pepper stretched lazily, and the sound of flowing water reached Anselm's ears through the phone, making his heart flutter. As everyone knew, their coach Pepper was an ice-cold beauty with impeccable figure. Only her temper left something to be desired, causing male members of Heaven Sword to both admire and fear her. After hanging up, Anselm yawned. Having been busy all day, he felt somewhat tired. He lay on his side on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. "Lonnie, boss, someone wants to challenge you." The next morning, Anselm was woken up by Ian and Cosmo calling from downstairs with hints of amusement in their voices. Getting dressed, Anselm stormed out angrily. Seeing the boy in the courtyard, Anselm paused visibly. "Isn't it you, little bean sprout?" Chapter 401 Bullying the Weak. "Don't call me little doubting. I am Hyman Yi. My name remains unchanged. Truman is who I am." The little boy was very displeased, giving Anselm a glance as he said with an old-fashioned air. Ian and Cosmo exchanged looks. This brat actually surnamed Solanji. Could he possibly be the offspring of the psionic king Solanji Xiang? "Got it, little doubting," Anselm nodded. Truman screamed in anger. Being short wasn't his fault, but Anselm kept using this to mock him cruelly. He would let Anselm taste the power of the lineage of the psionic king. Hands in his pockets, Anselm slowly asked, "What do you want from me?" In fact, he had already heard Ian and Cosmo calling out to him. But since someone was delivering themselves for a beating, sticking to the principle of thoroughness and diligence, Anselm decided to confirm first. "Simon, my cousin Vita is the wife I have chosen. You even dared to steal her away. I challenge you." Truman's whole body shimmered with psionic energy, his eyes gleaming as they focused on Anselm. Anselm frowned slightly, puzzled. "Didn't you say Vita is your cousin? How can you marry her then?" Looking at Truman, who was prepared for battle, Anselm was speechless. Has this brat read too much ancient romance novels, or what? To fall in love with his own cousin. As a fine youth of the 21st century, Anselm felt it necessary to correct this erroneous thought of his. "Why should I listen to you? I like cousin Vita," Truman pouted. Then, he glanced at Zinnia next to him, and also the black and white peonies, instantly astonished by their beauty. "Oh my, so many beauties, you're quite blessed, huh? If I beat you, they will be mine, ha ha ha." Truman laughed wildly, appearing extremely arrogant. Cosmo and Ian looked at Truman sympathetically. This kid had guts to come after Anselm's women. Zinnia didn't speak, but judging from her expression, she was clearly annoyed. Fortunately, the black and white peonies were peace-loving. Even though they heard Truman's arrogant words, there was no significant emotional fluctuation. Otherwise, based solely on their overpowering presence, Truman couldn't bear it and would die on the spot. He should be the descendant of psionic king Solanji Xiang. At a young age, He has awakened 3 types of superpowers, a prodigy indeed. Anselm said calmly. This information was apparent to him the moment he saw Truman. He just didn't expect the kid to dare to come to Walter Long Manor. You actually know my grandfather? Hearing Anselm mention Solange Xiang's name made Truman somewhat surprised. After all, the Solange family was very low-key in China's extraordinary world. Even top-notch hidden sects might not know the name of their family's psionic king. And yet, Anselm could mention it straight away, which genuinely surprised Truman. Not only do I know your grandfather, I also know that he once got beaten up badly. Anselm grinned wickedly. Nonsense. My grandfather is the king of psionics. Except for those few top-tier existences, there's no one he cannot defeat. Truman scoffed, harboring almost fanatical reverence for his grandfather Solange Xiang. Wudirover, in China's extraordinary world, anyone who holds the title of king must at least be in the divine realm. Beaten up? That was completely absurd talk. Suit yourself. Anselm shrugged. Truman, right? I don't have the habit of bullying kids. Leave here while I'm still in a good mood. Beside him, Ian couldn't help but be surprised. Was Anselm going to let this brat off so easily? But obviously, Truman did not cherish this opportunity. When he heard Anselm's words, he immediately yelled angrily. You damned guy. How dare you belittle Lord Hyman? Truman burned with rage. The 3 words, little kid, sounded unbearably offensive, akin to open contempt. Thinking this, Truman decisively attacked. A water blue blade formed in the air, slashing towards where Anselm stood. No wonder you dared to come here to challenge me. Turns out you've broken through to the king realm. Anselm showed a look of surprise. He instantly understood Truman's situation. That's right, among peers, the psionics are invincible. I don't believe you could have the fighting power of a divine being. Truman laughed arrogantly, swinging his hand again to slash another fierce golden rainbow. Suddenly, the water blue blade intertwined with the golden rainbow, rolling in the void, heading towards Anselm. The psionics are indeed strong, but you are too young. Your combat experience is far too thin. Anselm shook his head slightly. He slowly extended a finger, pressing forward. Buzz! The void quivered slightly. Truman's psychokinetic attack was actually blocked by Anselm with just one finger. Truman's face was full of astonishment, and he burst into foul language at the scene before him. Damn it, are you a human or a ghost? Clearly, Truman was stunned by Anselm's ability. After entering the king realm, he was confident in being able to match the strength of an average peak king realm. This was the confidence that made him dare to challenge Anselm. But who would have thought that Anselm was even more monstrous, breaking his peak king realm equivalent attack with just one finger? I am, of course, a human. Anselm smiled faintly. How could you possibly break my attack so easily? Truman's face was full of suspicion. He carefully observed Anselm's hands, trying to see if there was any special tool in his hands that could block his attack. Is this difficult? Anselm raised an eyebrow. Seeing Truman's appearance, he naturally understood what the other person was thinking. At that moment, he stretched out both hands to show them to Truman and said disdainfully, "And, don't tell me you think I used the power of a magic weapon to block your attack. How is this possible?" Truman was completely dumbfounded because he didn't see any magical instruments on Anselm's hand. Nothing is impossible. I told you, your strength is too weak. Not only can I handle you effortlessly, but even my 2 junior brothers can easily beat you up, Anselm said with his arms crossed and a light laugh. Truman's face turned red, defeated in one move. Any rebuttal seemed powerless. However, for Anselm to say that his junior brothers could also thrash him was probably an exaggeration. Who are your junior brothers? Truman looked at Ian and Cosmo beside him. Are they? Yes, that's right. These 2 are my junior brothers. If you can defeat either of them, you might be considered capable. Anselm incited them, ready to watch the show. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Ian and Cosmo exchanged glances. Their expressions were peculiar. It was obvious that neither wanted to bully a kid. Who wants to spar with me? Truman asked angrily. You? Ian looked at Cosmo. No way, bullying the weak isn't my style. Cosmo shook his head firmly. I don't want to bully the weak either, Ian muttered. However, he also understood that Cosmo had his own principles. Since he wouldn't act, it would fall to him. Chapter 402, 4 Types of Psychic Powers. Kid, you go first. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Ian said calmly. He already possessed the combat strength of the 2nd level of a terrestrial immortal, and dealing with Truman, this little punk, was simply a piece of cake. If he struck first, Truman wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Truman grew extremely angry. Being belittled by Anselm was bad enough, but why did he playing? Although Ian's Buddha light was blocked, at the same time, Truman was sent flying back due to a massive force. His face flushed, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Where the hell did all these monsters come from? How are they all so strong? Quite a sweating, aren't you, little brother? Ian clasped his hands together and walked towards Truman. Don't come closer. Seeing Ian approaching him, Truman was startled and subconsciously slashed out a golden sword beam. A stream of light flashed in Ian's hand as he crushed that beam of sword light, saying discontentedly, "You brat, asking for a beating." The next moment, with a fiery pain followed by a cool sensation, Truman let out a strange scream. He covered his buttocks and started darting around the Walter Long Manor. Everyone watched with a speechless look. This Ian was ruthless enough. Not only did he spank Truman in public, he even did it after taking down his pants. Bethany and a few other women all shut their eyes. What they saw was too bizarre, they didn't want to defile their vision. Enough. Behave. Anselm frowned and growled. Then, with a slight lift of his hand, he pulled Truman, who was running away, over from afar. Truman was dumbstruck, looking at Anselm with an incredulous gaze. From dozens of meters away, pulling him over with one grab. What kind of eerie martial arts was this? Put your pants on properly, or don't blame me if I show no mercy and snip off that sausage of yours, Anselm said indifferently. Feeling the chill in Anselm's voice, Truman shivered involuntarily. He squatted down, hurriedly pulling up his pants. However, the mark on his buttocks hurt again when it came into contact with the pants, making him cry out loudly once more. Be a man. What's this pain to you? Anselm glared. Truman drew his neck back, glancing fearfully at the people in the manor, bitterly thinking to himself, he must have taken the wrong medicine earlier to dare to come here to seek trouble. So, do you still want to challenge me and marry Rhoda? Anselm squeezed his fist slightly, eyeing Truman with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Truman froze, lowering his eyelids and not replying for a long time. If you don't say anything, I'll consider that you admit defeat. Next time I see you hanging around Rhoda, whether you're her cousin or not, I'll beat you to death. Anselm chuckled coldly. Truman suddenly lifted his head but then deflated. What could Bufuchi, discontent, change? The fact that he couldn't fight them was unchangeable. Even Anselm didn't need to act personally. His two juniors could easily deal with him. Alright, I admit defeat. With this thought, Truman decided to submit. Curiously examining Anselm and the others, he couldn't help but ask, Big brothers, what's your background? How come each one of you has such astonishing combat power? Initially at the early stage of King Realm with peak King Realm combat power, Truman wasn't really weak. But compared to Anselm and the others who had touched the strength of terrestrial immortals, he seemed somewhat overshadowed. My name is Anselm, and they are Ian and Cosmo, Anselm casually introduced. Instantly, Truman's eyes widened as he said in a dazed tone, You are the successors of the heavenly kings who wreaked havoc on Joshin Ridge? As soon as these words came out, all three of them cast a strange look at Truman. This young fellow was indeed slow to catch on. It took him until now to learn about their origins. Alright, little bean, go back. With 3 awakened psychic powers, don't waste your talent. Glancing sideways at Truman, Anselm earnestly advised him not to indulge in pleasures. With 3 complementary psychic powers, Truman had a high ceiling for his future, with a chance even to surpass Psychic King Solon Ji-seong. Do I need to tell you that? Truman proudly raised his head. But you made one mistake. I have awakened 4 psychic powers. In the next moment, vines rapidly grew from the mud beneath his feet, lifting him high into the air. Gold, wood, water, earth, 4 psychic powers. This kid shows great promise for Psychic King Solon Ji-seong. Ian exclaimed in admiration. Anselm and Cosmo also nodded in agreement, endorsing Ian's arrogance vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Truman left Walterlong Manor uneasily. Chapter 403 Who's Courting Death? Cosmo and Woodyham also returned to their rooms. They were undeniably fanatics of cultivation, always either practicing or honing skills with each other. If not for this, their abilities wouldn't have improved so quickly, now barely trailing behind Anselm. I should head to school. Tess glanced at Anselm. However, just as she was about to leave the villa, Pearl, who had been away all night, suddenly rushed in anxiously. Her expression was grim as she brushed past Tess without even a greeting. Something's happened. Come with me quickly. Pearl dashed straight to Anselm, pulling him toward the exit. Anselm furrowed his brows but did not budge. He asked in a solemn voice, What happened? A big shot is dead. Pearl replied hastily, her eyes reflecting shock. Who? Anselm's gaze sharpened. To be called a big shot by Pearl, it must be one of the leading figures in the Hymanjing circle. But then Pearl said a name that Anselm considered insignificant. Kin? The Kin? The top among the 8 great kings of Simon Manatee? Anselm curled his lip. Yes, Pearl nodded vigorously, swallowing hard. Kin was killed, executed with one blow, and his head hung at the entrance of our previous residential complex. The Clarence must have done it. He should collect the head. Anselm calmly stated. Pearl suddenly understood, recalling that Anselm indeed controlled a killer named Clarence not long ago. She hadn't expected Anselm's method of fighting fire with fire to work so quickly, eliminating Kin, the hidden threat that Warblade found incredibly troubling, within half a month. Do you want to check it out? Pearl asked. Anselm nodded, then bade farewell to Heiza before heading back to their former residence with Pearl. Upon arriving at the scene, when they saw the bloodied head on the ground, Anselm's expression darkened. Because the head on the ground was not Kin's but Clarence's. You said Kin was killed? But this is Clarence. Anselm pointed at the unblinking head on the ground. Pearl was momentarily stunned and couldn't help saying, Is it Clarence? But the facial data we uploaded matched Kin's profile. I can confirm this is Clarence. Kin doesn't look like this. Anselm's expression turned serious, his tone firm. At this point, Pearl felt a chill run down her spine. The Warblade's backend database would never misidentify such crucial data. This meant that Kin and Clarence had switched identities, so completely that even the Warblade system couldn't tell the difference. What do we do now? Pearl rubbed her temples, feeling the situation turn bizarre, leaving her to rely on Anselm. Clean up the head and make sure the surrounding patrol leaves. Anselm instructed, glancing thoughtfully in a certain direction not far off. All right. Pearl nodded. Being a smart woman, she immediately realized the severity of the situation upon hearing Anselm's instructions. Leaving those patrols there would only complicate things for Anselm, so it was better for them to depart sooner rather than later. As for Anselm's safety, Pearl wasn't worried at all. In Jinling City, no one could harm him. After seeing Pearl and others leave, Anselm flashed away, leaping several times to reach a nearby hilltop. I need an explanation. A cold voice came from behind Anselm. It was the mysterious woman he met at Jinling University. She still had the 2 elders following behind her. Anselm raised an eyebrow. What explanation do you seek? Clarence was one of the few exceptionally talented individuals in my world of Simon Manatee. Killing him has caused us significant loss. The woman said icily. Oh, then what? Anselm remained unperturbed. He glanced at her, then said indifferently, I didn't kill Clarence. Whoever did, you should be clearer about that than I am. What do you mean? The woman frowned. My point is that someone shouldn't be accusing me while red. The force behind her would also have a big headache. Want to kill me? You can try. Anselm sneered. Last time it was at school, which is why you managed to escape. But this time, You won't be so lucky. Boasting. You're courting death. One of the elders snorted angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent as he attacked Anselm ruthlessly. The incomplete Esmade Immortal's cultivation was revealed, but his true combat power was slightly stronger than by Adnan, the underworld messenger Anselm had destroyed. Whose courting death is still uncertain. Watch this. Anselm laughed. He resembled a young Darien ping soaring upward for 9,000 miles, spreading its wings to strike heaven, battling those two elders. Boom. Golden true chi erupted like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, blinding to look at. Solanjin Alvis divine fist, Anselm roared. Golden true chi surged, attaching itself to his fist, smashing out with raw force. The elder who spoke showed no fear. Although he was an incomplete Esmade Immortal, his combat strength equated to that of a low-level perfect Esmade Immortal, easily able to handle a small generation King Realm cultivator. However, in the next moment, something terrifying happened. The arm that collided with Anselm's blow was shattered into blood mist by an immense force. I've taken down more than 1 or 2 perfect Esmade Immortals. I've even killed underworld enforcers. Do you clowns dare to threaten me? Anselm's gaze was icy, filled with terrifying killing intent as he stared at the two elders. Since they wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. All the talk about powerful forces behind them, and not being able to provoke them was nonsense. On this blue star, there was no one they couldn't provoke. The elder's face turned deathly pale. With one arm shattered, his fighting strength dropped significantly. Taking advantage of the situation, Anselm attacked to finish off the elder. Letting a tiger go back to the mountain was never his style. Seeing this, the other elder's face changed slightly. However, he did not step forward to help but retreated rapidly, moving back to the side of the woman. Miss, run quickly, this guy's strength has increased again. The elder's tone was urgent. As soon as he finished speaking, the other arm of the elder battling Anselm also exploded. Go to hell. Anselm twisted his arm, delivering an elbow strike straight to the man's heart with lightning speed. The elder's pupils dilated, flying backward and crashing to the ground, devoid of any life. Chapter 404. Origin of the Jia. What? The other elder and the woman both underwent drastic changes in expression. Within less than 10 moves, Anselm had killed a formidable opponent equivalent to the second stage of Earthly Immortal. Anselm's prowess far exceeded their imagination. Miss, you must leave now. The elder shoved the woman away forcefully. Then he rushed directly at Anselm, using various techniques meant for mutual destruction, attempting to drag Anselm down with him. However, it was pitiful that the elder's plan came to naught. If this were a regular duel, it might take Anselm considerable effort to defeat him. But given that his opponent began by adopting a reckless strategy of trading life for life, this precisely suited Anselm's intentions. The heavenly sword deceitful physician earned his name from this very madness which rendered all his opponents helpless. Anselm let out a long whistle. With one step, the field of the Solanjin steps of Qilin contracted, causing the elder to instantly splatter blood across the sky. In combat of equal strength, Anselm could win without fail. Let alone these two old servants whose fighting power was even lower than his by a tier. It's your turn. Anselm's gaze turned cold as it fell on the woman nearby. At this moment, the woman was rapidly fleeing downhill towards where there were more people. But how could Anselm let her have her way? His figure darted like a dragon, and after a few swift leaps, he blocked her path. The woman's steps immediately halted. Without hesitation, she decisively attacked, her jade-like hands like orchids striking at Anselm's face. Interesting, Anselm smiled faintly. He could sense that the woman's strike was quite special. Indeed, if not for the fact that she only possessed peak King Realm combat power, he might not dare to face such an attack head-on. But now, Anselm clenched the boundless vase seal and struck directly at her, ignoring the incoming attack. Seeing this, the woman inwardly cursed, calling him insane. Her orchid touch technique, even if aimed at an earthly immortal, would instantly reduce them to a heap of jelly upon contact. Who would have thought that Anselm would ignore her attack, risking paralysis just to land a fatal blow? Who would have thought that Anselm would ignore her attack, risking paralysis just to land a fatal blow? Feeling the threat of death, the woman withdrew her palm without a word, using an astounding movement technique to sidestep. Though the boundless vase seal missed, Anselm's eyes lit up. This world-class movement technique was comparable to the Solanjin steps of Qilin, clearly not something any ordinary sect could possess. Anselm wanted to determine the woman's identity. He stepped with the Solanjin steps of Qilin and rapidly chased after her. The woman gritted her teeth. She considered herself among the best of her generation, no less capable than Jalen or Betty. Yet now, she was being pursued ruthlessly by Anselm, making her flee disgracefully. Even her prideful movement technique offered no advantage against Anselm. In terms of profoundness, his Solanjin steps of Qilin were even superior to hers. The woman constantly evaded Anselm's attacks, finding herself in precarious situations multiple times, nearly dying under his hand. Just when the woman found herself cornered with no place to run, a gust of wind suddenly struck at Anselm's back, so fast that even an ordinary extraordinary being couldn't react. But obviously, Anselm wasn't an ordinary extraordinary being. Thus, he reacted. Anselm abruptly turned around, his face stern, delivering a punch forward. A figure appeared there, also throwing a punch, colliding directly with Anselm. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed, and both Anselm and the man were hurled backward. Anselm landed steadily, feeling a surge of blood within. When he recovered, he looked at the newcomer in surprise. Indeed, the heavenly sword deceitful physician lives up to the reputation, said the man who had exchanged punches with Anselm, smiling warmly. This was a Yonatan with a refined appearance, exuding an intellectual air, giving others a refreshing feel. Who are you? Anselm asked cautiously. The youth was strong, at late-stage King Realm cultivation level, yet his combat power matched Anselm's evenly. Before the youth could speak, the woman shouted excitedly, Deshaun, why did you come? Deshaun? Hearing this title, Anselm furrowed his brows. Well, turns out they're family. If so, then they're his enemies. With this thought, Anselm adopted a defensive stance. Facing the woman and her Deshan, he had to be fully focused. The youth smiled slightly, shaking his head. Deceitful physician, I have no intention of clashing with you. I've only come to take my sister away. No. Those simple 2 words clearly expressed Anselm's stance. This crazy woman has caused me trouble several times, and I've always ignored her, but things can't happen more than thrice. Now it's the 3rd time. Do you still expect me to let her off? Anselm said coldly. But now you remain unharmed while her servants are dead. Therefore, even if there were misunderstandings, they should be resolved by now, shouldn't they? The youth shrugged, his tone utterly indifferent, as if he were discussing something trivial. Anselm laughed. He had thought that this scholarly-looking youth was reasonable, but it turned out he had overestimated him. Birds of a feather flock together. The ancients were not wrong in their wisdom. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Defeat me, and you can take your sister away. Anselm didn't bother with idle chatter. He attacked immediately, slapping a palm towards the woman beside him. Sir, you have gone too far. What kind of hero bullies a woman? The youth frowned and blocked Anselm's strike for the woman. Anselm raised an eyebrow. Then bullying you should be fine, right? With that, his figure transformed into a long rainbow, rushing straight at the youth. Trickster physician, I really don't want to fight you, the youth reiterated. But Anselm was like an arrow on the string that must be fired. The youth had no choice but to retaliate passively. Watching the battle between the two, the woman stood dumbfounded. Even her 5th brother couldn't defeat Anselm? They quickly exchanged several dozen blows before separating, standing at a distance to size each other up. Anselm sincerely praised him. You're very strong. You're not weak either. In a life or death battle, I would likely not be your match. The youth was straightforward, openly acknowledging his inadequacies. Take your sister and go, but I don't want to see her causing trouble for me again, Anselm said sternly. Thank you, trickster physician, for your magnanimity. Naturally. The youth smiled and clasped his hands. Just as he was about to leave with the woman, Anselm suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly. Right, what are your names and where are you from? Can you tell me? The youth halted, not turning back, leaving only 4 words, Ingtan Zhang family, before disappearing with the woman. Ingtan Zhang family, Anselm's eyebrows furrowed. Does China have such a powerful family? Thinking of this, Anselm immediately called Rosella, asking her to investigate the background of the Ingtan Zhang family. A family that could casually summon 2 incomplete earthly immortals. Its power was indeed terrifying. Even the 1,000-year-old Kong family in Qilu might not match the prosperity of this family. Soon, Rosella sent back the investigation results. These results greatly surprised Anselm. The so-called Ingtan Zhang family referred to the lineage of the Celestial Master Sect. It was well known that the direct descendants of the Celestial Master Sect were all surnamed Zhang, just like the Kong family, both being families that had passed down for over 1,000 years. Southern Zhang and Northern Kong. The woman turned out to be the heiress of the Celestial Master Sect's Zhang family. No wonder Gwyneth had said she couldn't be killed. After over 1,000 years of accumulation, the power of the Celestial Master Sect was unimaginably formidable, for it wasn't just a prominent family but also a top-tier Taoist sect. Chapter 405, Demon Man. Lonnie, why didn't you stop him just now? He bullied your dearest little sister. Over 30 miles away, Tanya pouted her lips and looked at her 5th brother, Javier, quite discontentedly. Although she had 5 brothers, the one closest to her was still Javier. They were fraternal twins born of the same mother. Javier indulgently rubbed Tanya's head and sighed lightly. He is very strong, and I have no confidence in defeating him. What? Tanya's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief. At first, she thought Javier was being modest, but she hadn't expected this to be true. Her valiant and invincible brother couldn't win against that man, Floyd. He's only in the early stage of the king realm, yet he obliterated those 2 old servants of yours like it was child's play. Doesn't that demonstrate his strength? Javier smiled faintly, but his gaze became somewhat profound. Lonnie, could you help me kill him? I know father gave you a powerful magical artifact. Use it, and you will definitely be able to defeat this Anselm. After a long silence, Tanya suddenly grabbed Javier's arm and pleaded coquettishly. Javier frowned, pulling his arm away from Tanya's grip, and asked expressionlessly, You have no enmity with Floyd, so why do you want to kill him? Tanya pursed her lips, thinking hard to find a plausible excuse for her brother. Because he is much stronger than Daxton, you're clearing obstacles for your sweetheart, right? Javier remained calm-faced. As an elder brother, he understood his sister more than anyone else. They grew up together, knowing each other inside out. Yes, his talent is too strong. Wenliang has tried very hard, but he still can't surpass him. Tanya nodded. There was no point in hiding her thoughts from her twin brother. Daxton wants to surpass Floyd? Javier suddenly chuckled, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't say that even if another 200 years were given to him, he still couldn't surpass Floyd. To be chosen as a disciple by Homer speaks volumes about Floyd's potential. The gap between our generation and Floyd will only widen. Being able to keep up without falling too far behind would already be a remarkable achievement. Finally, Javier added. Tanya's face turned rather grim. She didn't expect her brother to speak so highly of Anselm, but for the sake of her lover's happiness, she had to once again plead humbly to Javier for help. No, we can't afford large-scale conflicts between the Celestial Master Dao and Floyd. If I were to make a move against him, the entire Celestial Master Dao would suffer greatly. Javier shook his head, firmly refusing. Foul brother, I won't talk to you anymore, humph. Tanya was quite displeased. She had almost talked herself hoarse, but Javier refused to act. She stormed off, sulking alone ahead, quickly entering a villa. Exine Adnane, you've arrived. A Yonatan with long hair emerged. He was handsome, seemingly shrouded in an aura of divinity, but his demeanor gave off an eerie vibe. This person was none other than Tanya's sweetheart, Daxton. Wenliang, I'm sorry, I failed to kill Floyd. He is too strong, Tanya said apologetically to her beloved. As long as you are safe, give me a bit more time, and I'll personally come out of seclusion to slay him. Daxton smiled. His demonic arts were nearing completion. At that time, let alone a small-time physician from the north, even immortals on Earth wouldn't stand a chance. Yes, I believe in you. You are the most outstanding peerless genius. Tanya smiled happily. Daxton walked over and pulled Tanya into his arms. Their faces drew closer, but just then, a dry cough sounded outside. Who's there? Both looked alertly towards the door. A figure broke through the window. Seeing who it was, Tanya blushed furiously and immediately pulled away from Daxton. Lonnie, how dare you follow me? Tanya said indignantly. Javier wore a stern expression. Staring at Daxton, he scoffed, if I hadn't come, your purity might have been compromised by this demon man. Upon hearing Javier's words, Daxton's expression changed slightly but soon returned to normal. Tanya, however, frowned prettily, looking puzzled. Lonnie, are you mistaken? Wenliang is my boyfriend. We've been together for over a year. How can he possibly be a demon man? One cannot judge a person's heart by their appearance. You've been together for over a year, but do you know his origins? His master? You don't know anything about him, Javier said coldly. And as far as I know, when you two met, he was only at the peak realm, right? In just over a year, he has actually become a peak king realm. Although it's partly due to the divine control pills you gave him, it still doesn't change the fact that there is something wrong with him. For an ordinary peak martial artist, breaking through to the peak king realm would usually take several decades. This Daxton only has average to upper middle talent. How could he possibly advance so rapidly in just 1 year? Tanya was genuinely angry. If Javier simply didn't like her boyfriend, she could have accepted it. After all, they were from the celestial master lineage and had very high standards. It wasn't surprising that someone who came from outside their circle wouldn't meet these standards. But for Javier to defame her boyfriend by calling him a demon man was unbearable. Seemingly unwilling to argue with his sister who had her head in the clouds, Javier shot a sharp look at Daxton, then launched a direct attack. Lonnie, what are you doing? Tanya was alarmed. Her brother was known as a peerless genius comparable to Capri Master. No matter how strong her lover was, he couldn't possibly match up to her brother. Exine Adnane, don't worry, your brother just wants to test my strength, Daxton smiled. But in an instant, Javier's attack submerged where he stood. Daxton flew backward, coughing up blood, his face deathly pale. Seeing this, Tanya's expression turned anxious. She hurried over to Daxton's side and looked up to question her brother. Lonnie, wasn't this just sparring? Why did you use such heavy force? Javier didn't answer. He deeply glanced at Daxton and then left without another word. Soon after, at the entrance of Jinling University, Anselm was stopped by Javier. What's up? Anselm eyed him warily. Fortunately, Javier's demeanor didn't seem confrontational, which eased Anselm's concerns somewhat. Otherwise, if they fought outside the school gate, it might even make the news headlines the next day. I'm here about my sister. Javier sighed. Anselm was puzzled. Isn't the matter with your sister already over? Then, he frowned and asked, could it be that your sister is planning some new scheme against me? No. Javier shook his head, hesitating as if unsure what to say next. Anselm turned to leave, not bothering to play charades with a man. If he had that much free time, he'd rather catch up with his wives. I know why my sister wanted to kill you. Seeing Anselm walk away, Javier quickly caught up, and the two entered the campus together. Chapter 406, Recruiting a Celestial Master as a Junior Lonnie. Why do you want to kill me? Anselm asked casually. The answer to this question was not as important to him now. Because of her boyfriend, Javier said. Simon, is your sister's head messed up? Killing another man because of her boyfriend? What kind of bizarre logic is that? Anselm's expression was strange. It's not her problem, but her boyfriend's, Javier corrected. Although the two siblings had parted ways unhappily just now, he did not want others to think there was something wrong with his sister's head. What do you mean? A gleam flashed in Anselm's eyes. Her boyfriend seems to have cultivated some kind of demonic power and has already become a half-demon. However, that guy is very calculating and did not reveal any traces in front of my sister. I tested him just now. He would rather be severely injured by me than expose his true abilities, Javier said solemnly. This was also the reason why he decided to break up Daxton and his sister. Daxton was too calculative, and his sister definitely could not handle him. Javier did not want his sister to end up miserably after falling for the wrong person. But what does this have to do with your sister wanting to kill me? Anselm pursed his lips. In fact, cultivating demonic power was not necessarily a bad thing. As long as one held firm to their original heart, the power of demonology could be used to protect fellow Chinese people. Your talent is among the best in the entire extraordinary realm of China, and my sister was bewitched by him, wanting to eliminate talented individuals to help him become the strongest. So, you were targeted. Saying this, Javier was speechless. His naive sister was too innocent. Even if Anselm were gone, there were still other 4 great Heavenly King successors. They were all peerless geniuses who appeared once in generations. How could his sister kill all of them? Upon hearing Javier's explanation, Anselm was stunned for a moment. He looked helpless. His strong talent had ultimately caused jealousy. So, what do you want from me? You can't have come here just to inform me of the reason your sister wants to kill me, right? Anselm asked again, his sharp gaze fixed on Javier. Javier nodded. His eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, I want you to help me kill Daxton. Why should I? Anselm raised an eyebrow. Because he incited my sister to kill you. He is the mastermind, Javier replied calmly. This reason is not enough. Anselm shook his head. These words were only Javier's side of the story. There was no way to know how much of it was true. He was not going to foolishly agree. If so, I owe you a favor. As long as it's within my capability, I will never refuse. Javier gritted his teeth. For his sister's future happiness, he was willing to go all out. A favor from a celestial master like Muhammad was enough to make most prodigies go crazy. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to befriend a core disciple of the celestial master sect. However, Anselm smiled without speaking. as if he did not value Javier's condition at all. Indeed, as a successor of the heavenly king lineage, which transcended above all, Anselm would naturally not care about Muhammad's favor. Well, then tell me, what will it take for you to act? Javier chuckled bitterly. Furrowing his brows, Anselm asked curiously, why must you ask me to act? Your strength is not inferior to mine. Why don't you do it yourself? I can't let my sister be hurt, Javier explained. It was not that he could not defeat Daxton, but he did not want to estrange himself from his sister. If I kill your sister's boyfriend, won't she try to take revenge on me? Anselm pouted. Due to one word from the other party, Lane had already caused him trouble 3 times. If he killed her boyfriend, wouldn't this love-addled young lady fight him to the death? Cough. She probably won't. I've already taken back all the forces under her command. Now, she has no one left under her name. Even if she wants to retaliate against you, she can't pose a threat to you. Javier touched his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed. Anselm couldn't hold back and flipped Javier off right there. Great. Everything was set up, waiting for his nod as the executor. Sigh. I'm short of some junior brothers these days. Anselm glanced at Javier and suddenly sighed. Javier froze. He understood perfectly well what Anselm meant. This was inviting him to become a junior brother. Javier hesitated. If he agreed to Anselm, he would lose his title as Muhammad. After all, throughout history, there had never been a celestial master in the celestial master sect who served under someone else. Hector's lips curled up slightly, and he turned around to leave without even glancing at Javier. Seeing Hector use his walking away tactic again, Javier hurriedly caught up, grinning broadly as he said, I agree to this condition. It's truly an honor to become a junior brother to a heavenly king's successor. But I need to make one thing clear beforehand. I may not be able to follow you all the time. After things here are settled, I still have to return to the celestial master sect, Javier added after some thought. No problem, once a junior brother, always a junior brother. Hector laughed heartily and patted Javier on the shoulder. With just a few words, he had recruited a junior brother who was also a celestial master. Hector felt like he had hit the jackpot. As for when to act against the man practicing demonic power, that wasn't something he was currently concerned about. Javier left with a satisfied expression, while Hector continued to stroll around the school. Soon, a beautiful figure entered his line of sight. Hector's eyes lit up, and he walked straight towards her. Little wife. Hector called out cheerfully. Ah, Hector. The person stopped by Hector was none other than Christina, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Christina wore a beige hoodie and a denim skirt that reached down to her knees, making her look fashionably stylish and strikingly beautiful. One couldn't help but stare at her. Beside her stood a handsome Yonatan, looking utterly astonished at Hector. Clearly a suitor of Christina, the Yonatan was bewildered upon hearing Hector's term of endearment. Does Christina have a boyfriend? No, that can't be right. She has always been alone, attending classes, eating, and returning to the dormitory. Lonnie, you. The Yonatan opened his mouth to question Hector's identity, but Hector ignored him, brushing past him to embrace Christina tightly. It's been a long time, little wife. You've become even more beautiful, Hector said admiringly. He held Christina's head in his hands and kissed her deeply in front of the shocked Yonatan. What are you doing? The Yonatan lost his composure and yelled, clenching his fist and aiming a punch at Hector. Holding Christina close, Hector stepped back to dodge the punch. Glancing sideways at the Yonatan, he whispered to Christina, Who is this guy? Your admirer? Christina blushed furiously, almost fainting from embarrassment over being kissed publicly by Hector. Despite initially holding a grudge for Hector not contacting her for so long, she felt her anger dissipate in an instant after that kiss. Yeah, Christina murmured inaudibly. Annoying fly indeed. Since it's not a friend, there's no need to be polite. Hector turned to look at the Yonatan, saying, My little wife already has a husband. Don't bother her anymore. Got it? The virtuous lady is sought after by gentlemen. You two aren't married yet, the Yonatan retorted coldly. Given his status, it was unlikely he would give up on a woman he loved so easily. Even if they were married, he would still try to get what he wanted. Chapter 407. Another member of the Qin family. Do you know Cole? Anselm suddenly asked. The Yonatan was a bit surprised. He looked at Anselm and couldn't help but ask, Know him? Why? Could it be that you're Zicheng's friend? As he spoke, a hint of disdain flashed across his face, but it was quite subtle. Zicheng? This form of address actually caught Anselm off guard. To be crowned as the prince of the city, Cole's abilities were clearly evident. Even among the heirs of all prominent families in China, he was undoubtedly one of the top-ranked. And a peer of the same age referred to him as Zicheng, just like an elder would. Could it be that this Yonatan's background is even greater than Cole's? But no matter how significant the background, it wouldn't impress Anselm. He had already confronted 2 of the young masters from the 4 major families in the capital. Could he possibly fear any other riffraff? Friend? Anselm Hemlock assumed he had given up. He laughed loudly, pointing to a spot about 3 meters away from him. It was a muddy puddle with accumulated water, containing even a lump of dog feces that had melted, emitting a stench. Having Anselm kneel there obviously meant Hemlock was intentionally humiliating him. Christina's pretty face was full of anger. She had been annoyed by Hemlock's relentless pursuit, and now seeing him humiliate Anselm like this, she felt even more repulsed towards him. You're right, one should kneel and apologize. Anselm nodded as if he agreed wholeheartedly. Hemlock stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Anselm, waiting for him to kneel in the muddy puddle. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock and anger. Anselm rushed over and punched him, sending him flying into the puddle, covered in black sewage. Hemlock was dazed. What was supposed to be a kowtow and apology turned into him kneeling. Looking at the black stains all over his body, Hemlock wanted to peel his own skin off right there. These damned sewage should not defile my smooth and delicate skin. Your pose is too beautiful. I need to take a picture with my phone. Anselm gave an evil smile, pulling out his phone and taking 3 consecutive shots of Hemlock. What are you doing? Delete them. I order you to delete them. Hemlock's face changed drastically. If his friends found out, they'd laugh him to death. He struggled to get up from the puddle, but the more he hurried, the more likely he was to fall again. After rolling around several times in the puddle, Hemlock failed to stand up and instead made himself smell foul all over. Christina covered her nose and mouth, stepping back, completely unaware of how much harm this small retreat caused Hemlock. Seeing Christina's reaction, Hemlock was furious, wishing there was a hole to crawl into. To be despised by the heirly he had his eyes on was something he had never experienced before. Daring to treat me like this, have the guts to tell me your name. Hemlock's eyes turned red as he glared at Anselm fiercely. Clearly, everything Anselm did made him so embarrassed in front of the heirly he liked. Before Anselm could answer, a voice came. He is called Anselm. In your circle in the capital, people often call him Heavenly Sword Medical Master. Following this voice, everyone turned their gazes in unison. Truman appeared, wearing sunglasses and walking gracefully with his hands in his pockets. What? Upon hearing Truman's words, Hemlock was stunned. The Heavenly Sword Medical Master, this title was well known in the upper circles of the capital. In the capital's 4 major families, which legitimate young master had fair. But Christina ignored him completely. Seeing that Anselm could suppress him, she was glad. Women are indeed all troublemakers, Truman sighed in resignation. Anselm and Christina exchanged a knowing smile. Only they understood their tacit understanding. You should leave. Don't bother my little wife anymore. Anselm looked at Hemlock. Immediately, Hemlock felt a chill down below. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to turn and leave. Little wife, since we met unexpectedly, let's have afternoon tea together. Anselm smiled at Christina. As for Truman standing beside them, Anselm simply ignored him. But I have class this afternoon, Christina pouted, clearly unhappy. Take a leave. Just a few classes, attending or not doesn't matter much, Anselm chuckled. Christina shot him a glance and retorted irritably. Forget it. Do you think I'm like you, skipping classes but still having the principal support me? For us ordinary students, our lives are hard. Skip classes, and we can only wait to fail at the end of the term. Chapter 408. Seductive Gia vs. Hairy Zombie. So what if I fail the course? Anyway, this graduation certificate is useless, Anselm said with a shrug, showing complete indifference. Well, there's no way to continue this conversation. Christina looked helpless. Boss cousin-in-law, my cousin isn't going, but I'm here. Do you want to invite me for an afternoon tea? Truman suddenly asked shamelessly. He stared at Anselm straight in the— Now that they have the exact hiding place of the hairy zombie, Anselm made a prompt decision and set out immediately without delay. To avoid any mishap, he specially notified Cosmo and the others. With the 4 Heavenly King's descendants working together, regardless of how formidable the hairy zombie might be, it won't stand a chance. In a large mountain in Alviston City, low growls could be heard from time to time. A seductive woman was hovering mid-air, fiercely battling a creature covered in long hair. This was clearly a hairy zombie, and below them was a dense army of zombies, numbering over 100. When Anselm and the others arrived according to the location, the battle had already escalated into a frenzied clash. It's her. Watching from afar, Anselm instantly recognized that familiar figure. She was none other than the Middan female expert who had been sent by the Alliance to cause him trouble. Anselm was surprised. How did she know this zombie hid here and followed it to battle? So many zombies? Cosmo frowned. Seeing those walking corpses filling the forest with necrotic aura, he was filled with anger. These were innocent civilians, all killed by this hairy zombie, turning into monsters. The seductive woman was intensely engaged in the battle, but retreated rapidly upon sensing people nearby, moving away from the enraged hairy zombie. Medic? The seductive woman saw Anselm and the 3 behind him. Her heart tightened instantly. If she guessed correctly, these should be the other Heavenly King's descendants, perhaps Medic's fellow disciples. She gazed at Anselm with an uncertain expression, worried that he might attack her. After all, with them around, the chaotic hairy zombie wouldn't escape anyway. Capturing her would be a 2-for-1 deal. At that moment, the hairy zombie suddenly roared and attacked the distracted seductive woman. It had developed some intelligence and knew this opportunity mustn't be missed. The seductive woman's attention was on Anselm, completely unaware of the hairy zombie's assault. By the time she reacted, its sharp claws were right before her. Back off. A cold voice rang out. Opening her eyes, the seductive woman saw Cosmo standing in front of her, his eyes sharp like cold lightning. He held a 3-foot-long green sword, its tip cutting through with a streak of light, slashing the ferocious hairy zombie away. Wow, so cool. Staring at Cosmo's strong, chiseled face, the seductive woman's eyes sparkled with admiration. Anselm wore an odd expression. This woman isn't young anymore. Surely she can't have a crush on Cosmo, can she? Are you okay? Turning around, Cosmo pulled the woman to join Anselm and the others. Clearly, Cosmo was unaware that Anselm had been ambushed by her before. If he knew, he might not be so courteous. Important matters come first. We'll settle our grudges later. Anselm said calmly. Agreed, let's focus on the task. The seductive woman nodded, but kept her gaze fixed on Cosmo, not looking away for a minute. Anselm smiled knowingly and acted directly, but not against the hairy zombie itself. Rather, he targeted the zombies below. These zombies couldn't pose much of a threat to them, but if even one escaped, it would still be quite dangerous for ordinary people. As Anselm took action, Rosella and Woodyham also rushed over. Though they were called minions, these zombies were actually not weak at all. Each one was equivalent to an extraordinary who had just entered the king's stage, and with their nearly indestructible zombie bodies, over 100 of them working together could threaten a low-rank Esmade immortal. Not good, it's trying to escape. Cosmo squinted his eyes. Seeing the hairy zombie about to flee, he immediately pursued it with his sword. The seductive woman followed closely behind him. Together, they quickly caught up with the zombie and surrounded the hairy zombie in the middle. On the other side, Anselm, Rosella, and Woodyham, as descendants of the 3 Heavenly Kings, worked together to swiftly eliminate the over 100 zombies that could threaten a low-rank Esmade immortal. Looking around, Anselm and the others found no trace of Cosmo and the woman. Where are Hymankai and that woman? Rosella asked curiously. She had been so engrossed in the battle that she hadn't noticed Cosmo and the seductive woman leaving. There. Woodyham formed a madra and pointed in a direction. That was where Cosmo, the seductive woman, and the hairy zombie were confronting each other. Let's go there. Without hesitation, Anselm soared into the air and headed toward the location. The hairy zombie's combat power was extremely formidable. Even with the seductive woman's strength, she had been at a significant disadvantage earlier. Adding Cosmo to the mix, it might still be difficult to turn the tide. Foolish humans, you dare to oppose me with just your strength? The hairy zombie spoke human words, its face full of disdain as it scanned Anselm and the others. Anselm and the others weren't surprised at all. Zombies weren't part of the six realms. Reaching this level of intelligence was completely normal for a hairy zombie. Were those people you killed just now? Anselm narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the opponent. So what if I did? Hyming my blood meal and becoming my servants is the greatest honor they could ever have. The hairy zombie let out a chilling laugh. You should be exterminated. Anselm's eyes flashed with a cold light, clearly enraged. Treating civilians as blood meals and mass-producing zombies, including the families of old heroes, Anselm could not tolerate any of it. The seductive woman was also furious. Her organization had some competition with Tianjin, but fundamentally, they both fought to protect China. In this critical moment, her stance naturally aligned with Anselm's. Chapter 409, Siege of the Hairy Stiff. 5 formidable experts surrounded this hairy stiff, with the weakest among them, Rosella, nearly reaching the combat strength of a first-level Esmade immortal. The hairy stiff, now endowed with intelligence, could naturally sense the terrifying power contained within these young men and women. Do you really think I fear you? If not for my ancestors' warning, I would have killed all of you. The essence blood of young prodigies is the finest nourishment to help me break my shackles. The hairy stiff extended its rotten tongue and licked its pitch-black lips. It gazed at the crowd, its eyes akin to those viewing prey. In the next moment, boom! An overwhelming evil aura erupted from the hairy stiff, twice as strong as when it was battling the seductive woman. The expressions of the crowd drastically changed, especially the seductive woman, who looked at the hairy stiff in disbelief. So, the opponent hadn't used full strength against her before, perhaps not even half its capability, completely toying with her. Realizing this, the seductive woman's anger boiled over. The long whip in her hand moved like a venomous snake, emitting fiery red light. Your ancestor is Lachlan, right? Anselm suddenly said coldly. Oh, you actually know the origin of this seat? The hairy stiff was taken aback, looking at everyone. Seems like you aren't small fries either. Tell me, who are you? I'll scare you by saying my name, the seductive woman snorted. I am the world's woodest beautiful warrior maiden, Carla, from the Beyond Alliance. Anselm and the others exchanged glances. She didn't seem embarrassed calling herself the world's most beautiful warrior maiden, clearly a middle-aged woman, yet insisting on acting young. However, at this moment, Anselm wouldn't expose her. After all, they were now allies aiming to slay this hairy stiff. You're from the Beyond Alliance? Hearing Carla's words, the hairy stiff squinted its eyes. It seemed familiar with the newly established Beyond Alliance. Since you're from the Beyond Alliance, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave. After some thought, the hairy stiff said these surprising words. Carla froze, her eyes flickering, contemplating whether she should leave. Under the current circumstances, they might not be able to defeat the hairy stiff. Its true strength was conservatively estimated to be at the 6th level of Esmade Immortal, an elite in the Middle God Pill stage. Among them, only Carla was at the Middle God Pill stage, and she had just broken through. The rest of Anselm's 4 companions were only at the Early God Pill stage, their realms making them mere kings. You are also from the Beyond Alliance? The hairy stiff then shifted its gaze to Anselm and his group. No, Anselm shook his head. I come from Tianjin, under orders from my superiors to eliminate you. As he spoke, Cosmo, Woodyhammed, and Rosella stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Anselm, ready to face the battle together. Seeing Cosmo stay, Carla gritted her teeth and chose to continue fighting. After all, without her, Anselm's 4 companions would likely not stand a chance against the hairy stiff. For the sake of this man, Carla was willing to risk her life, giving up any thoughts of self-preservation. Attack! Anselm roared, leading the charge with his great dragon elephant force, like waves crashing on the shore, stirring up thousands of snowflakes as he hit the hairy stiff. At the same time, Cosmo and the others unleashed their ultimate techniques. Dealing with such a thick-skinned zombie, they couldn't afford to hold back. They must use their strongest moves from the start. Originally, Carla planned to rush forward and engage the hairy stiff directly, letting Anselm and his companions support from the side and look for opportunities to kill the creature. But seeing Anselm's attack, Carla's expression subtly changed. She realized she had underestimated these successors of celestial kings. Their power was not much weaker than hers, and their attacks were incredibly sharp, possibly even more lethal than hers. Thus, combining their 5 strengths, there was a real possibility of killing this fierce hairy stiff. Thinking of this, Carla let out a long whistle, like a phoenix crying in the sky, and joined the fight. Her flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by intense martial prowess. With a deafening roar, the hairy stiff's attack clashed with theirs, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Anselm and his companions were instantly sent flying back. Facing this monster one-on-one, they suffered a setback. This seat has exterminated numerous Esmade immortals in the past. And now, you, mere juniors, dare to challenge me. The hairy stiff's eyes were cold like vipers, sending shivers down Anselm and his companions' spines. They hurriedly channeled their mystic powers to dispel this discomfort, otherwise, it would hinder their future actions. The number of Esmade immortals I've slain isn't small either. Adding you, this ugly zombie, makes it exactly 10. Anselm sneered. Anyone can talk big, can't they? As a king who boasts with words, how could he be outdone by a zombie? With these words, Anselm struck again. He embraced Inalvisk Tai Chi, forming an 8 trigram before pushing it forward. From shock, Rosella was much happier. As Anselm's woman, she naturally hoped that Anselm would become as strong as possible. Watching the deep pit where the hairy stiff lay, Anselm stood with his hands behind his back, sighing inwardly. Zombies were indeed the most tenacious monsters, period. His previous move, the embrace of heaven and earth, would have been enough to down any lesser spirit, even those at the mid-god pill stage. Yet, this hairy stiff not only endured it, but showed no apparent damage, which was terrifying. Glancing back at Cosmo and the others, Anselm said gravely, "This will be a fierce battle. Everyone, be careful." Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. In the deep pit, corpse gas surged, and the hairy stiff leaped into the air, its cold eyes fixed on Anselm. From Anselm, it sensed a chilling aura, reminiscent of a mysterious strong man who plucked stars and moons, a figure it had once encountered. "What is your relationship with him?" the hairy stiff asked coldly, leaving Anselm utterly confused. "What he? Who?" Anselm frowned, finding the question too nonsensical. Even with his mind-reading ability, he couldn't penetrate a zombie's thoughts. The hairy stiff didn't answer, but continued to stare at Anselm with cold eyes, revealing a hint of wariness. Chapter 410. Immortal and Indestructible? Playing dumb? Anselm's eyes narrowed. "Since you're not willing to talk, then let's just fight. Don't use ordinary combat techniques, they're useless against this zombie." After giving the warning, Anselm immediately used the Solengene steps of the Kylan, stamping down towards the hairy stiff's head. The Solengene steps of the Kylan can interfere with the bloodline within extraordinary individuals, making its lethality on zombies unquestionable. This was also Anselm's current strongest offensive technique, surpassing other supreme arts like the transforming Darien Hands, Sky-Seizing Palm, and Great Dragon Elephant Force. The hairy stiff changed color. At this moment, it actually felt the threat of death. It howled to the sky, resisting as fiercely as it could. The terrifying corpse chi surged like waves in the sky, trying to block Anselm's stomp. However, it underestimated the terrifying power of the Solengene steps of the Kylan. During ancient times, this was the clan's secret art of the Kylan race. Even if this was a simplified version, it was still something no one on Earth could resist. It was only because Anselm's current realm was low. If he were at the level of Pepper, a single step might cause the entire Japanese island to sink into the sea and disappear from Earth. With a crisp sound, the 2 arms that the hairy stiff raised above its head shattered and hung limply. But due to the lack of pain sensation in zombies, the hairy stiff did not lose its mobility. It roared and lunged at Anselm, its long fangs seemingly ready to tear through his throat. "Simon!" A cold snort echoed. Cosmo's long sword hummed, slashing out dozens of metal sword chi beams that seemed capable of cutting through anything before them. Ian wore a solemn expression. He recited true words and formed glowing golden hand seals, bombarding the hairy stiff. Rosella concealed herself in the void, moving opportunistically. Her gleaming dagger, although unable to break through the hairy stiff's defenses, could slow it down and tire it out. Jennifer, the strongest attacker, was originally an intermediate divine pill expert. In her hands, the soft whip wielded with each lash carried the power to cleave through metal and stone, a force even the hairy stiff dared not resist directly. Under the full assault of these 5 experts, the hairy stiff quickly fell into a disadvantage. "It's you who forced me to reveal my true form." The hairy stiff roared angrily, rapidly growing a pair of ink-black, tattered wings behind its back, with overwhelming corpse chi surging around its body. Everyone was forced back by the surge of corpse chi. Anselm's expression turned grim. This hairy stiff was indeed Lachlan's descendant. Only the zombies of their lineage, like vampires, grew wings. This should be its ultimate form, honey. What should we do? Rosella looked at Anselm, her eyebrows slightly knitted. At this moment Jennifer suddenly shouted to Anselm, "Tricky doctor, let's retreat." An ultimate form hairy stiff has at least 7th level earthly immortal combat strength, falling into the category of high-level earthly immortals. We cannot win. Even if we can't win, we must still fight. If we let it go, the death toll won't be just a few hundred. Anselm said resolutely. His eyes were filled with determination. Retreat without a fight wasn't the character of a qualified member of Heavenly Sword. "Oh dear, keep the fire burning, don't worry about the firewood. Once our strength improves, we can come back to deal with this zombie later," Jennifer urged anxiously. Why was this tricky doctor so stubborn? If they died here, it would be a huge loss for the entire Simanaxia region. Anselm fell silent. Cosmo, however, spoke coldly. "This is why your Overchaleur Lanmong alliance can't compare to Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword puts people first and protects civilians by sacrificing their lives. Your members think of fleeing when faced with danger, making you unworthy protectors of Simanaxia." Jennifer blushed in shame. She opened her mouth to defend herself but found Cosmo's words all too true. Had everyone in the Overchaleur Lanmong alliance not acted this way, she wouldn't have made such a decision under influence. "If you want to leave, then go ahead. I will stay and fight to the death," Anselm replied without lifting his eyelids, realizing the horror of the hairy stiff far exceeded everyone's expectations. Jennifer's thoughts of retreating weren't entirely unreasonable, but Anselm held on to his principles and had to continue the battle. Jennifer hesitated, then bit her lip and said, "Tricky doctor, you underestimate people. Now that you're staying, how can I retreat? Weren't you the one saying keep the fire burning?" Anselm glanced sideways at her. Jennifer's face turned red, not with shyness but with shame. "I've thought it over. I will stay and join forces with you to slay this monster that has harmed countless lives," Jennifer declared righteously. She was inspired by Anselm's fearlessness and decided to fight to the death. Not just Heavenly Sword warriors, but those from Overchaleur Lanmong alliance are not cowards who retreat in battle. Anselm smiled with satisfaction and couldn't help but say, "This is what the good sons and daughters of Simanaxia should be. We have defenseless civilians behind us. Since we've chosen this path, there's no way for us to retreat. I vow to fight the hairy stiff to death, Jennifer said, her eyes flickering with intense battle spirit. Cosmo and the others were also highly motivated. They originally came to help Anselm, without a sense of being guardians in their hearts. However, after Anselm's speech, they were all filled with fighting spirit, as if they themselves had become heavenly sword warriors protecting the people. Have you said enough? If so, it's time for you all to die. The hairy stiff roared furiously, charging towards the group. In the hairy stiff's view, Anselm and the others' conversation was blatant disregard, naturally causing anger. Charge. Destroy it. Anselm led the charge, shouting loudly. Whether as a heavenly sword warrior or as the senior brother and leader of Cosmo and the others, he had to be at the forefront. Anselm let out a long whistle, once again unleashing the Solengine steps of the Kylan, completely disregarding the depletion of his true chi. After all, this was a gang attack, not a one-on-one fight. He only needed to unleash his strongest force, inflicting the maximum damage on the zombie. As for other matters, Cosmo and the others would take care of them. Boom. The Solengine steps of the Kylan erupted, kicking the hairy stiff away again. This time, the hairy stiff struggled to withstand it because, although it had displayed its strongest form, it had already suffered a previous injury. Due to its shattered arms, it could only use its body to receive Anselm's Solengine steps of the Kylan, which it clearly couldn't endure. I thought you were tough. Is that all? Anselm's face was pale due to the exhaustion of true chi, but a disdainful expression hung on his face. He twice unleashed the Solengine steps of the Kylan, depleting nearly 90% of his true chi, and the effect was indeed significant. The hairy stiff was heavily wounded, covered in injuries. Even with its supposedly immortal body, it was gradually moving towards destruction. I am indestructible, roaming the Solengine provinces for over 100 years. Just you 5 little ones cannot destroy my immortal body. The hairy stiff emitted a low, guttural roar. Haimeng repeatedly thrown back by a human was, to it, a disgrace. Once I kill you and devour your essence and blood, I will achieve the body of a flying stiff. Then, I will make Alviston City run red with blood, showing you that I, the seat, cannot be insulted. Hearing the hairy stiff's words, everyone's expressions turned cold. Haha, threatening to turn Alviston City into a river of blood is enough reason for you to die 100 times. A cold voice echoed. Chapter 411, 7 versus 1. Saint Zella of Myriad Desire's nunnery appeared on the scene. She rushed into the fray, joining forces with Anselm and the others to fight the third corpse. First heaven of Earth Immortal. Anselm was extremely surprised. Zella's attack made Anselm instantly sense her realm, which was a perfect divine core realm. Greetings, Senior Lani Yi. Zella smiled brightly, her beauty unparalleled. Let's work together to exterminate this zombie, Anselm invited with a smile. With Zella's addition, their chances of victory were significantly increased. Sure. Zella nodded slightly. She stood mid-air, exuding both sanctity and allure, calmly watching the third corpse. Just completed the golden core, merely an ant. The third corpse roared angrily. He didn't believe every human could be so powerful. Just becoming an Earth Immortal, at most, it would have the combat strength of second heaven, posing no real threat. The third corpse sneered coldly and broke through, charging directly toward the newly arrived Zella. Even a stray dog or cat dared to attack it. Death. Unfortunately, it wasn't the protagonist. Its beautiful thoughts clashed with reality. Zella placed her hands together, gently reciting a Buddhist chant in a soft, enchanting voice. In the next moment, golden light shone from her body. That was the purest Buddha Gate true essence summoned by Zella to resist the impact of the third corpse. Boom. Their clash sent the third corpse reeling back by Zella's Buddhist light. And Zella stumbled as well, but fortunately, Anselm caught her in time, preventing her from falling. The third corpse's expression changed slightly. This long-haired woman in green robe turned out to be a practitioner of the Buddha Gate, with power rivaling those old monks. Glancing icily at everyone, the third corpse decided to leave. Those 5 humans had already posed a significant threat to it, and now another pure Buddha Gate female disciple had arrived. Even if it fought with all its might, winning these humans would mean severe injuries and hibernation, a result it did not want. So it became timid. It couldn't win, so it ran. Equivalent to 7th heaven of Earth Immortal, the third corpse escaped without hesitation, moving so fast that no one could react. Seeing the third corpse about to escape, at this critical moment, a cold shout echoed from the distance. Winged dragon obscures the sky. Immediately after, Anselm and the others saw a spectral winged dragon charge over, blocking the fleeing third corpse once more. The third corpse was both shocked and furious. There was actually another human lying in ambush. It hadn't sensed anything at all. I told you I only needed to borrow your life providence flower, but since you refused, we can only unite to eliminate you. A Taoist stepped through the air, none other than Cristobal. Hearing Cristobal's words, Anselm was surprised. You know the whereabouts of the life providence flower? Back then, he had given Cristobal a prescription for the life-extending pill, containing 3 rare ingredients, one of which was the life providence flower. However, judging from Cristobal's tone, it seemed the life providence flower was right here with this third corpse. I just discovered it by chance. The life providence flower is inside this old zombie's lair, treated as a treasure, Cristobal said coldly. By chance, Anselm curled his lips. What a universal reason. But now wasn't the time to argue over the life providence flower. They needed to consider how to completely destroy the zombie. He had used the Solengine steps of the Kylan twice, exhausting his power. Beside him, Carla was dumbfounded, never imagining so many experts gathered around Anselm. Recalling how she had gone alone to challenge Anselm before, Carla felt chills down her spine. Her courage was truly something. Thankfully, Anselm hadn't intended to kill her, or in 2 days, it would have been her 7th day after death. What good was being mid-stage divine core when her strength wasn't even comparable to this third corpse? You all are once-in-a-century geniuses. Fighting 7 against 1 isn't fair at all, the furred corpse growled angrily. Knowing escape was impossible now. So what do you want? Cosmo asked coldly. I want a single duel, a fair one. The others launched their attacks all at once. They released terrifying assaults that struck the furred corpse. Damn it, you don't follow martial virtue. What about the promised one-on-one? The furred corpse screamed. Caught off guard, it was hit by their combined attacks, causing severe damage to its indestructible body almost instantly. This is indeed a one-on-one. But it's we 7 who are. Snapping his mouth disdainfully, Anselm said, if it dares to come, someone will naturally kill it. Wu dive. With his command, Cosmo's long sword hummed, unleashing metal, wood, fire, earth, and water sword chi, intertwining into a dazzling 5-colored light, slicing through the air towards the furred corpse. Puff. The furred corpse was cleaved apart, its body torn into hundreds of fragments by the 5 elements sword chi. Chapter 412, Cosmo's Spring. Anselm sat cross-legged, and after recovering some of his cultivation, he emitted a stream of Solangine Alvis true chi, which turned into golden flames that reduced the remaining body parts of the hair-covered zombie to ashes. Saintess Betty, why are you here? Anselm looked curiously at Betty. If Cristobal's arrival was due to the divine mandate flower, then Betty's sudden appearance seemed somewhat abrupt, causing no small amount of surprise for Anselm. I came for Senior Lani Yi, Betty smiled and explained her intention. Cristobal had just said goodbye to Anselm and prepared to search for the divine mandate flower. But upon hearing Betty's words, his curiosity to stand up for the people, a stark contrast to the warriors of Celestial Sword. Don't tell me you believe that bald monk Dharmakara's words? Anselm touched his nose. Even someone as thick-skinned as him felt somewhat unworthy of being called a saint by the living Buddha. After all, he merely did what any Chinese person should do. Betty didn't speak, but her wise eyes sparkled, fixed on Anselm. It was clear she fully believed what Dharmakara had said. As you wish, but let me warn you, I sleepwalk. If you follow me, one day I might wander into your room and, well, you know, then don't deny me later, Anselm mumbled. Unless she became his wife, even if she were incredibly beautiful, she wouldn't step through his door. It was Anselm's principle. At Walterlong Villa, apart from his life and death brothers, only his women could stay there. Betty blushed and said through clenched teeth, if joining Senior Lani you can help me transcend, then Ruat E is willing. Nanny? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Anselm couldn't help but twitch his lips. He found such women who were obsessed with the path utterly unattractive. No matter how beautiful they were mere emotionless machines dedicated to cultivation. Cristobal left to search for the divine mandate flower in the hair-covered zombie's lair. Helping Anselm and the others was secondary. His primary goal was still the flower. Let's go. Mission over. Time to go home and be happy. Anselm stretched and led the way down the mountain. Betty's eyes flickered. She didn't follow Anselm down. By saying she would follow him, she only made it clear where she stood, not that she would always be by his side. Beautiful lady, wanna chat? Anselm turned to Jennifer with a half-smile. Only now did Jennifer tear her gaze away reluctantly upon hearing Anselm addressing her. Chat about what? Jennifer frowned. Due to Cosmo, she really didn't want to be enemies with Anselm anymore. Let's talk about your marriage to my junior brother. Anselm said nonchalantly. What? Jennifer, Cosmo, and Ian were equally stunned. Not you, I mean Hymankai. Glaring at Ian, Anselm smiled as he sized up Cosmo and Jennifer. Ian looked furious. Why was it only Hymankai and not him? He was also Anselm's junior brother. That woman may seem fierce, but she was stunningly beautiful and exuded an enchanting allure. Boss, what do you mean by that? Cosmo's expression stiffened. Nothing much, just that I think you two make a good match, Anselm chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jennifer's eyes lit up. She thought Anselm was truly considerate. The organization's order to cripple Anselm was absolutely excessive. Would such an understanding and extraordinary man be the kind to bully others with power? Even if it meant defying the alliance, she wouldn't believe that. Boss, are you kidding me? Cosmo's expression was awkward as he glanced at Jennifer. Do I look like I'm joking? Anselm's face was serious, not a trace of humor in sight. Look at me and Ian. We both have partners. Only you are single, living for yourself alone. How can you be so shameless? Anselm rambled on, every word carrying immense weight, making Cosmo wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Cosmo was speechless. Even if he wanted to find a woman, shouldn't it be someone he liked? He had no fondness for this Catalina before him. What he truly desired was nothing like her. Seeing Cosmo's reaction, Jennifer's expression darkened. Anyone smart could read between the lines from these little details. Dr. Ghost, don't force him. It's my lowly status that makes me unworthy of him. Jennifer sighed, her face filled with sorrow. Upon seeing this, Anselm moved his lips, giving Ian a look. Help me convince Hymankai to take this woman, Anselm whispered. Why? Ian was taken aback, not understanding why Anselm insisted on this match. This woman is from the Alliance. If we ever bring down the Alliance, we'll need someone to control it, Anselm replied, revealing a scheming look. Ian understood. Without a word, he immediately pretended to divine fate, pinching his fingers and calculating seriously. Afterward, he cleared his throat for helpless expressions. Then, the group descended the mountain, returning to Jinling City. Chapter 413, Home Raided. Rosella accompanied Anselm, while Ian went to find his Maeve. Anselm didn't rush back to the Walterlong Manor, but headed for War Saber Boden's home instead. The killing of the hairy stiff could be seen as a response to the old hero's request. However, when Anselm arrived at Boden's home, he witnessed a shocking scene. In the courtyard lay 4 corpses. One was unrecognizable, with blood and flesh mixed in a mess. Yet, Anselm could still identify from the clothing that this was none other than Boden. He had met his end. Anselm's eyes blazed with rage, a nameless fury surging up. Rosella read his expression and touched him gently on the back, helping to steady his emotions. I'm fine, Anselm forced a smile, then entered the yard to examine the cause of Boden's death. Finally, Anselm reluctantly concluded that Bowden had indeed died at the hands of his mutated relatives. However, what puzzled Anselm was how these three zombies, which were clearly bound by iron chains, managed to escape. Was it possible that Bowden himself had untied them? Anselm rubbed his temples. This answer would probably remain unknown forever. A large pit was dug on site, and Anselm buried all 4 members of Bowden's family there. Then, he flew into the air and brought down a palm strike, demolishing the stone house to bury it alongside Bowden's family. After completing all this, Anselm left with Rosella, though his mood was clearly somber. War Saber Bowden, the legendary dragon hunter, was dead. Honey, don't be sad. The whole family is together now. You should be happy for them, Rosella comforted him softly. Anselm sighed, nodded, and after a long while, he took out his phone and reported the news. When Pepper received the message, she remained speechless for a long time before finally praising Anselm with a, "Well done." Ending the call, Anselm looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Rosella stayed by his side, saying nothing. Taking a deep breath, Anselm gradually calmed down. He looked at Rosella, suddenly wrapping his arms around her slender waist and leering, "Wife, let's practice the 18 postures?" "Sure, watch me drain you dry." Rosella smiled coyly, licking her rosy lips, full of allure. In the presidential suite of Purple Woodyawn Tower, Anselm confidently began practicing the 18 postures with Rosella. Time flew by, and when they finished, it was already past midnight. Initially unsatisfied, Anselm wanted to practice once more with Rosella, but upon entering the room, they found Zinnia sleeping in his bed. Caught red-handed, Rosella blushed and freed herself from Anselm's embrace, looking uneasy at Zinnia. "Where have you two been? Why no word for so long?" To Anselm and Rosella's surprise, Zinnia showed no unusual emotion. She remained calm throughout. "We went to Alviston City to resolve some matters," Anselm explained truthfully. "Was the zombie eliminated?" At this moment, Pearl emerged from the adjacent room, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Anselm was stunned. How did these women keep finding their way into his villa? Did this place have some kind of special charm? Soon, Anselm realized it must be because of his unparalleled charm attracting these beauties. "London asked you a question." Zinnia tapped Anselm lightly, seeing him dazed. Anselm came to his senses, smiled, and nodded. "Yes, the rogue zombie was slain by us 7 working together." 7 people? Zinnia and Pearl widened their eyes. There were only 4 Heaven King descendants. Where did the other 3 come from? Noticing the women's expressions, Anselm understood their thoughts and explained, "Apart from us 4, 3 fellow Taoists helped us out. Otherwise, we 4 alone might not have succeeded." "Was that zombie so powerful?" Zinnia's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, it was about as strong as a 7th-stage Earth Immortal. If not for my husband's full effort, which inflicted severe injuries on it, we might all have perished," Rosella exaggerated. "What?" Both Pearl and Zinnia were stunned. 7th-stage Earth Immortal. No wonder even geniuses like the 4 of them needed help. Who were the other 3? Pearl couldn't help but ask curiously. The 3 must be powerful as well to join Anselm in surrounding and attacking the zombie, likely being prodigies from some hidden sects. Cristobal, the right protector of Shinchan sect, Betty, the holy maiden of Miaoyu nunnery, and one more, Anselm chuckled, from the Transcendence Alliance, once my enemy, but now, you should call her sister-in-law. Before he finished, Zinnia wore a strange expression. "No way, Ian has found another woman? And your former enemy? Does he deserve Maeve's true heart?" "Ahem, not Ian, it's Hyman Kai," Anselm coughed dryly. "Cosmo?" Zinnia paused, then grinned with curiosity. "Is she pretty?" Anselm was speechless, defending Ian. "Wife, why do you treat them differently? You frowned at Ian but show such interest in Hyman Kai. Isn't Ian already with Maeve? Finding another woman would be irresponsible to her," Zinnia pouted. "Hyman Kai is different. He looks like a lifelong bachelor. If he's finally off the market, I, as an elder sister-in-law, should be supportive." Fine. This reason was flawless. Anselm couldn't find fault. Rosella covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. She loved seeing how cute Anselm acted around Zinnia. "It's late, let's talk tomorrow. I need to sleep." Anselm yawned, throwing himself onto the bed. Zinnia changed color. Hands on hips, scolding, "Get up. This is my bed. This is my bedroom, dear wife." Anselm looked innocent. "Who says it's yours? Is your room decorated like this?" "It's clearly mine," Zinnia said triumphantly. She raised her brows, gesturing Anselm to observe the surroundings. After fussing all afternoon, the room had become entirely hers. Scanning the room, when Anselm saw his bedroom walls covered in pink stickers, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, a trip out and home got invaded. "If it's yours, you're mine too. So what if I sleep in your room?" Anselm argued boldly. He clung stubbornly to Zinnia's bed, refusing to get up. Well, it was originally his bed, just changed into Zinnia's sheets. "I'll sleep in another villa." Rosella decided to leave immediately. She didn't want to be in the eye of the storm. Better leave the battlefield to Zinnia and Anselm. "Remember protection," Pearl smirked, turning back to her own room. Chapter 414 The Heart of the Medicine Saint. Hearing Pearl's words, Lynette's cheeks flushed deeply. Anselm, lying on the bed, immediately struck a seductive pose. He crooked his finger and said with an evil smile, "Come here, darling, let's have some fun." "Go to hell, who wants to have fun with you?" Lynette spat, her face scarlet with embarrassment. Yet, her body was very obedient, and she lay down beside Anselm right away. The subsequent scene needs no further description. It's self-explanatory. When everything was over, it was already dawn. Tears were in Lynette's eyes as she fell into a deep sleep, and Anselm, exhausted, slept like a log. Exterminating the Maojiang had cost him a lot of vitality, compounded by the battle he'd had with Rosella earlier. Now that he had finally broken Lynette's resistance, he was also drained. He slept straight through until the afternoon of the next day. When Anselm woke up, Lynette was no longer in the room. Just as he was about to get up, a phone call came in from an unknown number. Thinking it didn't cost anything to answer, Anselm pressed the accept button. A familiar yet strange voice came through, making Anselm pause for a moment. We're at Jinling City Hospital. When are you coming? Who is this? Anselm frowned, unable to recall who the caller was. When Nin Dai. The voice replied. Anselm's face fell. F***CKU. He cursed and hung up directly. Outside a ward at Jinling City Hospital, Dirk was holding his phone with a dark expression, vexed that the man had hung up on him. Seeing her father's sullen look, Harriet couldn't help but laugh and cry, Dad, enough. He didn't know your phone number. So you just telling him you're his dad got you this reaction? He was being polite not to curse you more. He did curse me, Dirk said irritably. This punk. Does he not remember my voice? Harriet rolled her eyes and defended Anselm. You've only spoken a few sentences to him. If he remembered your voice, that would be a miracle. Wives and daughters always favor outsiders. I should have kept you closer, Dirk sighed dramatically. Harriet ignored him and took out her own phone to call Anselm. With Anselm's medicinal pills, her mother was doing well now. However, to avoid unnecessary delays, it was best to have Anselm come over soon for treatment. Both Harriet and her father had great confidence in Anselm's medical skills. After all, the pills Anselm casually gave had shown such remarkable effects. So his medical knowledge must be even more impressive. Even if he couldn't completely cure cancer, he could certainly extend Harriet's mother's life by several years. Considering the founder of Apple suffered from a similar illness and lived 9 years after getting extended life support, there really was no instant fatal chronic disease. It was just a matter of opportunities and money. Now they had the opportunity. How long Harriet's mother could live depended on how far Anselm's medical skills could take them. He'll be here soon, Harriet smiled happily as she ended the call. Dirk was also delighted. Just as he was about to ask Harriet to wait at the hospital entrance for Anselm, Dean Jovan walked over energetically. Is Dr. Yi coming? Jovan asked excitedly. Seeing Jovan's expression, Harriet and Dirk exchanged glances, both shocked. They knew the venerable Dean Jovan, an outstanding figure in Jinling City's medical field, highly skilled and respected. Yet he was showing such respect to Anselm, even calling him Divine Dr. Yi. This filled them with hope. Perhaps today they would witness a miracle. Yes, I was about to ask Xiao Jie to go welcome him at the gate. Dirk didn't dare slack off, answering Jovan honestly. Great, I'll go with you. Jovan's gaze was sharp, and he intended to join Harriet to greet Anselm at the entrance. Harriet naturally didn't object, and they set off immediately towards the hospital entrance. Doctors and nurses who knew Jovan showed deference as soon as they saw the Bogdan inspecting the area. Sun Lao Dean was notoriously critical at the city hospital. Anyone failing his inspection would at least receive a reprimand. Arriving at the hospital entrance, Anselm spotted Harriet and Jovan from afar. Ignoring Jovan, Anselm jogged over and embraced Harriet. Wife, come here. I missed you so much, Anselm spoke affectionately, oblivious to others. I missed you too, Harriet replied softly. After the embrace, Anselm glanced at Jovan with a calm expression and asked casually, how is your mother doing now? Is her condition stable? Before Harriet could speak, Jovan interjected, Divine Dr. Yi. According to the medical equipment, Miss Wen's mother's condition has been temporarily controlled. As he said this, his face was filled with astonishment. It's hard to imagine that such an advanced condition can be temporarily controlled. I wonder what medicine you gave her to achieve such results. Jovan looked intensely at Anselm. If this medicine could be mass-produced, it would be a blessing for all cancer patients in the world. It's just a pill made from ordinary ginseng, Anselm replied casually. Jovan was taken aback. How could a pill made from ginseng delay the progression of cancer? He had never heard of it. As he was thinking, he heard Anselm continue, luckily, I had half a root of 500-year-old ginseng on me before. After grinding it into pills, it was enough for 2 days. At these words, Jovan was completely stunned. 500-year-old ginseng? That must be the king of ginseng. No wonder their research decades ago with ginseng pills didn't work. They were using inferior materials. Can a 500-year-old ginseng pill alleviate cancer? As they walked towards the ward building, Jovan humbly inquired. 500-year-old ginseng was precious, yet not so rare that those with power and wealth couldn't obtain plenty of it. Not necessarily, Anselm shook his head. It depends on the patient's individual condition. Some might see results with 300-year-old ginseng, while others might not respond even to a 1,000-year-old ginseng pill. So that's how it works. Jovan nodded in understanding. No wonder their ginseng pills failed to save a single patient back then. After I treat her mother, I'll give you a detailed list. Woo-dived by Jovan's dedication to patients even at his age, Anselm decided to share everything he knew to help him achieve his wish of healing the world. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. I'm deeply grateful. Jovan's eyes welled up with tears. After so many years of perseverance, he finally saw hope for overcoming cancer in his twilight years. Cancer is ultimately a terminal illness. Medication alone cannot cure it. At best, it can extend a patient's life by a few years, Anselm sighed. Unless one possesses true qi and follows the traditions of traditional Chinese medicine, it's impossible to cure late-stage cancer. It's like a curse embedded in human genes on this planet. Only a few can transcend it. Chapter 415. A Medical Miracle. Led by Harriet, Anselm and his group arrived at the ward door. Dirk was eagerly waiting. Upon seeing Anselm, he immediately beamed with surprise. Little Yi, you've finally come, Dirk greeted with a broad smile. Uncle, how is Aunt now? Anselm inquired. He naturally knew that Harriet's mother was fine. This question was merely to start a conversation. She's doing well. After taking your elixir, she has had 2 peaceful nights of sleep, Dirk replied gratefully. Anselm nodded, and then walked into the ward. This was a private ward with only one bed in the entire room, where Harriet's mother was resting. Public wards are too crowded and noisy. I feared it might affect Dr. Ye's performance, or worse, news of him curing cancer could spread and cause chaos. So I decided to give Miss Gerardo her own room, Jovan explained beside him. Anselm did not object. On this point, Jovan had indeed done well. If such a miracle had happened in a public area, it would likely have caused a riot in the hospital. So you're the Anselm Chrising talked about. You really do look impressive. Gerardo appeared to be in good spirits, with a noticeable blush on her face. Auntie, your positive attitude will definitely help you recover fully, Anselm said with a smile. Honestly, if most people found out they had cancer, they would be terrified. Finding someone as calm and composed as Harriet's mother was rare in China, truly one in a million. Anselm, no, son-in-law, can you treat this illness? Dirk asked hopefully. Harriet also looked at Anselm expectantly, while Gerardo remained calm, seemingly ready to accept whatever outcome Anselm announced. Give me your hand. Anselm didn't answer directly, but instead took Gerardo's pulse in a professional manner. Jovan watched Anselm's actions intently, afraid to miss any detail transmitted through the 9 needles to help clear the cancer cells from Gerardo's body. If anyone could see microscopic details, they would witness countless tiny sides formed from Anselm's energy, cutting away the malignant cells within Gerardo's body. Once these malignant cells were eradicated, her life would be safe, and lost vitality could gradually be restored through recuperation. Of course, not every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with internal energy could easily cure cancer. This was delicate work requiring precise control over one's power to ensure success. Cancer cells attached to vital organs. Any misstep could cause immediate internal bleeding. At that point, even a celestial being could not save her. Time ticked by, and beads of sweat started appearing on Anselm's forehead. Not because of difficulty, but due to the rapid flow of internal energy within him. Harriet, Dirk, and Jovan watched silently, barely daring to breathe for fear of disrupting Anselm's treatment. Mission accomplished. Woodier than half an hour later, Anselm retracted the 9 needles and sighed deeply. The breath condensed into mist, lingering until it hit the ceiling before dispersing. Seeing Anselm finish his treatment, Harriet and the others couldn't wait to ask, really? The pancreatic cancer has been cured? Yes, you can take her for a checkup. All the cancer cells inside her body have been cleared by me. Anselm nodded slightly, appearing somewhat weak. Overjoyed, Dirk noticed Anselm's condition and said to Harriet, Sheening, stay here with Anselm. I will go down with Martin's son to give your mother a thorough examination. He could not express his gratitude towards Anselm enough. At that moment, he was more concerned about his wife's health. All right, go ahead. Harriet nodded, gazing at Anselm's pale face, feeling inexplicable tenderness. I'm fine, just need some rest, Anselm smiled, assuring them that he was all right. His pallor was due to severe true chi depletion from battling the zombie earlier. After a night's recovery, he had only managed to restore 2/10 of it. Without wasting time, Anselm sat cross-legged in front of Harriet. He closed his eyes and started circulating his internal energy to regain strength, even if it was just 1/10. An hour later, Anselm opened his eyes and stood up. Recovered? Harriet asked carefully, filled with concern. Almost. Anselm nodded. In truth, he had only regained 1/10 of his strength, but didn't want to worry Harriet. Just as Anselm was about to lift Harriet's chin for a passionate kiss, an excited voice interrupted from outside the ward. Martin, this is a miracle, a medical miracle. Indeed, it was Dirk's voice, reaching before him. Frustrated, Anselm had finally gotten a chance for a tender moment, only to be interrupted again. Looking towards the door, he saw a group approaching. Besides Dirk and Jovan, there were several unfamiliar faces. From their attire, white coats and caps, they were clearly hospital doctors. How did the test go? Harriet anxiously asked, glancing at her still sleeping mother. Very well, extremely well. No cancer cells, all indicators are normal, Dirk replied with excitement. He rushed over to Anselm and embraced him tightly. My wonderful son-in-law, my good son-in-law, you are truly amazing. Cough, father-in-law, I know I'm amazing, but can you please let me go first? Men should keep their distance, Anselm said helplessly, seeking aid from Harriet. Harriet found herself torn between laughing and crying but understood her father's feelings. Dad, let Anselm go first. There are so many people watching, she said. Chapter 416. Young Master Adnanen. Dirk came back to his senses. He let Anselm go and laughed awkwardly. Well, son-in-law, I got too excited. You understand, right? Sure, Anselm replied with a sheepish smile, nearly embarrassed into submission. After settling Gerardo on the hospital bed, the group of doctors in white coats left, leaving Jovan with an eager look. Bring me paper and a pen, Anselm said casually. Without a word, Jovan rushed out and soon returned with a fountain pen and a notebook. I will write down some techniques for treating cancer and formulas for elixirs. I hope you can adhere to your principles after getting these and don't use them to make money. Anselm's expression was solemn as he warned Jovan. Master Yi, rest assured, this old man will not forget my principles. Jovan made the promise. Nodding, Anselm then took up the pen and wrote a series of contents on the notebook. That's about it. They are all methods you can implement, suitable for mass application to patients. Putting down the fountain pen and closing the notebook, Anselm handed it over to Jovan. Jovan treated it like a treasure. Holding the notebook, he flipped open the first page and instantly showed an expression of wild joy. Sure enough, they were all traditional medical methods that could help cure cancer. Taking leave from Anselm, Jovan hurried away, eager to return to his office and study the medical skills written by Anselm. Now in the ward, only Dirk's family of 3 and the calm-faced Anselm remained. Well, son-in-law, when will my mother-in-law wake up? Dirk asked sheepishly. Simian man beings are greedy. At first, Dirk just wanted to find a doctor to extend Gerardo's life. But as Anselm's abilities gradually revealed themselves, Dirk started to hope for a cure for late-stage pancreatic cancer. Now that all tumors had been removed, he hoped Gerardo would wake up immediately. Dad, do you think Anselm is a god? Annalise said with a mix of laughter and tears. Dirk chuckled. To me, my son-in-law is no less than a living god. No one else can cure late-stage cancer, but you cured her instantly. Isn't that a god? Dirk went on with his praises. Despite Anselm's thick skin, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat. Your mother-in-law is still weak. It might take a day before she wakes up. You can prepare some food. From today onward, your mother-in-law needs substantial nutritional supplements. Anselm added. Hearing Anselm's words, Dirk's expression turned serious. He nodded promptly. All right, I'll get it prepared. With that, Dirk turned and left the ward. Anselm, thank you. After Dirk left, Anneliese looked at Anselm affectionately and thanked him. For what? You're my woman, Anselm smiled. He glanced at Gerardo on the bed and instructed Anneliese. Your mother-in-law is very weak now. When providing nutrition, do it gradually. Don't rush it. Got it. Anneliese nodded vigorously. Just as the two were having their intimate moment, Anselm's phone suddenly rang. What is it, Annabelle? Seeing the caller ID, Anselm obviously hesitated. And on the other end, Marie immediately realized he must be with another woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't call her Annabelle, but rather Big Wife. Nothing. We can talk when you come back. Marie thought for a moment and decided not to explain over the phone. The call ended, leaving Anselm puzzled. He scratched his head and instinctively looked at Anneliese. Is it urgent? If so, you should go. I'll be fine here. Anneliese said understandingly. Yes, I do have something to deal with. Anselm nodded. Marie wouldn't call him without reason, and since she refused to explain over the phone, it must be significant. Without hesitation, Anselm informed Anneliese and left the hospital, returning to Walter Long Villa. I have something to tell you. As soon as Anselm arrived, Marie greeted him with a serious expression. What is it? Anselm tensed up, worried that it might involve Jeremy or Hampton passing away. His power level couldn't revive a dead person. If you don't hurry, your dark-skinned wife might become someone else's dark-skinned wife, Marie said helplessly. Anselm froze, anger welling up inside him. Damn it, who dared to poach his territory again? You shouldn't blame Shishi. Have you shown any concern for her these days? Marie's expression was discontent as she questioned Anselm. Although Pearl has been away from home for a long time, if Anselm had shown more care for her, would things have escalated to this point? Anselm remained silent, his anger dissipating instantly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, over these many days, he had shown virtually no concern for Pearl. Even in the past half-month, their total time spent together didn't exceed 30 minutes. Who was she with? Anselm asked bitterly. Throughout his life, Anselm's romantic journey had always been smooth sailing. Even with multiple women, they were all devoted to him. He had never faced such a defeat. But hearing that Pearl might become someone else's woman now, Anselm felt as if he was struck by 10,000 points of damage. Marie deliberately stayed quiet, watching Anselm anxiously with amusement while crossing her arms. No, my dark-skinned wife has no man Big Wife. You're lying to me. Seeing Marie's expression, Anselm immediately realized the truth. Haha, do you think Shishi is like some mermaid queen, seeing others while still being unclear with you? Marie sneered coldly. So you were lying to me just now? Anselm's heart finally relaxed. Not exactly, Marie sighed. Recently, there indeed has been a Manjo Chanja Shishi, but she hasn't treated him kindly at all. You can rest assured. That won't do. Where is my dark-skinned wife? I need to find her. Feeling a sense of crisis, Anselm planned to act immediately to nip any thread in the bud. Marie rubbed her temples and said, she should be at the police station, investigating some case. Should I call and ask for you? Anselm shook his head immediately. No need. I'll go directly and surprise her. Good luck. Marie made an encouraging gesture. A good sister must share the stick. Anselm bought a bouquet of flowers and headed straight for the police station. On the way, he had thought up various heartfelt declarations. But when he arrived at the police station, all his words slipped away. Shishi, this is Blue Devil, representing my endless love for you, as vast as the ocean. Inside the police station, a Yonatan held flowers in his hands, kneeling on one knee, proposing to Pearl. Lord Adnanan, let me say it again. I don't like you. I have someone in mind. Don't push your luck, or I will not recognize you anymore. Pearl warned, her eyes filled with coldness, clearly annoyed by the persistent advances. Initially, the other party only sent messages to check up on her, but gradually grew bolder until he actually came to the police station to propose. This was unacceptable. The officers exchanged glances, none of them speaking, silently enjoying the drama. They knew very well about the mysterious man behind Pearl, who had enormous power, with a hint of amusement in her words. Pearl snapped back immediately, her brows knitted tightly, and she said somewhat impatiently, no matter who it is, tell him to take his flowers and leave. Don't bother me. Hardly had the words left her mouth when another lazy voice sounded from outside the door. Black wife, is this how you welcome your husband? It looks like you haven't been disciplined for a long time, and now your butt is itching again. This voice instantly stunned Pearl. She quickly reacted and realized that the person outside delivering flowers was actually Anselm. Why are you here? Pearl walked out, staring at Anselm with surprise. From the day they met until now, this was the first time she saw Anselm take the initiative to come find her. Why wouldn't I come? Anselm smiled faintly. Pearl paused, then shook her head, saying, I didn't mean it that way. Before she could finish, Anselm magically pulled out a bouquet of flowers from behind his back, surprisingly identical to Mitchell's, both featuring blue roses. I thought for a long time but didn't know what to get you, so I simply bought you some flowers, Anselm said with a smile. Pearl felt happy yet somewhat bewildered by Anselm's behavior. What did Anselm want to do, giving her flowers for no reason? Could this be a confession of love? Having been closely observing the situation since Anselm approached Pearl's office, Mitchell couldn't sit still upon seeing this scene. He strode over toward Anselm. Glancing at Mitchell, Anselm rubbed his nose, somewhat sullenly saying, thanks to my main wife reminding me, otherwise, I wouldn't have known someone was coveting my black wife. Upon hearing this, Pearl looked enlightened. She wondered why Anselm suddenly came here and gave her flowers. Turned out he found out from Zinnia that someone at the patrol bureau was harassing her. Not quite coveting, just bothering me a little. Pearl sighed helplessly. Then, she glanced at Anselm and sternly said, it's good that you explained. Please don't use violence. She wasn't quite confident in Anselm because those who pursued Zinnia ended up crippled by him. Pearl was slightly worried that Anselm might beat up Mitchell badly out of jealousy. Mitchell was just an ordinary person, and if beaten up by Anselm, he likely wouldn't survive. Pearl despised this annoying guy, but also didn't wish for him to die. Exine. Mitchell spoke up. Call me Miss Zhou or Captain Zhou, Pearl said coldly. Mitchell's expression turned awkward as he corrected himself. Miss Zhou, who is this? Glancing at him, Pearl replied calmly, him? Haven't you already guessed? He's my boyfriend, my chosen one. Yeah, I'm her husband. You've got no chance, so change your target early. Anselm put his arm around Pearl's waist in a carefree manner. Pearl blushed. This was the first time she was so intimate with Anselm in public. Mitchell shuddered all over. Unable to accept this reality, he collapsed onto the ground. You should go back. With your family background, you can find someone better than me. Pearl inwardly sighed, feeling a bit reluctant upon seeing his state. But she understood the principle of decisive action, so she could only continue to be firm and ruthless, completely cutting off his hopes. After a long silence, Mitchell suddenly sat up straight from his daze. With a serious face, he said, I won't come to disturb you in the future. But the first half of the sentence had made Pearl feel a little relieved. But when the word but appeared, her expression immediately froze. The word but indicated a turn, or in simpler terms, it nullified everything said before it. But I won't give up on this relationship. As expected, Pearl felt somewhat helpless. She realized he hadn't listened to a single word she said. Starting today, I'll bring 2 breakfasts for you. By the way, does your boyfriend eat spicy food? Mitchell looked at Anselm with firm determination. This statement not only stunned Pearl but also left Anselm and everyone in the hall staring with wide eyes. This guy must be crazy. For the son of the deputy head of the Imperial Capital Patrol Bureau to behave like this, it was nothing short of being the contemporary Lich King. So, no spice then. 2 pancake rolls, both with tomato sauce. Mitchell said seriously. No, we don't eat pancake rolls, and you shouldn't buy us breakfast. Pearl felt almost desperate. Encountering such a Lich King, she truly had no idea what to do. Turn hostile? But the other party meant well. Would it be too heartless if she did that? Pearl was torn and instinctively glanced at Anselm. Anselm was also speechless. Dealing with such a person, even Bo Alvis Jiang would have to offer a cigarette. Lonnie, is there really any need to be so persistent? Xin cannot be with you. She already has my child. Anselm shook his head helplessly, throwing out a heavy bombshell that shocked everyone present. Pearl was also stunned, but she quickly reacted, nodding and saying, that's right, we already have a child. Mitchell, don't waste your time on me. If you're pregnant, I'll provide you with some nutritional fees. Make sure you rest more, don't work as hard as you used to. Mitchell seemed to have ignored what Anselm and Pearl had said, continuing to speak to himself. Pearl almost choked on her own blood, thinking how absurd it was for him to talk about providing nutritional fees when she wasn't even pregnant. She had only agreed with Anselm to make Mitchell give up. But who would have thought that this Lich King was virtually invincible? Even claiming pregnancy didn't make him back off. You are truly disgracing your father, Roscoe, Pearl said, exasperated. Roscoe? Anselm paused, finding the name oddly familiar. Is this the deputy head Roscoe from the Imperial Capital Patrol Bureau? Anselm asked. Yes, do you know him? Pearl turned curiously. Anselm thought for a moment and then nodded. I've met him. When I was at Tianjin, I helped Roscoe handle some extraordinary incidents. That's great. Call his dad and have him take Mitchell away. I can't stand it anymore. Pearl clasped her head, looking harassed. Without hesitation, Anselm took out his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 418 The Heavenly Sinister Doctor Arrives. Sinister Doctor? A bewildered voice came from the other end of the phone. Since Anselm had put it on speaker, Mitchell recognized it as his father's voice. It's me, Anselm replied calmly. That voice fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. It really is you, Sinister Doctor. Long time no see. Why are you calling me today? Glancing at Mitchell, Anselm said, Don't you have a son named Mitchell? The voice on the phone, belonging to Roscoe, paused before he nodded and asked, Yes, what's wrong? Has my worthless son annoyed you again? You good-for-nothing brat. All you know is eating, drinking, and playing. I've told you countless times to study hard and learn some skills, but you just don't listen. Roscoe ranted on the phone. Anselm smiled faintly and interrupted him. Enough, old Adnanin. Your son didn't provoke me. He was just pestering my wife to the point of annoyance. Hearing Anselm's words, veins popped up on Roscoe's forehead. What? Not provoking the Sinister Doctor, but his woman? How badly does this rebellious son want to make our family extinct? Sinister Doctor, calm down. This must be a misunderstanding. I'll call him right now and have him kowtow and apologize to you. This matter concerned the life and death of the old Adnanin family, so Roscoe didn't dare take it lightly. He lowered his stance to the utmost, hoping that Anselm would show mercy on his only son due to their long acquaintance. No need to call him. Your son is standing right beside me, Anselm said with a smile. What? Roscoe was shocked and hesitantly asked, Sinister Doctor, did you do anything to him? Don't get me wrong, I'm an exemplary citizen. How could I hurt your son? Anselm rolled his eyes. Roscoe inwardly cursed. What a joke of an exemplary citizen. In the Imperial Upper Circle, who doesn't know that among the Celestial Sword members, besides Chief Instructor Pepper, the Sinister Dr. Anselm has the highest killing intent. He had spent many years in officialdom and made plenty of friends, probably not even 1/3 as many as the people Anselm has killed. Although Roscoe thought this way in his heart, he laughed awkwardly and said, Haha, Sinister Doctor, that's not what I meant. I know that's not what you meant. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be leisurely sipping tea in your office? Anselm said coolly. Roscoe on the other end of the phone was directly stunned. Looking at the teacup in his hand, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Thousands of kilometers away, how did the Sinister Doctor know he was sipping tea in his office? But at this moment, he couldn't worry about that much. He hastily said, Sinister Doctor, please give the phone to this disobedient son. I'll immediately order him back. Your father is looking for you. With no expression, Anselm handed the phone to Mitchell. Mitchell swallowed, glancing fearfully at Anselm. Who exactly is this guy that can make his dad treat him with such respect? Do you want it or not? Seeing him dazed, Anselm frowned coldly. Chilled by Anselm's gaze, Mitchell felt cold sweat run down his back. He snatched the phone, saying hello, before immediately getting an earful from his father. You damn brat, do you want to ruin our entire family? Get back here right now. Dad, Mitchell started, but was cut off by another roar from Roscoe. Just what are you saying? You have 4 hours to get in front of me, otherwise, I'll disown you. Concerned about the safety of the old Adnan family, Roscoe dared not be careless for even a second. In fact, doing this was also to protect his only son. The sinister doctor was unpredictable, while his son was just an ordinary person. It was best for him to stay away as much as possible. I understand. I'll go back right away. Mitchell hung his head. He had always feared his father from childhood till now. So, when Roscoe gave orders, Mitchell instantly wilted. Even though he didn't want to, he had no choice but to obey and return home. I'm going back to the capital. Sorry for disturbing you these past days. With a bitter expression, Mitchell turned around and bowed to Pearl. Pearl was taken aback, not expecting this kind of reaction from him. Anselm chuckled. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite the gentleman. Too bad. Chasing after her will ultimately lead to nothing. Mitchell gazed at Pearl with lingering affection before leaving. Pearl sighed in relief, exclaiming, finally, that annoying guy is gone. I can finally have some peace. No, once he goes back, he won't come over anymore. You'll never have to be bothered by him again, Anselm smiled. Pearl wasn't familiar with Roscoe, but Anselm knew the slick Adnan pretty well. After this phone call, Roscoe would definitely keep a close eye on his son and not let him leave the capital city for a single step. After all, this son was too much of a worry. In the blink of an eye, he actually offended heavenly sinister Dr. Anselm. Who could handle that? Shall we go for a walk? Anselm asked. Where to? Pearl bit her lip and countered. Perhaps the riverside park? It's been a long time since I felt the river breeze, Anselm said lazily. All right. Pearl agreed. After giving some instructions to the female patrol officer, Pearl left with Anselm. The young female patrol officer watched their departing figures with envy in her eyes. What are you looking at, Adnan? Jealous of Captain Joe having a boyfriend? A young male patrol officer approached and teased her with a smile. Adnan blushed, turned her head, and gave this male patrol officer a glare, saying mockingly, Jealous my foot, Faxon. Do you want another beating? As she spoke, Adnan showed her fist. In terms of physical prowess in the police station, she was superior to Faxon. Faxon's expression froze, and he smiled bitterly. Miss, I was just joking. Why did you get so upset? Adnan snorted and ignored Faxon, turning back to her desk to start processing documents. Seeing this scene, Faxon sighed inwardly, ultimately still no feelings. Then he should also let go. The night of early winter was exceptionally cold. Anselm and Pearl drove to the riverside. Glancing around, the vast riverside park had only a few people. However, since both Anselm and Pearl were transcenders, they naturally didn't feel the cold due to their abundant vitality. The two walked side by side along the riverbank, enjoying the river breeze while chatting leisurely. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared in the distance. Anselm sensed something, looked up, and was immediately startled. What is it? Pearl noticed Anselm's unusual behavior sharply. Max has arrived, Anselm pointed to the sky. The dark night was like an unmixable inkwell. Even with Pearl's excellent eyesight, it took her a while to spot a vague figure in the air. You wait here. I'll be right back. Anselm wore a serious expression. For the old man to come down from Kangmang Wudiantane and visit Jinling City to see him, there must be extremely important matters to discuss. Well, you don't need to go up. Pearl stared blankly at the front. Following Pearl's gaze, Anselm gasped in shock. The four great protectors did not reveal themselves before mortals. Once revealed, it meant losing their mystique, and also indicated that they were about to leave this world. Master. Facing Pearl, Anselm respectfully paid respects to heavenly sinister doctor. Chapter 419. Seeking immortality on the ancient star path. You are Homer? Pearl widened her eyes, staring at the elegant Adnan in front of her, her face full of disbelief. So, your foundation is solid, but your cultivation progress is too slow. Homer frowned, seeing right through Anselm's current state. At this rate, Anselm would surely be unable to keep up with the changes in heaven and earth. In time, the powerhouses in the world would become increasingly stronger, while he would grow weaker. One step at a time. As long as I keep surpassing myself, that's enough, Anselm said. Homer sighed lightly and nodded slightly. Since you have a clear path in mind, I am relieved and can now proceed with peace. Anselm was greatly alarmed. What did Homer mean by this? Could they really be leaving Blue Star to go to another small world? Seeing Anselm's expression, Homer smiled slightly. Don't worry, not now. I still have some matters to entrust to you before we leave. Let's go to Walterlong Manor, Anselm thought for a moment and said, Very well. With a wave of Homer's hand, the three of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they were already inside Walterlong Manor. Pearl was astonished. This was the power of a top expert, able to travel thousands of miles with just a thought. Feeling the intense spiritual fluctuations, everyone came out from the villa. Seeing Carla clinging to Cosmo's arm in a delicate manner, Anselm couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, this guy hadn't let him down. He had really won over Carla. Senior Lonnie Homer? Both Cosmo and Woodyham's eyes widened in surprise, their expressions changing from ease to stiffness. The black and white peonies were stunned, having lost their ability to think. But Lynette remained calm, both looking puzzled. Hadn't they always relied on themselves since coming down the mountain? As if reading their thoughts, Homer smiled and said, You've hardly encountered any enemies much stronger than yourselves since descending the mountain. This is because a few old men like us have been intimidating them. But if we leave Blue Star for the starry sky, do you think those sects will still hold back? These words struck Anselm and the others like thunder, causing tremors in their hearts. Master, must you really go? Anselm's eyes were filled with reluctance. He had heard that beyond Blue Star lay an ancient star path leading straight to the immortal realm. The ancient path was fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to certain death. But at the same time, those who successfully traversed it would achieve immortality, becoming true immortals, free and easy. It is necessary, Homer said calmly, his tone resolute and unshakable. Anselm sighed. Embarking on the ancient star path in search of immortality, how difficult it was. Throughout history, countless extraordinary individuals had tried but failed, their foundations collapsing, fading into eternity. It was a path from which there was no return. Anyone who set foot on it faced almost certain death. Is there really such a thing as an immortal? Anselm sighed, gazing out the window at the vast starry sky. In the dark expanse, it seemed as though there was an uncertain path leading to the unknown immortal realm. Homer did not respond, as even he couldn't give a definite answer to Anselm's question. He had entered the netherworld, battled the underworld ruler, and discussed doctrines with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But to him, the underworld ruler and Ksitigarbha were merely powerful ancient beings. At least in terms of lifespan, they couldn't be truly immortal. Of course, to ordinary mortals, they might be considered undying existences. But on the scale of the entire universe, their immortality seemed trivial. The four disciples were disheartened. Once a teacher, always a father. Now, the four heavenly kings were about to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors on the ancient star path to seek true immortality. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this life. Master, take care. Anselm's eyes reddened, a rare sign of sorrow. Homer scolded gently. A man of valor doesn't cry over trifles. We're going to seek immortality, not to die. Well, hurry up. I still have some important matters to entrust to you. Quickly compose yourselves. Homer glanced at the four, his eyes twinkling with a smile. Soon, Anselm and the others returned to their usual composed selves. Homer smiled faintly. Your master has important business to attend to, so he asked me to pass some things on to you. Reason bowed deeply and solemnly accepted the Longquan sword from Avon's hands. Nodding, Avon then turned his gaze towards Ian. Ian smiled foolishly and asked, Uncle Master, I wonder what good thing my venerable master has entrusted to you for me? Avon shook his head with a smile. The light flowed in his hand as a luminous, jade-like bead appeared in his palm. Is this a Buddha bone Saraira? Ian exclaimed in surprise. Not exactly. This is a divine smashing pearl made from a Buddha bone Saraira. It can easily break through the defenses of extraordinary beings one level higher than itself. Avon relayed the original words of Schwanwalterfa. Ian was overjoyed, receiving the divine smashing pearl respectfully from Avon's hand. With this pearl, his combat power would leap another step. Also, your master said that you have only learned half of the Great Hand Seal. The remaining half is here. Study it well. As he spoke, Avon produced an ancient-looking, thread-bound book. Anselm, Rosella, and Cosmo were all astonished. If Ian was already so powerful with just half of the Great Hand Seal, how crazy would he become after mastering it completely? Master, what about me? Rosella's eyes sparkled. Seeing Cosmo and Ian receive such great benefits, she wondered if her adoptive master wouldn't be too stingy. Avon smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. In the living room, a pair of silver-white gloves appeared and gently floated toward Rosella. Your master said that the quality of treasures lies not in quantity. Therefore, he left you only a pair of silver silk gloves. All other treasures have been handed over to Tianjian, Avon explained. Rosella showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, she looked delighted. Compared to other treasures, this pair of silver silk gloves was indeed an excellent choice. Made from precious silver silk, they provided invulnerability against water and fire. Unexaggeratedly, with this pair of gloves, Rosella would not fear any opponents below the Divine Dan middle stage, even without weapons. Thank you, master. This pair of silver silk gloves suits me perfectly, Rosella smiled. Don't thank me. These are gifts from your master, the killing sage. It has nothing to do with me. Avon stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Rosella moved aside and stood with Ian and Cosmo. Now, only Anselm had yet to receive any treasure. They all wondered what grand gift the medic would prepare for his disciple. Anselm looked at his master expectantly. Sword obsession, unfathomable law, and killing sage all gave top-tier magical artifacts to their disciples. As the foremost among the four heavenly kings, he surely wouldn't be stingy, right? Avon glanced at Anselm and said coolly, I have no magical artifact for you. All the magical artifacts under my name have been given to my subordinate sections. Upon hearing this, Anselm's face fell. What could he say? He felt really hurt. A direct disciple, and yet didn't receive even one magical artifact, not even as much as those subordinate sects. Are you cursing me in your heart, wondering why I didn't leave you a powerful magical artifact? Avon chuckled faintly. Having lived together for more than a decade, he knew Anselm inside out. Any slight change in expression revealed his thoughts. Anselm stiffened. Max's mind-reading ability had improved. He even knew when Anselm was cursing in his heart. No, master must have deep intentions if you're not giving me anything, Anselm forced a smile. Avon laughed lightly. Indeed, although magical artifacts can boost your current combat power, they are detrimental to your growth. Here, Avon suddenly became serious, saying, You are the son of the world's greatest martial artist, destined to rule over all. I don't want your path to invincibility to be ruined by a magical artifact. Hearing his master's words, Anselm felt a jolt in his tiger-like body. Invincibility sounds simple, but achieving it is far too difficult. There is no absolute stillness in the world, and similarly, there has never been absolute invincibility in the extraordinary realm. One mountain is always higher than another. Why did you hit me? Anselm shook his head, feeling it buzz. However, no one noticed that on Anselm's forehead, a golden lotus imprint appeared momentarily and vanished. Oh, I made a mistake. Thought there was a mosquito there, the heavenly evil medic said nonchalantly. Anselm was speechless. That mistake seemed highly unlikely. Knowing the old guy, it was definitely intentional. At that moment, the midnight bell rang. The heavenly evil medic sensed something and said, Time is running out. There's one last thing. What? Anselm asked curiously. Then, he saw the heavenly evil medic take out a yellowed goatskin parchment from his robe. On it was depicted a lifelike Qilin, seemingly alive. Anselm took the parchment and looked at it, unable to help but ask curiously, what is this antique? The heavenly evil medic's face was grave. He formed a hand seal, actually isolating the living room from the outside world. Seeing this, Anselm and the others all showed shocked expressions. What kind of antique was this that required such caution from the heavenly evil medic? Even Anselm's women were kept in the dark about it. You must be wondering why I'm being so careful, the heavenly evil medic said expressionlessly. They all nodded. Indeed. Anyone who could stay at the Wulong Villa was trustworthy, so there was no trust me with this true form diagram? Anselm asked tentatively. That's right. I am about to set out on the ancient starry path, and the true form diagram cannot go with me. Now, I entrust it to you for safekeeping, hoping that one day you will unlock its ultimate mystery. Anselm was moved. Ultimate mystery? Yes, although I have comprehended the supreme and world-shaking Solengine steps of the Kylan from this diagram, I always feel that the secrets of the true form diagram go beyond just this. The true form diagram should not be the only one. There must be other diagrams. Anselm suddenly said. Looking at Anselm with approval, Heavenly Horus nodded. You're teachable. When I obtained this true form diagram years ago, I found some inscriptions on the cave wall. According to those texts, there should be 8 similar true form diagrams. Which 8? Rosella asked curiously. True Dragon, Heavenly Phoenix, Divine Ape, Pung Bird, Demon Butterfly, Golden Crow, Blood Ant, and Swordgrass, Heavenly Horus replied solemnly. Together with our Kylan true form diagram, that makes 9 in total. Can these true form diagrams also reveal supreme skills like the Solengine steps of the Kylan? Rosella asked cautiously. I don't know, but I believe they can. Woody Rover, the ultimate secret probably can only be revealed after collecting all 9 true form diagrams, Heavenly Horus said seriously. Nodding, Rosella's eyes lit up as she became excited. Does Master mean we should try to collect these true form diagrams as much as possible? Anselm's eye feeling a sense of loss. Heavenly Horus wasn't his father, but he was like a father to him. Now, he had embarked on a path with no return, perhaps never to meet again. Francisco and the others also wore complex expressions. Without their master, they would now be independent cultivators without the protection of a sect, needing to face all challenges on their own. The 4 of them remained emotionally low until Zinnia and others entered. What happened? Where's Master? Zinnia looked around. He left. Anselm took a deep breath and said, Oh, he left so quickly? I haven't even fulfilled my duties as a daughter-in-law yet. Zinnia pouted. Never mind. Maybe next time I'll do better. Anselm trembled slightly at her words, shaking his head. There won't be a next time. What do you mean? Zinnia was confused. Max has set out on the ancient starry path seeking immortality. It might be 100 years before we see him again, Anselm sighed. Senior Horus entered the ancient starry path? Upon hearing Anselm's words, Hey Isa both exclaimed in surprise. You knew? Zinnia turned to look at them. Isa nodded, her expression serious. I know a little about it. According to legend, the ancient starry path was created by ancient gods as a route leading to the immortal realm. Anyone who can cross the ancient starry path can enter the immortal realm and ascend to immortality. Immortality? Zinnia's expression was strange. Clearly she did not believe in such so-called immortals. At this moment, Anselm spoke up, talking about immortality. It's essentially for seeking the path of eternal life. My master may not be much weaker than true immortals in terms of power, but they fall far short in lifespan. I see, Zinnia nodded in partial understanding. Don't be too sad. Senior Horus has profound accomplishments. Even if he treads the ancient starry path, he will surely return safely, Isa said with a faint smile. Anselm neither confirmed nor denied it. He turned to look at Cosmo and the others. There's no time to waste. I'll teach you the Solengine steps of the Kylan and the first 3 moves of the battle god Solengine forms now. Shocking the vast wave, transforming hands of earth, and seizing heaven palm. Rosella, Francisco, and Cosmo were all delighted, but they didn't want Anselm to lose out either. I'll teach you the extreme Dao killing technique and the void Dao. I'll teach you the demon subduing great hand seal and the lion's roar. And I'll impart the 5 elements divine sword technique and thunder skills to you. Anselm smiled slightly and waved his hand. Forget it. My combat skills are sufficient. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were firm. If you won't learn, then we won't either. Though there was no need for strict accounting between them, the Solengine steps of the Kylan were too precious. Exchanging without some secret techniques would make them feel indebted. Seeing that all 3 were insistent, Anselm had no choice but to nod. All right, but you don't have to give me too much. Rosella, explain the essence of the void Dao to me in detail again. Francisco, just teach me the lion's roar type of AoE skill. The demon subduing great hand seal isn't useful for me. As for you, Cosmo, just teach me one thunder skill. The 5 elements divine sword technique is an unparalleled sword skill from your sword fanatic lineage. As someone who doesn't use a sword, I might not be able to learn it even if I tried. All right. The 3 nodded simultaneously. Just as the ancients said, each should take what they need. Greediness leads to nothing. The few methods Anselm chose were all beneficial to him in some way. Likewise, Rosella, Francisco, and Cosmo exchanged their supreme techniques with each other. The 4 sat cross-legged in the villa, absorbing the essence of each other's supreme techniques. Anselm's body faintly emitted tiger leopard thunder sounds, and his realm broke through instantly, skipping the middle stage of the king realm. From the early stage of the king realm, he leaped into the late stage. Chapter 422. The 4 great heavenly kings depart. While Anselm and his companions were immersed in intense cultivation, atop Wudiant Tai, 4 peerless powerhouses appeared. They seemed demonic yet divine, swallowing the rivers and mountains, as if they towered above all of creation. They are the four great heavenly kings, an awakened being shouted, astonished beyond measure. The simultaneous appearance of the four great heavenly kings at the peak of Wudiantai was absolutely explosive news. Many old monsters paused, hiding in the shadows, watching from afar. Braden was peerlessly evil, exuding an aura of supreme wickedness mixed with boundless imperial might. His presence stirred the heavens and earth as it swept past. Miles's slaughter aura was shocking to the world, like a transcendent killing demon. Standing atop the mountain, he resembled a sovereign reigning from the ninth heaven. Endless killing intent surging, causing all living beings around him to shiver in fear. Walterfa Zen Master wore a purple-golden kasaya, his face like carved jade, extraordinarily handsome without losing his solemn demeanor, truly resembling an enlightened Buddha shining brightly amidst the vast sea of clouds. Simeonong Jinshi wore white robes whiter than snow, eyes gleaming like cold stars, dignified and otherworldly, possessing the air of a Taoist cultivator who adheres to non-action despite being a sword cultivator. Each of the four great heavenly kings possessed unique auras, releasing their breaths that pierced the sky. In the vast universe, it seemed as though an illusory path had descended, stretching to the peak of Wudiantai. "That is the ancient star path," exclaimed the Zoltan. He was a true beyond-the-shore realm powerhouse, known as a celestial Haimeng, yet he lacked the courage to step onto this star path from which there was no return. "Ancestor, where does this ancient star path lead?" Russell asked. Awakened beings seek immortality by ascending the ancient star path, treading across the heavens. Legend has it that at the end of the ancient path lies the gateway to the immortal realm. Reaching there grants eternal life. The Zoltan explained, his eyes shimmering with strange light. Though he dared not ascend the ancient star path himself, observing the four great heavenly kings depart was enough for a lifetime. After all, such an event hadn't occurred in 100 years. Russell's eyes also flickered. With the departure of the four great heavenly kings, the Shushan sect would face much less pressure. Perhaps it was time to take action on some matters, to reclaim what was due. Watching Fernan leave must stir feelings within you. Not far away, two figures floated in the air. If Anselm were present, he would have recognized them as Horst and Pepper. "This journey, we may never meet again," Horst sighed deeply. However, in his heart, he vowed that one day, he too would tread this legendary ancient star path, seeking the elusive path to immortality. "Gentlemen, let us depart." Buzz. The void trembled. Illusory celestial paths condensed into golden steps, as if guiding Braden and the others. With one step, lotus flowers bloomed beneath their feet, instantly placing them upon the steps. They looked back, taking one last glance at the land below before disappearing completely. The moment the four great heavenly kings vanished, the golden celestial path dissolved back into illusion, eventually becoming countless white light points that drifted away with the wind. The four great heavenly kings departed, stepping onto the unknown ancient path. The dangers ahead were unknown to outsiders. Only some great sects knew that throughout history, no one had successfully reached the end of the ancient path. Not even the unparalleled first emperor succeeded. The four great heavenly kings, whose might shook the blue star, could they successfully reach the end of the star path? Perhaps this question would forever remain unanswered. At Walterlong Manor, Anselm felt a sense of something. He suddenly opened his eyes, sighing softly, "Master, until we meet again." He stood up tall. The techniques passed down by Rosella, Woodyhamd, and Cosmo, after a night of studying, were now under his control to nearly 60%. The remaining 40% could not be perfected through mere cultivation alone. Practical combat experience was necessary. Truth comes from practice. Mere theory would ultimately crumble under scrutiny. Coincidentally, Rosella and the others had just emerged from their seclusion as well. Anselm's heart stirred. It seemed they also sensed that the elders had ascended the star path and were no longer on the blue star. "Honey, Master and the others are gone," Rosella said dejectedly. "I know, but I believe they will surely find the method of immortality and return." Anselm clenched his fists. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Anselm suddenly smiled and said, "I've learned most of the techniques you taught me. How about we spar to see how well we've learned?" "Sure, let's use only the techniques we just learned for sparring." Upon hearing Anselm's suggestion, Cosmo immediately raised his hand in agreement. He had learned the Solangine steps of the Kylan from Anselm and the Void Dao from Rosella, which elevated his comprehension of swordsmanship to another level. Engaging in mutual practice would allow Anselm and the others to provide guidance and correct any deficiencies. Rosella and Woodyhamd both agreed, especially Rosella, who had finally broken through the barrier of the King Realm and advanced to the mid-stage King Realm faster than Anselm had at the time. Rosella understood that this was due to the secret treasure bestowed by her master. The silver-threaded gloves, originally a close-quarters magical weapon of the Earth-Killing Saint, naturally carried a wisp of the Killing Saint's aura. Now, these gloves belonged to Rosella, and she had refined this aura, enhancing her strength as a result. The four people split into two groups. Anselm sparred with Cosmo, while Rosella tangled with Woodyhamd. Since none of them used their own sect's ultimate techniques, they were initially fumbling and very uncomfortable. But as they grew more familiar with the moves, all four entered the right state. Anselm used the Void Dao, combined with thunder techniques, driving Cosmo back continuously. Cosmo looked on in shock, staring at Anselm. Is this guy a freak? In just one night, he had learned about 70% of Cosmo's thunder technique and Rosella's Void Dao. Though there were still some inconsistencies when switching between his thunder techniques, this already surpassed the results of his 3 months of arduous practice. True to being the son of the world's top expert, his insane intuition made Cosmo willingly admit defeat. Of course, this was just sparring and mutual correction. Cosmo naturally wouldn't concede defeat. He continued to use the methods Anselm taught him, employing the transforming Darien hand, seizing Heaven Palm, and shocking Kanglan techniques, barely resisting Anselm's onslaught. The path your spirit energy takes when you perform this palm technique is wrong. Anselm saw the issue with Cosmo, and then patiently demonstrated it for him. On the other side, Rosella and Woodyhamd were engaged in a tough battle. Woodyhammed was drenched in sweat. He had been in the King Realm for a long time and couldn't even subdue a newly promoted King Realm practitioner like Rosella. Clearly, Woodyhammed didn't know that thanks to the Earth-killing saint, Rosella was now in the mid-stage King Realm, just one small realm lower than him. And with Anselm's special tutoring, Rosella's combat skills were nearly perfect. Even though Woodyhammed had extraordinary talent, surpassing the typical hidden sect prodigies, he still found it extremely challenging to deal with Rosella. Of course, this wasn't because he was weak, but because without using Buddhist techniques, his power was significantly reduced. Anselm's techniques only amounted to 20% of what he had comprehended, and even if he used them, he couldn't defeat Rosella. Stop, stop, stop. Woodyhammed called out. What's wrong? Rosella paused, looking at Woodyhammed curiously. Woodyhammed waved his hand to cool down, feeling very depressed as he said, let's not fight anymore, senior sister. You're too powerful. At Early King Realm, you can suppress me. Who told you I'm in the Early King Realm? Rosella giggled. The next moment, the pressure of the mid-stage King Realm released, astonishing Woody, looking up at Cosmo with a face full of envy. Yeah, just a little bit more, and he can break through to the Divine Pill stage. Anselm nodded slightly. A thunderclap sounded spontaneously between heaven and earth. Suddenly opening his eyes, a flash of purple lightning seemed to appear within Cosmo's eyes. In the next moment, essence energy from all directions converged, condensing at Cosmo's dantian. It succeeded. Rosella widened her eyes, subconsciously clinging onto Anselm's arm. Anselm also excitedly said, good job, Hymankai successfully condensed a pill. Following their voices, a stunning sword intent erupted from Cosmo, surpassing the King Realm, clearly indicating the early stage Divine Pill. Of course, Cosmo's true combat strength was obviously not just this. Boss, I've broken through. Shall we spar again? Cosmo leaped down, landing in front of Anselm, eagerly waiting for the match. Sure, how should we fight? Still no using our sect's ultimate techniques? Anselm asked casually. Let's just practice normally. The ultimate skills you taught me still need time to master, and right now, I'm eager to know where my combat limit lies. Cosmo smiled faintly, but his overall momentum became suddenly sharp. This kind of aura. Rosella stared wide-eyed. If her perception was correct, Cosmo's aura might be approaching the late-stage Divine Pill. An average 6th-level terrestrial immortal would absolutely not be his match. Rosella looked at Anselm worriedly, though she knew it was a friendly match. Significant power gaps could still lead to danger. Let's move aside to fight, so we don't disturb Ian's enlightenment. Anselm glanced at Ian who was meditating nearby. Cosmo nodded, flashing over to another side of the manor. Anselm followed closely, hands behind his back, calm and unhurried. The battle erupted quickly, a clash among 6th-level terrestrial immortals. The black and white peonies sensed this, instantly taking action to protect the manor. Otherwise, with its construction, it wouldn't withstand the aftereffects of the two's confrontation. From afar, Rosella and the black and white peonies watched the battle, expecting a fierce struggle but finding it was, once again, a one-sided domination like before. Cosmo remained at a disadvantage throughout, no matter what tricks he tried, unable to break free from Anselm's suppression. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Ye's strength is too strong. He must be comparable to at least a 7th-level terrestrial immortal. Bella expressed amazement. She knew that when they first met, Anselm wasn't even a 3rd-level terrestrial immortal. Yet, in just a few days, his strength had reached this level, which was truly unbelievable. Mitzi gazed at the composed Anselm in the arena, feeling both admiration and concern. At this rate of growth, Anselm might completely surpass her within a year or so. At that point, wouldn't she risk retaliation? After all, she had beaten Anselm multiple times recently. I give up, boss, you're too strong. Cosmo shouted loudly. He realized he couldn't argue anymore. No matter how much he improved, Anselm always suppressed him. Retracting his foot from above Cosmo's head, Anselm gave a faint smile and said, it's not that I'm too strong, but rather your control over your own strength isn't yet adequate. Besides, your combat experience lags far behind mine. Cosmo and Rosella stayed silent. The points raised by Anselm indeed were their weaknesses. Rosella humbly asked, dear, how can we improve on these aspects? Anselm shook his head and sighed. The best way to enhance control over one's own strength is to study medicine. When your medical skills reach a high level, you naturally gain a deep understanding of human anatomy. At that point, even without deliberate training, your control over strength can be precise to the smallest degree. But we don't understand medical skills, Rosella said with a bitter smile. On the contrary, Cosmo showed a look of enlightenment. Among the 10 doctrines, 9 involve medicine. Since Cosmo was familiar with some Taoist methods, he naturally had some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, though it was far from the incredible abilities of the evil physicians. It's fine. Rich combat experience can also help improve in this area, Anselm said with a smile. A sudden idea struck him, and he turned to Cosmo and Rosella. The elders have left. I invite you to join Heavenly Sword. This way, we will have support. Cosmo and Rosella's eyes lit up immediately. Joining Heavenly Sword indeed seemed like a good choice. I agree. Me too. Both nodded without hesitation, not considering whether Heavenly Sword would accept them. With Anselm present and their heritage as successors of the Heavenly King lineage, there was no reason for Heavenly Sword to reject them. Do we need to wait for Ian to wake up and ask for his opinion? Rosella glanced at Ian who was still meditating. No need. His opinion isn't important, Anselm said indifferently. Rosella smiled and returned to the villa's living room to fetch Anselm's phone for him. Anselm immediately called Pepper and explained Cosmo and the others' requests. Of course. Send me their information, and I'll get someone to handle their credentials right away. As expected, Pepper was thrilled, almost fearing they might change their minds. After hanging up, Anselm smiled and gave an okay gesture. It's done. Rosella and Cosmo both smiled. Just then, Ian opened his eyes and woke up. Having successfully refined Master Raphael's lingering aura, Ian had broken through to the Peak King realm. Seeing Anselm and the others watching him, Ian touched his cheeks shyly and asked, Seniors, why are you all looking at me? Do I have something on my face? I've made the decision for you to join Heavenly Sword. You're now part of Heavenly Sword, Anselm said expressionlessly. Join Heavenly Sword? Ian widened his eyes, making Cosmo and Rosella think he might be unwilling. But his next words made Rosella and the others both laugh and cry. How much is the monthly salary? Is food and lodging provided? Chapter 424 Banquet. Anselm was speechless and directly patted Ian's bald head. With a salary of just over 10,000, if you want meals and lodging provided, I can apply to send you to the border. There, not only will you have meals and lodging provided, but no one will be able to manage you. Hearing this, Ian quickly waved his hands. No way, life at the border is so tough. He didn't want to go there at all. As they were talking, Anselm's phone rang. It was indeed his young wife Lexi who called him, asking Anselm to accompany her to a banquet. Anselm naturally agreed. Having been cooped up at home for a long time, he also wanted to get out and breathe some fresh air. Zia asked me to accompany her to a banquet. Do you want to come? Anselm turned to ask Rosella. Rosella shook her head. Forget it. Zia didn't invite me. I'll stay here and continue to consolidate my cultivation. That's fine too. Anselm nodded and left Walterlong Villa, heading straight for Jinling University. When Anselm arrived at the school gate, Lexi was already waiting there. Little wife. Anselm waved and then walked quickly toward her. Suddenly, a car lost control and came speeding towards them at 100 kilometers per hour, heading straight for Lexi, who was nearby. Everyone around was shocked and dodged far away. Lexi had prepared to walk towards Anselm, but seeing a car charging at her, her mind went blank instantly. Anselm's face changed. He immediately moved sideways like a meteor and pulled Lexi out of the way. Then, he raised his hand, his fingers like iron clamps, gripping the rear of the car tightly. The tires screeched against the ground, sparks flying and making sizzling sounds. In the next moment, the part of the car that Anselm held onto fell off, and the body of the car collided fiercely again. Damn it! Seeing the car rush towards the crowd, Anselm cursed under his breath. He couldn't care less about shocking everyone and leaped lightly, blocking in front of the crowd in an instant. Just as everyone was scattering like birds, Anselm took action and controlled the car with absolute force. However, the driver of the car wasn't so lucky. Due to Anselm's immense strength, the front of the car caved in completely. The driver's thigh got caught, causing him to faint from pain immediately. Of course, the crisis was averted, but everyone was still shaken. Lexi came to her senses and ran over, hugging Anselm's arm fearfully. Let go first, I need to save someone, Anselm said gravely. It wasn't intentional, just vehicle failure. Since it was not intentional, Anselm could not stand by and watch. They'd be waiting God knows how long for an ambulance. Is this guy a superhero? Such high speed, and he actually stopped the car, without any injury. It's impossible. China has no superheroes, only cultivators. This man must be an old monster of the inner spirit stage. Get lost. How could there be such a young inner spirit stage cultivator? This must be at the foundation establishment stage. People whispered around, but they all looked at Anselm with a touch of awe in their eyes. Hearing these comments, Anselm's lips curled slightly. These people couldn't imagine that their jests were actually prophetic. Transcenders are indeed not different from cultivators in a certain sense. Anselm broke open the car and rescued the injured. He used the Solangine reverse heaven needles to stop the bleeding and alleviate the injuries. Watching Anselm concentrating on needling, Lexi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Let's go. When the ambulance comes, he'll be fine. After putting away the needles, Anselm stood up and left with Lexi, leaving without revealing his identity after completing the deed. By the time everyone regained their senses, Anselm and Lexi were already gone. You were really cool just now. Far away, Lexi smiled at Anselm. Anselm smiled and asked back, not cool usually? Cool, but not as cool as just now, Lexi replied with a radiant smile. Fine. Anselm touched his nose, feeling a bit helpless. As long as his little wife was happy, it was good. Right. What's this banquet? Isn't it still early? Go buy something and prepare. Otherwise, we'll likely be looked down upon. Lexi sighed. If it weren't for her father's sake, she wouldn't go to that banquet even if her life depended on it. What kind of banquet is it? Anselm curiously asked. Do you remember Francis whom you beat? Lexi pouted, looking very unhappy. Who? Anselm scratched his head. Francis? He had no recollection of that name at all. The woman you said was a slut, sleeping with 13 men in one day, Lexi reminded him, trying to jog his memory. Oh, I remember now. Didn't she have a man who's in the triads? Yes, it's her. I heard she recently made a fortune and invited us relatives to attend. Lexi seemed very unwilling. Indeed, anyone with a bit of wisdom could guess the intention behind this invitation. It was nothing more than a desire to show off in front of relatives. However, Francis's calculations were clearly off. After all, no matter how wealthy she became, her status could never rival Lexi's. Her father, Lawson, was one of the few entrepreneurs capable of doing business with the state. She has a twin sister who is now my brother's woman. After a moment of silence, Lexi said through gritted teeth. Anselm's heart stirred. No wonder the relationship between Lexi and her brother was so strained. There was a reason for it. But just this reason alone wouldn't be enough for Lexi's brother to take such drastic measures. Anselm guessed that there must be other secrets unknown to the public. Lexi's decision to attend the banquet accompanied by him obviously stemmed from her awareness of potential dangers, fearing that her brother might not hesitate to harm her at the event. With me around, no one can hurt you, Anselm said seriously. Lexi smiled brilliantly, like 100 flowers blooming at once. She took his arm, appearing like an affectionate couple in love. One couldn't go empty-handed to a banquet, even if it was with someone she didn't get along with, like Francis. The two entered a mall nearby and bought several pieces of gold jewelry, totaling over 300,000 yuan. Anselm was surprised. He pointed at the gold jewelry in Lexi's hand and couldn't help but ask, aren't 300,000 yuan quite expensive? You don't get along with that woman, why buy such expensive gifts for her? Oh, 300,000 yuan is very expensive? Lexi stuck out her tongue. I thought this was the cheapest gift. Well, Anselm was speechless. To Lexi, 300,000 yuan worth of gold jewelry was only considered the cheapest gift. How rich are you exactly? Anselm touched his nose, sensing he had underestimated the financial strength of Lexi's family. Lexi thought for a moment, biting her finger, and said, about 500,000 yuan per month for living expenses, I suppose. Hearing this, Anselm was speechless. Good grief, even excluding Breyer's assets, the money in his bank account couldn't match half a year's living expenses for Lexi. They continued shopping at the mall until the banquet was about to start, then they drove there. It was a mansion located by Xuanwu Lake, covering a vast area. To Anselm, however, this mansion was nothing special, perhaps not even as impressive as a corner of Walter Long Villa. As dusk fell, guests arrived one after another. They presented their invitations, then entered the villa in small groups. An attractive couple like Anselm and Lexi naturally drew everyone's attention wherever they went. When they appeared, many people couldn't help but gaze at them in admiration. The couple looked like a pair of celestial beings, outshining many celebrities and tycoons present. Chapter 425. Reunion with Alvaro. Hey, little sister Vita is here. A woman abruptly appeared, surrounded like a star among satellites, right in the center of everyone. This was Frances. She wore a silver-white evening gown, as noble as a queen and as bright as a star, dazzlingly standing out in the crowd. Anselm sneered. Despite her well-dressed appearance, it didn't change the fact that she was still an obnoxious person. Next to Frances stood another woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, nearly identical. She was also the center of attention for everyone present. A thought struck Anselm. This must be the elder sister-in-law Sophie mentioned, Frances's twin sister, Marnie. With both of them appearing together to challenge Sophie, Anselm furrowed his brow, feeling slightly displeased. Just as he was about to speak up on behalf of Sophie, Frances's gaze shifted onto Anselm. Her expression slightly changed, with a fleeting glint of intense resentment flashing across her eyes. Frances would never forget how this Yonatan had humiliated her severely. Not only did he assault her and her then-boyfriend, but he also repeatedly called her poultry, which was outrageously insulting. You are some outsider. I don't seem to recall inviting you to my party. Frances's face turned icy cold, immediately shifting her focus onto Anselm. He's my boyfriend. I brought him here. Is there a problem with that? Sophie stepped forward, glaring angrily at Frances. Originally, she planned to mend relations with Frances, but it now seemed unnecessary. Even if one became wealthy, they were still just nouveau riche, utterly lacking in grace and decorum. So your little sister Vita's boyfriend. That explains why you're not an outsider. Marnie laughed sweetly, her gaze filled with interest as she looked at Anselm. Upon hearing Marnie's words, Frances paused, hesitant yet unwilling to defy her sister's wishes. She owed all her wealth and achievements today to her sister Marnie. Otherwise, without Marnie's help, such opportunities wouldn't have come her way. How rare to see you back home, little sister Vita. Come closer so I can chat with you properly. Marnie giggled, taking Sophie by the arm, acting extremely friendly. Something wasn't right. Both Anselm and Sophie had the same suspicion. The overly solicitous attitude contradicted their previous intentions to harm her. However, since they were here, they had no choice but to adapt. Even a raised hand doesn't strike a smiling face. Besides, with Anselm protecting her, her personal safety was definitely secure. Thinking this, Sophie put on a sweet smile, playing along. She wanted to see what this sister-in-law, who wanted her dead, intended to do next. With various ulterior motives, they walked into the banquet hall. To onlookers, however, they appeared to be incredibly close, almost indistinguishable from good sisters. When Marnie led Sophie to a middle-aged, rotund man, Sophie couldn't help but frown and ask, Sister-in-law, what's your intention? Marnie remained silent, only nodding politely to the Adin. The Adin's dim eyes instantly lit up upon seeing Sophie. Her intention means from now on, you will be my fifth wife, Miss Sophie. The Adin stared at Sophie with lustful eyes, as if wishing to swallow her whole. Sophie felt sickened. This man could easily be her father, and yet he had designs on her. Fool. A cold voice sounded. Accompanied by a loud slap, the Adin flew into the air, spun 360 degrees, smashing through several tables before crashing down. The guests in the hall were all astounded. Frances's face drastically changed. This man was her benefactor, and she hadn't expected Anselm to incapacitate him with one slap. Goodness, which family produced this hot-headed youngster? How impulsive to actually hit Boss Holden. The young have fiery tempers, understandable, but it's unknown what background he has. Otherwise, Boss Holden won't let him off. A good show indeed. Marnie narrowed her eyes, coldly saying, I respected you as Vita's boyfriend and allowed you into the party. Yet, you assaulted my distinguished guest without cause. Now, leave immediately. Introducing my heirly friend to this old pervert, and telling me it's respect? Anselm looked puzzled, somewhat bewildered by her logic. Marnie snorted, seemingly unwilling to argue further with Anselm. She waved her hand, calling over several security guards, intending to forcibly remove Anselm. Anselm coldly smiled, adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Whoever dared lay a hand on him should be prepared for the consequences. 5 security guards simultaneously flew out, smashing through several tables and falling to the ground, unable to stop groaning in pain. Transcender. Marnie's eyes narrowed. She somehow figured out that Anselm was not an ordinary person. Anselm was a little surprised, but he soon felt at ease. Her man, Sophie's brother, could recruit quite a few transcenders to assassinate Sophie. This indicated that they had the backing of a transcender organization. Thus, it wasn't odd for Marnie to know about transcenders. Even if you are a transcender, you cannot act without restraint. You've injured my honored guest and so many of my security personnel. You must explain yourself today. Marnie was assertive. Even when facing a transcender, she still had sufficient confidence. Her lover, Lin Ednakin, was also a powerful transcender, like a god. What explanation do you want? Anselm remained expressionless, giving no hint of his emotions. Get on your knees, kowtow, apologize, and pay 10 billion as compensation, Frances said through gritted teeth, her hatred for Anselm rooted deeply. Slap. A clear sound of a slap echoed. In a blink, Frances was lying on the ground. Her entire face was red with 5 finger marks visibly swelling up. Sister. Marnie called out in distress. Seeing her sister slapped unconscious, she instantly flew into a rage. You went too far. If you think we can't deal with you for hitting my sister. Ha! You indeed can't deal with him. A slight laugh came, laced with disdain. Then everyone saw a graceful-looking Yonatan walk over. His beauty eclipsed all present women. The young master of Shanghai Duan family is here. Someone shouted, recognizing Alvaro. The corner of Anselm's mouth curled up slightly. He hadn't seen this guy for a long time. Mr. Duan, what do you mean by this? Marnie frowned slightly. Having been around Lin Ednaken for so long, she understood these young masters fairly well. Therefore, upon seeing Alvaro, she immediately recognized him as the young master of Shanghai Duan family. My meaning? That you're trash who dare to demand an explanation from my boss? Alvaro sneered. He then smiled at Anselm and Sophie, flashing a smile that put all flowers to shame. Boss, sister-in-law, nice to see you again. Alvaro greeted them warmly. Boss? This title sent shockwaves through all the guests. This unremarkable Yonatan actually had the young master of the Duan family bowing to him as a junior, which was terrifying. Who is he? Marnie asked reluctantly. A god whom you will forever only look up to. Alvaro said calmly. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the hall. Marnie was utterly disbelieving. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just a youth, even if he is a transcender, how can he be a god whom one can only look up to? Bah. Alvaro glanced at her sympathetically, as if looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. Alright, stop flattering me. I'm just an ordinary person. Anselm frowned. He didn't want to be too high profile. With the elders now gone, he feared that being too high profile would soon bring disaster upon himself. Chapter 426, Disciple of the Garth. Alright, I get it. Alvaro chuckled. Glancing around the banquet hall, Anselm pulled Christina to a small corner and sat down. Alvaro, shamelessly thick-skinned, closely followed behind them. That corner was originally occupied by several wealthy merchants, but upon seeing Anselm's party approach, these people immediately vacated their seats. They looked at Anselm's group with reverence, barely daring to breathe loudly. Why are you following us? Anselm frowned, quite dissatisfied. He couldn't even enjoy some alone time with his beloved wife. Did this guy really love being a third wheel that much? Alvaro laughed again, stood up straight, and announced in his unique, effeminate voice, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to everyone. This charming and extraordinary gentleman is my savior, Alvaro's lifesaver. Whoever wishes him harm should consider if they can bear the wrath of the Duan family. Anselm was taken aback, somewhat surprised by Alvaro's words. After Alvaro sat down, the living room suddenly burst into chatter, with murmurs spreading among the guests. Why? Anselm couldn't help but ask. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through Alvaro's mind. The 4 heavenly kings had left for heaven, leaving their disciples exposed to all kinds of scrutiny. Ordinary families or sects were now reluctant to interact with them, fearing they would be noticed by the enemies of the 4 heavenly kings and treated as accomplices. Because you're handsome, exactly my type, Alvaro replied coyly, glancing at Anselm. Anselm couldn't help but feel a bit grim-faced, wondering if he might have overreacted, thinking the Duan family wanted an alliance with him. Don't mess with me. If you want to play games, I can introduce you to a hunk. The corners of Anselm's mouth curled slightly. Beside him, Christina couldn't help but show a strange expression. She felt Anselm had ill intentions, but she had no proof. How handsome. Alvaro's eyes lit up, feeling like happiness came too soon. He's very handsome and cool, you'll definitely like him, Anselm said with a faint smile. Who is he? Alvaro asked eagerly, extremely curious about who this cool hunk was. My junior brother Cosmo? Anselm grinned mischievously. At Walterlong Manor, Cosmo was practicing, consolidating his cultivation. Suddenly, his nose itched, and he sneezed twice. What's going on? Who's talking about me? Cosmo immediately sensed something was amiss. Given his cultivation level, how could he still sneeze? Someone must be eyeing him. That's great. After the banquet, you bring me to find him. Alvaro showed obvious delight. Anselm's lips twitched. He was just joking, not expecting Alvaro to take it seriously. Looking at Alvaro's blissful smile, he suddenly felt a vague sense of guilt. Fine, do things thoroughly, help someone completely. Soon, Anselm resolved, nodding slightly to agree to Alvaro's request. As for whether Cosmo would cut this homosexual dead, that wasn't something he could control. Outside the banquet hall, Marnie called Lin Ednaken on the phone. She cleared her throat and pouted coquettishly, Honey, otherwise, I'll come back and exterminate you myself. Hearing the cold voice on the phone, which seemed to come from the depths of hell, Marnie shivered from head to toe. The next moment, beep beep, the call was hung up, leaving Marnie standing motionless for a long time. Time ticked by second, and soon, the banquet came to an end. Anselm yawned and left with Christina, while Alvaro, like a piece of chewing gum, stuck closely behind them. I'm not going back to school today. Bring me to your new house to stay. Christina tilted her head and said cutely. Anselm froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. He nodded and said, All right, I'll take you back to the villa. The 3 of them, 2 in front and 1 behind, headed for Walterlong Villa. It was deep night, and all was silent. The starry sky twinkled with countless stars, and the bright moonlight shone down gently, creating an unusually soft and beautiful scene that gave people a cool and comfortable feeling. However, just as Anselm and the others were about to enter the villa, Anselm suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Christina noticed Anselm's unusual behavior. Nothing, just 2 blind alley cats. Anselm smiled faintly. A smile reappeared on his face, and he stroked Christina's hair, saying, You and Alvaro go inside first. I'll be right there. Christina looked at Anselm worriedly, wanting to say something, but was held back by Alvaro. Okay, sis, trust your man. He's the strongest on earth. As for us, we're too weak even to bind a chicken, so let's go in quickly and don't hold him back. Hearing this, Christina's expression changed slightly. She nodded and turned around, walking into the villa with Alvaro. Anselm watched them leave until they safely entered the villa. Then he sneered, his figure flashing into the mountain forest. You've been following for so long. It's time to come out. Anselm stood proudly in the middle of the area, radiating an aura of untouchable majesty. Simon, indeed worthy of being the disciple of heavenly Horus, this level of vigilance is rare in the world. A cold voice echoed from all directions, reverberating in their eardrums. Two young men appeared out of nowhere, one in white, the other in black robes. Their auras were overwhelming and terrifying. Both were at the mid-stage of divine pill realm. White attire and black robe, you are the black and white twin evils, disciples of the Garth. Anselm deduced their identity. The Garth was a notorious fiend in China's extraordinary world 50 years ago, practicing the Enalvis chaos art and wreaking havoc on mankind. Heavenly Horus personally dealt with him, slaying him but showing mercy by sparing his two young disciples. 50 years later, Heavenly Horus ascended to heaven. The disciples of the Garth re-emerged, targeting Anselm. Clearly, these two young men sought revenge for their master, determined to battle Anselm to the death. Chapter 427. Seizing the body for rebirth. The three burst into battle in this mountainous area without a word. The two masters of the black and white duo, both at the mid-stage divine pill realm, had combat prowess comparable to that of 5th-level terrestrial immortals. Though they were two distinct individuals, when fighting together, they cooperated seamlessly as if attacking as one, with enough strength to challenge a 6th-level terrestrial immortal. Anselm's expression was serious. These were definitely a pair of difficult opponents. He couldn't afford the slightest carelessness. Realizing this, he didn't dare to underestimate them, focusing all his attention on battling them. Late at night, at the Wulong Manor, hearing noises outside, Cosmo, Rosella, and others flashed out from their respective villas. However, upon seeing Tammy and Alvaro entering the manor, they couldn't help but show looks of surprise. Especially towards Tammy. Aside from Heiza, Black and Bella, everyone else here wasn't unfamiliar with her. Rosella greeted her with a smile, asking, Xiao, why did you come? I went to a banquet with Anselm. The dormitory is locked now, so I let him bring me over to stay for the night. Tammy glanced around, somewhat amazed by the vastness of this manor. Senior Lonnie, boss? Hearing Tammy's words, Cosmo and Woodyham curiously looked around. If it was true that Anselm brought Tammy back, then where did he go late at night? Rosella hesitantly asked, Xiao, old, where is Anselm? It seems someone was troubling him. After delivering us to the entrance of the manor, he left alone. At this moment, Alvaro suddenly spoke up beside her. He kept glancing at Cosmo, occasionally nodding, looking quite satisfied. Chilled to the bone, Cosmo shivered under Alvaro's intense gaze. Someone troubling him? Rosella and others' expressions changed instantly. Unable to sit still, they clamored to set out and find Anselm's whereabouts. After all, if someone could cause a disturbance at the entrance without them knowing, the opponent's strength mustn't be underestimated. Hey bye, you two stay here in the manor. The three of us will be enough. Rosella smiled warmly at Heiza. Hyming demons, they found it inconvenient to involve themselves in worldly disputes. It would be futile for them to go along. Better to stay behind and guard the manor against any intrusion. The trio of Rosella used lightness skills, following the fluctuations of spiritual energy all the way. As for Tammy and Alvaro, they settled into the villas of Rosella and Cosmo respectively. Under the profound night sky, three figures almost turned into streaks, rapidly crossing paths. The black-robed man's eyes spewed crimson light, like two burning flames. Swinging the black iron longsword in his hand, demonic chi surged, carrying an aura of destruction. The white-robed man, holding a bone fan, swung it vigorously, causing sandstorms, extremely formidable. Their coordinated attack and defense were flawless, leaving Anselm unable to find any weaknesses initially. Their fierce battle moved from the air to the ground, then from the ground to underwater. Areas affected by their battle aftershocks were utterly devastated, unbearable to witness. Falling heaven strike. The black-robed man roared lowly, descending from the sky to stomp down on Anselm's head. At the same time, the white-robed man used his ultimate skill, Thousand Silk Hand, aiming for Anselm's lower half. This was a highly sinister move. If caught, Anselm would certainly lose his ability to have children. Demons truly live up to their name, ruthless. Anselm's eyes were cold, not retaliating but retreating horizontally instead. Even he dared not gamble his lifelong happiness. Dodging their attack, Anselm's eyes shot out lightning beams. Summoning thunder with 5 Thunder's righteous law in his hands, he aimed at the two. Smelling danger, the black-robed man teleported over 100 meters away before Anselm raised his hand. But the white-robed man wasn't so lucky. When he realized what was happening, a bolt of thunder crashed down, striking his body. With a loud wah, he spewed out blood profusely, his momentum immediately weakening. A terrestrial immortal's flesh body clearly couldn't withstand the might of thunder. Anselm followed up, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe. He formed the infinite treasure vase seal, smashing towards the white-robed man's head. Shaken violently, the white-robed man's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere, dying instantly. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man felt a searing rage deep inside him. His companion of over 20 years had died tragically like this. His master, the Netherworld Demon Lord, died at the hands of an evil doctor, and now his junior brother died due to a cunning doctor, driving the black-robed man completely insane. Anselm's expression slightly changed, rushing forward, wanting to kill the black-robed man before he completed his transformation. But just as Anselm was about to land his punch, the black-robed man suddenly looked up, revealing a ghastly and terrifying smile. This smile was so distorted that even the well-versed Anselm felt a chill run down his spine. I have finally awoken, he. The black-robed man emitted a cold laugh. Your seat? Anselm's heart chilled, and he asked cautiously, "You are not Haisha. You are Garner." His attack was immeasurably stronger than when he was the black-robed man. Daring not to slack off, Anselm burst into his limit strength, with Solengine Alvis' true chi surging within him, gathering onto his fist. It seemed like a golden deity sitting there, struck by Anselm's punch. Boom. Their attacks instantly collided. Anselm was forced back, his face flushed red, his entire body roiling with blood chi, nearly injured. What? Garner showed a shocked look, staring at Anselm in disbelief. This junior king realm practitioner actually matched him head-on, blocking his attack without injury. Even the prodigies from hidden sects might not be better than this. Who are you? From which school do you come? Garner questioned coldly. If Anselm came from a major sect like Shushan, then despite losing face today, he wouldn't engage in combat with Anselm again. After all, if a demon cultivator offended Shushan, they would never have peace in the world thereafter. My name is Anselm, my master is Tianyao Doctor, the foremost of the 4 great celestial kings. Anselm stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 428, both suffer heavy losses. Are you a disciple of Homer? Hearing Anselm's words, the killing intent that had faded from the Garth's eyes surged again. Had it not been for Homer's attack on him back then, he would have long since ascended to the shore, achieving the realm of a celestial Haimeng. Would there be any need for him to take over another body, to Jitua in such an inferior vessel? With Homer gone, it seems I can only seek vengeance through his disciples. The Garth's expression was hideous, his eyes as cold and calculating as a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. The medical sage's power awed creation, dominating the era. Who would have thought that his disciple was equally formidable, capable of contending against his attacks with a king-level physique? Such a person, once fully grown, would undoubtedly be a nightmare for cultivators like himself. With this thought, the Garth's entire body radiated with a chilling killing intent. He must do everything to slay Anselm, eliminating future troubles. What if I come after you? The body you took over can only withstand powers no greater than a terrestrial immortal. If you use secret realm level strength, your body will disintegrate immediately. Then, without a physical form to rely on, your divine soul will soon dissipate into nothingness. Anselm spoke calmly, revealing the current state of the Garth. Not at his peak, unable to display combat prowess beyond a terrestrial immortal. Under such circumstances, no matter how fierce the Garth was, Anselm was not afraid of him. Don't tell me I can't kill a mere king-level youth like you, without using secret realm strength? The Garth sneered, not believing Anselm could match him. After all, being able to block an attack wasn't much. It was who laughed last that mattered. Anselm did not speak, but stared coldly at the Garth. His gaze was calm, carrying a hint of disdain, seeming quite dismissive. This enraged the Garth. Young whelp, die. Roaring in fury, he was surrounded by demonic energy, his eyes glowing a strange red as he lunged toward Anselm again. Buzz. The void trembled. At this moment, the Garth's might far exceeded what it was earlier. If a 6th heaven expert of the terrestrial immortal realm were present, they would be crushed to death by the enraged Garth's palm. His true combat power was nearly at the 8th heaven of terrestrial immortals. Anselm's eyes flickered. His figure moved swiftly, dodging the attack like a startled dragon or phoenix. The Garth sneered, roaring as he charged forward. Endless demonic energy surging and transforming into countless demon blades slicing through space toward Anselm. Clearly, he wouldn't give Anselm any chance, intending to end his life in one blow. Anselm remained cold-faced. The attack covered too wide an area. Unless he fled this mountain, hiding anywhere would be futile. In a flash, Anselm acted, using the Great Void Sutra taught by Rosella to instantly vanish into the void, disappearing from the scene. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid but rather because life and death battles allowed no room for error. After all, even if he could tough it out, he would surely be injured. King coward, show some guts and don't run, roared the Garth, thinking Anselm had fled. However, the next moment, a cold and arrogant voice sounded behind him. Who said I ran? I won't leave until I kill you. Arrogant whelp, the Garth shouted, turning around furiously and throwing a punch backward. But the punch missed, as Anselm didn't appear there at all. Damn, if you have the ability, face me head on. Sneaking around, what kind of skill is that? Aren't you afraid of disgracing your lineage of evil healers? The Garth forced himself to calm down. This disciple of the Fernan was exceptionally sharp and very difficult to handle. Engaging in battle while harboring emotions today could lead to his defeat or even death. Ha! Another direction echoed with a contemptuous laugh. This made the Garth's eyes turn red again. Since you won't face me head on, I'll go to Jinling City and kill people. I don't believe you can watch so many people die because of you, the Garth said coldly. He stepped forward, truly planning to leave and wreak havoc in the city. Anselm's face turned pale. This demon was truly despicable, using the civilians of Jinling City as hostages to force him into a head-on confrontation, since he couldn't counteract the void technique of the killing saint lineage. Hold it, old demon. Don't you dare. Anselm yelled, forming the boundless precious bottle seal, striking a palm toward the Garth. The Garth smiled sinisterly, revealing satisfaction in his success. Staring at Anselm, his eyes filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Swoosh. The Garth transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging forward and tearing apart the precious bottle seal instantaneously. What? Anselm was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. His immeasurable precious bottle seal was condensed from the purest true chi, tangible yet insubstantial, making it very difficult to be broken by anything corporeal. It was astonishing that the Garth could break through the precious bottle seal with his bare hands. Anselm let out a long whistle, concentrating fully. The essence, energy, and spirit in his 3 dantians revolved to their limits. The Solengine Alvis true chi coursed through his whole body, enveloping him in a layer of golden radiance. Solengine Alvis divine fist, Anselm roared. This attack was the result of Solengine Alvis true chi flowing into his arms, naturally forming, not deliberately executed. The Garth sneered, increasing his speed as he charged toward Anselm. At the same time, he swung the black iron longsword in his hand. The sharp sword aura seemed capable of slashing through everything in front of it. Boom. Anselm's fist blast collided with the sword aura from the Garth's slash. Both figures trembled and were simultaneously sent flying backward. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Anselm looked somewhat pale, clearly injured. However, the Garth was also faring no better, his face ashen white. Although he did not cough up blood, he also lacked the vigor from earlier. I thought you were more powerful, but it turns out you're just like this, Anselm said, panting. He had figured out the secret of how the Garth tore through the precious bottle seal. It wasn't torn by hand, but by the sword aura emitted from the hidden black iron sword in his sleeve. The Garth sneered without responding to Anselm. He needed to take advantage of Anselm's injury to restore his vitality quickly. Unexpectedly, Anselm didn't follow the script. He soared into the air, stepping out in the Kirin step. An intangible field descended, causing the Garth's expression to change. The Garth considered himself ruthless to both others and himself, but now, compared to Anselm, he realized he was still too conservative. This disciple of Homer was practically no different from a madman. And promptly fainted. Rosella's face changed drastically as she hurried to Anselm's side to check his pulse. I'll do it, Cosmo said. Rosella knew nothing about medicine, nor did Francisco. Only he had some knowledge of it here. After examining Anselm, Cosmo sighed in relief and said, no problem, he just has superficial injuries and is exhausted from overusing his true chi. He fell asleep. Hearing Cosmo's words, the boulder that hung in Rosella's heart finally fell. For people like them, depleting true chi was as common as eating breakfast, not worth worrying about. Who is this guy? Francisco pointed at the black-robed man on the ground, unable to help but ask. Glancing at the black-robed man, Cosmo shook his head. I don't know, but anyone who could fight Anselm to this extent must be an expert. At least 7th heaven terrestrial immortal. Rosella remained non-committal. She understood Anselm's strength better than Francisco did. For someone who could make Anselm struggle so fiercely and nearly exhaust himself, this black-robed man was undoubtedly immensely powerful. Let's wait for the boss to wake up and ask him, said Cosmo with a furrowed brow. Rosella nodded and took the initiative to carry Anselm on her back. Heading down the mountain, Cosmo and Francisco walked on either side like two guards following closely behind. As for the body of the black-robed man, Rosella directly mortally wounded. Why is this happening? Cosmo looked grave, firmly believing his judgment was correct, and something else must be wrong. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure it out. Anselm's pulse was intact, showing no signs of abnormality. I'll call elder sisters Black and White to come and see. Rosella flew downstairs to fetch the black and white peonies. These two flower immortals had lived for several hundred years and were well informed. They might be able to figure out the problem. Soon, the black and white peonies followed Rosella upstairs. Seeing Anselm, who was struggling painfully on the bed, the two instantly lost their composure. Not good. Someone is trying to possess Meg, and he can't hold on anymore. Bella, almost in tears, rushed to Anselm's bedside. What? Upon hearing Bella's words, Cosmo and the others were all taken aback. Someone was trying to possess Anselm? What should we do now? Rosella anxiously asked Mitzi. Sighing, Mitzi shook her head. We can input true essence energy, but not mental energy. Simply put, possession is a contest of mental energy. Unless it's a transcendent, heavenly simian man, no one can intervene. Rosella shivered. Her face turned pale. From Anselm's appearance, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage and could be swallowed by the other side at any moment. And they could only stand by, helpless, which was excruciating. Let's pray for Anselm to win. Rosella clasped her hands together in prayer, looking like she was beseeching Buddha's protection. Inside Anselm's sea of consciousness, the Solengene devil laughed maniacally. Under his fierce attack, Anselm suffered a complete defeat, with most of his sea of consciousness occupied and becoming his territory. Anselm found himself in a dead end, pushed into a corner. You're actually that person's son. What? You have the Chilan true form diagram? Damn, is that the Imperial seal? Having occupied nearly 80% of Anselm's sea of consciousness, the Solengene devil naturally accessed Anselm's memories. Anselm's background and incredible encounters left the Solengene devil stunned. This guy had incredible luck, starting off with the script of a protagonist. But now, everything was coming to an end. The Solengene devil was ecstatic. Once he completely took over Anselm's body, all of Anselm's fortuitous encounters would belong to him. Don't struggle anymore. Just be my nourishment obediently. The Solengene devil laughed, eager and impatient, continuing to assault the remaining part of Anselm's sea of consciousness. Don't dream. As long as I still have a shred of strength, I will never let you have your way. The small figure formed by Anselm's mental energy roared, his form becoming ethereal and almost transparent, clearly indicating his mental energy was nearly depleted. At this critical moment, from the area of Anselm's sea of consciousness that he still held, a golden seal flew out. The seal spun rapidly, emitting boundless golden light. In the next moment, 9 5-clawed golden dragons appeared above Anselm's sea of consciousness. These were imperial dragon auras, possessing the power to slay transcendent, heavenly simian mans. The golden dragons roared, charging forward as if they knew the Solengene devil was the invader. Sensing the overwhelming power of the imperial dragon aura, the Solengene devil was utterly terrified and immediately tried to flee. However, Anselm's sea of consciousness had boundaries, and with the dragons locking him down, he couldn't escape. No! The Solengene devil howled. Victory was within reach, but who could have predicted such a sudden change? The 9 golden dragons danced, instantly piercing through the Solengene devil's consciousness, tearing it apart. I can't accept this. Accompanied by an angry roar of unwillingness, the Solengene devil's consciousness turned to dust, thoroughly dissipating in Anselm's sea of consciousness. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The small figure formed by Anselm's mental energy watched helplessly as this unfolded, standing frozen, unable to react. Not until the golden dragons vanished and the seal floated back did Anselm come to his senses, excitement written all over his face. How did this happen? My mental energy not only didn't collapse, but it has become several times stronger than before. Anselm showed a look of surprise. Yes, he realized something astonishing. Originally, his mental energy was on the verge of collapse, yet now it was mysteriously robust. However, Anselm quickly figured it out. It must be the residual mental energy of the Solengene devil left in my sea of consciousness, which replenished my losses. Anselm smiled. This was turning out to be a blessing in disguise. He had ended up devouring the Solengene devil's mental energy. The mental energy of a half-step, transcendent, heavenly simian man. Even just a threat of it was enough to rejuvenate Anselm, making him more vigorous than ever before. Chapter 430. Xiao Ruo's changes. There are also some insights, yes, worth learning from. Anselm was organizing the memories of Garner in his sea of consciousness. Of course, he automatically filtered out the scenes of slaughter and bloodshed, leaving only cultivation-related insights. All paths lead to Rome. Even demonic arts have their points of reference. Anselm selected these cultivation experiences and incorporated them into his own memory. When he advances to the divine pill realm in the future, these experiences might provide him with some inspiration. At Wulong Manor, everyone wore worried expressions as they guarded by Anselm's bedside. Suddenly, Anselm's body radiated boundless golden light, and a dragon's roar seemed to echo from a distant horizon. Everyone froze, then all showed expressions of amazement. Look quickly, Senior Lonnie's expression has returned to normal, Darnell said sharply. Indeed, after the golden light subsided, Anselm's pained expression had vanished. Is it over? Rosella clenched her fists. In this situation, none of them knew whether the other party had taken control of Anselm's body or if Anselm had eliminated the intruder. Therefore, everyone was on high alert. As long as Anselm showed any abnormal behavior when he woke up, everyone would immediately subdue him. Time slowly passed. Finally, Anselm opened his eyes. At that moment, his aura surged, breaking through the late sovereign realm and reaching the peak sovereign realm. Seeing everyone gathered in his room and staring at him suspiciously, Anselm couldn't help but ask curiously, You're all here? Everyone remained silent, except for Rosella, who hesitantly stepped forward and asked, Who are you? What do you mean, who am I? Anselm was stunned, but soon realized that the matter of being possessed by Garner had been discovered by Rosella and the others. Glancing at everyone, Anselm said helplessly to Rosella, Who else could I be? Of course, I'm your husband. You're Anselm, and you weren't possessed? Rosella didn't rush over. She was observing Anselm's every movement and micro-expression. Anselm gently knocked Rosella on the head and grumbled, Nonsense, just look at who Hymenua is. A mere Garner. What can he do to me? He lifted Rosella's chin lightly, smiling charmingly, and said, Gia, did you miss me being possessed? The familiar smile and tone made Rosella's heart skip a beat. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she flew into Anselm's arms. That's great, you're still alive. You scared me to death. Rosella cried and laughed at the same time, holding tightly onto Anselm's clothes. Those past 2 hours had been excruciatingly torturous. It's okay, nothing happened. Anselm patted Rosella's back, knowing she had been worried about him for a long time. In fact, Cosmo and Darnell had no less concern. Anselm looked at them and nodded with a smile. Sorry for making you worry. It's fine as long as you're okay. Cosmo visibly relaxed, returning his sword to its scabbard. At this point, Darnell couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior Lonnie, who was the Garner you mentioned? Was he the black-robed man? Nodding and shaking his head, Anselm explained, Yes and no. The black-robed man was Garner's disciple but was raised by Garner as a vessel. Immediately, Anselm recounted the entire sequence of events. When they heard that Garner was once an enemy of Heavenly Horus, everyone displayed shock. No wonder Anselm faced such a huge crisis. It turned out that a former foe of Heavenly Horus wanted to possess him. Simon's band, how did you finally escape? Rosella asked softly. Facing an old enemy of Heavenly Horus, even if it were just a remnant soul, wasn't something they, mere Sovereign Realm juniors, could withstand. Anselm sighed lightly. It's a long story. This time, I really have to thank Cristobal, that gluttonous Taoist. Why? Rosella lay in Anselm's arms, stroking his face, asking curiously. If not for the last-minute awakening of the Imperial Jade Seal and the 9 dragon auras erupting to shatter Garner's mental force, I might have ceased to exist. At this thought, Anselm felt a lingering fear. He glanced at everyone and reminded them, What happened to me today serves as a warning to you. After the elders leave, there will be many who will target us. Especially those who the elders previously suppressed. They will seek revenge through us. Therefore, everyone must be extremely cautious in the future. Understood. Everyone nodded. The land of Zhongyuan hides many dragons among tigers. No one knows how many supreme powerhouses there are. Even Anselm nearly lost his life, almost being possessed and killed by someone. They could no longer afford to be careless. Seeing that Anselm was unharmed, Cosmo and Darnell bid farewell and returned to rest. The black and white peonies also went downstairs. Only Rosella stayed behind. Love me, Rosella said coquettishly. Anselm smiled faintly. He was now full of energy and naturally wasn't afraid of a battle. Inside the room, the commotion was intense and frighteningly loud. Rosella was exceptionally proactive and diligent, as if trying to release all her previous worries. Handstands, Ikai pushcart, Kristen Lotus. With 18 moves, both Rosella and Anselm felt ethereal, as if their souls had ascended to the heavenly realm. This battle lasted until dawn before stopping. Both of them were thoroughly satisfied, falling asleep on the bed. It wasn't until Christina and Zinnia came together and knocked on the bedroom door that Anselm woke up from his sleep. First wife, second wife, why did you come? Anselm rubbed his sleepy eyes. I heard you were injured. Are you okay? Christina asked anxiously. Then, she saw Rosella sleeping on Anselm's bed, and her face instantly changed. Zinnia, however, didn't seem surprised at all, standing quietly beside without a word. It's just a minor injury. After resting overnight, I'm almost fully recovered. Rhoda, Sister Jiang. At this moment, Rosella was already dressed and came over. You talk. I'll go see Xiao Rua. Anselm's eyes twinkled. He wasn't stupid. Rather than staying here and becoming the target of 3 women, it was better to find an excuse to leave. After all, 3 women mean trouble. Anselm firmly believed that if he stayed, the 3 women would undoubtedly bombard him mercilessly in the end. Coming to Xiao Rua's private villa, Anselm was surprised to find that the little heirly was still diligently practicing what he had taught her. Truly a blend of talent and diligence, Anselm sighed in admiration. Then, he showed a look of surprise. In the time since they last met, Xiao Rua had actually already gathered inner chi and advanced to the pinnacle realm. Daddy! A clear voice rang out as Xiao Rua turned around upon hearing the sound and found him. Good baby, you're really hardworking. Anselm walked over and picked up Xiao Rua, rubbing her nose with his forehead. Daddy, look, I can hit the ox through the mountain now. Xiao Rua proudly punched into the air. The glass bottle on the table shattered instantly, understanding of what despicable really means. After the senior management team refused to sell the formula, the people from Longshu Group began to threaten and tempt. A week ago, the financial director of Simeonic Swenyuan Company received an inexplicable beating and now lay unconscious in the hospital. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the president's office. Sister Paula, Sister Winley, are you there? A crisp voice rang out, immediately silencing Stella's complaints. Come in, Paula called out. With a creak, the door opened. A beautiful heirly in business attire ran in quickly, anxiety painted across her face as she looked towards Paula and Stella. This person was none other than Song Adnanxiao, the new presidential assistant hired by Paula and Stella. What is it, Xiao Xiao? Stella felt her heart sink. Seeing Song Adnanxiao's expression, she sensed impending misfortune. They're back? Song Adnanxiao appeared panicked. Who? Paula's brows furrowed slightly. Song Adnanxiao, having run too fast, was short of breath. She answered between pants, Longshu, group people. Upon hearing this, Paula and Stella exchanged glances, seeing resignation in each other's eyes. One cannot hide forever. I will see him. Paula sighed and decided. She turned to Stella and said firmly, wait here for my news. If necessary, we'll destroy the pill formula, never letting them get away cheaply. All right, hurry back. I'll wait for your news. Stella nodded. Xiao Xiao, lead me to them. Paula tidied up the documents on the table and beckoned Song Adnanxiao to accompany her. The two descended the stairs to the reception room entrance. As soon as they appeared, a Yonatan leading the group approached with a smile. President Xia, you're a busy person. It's not easy to see you. Seeing Paula ignore him, a flash of anger crossed the Yonatan's eyes. Have you considered it? Do you agree to cooperate with us? The Yonatan wore an expression akin to a cat playing with its prey, completely confident that Paula would have no choice but to agree. We've thought it through. For 1 billion yuan, you want to buy our pill formula? Mr. Qian, you must be daydreaming. Paula retorted bluntly. Nate narrowed his eyes and sneered. President Xia, I came with good intentions. Don't refuse the friendly offer and choose the punishment. Think about your financial director, still lying in the hospital, aren't you? Director Adnan's car accident was caused by you? Paula's eyes sparkled as she secretly pressed the recording button on her phone. President Xia, both of us are smart. Why try to trap me? I know you're recording with your phone hidden behind you. Nate smirked, staring at Paula's arm hidden behind her back. Cursing silently, Paula remained calm and said, Mr. Qian, let's speak openly. This pill formula was given to me by my husband, and I merely act on his behalf. So, don't waste your imagination thinking you could gain anything from me. Upon hearing this, Nate's face darkened. He didn't expect Paula to have a husband, and that the evergreen pill formula came from her mysterious spouse. Make an offer, and sell me that formula. Despite his grim expression, Nate was still unwilling to give up. Possessing the evergreen pill formula would mean owning a renewable gold mine. If he succeeded, even being the outermost disciple, he would receive praise from the sect's upper echelons. Maybe he would even be promoted to inner disciple. Not for sale. Paula shook her head resolutely. This response made Nate's face immediately turn cold, and a murderous intent flared up inside him. Just then, an arrogant voice sounded outside the door. Tell me, Nate, are you joking? This small pill company has the formula for the evergreen pill? Hearing this voice, the murderous expression on Nate's face instantly turned fawning. He hurriedly walked out and respectfully welcomed the newcomer inside. Lani Tsongfeng, this matter is absolutely true. I have confirmed it multiple times. It is indeed the evergreen pill, just with slightly— Haha, what a joke. A light laugh echoed, tinged with contempt. Who? Come out. Hit where it hurt. Armand flew into a rage, glaring in the direction of the voice. Mama! A small figure dashed through the door, rushing into Paula's arms. Startled, Paula's eyes immediately welled up with tears. After half a month, she finally saw her precious daughter again. You came. Holding Jeannie, Paula's gaze shifted to Anselm standing nearby. Yes, when someone causes trouble, why don't you ask me to resolve it? Anselm frowned, clearly unhappy with Paula's actions. You've helped me so much. I didn't want to trouble you again. Giving Paula a playful swat on the bottom, Anselm scolded affectionately. You silly woman, not telling me anything, that's what troubles me. Paula's cheeks turned pink, embarrassed by being struck on the buttocks in public. Beside her, Song Adnanxiao gawked. This Yonatan actually smacked her boss on the bottom. Could this be the legendary boss lady? Chapter 432, a kind reminder. Seeing that the visitor was just a young, inexperienced youth, Armand couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. He acted arrogantly, assuming a high and mighty demeanor, and stared at Anselm, asking, the formula for the evergreen pill, was it provided by you? Glancing at him once, Anselm ignored him and continued chatting with Kimberly and Jeannie. You are being spoken to. Seeing the other party ignore him, Armand immediately flew into a rage. Nate, standing nearby, sensing the mood and gauging the situation, thought this was an excellent opportunity to show off. He immediately jumped out and yelled at Anselm, Boy, did you swallow the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Our young master is asking you a question, and you dare to ignore him. Despicable. Anselm curled his lip in contempt. Then, he looked at Jeannie and said with a smile, Good baby, your chance has come. It's time to show mommy what you've learned in the past month. Yeah, these are all bad guys who bully mommy. Shannon will teach them a lesson, Jeannie said in her childlike voice. Hearing their conversation, Kimberly couldn't help but worry. Oh, don't be hasty. Although she knew Anselm was very capable, it was simply impossible for him to have trained Jeannie to be as strong as he was within just 1 month. Moreover, even if things were pushed to the extreme, she didn't want to see Jeannie engage in fighting or killing, nor did she wish for her beloved daughter to get hurt in any way. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just watch how powerful Jeannie is. Anselm smiled mysteriously. He was trying to change Kimberly's traditional views. A solitary star descended from the sky, never to attain absolute peace, such was its fate, over which he had no control. Bullying mommy. You are all bad people. Diane, barely taller than a meter, wobbled towards Nate as if she were an adorable, spirited little potato, looking completely harmless. However, just as Nate squatted down to grab the little airly, Jeannie punched straight for his eyes. Caught off guard, Nate was hit directly and fainted on the spot. The power of a peak stage extraordinary, naturally, wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. And it being Jeannie's first real combat, she had no idea how to control her strength. This punch rendered Nate gasping for breath, but not exhaling. A peak stage extraordinary. Armand's face changed slightly as he stared at Jeannie. It was as if he had seen a ghost. What he witnessed was a 5-year-old Airly whose strength had reached the peak stage. Such talent, even in their Shushan sect, would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy among prodigies. Armand's eyes flickered, suddenly harboring a wicked idea. He wanted to kidnap this little Airly and hand her over to the sect master for cultivation. To miss out on such a heaven-defying prodigy would be a regret they'd carry forever. Armand took a step forward, revealing his king realm cultivation without reserve. He fixed his gaze on Jeannie, as though eyeing a piece of meat within reach. Of course, he did not act impulsively. Reaching peak stage at this age meant there must be a highly skilled mentor behind Jeannie. Thus, he offered a gentle smile and asked, Little Airly, you're quite powerful. Who's your master? Clearly, he was trying to fish for information about where Jeannie's abilities came from. All of Shannon's skills are taught by Daddy. Diane proudly raised her head. She ran up to Anselm, her eyes twinkling as if saying, Daddy, praise me now. Good Airly. Anselm smiled warmly and planted a kiss on Jeannie's cheek. Kimberly watched in astonishment beside him, amazed that her daughter had become so powerful, able to knock out a well-built adult male with one punch. Upon hearing Jeannie's childlike words, Armand trembled involuntarily and instinctively glanced at Anselm. But no matter how closely he observed, he could not detect any spiritual energy fluctuations within Anselm. In other words, Anselm was fundamentally an ordinary person, and Jeannie becoming a top-notch extraordinary was purely due to her exceptional talent and sheer luck. Realizing this, Armand felt no more anxiety. He laughed and said, President Xia, sir, I have a proposal. I wonder if you two might be interested? Not interested. Kimberly didn't even raise her eyes. Get lost. This was Anselm's response, concise and to the point. Armand's expression froze, then he grew furious, but for the sake of his grand plan, he decided to remain patient for now. You two might not know, but I am a reclusive practitioner living in the mountains. I've come down this time to complete 2 tasks assigned by my sect. Oh, why should I care? Anselm gave him a sideways glance, looking at him as if he were a fool. Armand was so angry that the veins on his forehead were pulsing wildly. He hurriedly reminded himself, the grand plan of the sect is important. I can't afford to lose my temper. Your daughter is endowed with exceptional talent and an extraordinary demeanor. I want to take her back to the sect for focused cultivation. One day, she will surely become a remarkable figure who can shake the world. Armand spoke eloquently, as if trying to convince Kimberly and Anselm to let Jeannie go with him. Anselm's face was expressionless, and he said nothing, just watching calmly as Armand kept talking. As for Armand's background, Anselm had already seen through it from the beginning. After more than 20 minutes, Armand felt that his mouth was parched, but Anselm and Kimberly showed no reaction at all. He forced down his annoyance and smiled, saying, They say true love is letting go. Surely you don't want your child to live an ordinary life forever. Let her go with me, and I will have the elders in the sect treat her as their own. What is your sect called? Anselm suddenly laughed, pretending not to know. That's not convenient to disclose. Armand frowned, using this phrase to fob Anselm off. Anselm chuckled, unable to resist mocking. A distinguished disciple of Shushan. What do you have to hide? If you're unwilling to say, how can I possibly trust you with my daughter? Upon hearing Anselm's derisive words, Armand's face changed instantly. A cold gleam flashed rapidly in his eyes as he asked coldly, Who are you exactly? Armand realized he had misjudged. To be able to see through his background, this Yonatan in front of him was likely also someone within the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he seemed to have some knowledge about their Shushan. You aren't worthy of knowing. Anselm answered indifferently. At these words, Armand flew into a rage. As the youngest disciple of the Shushan's headmaster, when had he ever been treated with such disdain? If you won't tell, then let me find out your true strength. Armand sneered. He wouldn't make the mistake of treating Anselm as an ordinary person any longer. Anselm furrowed his brow slightly. With his hands behind his back, he said coolly, I advise you to think carefully before making a move. Once you attack, I won't show any mercy. This was a kind reminder. The other party coveted his pill formula and wanted to snatch Jeannie away. In the past, when the old folks were still around, they would have killed him without hesitation. But now, he didn't want to take things too far. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Anselm had to acknowledge that Shushan was indeed a very powerful sect. Simon, who needs your mercy? Armand retorted angrily. Without any regard for the safety of those around, like Kimberly, he launched a fierce attack directly on Anselm. Seeing this, Anselm's face darkened immediately. He said coldly, since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he made his move, stepping forward and confining the impact of their battle to an extremely small area. Chapter 433 Seeking Cooperation. The two fought with such speed that it seemed like the flowers were falling from the sky, leaving Kimberly and others unable to follow their movements. Armand was increasingly alarmed as he fought. With his cultivation at the mid-king level, he couldn't suppress this Yonatan at all. Woodyrover, seeing the ease on the other side, it was clear he hadn't exerted full strength yet. After blocking Anselm's punch, Armand rapidly retreated and said, Who exactly are you? How could someone of your caliber exist in the Woodurtle world? Why can't the Woodurtle world have someone like me? What are you boasting about? Anselm fired off 2 consecutive questions. He frowned, clearly displeased with the other party's superior attitude. We're all ordinary people with 1 head and 2 hands. Learning some extraordinary skills doesn't make you better than everyone else. Armand sneered coldly. Since you know I'm from Shushan, you should understand our status in the extraordinary world. He glanced at Diane and wore an intrigued expression as he continued. Since matters have reached this point, I won't beat around the bush. We Shushan sect have our eyes on your daughter and want to take her in for cultivation, to become a disciple of Shushan. Go dream. Kimberly finally lost her temper and snapped angrily. Thank you for your interest, but I'll teach my daughter myself. There's no need to trouble Shushan, Anselm replied calmly. Recalling the battle at Absolute God Ridge, he had personally witnessed the character of those from Shushan. Handing over Diane for their cultivation would surely tarnish a pearl. Armand's expression changed. He stared at Anselm and the others, contemplating whether to resort to his final means and simply snatch Diane away. However, just as he was about to act, he heard Anselm's sudden cold laugh. Keep your dirty little schemes to yourself. Don't think the Shushan name is a free pass. If you really make me angry, no one can save you. As his voice fell, a massive spiritual pressure enveloped Armand. Armand's face turned pale. He almost kneeled from the pressure. Fortunately, Anselm promptly withdrew his mental force, sparing him further embarrassment. With a grimace, Armand looked at Anselm and the others, feeling Buganshin unwilling. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised by this youth's imposing presence. Leave a remnant, and you'll still find fuel. With this thought, Armand turned and left. Today, he felt thoroughly humiliated. Staying longer would only bring more shame. That damned fellow, I don't believe he will always be guarding them, Armand thought to himself. Failing to confront directly, he planned to stir up trouble behind the scenes. In the president's office, Anselm sensed something and his lips curved into a meaningful smile. Buddhist disciples of Shushan are arrogant and unconstrained. After suffering a setback, this Armand wouldn't accept it quietly. These days, thanks for taking care of Diane, Kimberly said to Anselm, her eyes filled with rare tenderness. Anselm smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, Kimberly, don't be so formal. Diane is also my daughter. Isn't it my duty to look after her? Biting her lower lip gently, Kimberly asked the question that had been troubling her. What's going on with Diane? Why does she possess such great divine power? Divine power? Anselm paused for a moment before realizing what she meant. Just now, when Diane knocked out an adult with 1 punch, it wasn't surprising to him. But to Kimberly and other ordinary people, it seemed unscientific. This is part of the growth plan I've made for Diane. She's only in the early stages now, and she'll get stronger over time. Anselm smiled slightly and explained his comprehensive plan for Diane to Kimberly. Who's this? Anselm shifted his gaze to Adamaris. Oh, I'm General Jerome Xia's assistant. My name is Adamaris. Adamaris quickly introduced herself, making it clear she was an ally. Hearing some things, keep what shouldn't be said to yourself, understood? Anselm raised an eyebrow, and the warning tone was unmistakable. Adamaris nodded hurriedly, assuring, Boss, rest assured. I'll keep my mouth shut and not reveal a single word. Boss. Anselm was taken aback. Was she referring to him? Even Kimberly couldn't help but open her mouth, finding the title somewhat odd. Yes, Sister Xia is my boss, and you are her husband? So aren't you the boss lady? Adamaris smiled sweetly, showing 2 adorable dimples, acting as if it was completely logical. Anselm was speechless, wanting to tell Adamaris, You're quite the clever little devil. Don't call me boss lady. It sounds too feminine. Call me Yi Yi in the future. Anselm grinned. Jameson Yi? Song Ikkyo furrowed her brows. This title sounded strange to her ears. But to her surprise, Anselm suddenly responded, Hey, good granddaughter. Upon hearing Anselm's reply, Song Ikkyo realized he was intentionally teasing her. She pouted and grabbed Kimberly's arm, coquettishly saying, Sister Xia, look, your man is taking advantage of me. Kimberly shook her head helplessly and said, The whole company belongs to him. How can I help you with that? Ah. Song Ikkyo was momentarily stunned. Anselm flashed a devilish smile and deliberately moved closer to Song Ikkyo, quickly cornering her against the wall. Seeing the teasing look on Anselm's face, Song Ikkyo blushed furiously, feeling her heart race like a fawn leaping wildly. Noticing their intimacy, Kimberly coughed dryly. Anselm, many companies now know we have the evergreen pill formula and want to get a piece of the pie. Do you think I should compromise and cooperate with them? Hearing Kimberly bring up serious matters, Anselm put away his playful smile. He walked over and said seriously, Follow your own judgment. Cooperation is fine, but the formula must never be leaked. That's the bottom line. Kimberly nodded, smiling slightly. Yes, I feel the same way, but so far, I haven't found a suitable partner yet. Didn't I ask you to find Marla last time? How did it go? Anselm asked. Kimberly sighed lightly and said helplessly, They didn't believe us just by talking. Their company doesn't trust us at all. Anselm was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. You silly woman. Why did you go to their company? I meant to go directly to Marla herself. At that moment, Song Ikeo interjected, finding Marla? That would be very difficult. She's the top diva in China. Her status is huge, and our company might go bankrupt just paying for her appearance once. Hearing Song Ikeo's words, Kimberly couldn't help but laugh. You underestimate our big boss. If he speaks, Marla wouldn't dare refuse. Song Ikeo was stunned. Haiming, an extremely intelligent woman, she naturally picked up on Kimberly's implication. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, the boss knows Marla? Not just knows her, they? Before Kimberly could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Anselm. He didn't want the news that Marla was his early friend to spread. After all, this information would be too shocking for ordinary people. Song Ikeo blinked her eyes, sensing that Anselm was deliberately hiding something. But since the boss wasn't willing to say, Song Ikeo didn't foolishly pry into it further. Chapter 434, Instantly Killing the Elite. After staying at the company for a while and having a working meal with Kimberly and her daughter, Anselm finally got up to leave. However, just as he walked downstairs, his expression turned cold. Near Kimberly's company, he sensed several powerful extraordinary Haimang's auras. A thought flashed across Anselm's mind, and he instantly guessed their identities. He chuckled coldly and directly followed those auras. An abandoned factory, the very place where Pearl had encountered danger. Anselm traced these auras and arrived here. Surveying the surroundings, there was no one in sight. Anselm remained unperturbed, saying indifferently, come out. You lured me here to get the recipe of evergreen pill, didn't you? Hardly had he finished speaking when an icy voice responded, no, you're wrong. Armand emerged from behind a stone pillar, with a face full of hatred, saying, apart from the recipe of evergreen pill, I must also have that little Airly. Is that so? Anselm sneered. His contemptuous look spread all over his face. Armand let out a cold laugh without saying anything. He looked toward not far away, where two figures appeared. One of them was clearly Amay Sect's limitless sword St. Briggs. Now he was exuberant with vitality, much stronger than before on desolate Spirit Ridge. Anselm narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that Briggs had broken through realms and attained the deity pill stage. As for the other person, Anselm had never seen him before. However, judging by the aura radiating from him, this should be another young elite from Amay Sect. Hand over the evergreen pill recipe, and your life will be spared. The young elite beside Briggs opened his mouth coldly. His attitude was arrogant, as if Anselm didn't exist. Why should I hand over what belongs to me? Anselm asked with a mocking smile. Perhaps the casual tone of Anselm infuriated him. The young elite snapped angrily. An ordinary man commits no sin, but possessing valuable items may cause disaster. As a mere solitary cultivator, you don't have the qualifications to possess such a precious pill formula. Puckering his lips, Anselm couldn't help but sneer. If you want to rob me, just say it. Who doesn't know that your Amay Sect is a bunch of hypocrites? Seemingly humble and righteous on the surface, yet despicable and vicious inside. Upon hearing these words, all three people present changed their expressions. Especially Armand. He hadn't expected that Anselm would still dare to speak so boldly with his two senior brothers present. Regardless of your background, insulting our Amay Sect, you're dead today, Armand said with coldness flashing in his eyes. Really? You want to kill me? Anselm laughed disdainfully. Indeed. Hand over the formula, kowtow, beg for mercy, and perhaps your life might be spared, Armand sneered. With two senior brothers of the deity pill realm here, even though he himself wasn't Anselm's match, he felt fully justified. Anselm was too lazy to waste words on this self-righteous fool and looked at Briggs, saying coolly, you've been watching from the side all along. Aren't you going to say something? Hearing Anselm's words, Armand froze in shock, somewhat surprised that this guy knew their Amay Sect's eldest brother. Briggs smiled slightly, gave Anselm a slight bow, and said, long time no see, Guayi. He's Guayi? Without waiting for Armand to react, the young elite beside Briggs exclaimed in surprise. His name was Aliyah, son of Amay's grand elder, who almost never left the mountain before breaking through to the deity pill stage. And regarding Guayi, he only heard about it from his elders, but never saw the real person. Meeting unexpectedly today made Aliyah feel it was somewhat exaggerated. So-called Guayi was no more than a naive kid after all. I'm not familiar with you, so don't try to get close. Anselm pouted as if he could not stand Briggs's pretentious demeanor. The expression stiffened. Briggs felt annoyed inside, but showed nothing on his face, keeping a faint smile. We didn't know the evergreen pill recipe came from you. Had we known, we wouldn't have acted like before. Oh, then what? Anselm's attitude was not exactly cold, but he definitely didn't show any kindness. Suppressing his anger, Briggs calmly said, many elders in our sect are eager for the evergreen pill recipe, and we are determined to obtain it. But we don't wish to have conflicts with Guayi. How about this? We cooperate. You provide the recipe and funding, we supply personnel and production technology, and split the profits equally. What do you think? Listening to Briggs's proposal, Anselm was utterly speechless, wondering where his mysterious confidence came from. Supplying both recipe and funds, how could he not be a typical scapegoat? Did they really think he, Guayi, knew only how to fight and not business? What a brilliant scheme you have there, Anselm said coldly, piercing right through Briggs's ill intent without hesitation. What am I scheming? I'm considering the interests of both sides. Your new company lacks the corresponding personnel and technology, while our Longshu group has over 100 years of experience in this field. It's only natural that we step up. Briggs's face was full of righteous talk. Those who didn't know his character might really think he was a caring, domineering boss. Forcing my loved one to sign an unequal contract and attempting to take away my daughter. I have nothing to cooperate with your Longshu group from Wudianame. Give up on that idea. Anselm no longer wanted to play games with him and directly laid out his stance. Choosing punishment wine over polite wine? Aliyah's eyes turned cold instantly as she gazed at Anselm. A playful smile crept onto Briggs's lips as he said indifferently, Guayi, I advise you to think it through. After all, the four great kings have already embarked on the ancient star path. You have no support now. Are you threatening me? Anselm raised an eyebrow, staring at Briggs. No, I'm just stating a fact. You wouldn't want those you care about to suffer, would you? Briggs smiled slightly. At this moment, Aaliyah, dressed in white, also looked arrogantly at Anselm and said, hand over the formula and bring that little Airly here. Our Wudianame can ally with your lineage of the 4 great kings, advancing and retreating together. With the reputation of Wudianame, I believe ordinary enemies won't dare to attack you. Enough. I told you, I don't want anything to do with your Wudianame. Asking a tiger for its skin, I don't want to die young, Anselm said coldly. As his voice faded, Armand couldn't hold back any longer. Anselm had repeatedly insulted his sect. This breath, he must reclaim. Die! Armand roared. He swept his long sword, and in an instant, green sword chi surged, submerging Anselm's figure. Haha, little junior brother's 6-direction sword technique is quite proficient now, Aaliyah couldn't help but praise from the side. As for Anselm, enveloped by the sword chi, in his eyes, Anselm was already a corpse. However, Briggs frowned tightly, sensing something was wrong. Aaliyah didn't understand Anselm's strength, but he did. Back at Desolate Spirit Ridge, Anselm could slay Tiamat Palace's Wudixi with his peak mortal cultivation. Now that he had advanced to the King Realm, how could his little combat strength equivalent to a 4th-level Esmade deity? A week ago, he would have been a formidable rival for Anselm. However, now, Anselm merely flicked his finger, and a gust of wind broke through the air, striking directly at the long sword in Aaliyah's hand. Clang! The long sword hummed in resonance, nearly snapping under the force. As for Aaliyah himself, he retreated several steps backward. His tiger's mouth throbbed in pain, barely holding onto his treasured sword. How powerful! Briggs couldn't help but shudder in fear from the side. He knew Anselm was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful now. One move was enough to drive back Aaliyah. This level of power could rival that of a top-tier existence at the middle divine pill stage. I don't believe it. How can someone at the King Realm possibly have such combat power? Aaliyah roared, his expression ugly. Within Wudian Shushan, he was considered one of the exceptionally outstanding talents, not inferior to Briggs. But now, challenging a king with his 4th-level Esmade deity might, he was the first to be driven back. How could this prideful individual accept this? He instantly lost his reason. Kill. Aaliyah launched another assault on Anselm, even employing Wudian Shushan's ultimate technique, the Sun Wudian Cross Slash. Legend has it that this swordsmanship was created by an elder ancestor observing the sun and moon. He who kills shall be killed. There was nothing more to say about it. The extraordinary world worked this way. The one with the greatest might dictated life and death. Just as Anselm approached Aaliyah, Briggs also appeared before him. Anselm's heart stirred, and he immediately sidestepped. In the next second, the place where he stood was engulfed by fierce sword chi, the whistling sword wind sending shivers down the spine. Do you also wish to fight me? Anselm demanded, his gaze unkind, staring at Briggs. Not exactly, Medicine Master is truly impressive, and I am no match, Briggs smiled lightly. Then why did you attack? Briggs's eyes flashed as he pointed at Armin's corpse and the unconscious Aaliyah. You've already killed Junior Lani Tsongfeng. If you kill Aaliyah too, our entire Wudian Shushan will never rest until you are dead. It's better to show mercy. If you let Aaliyah live, there's still room for reconciliation. Anselm said nothing, but he stopped his movement. Seeing that Anselm had listened to his advice, Briggs continued, Wudirover, if you're not thinking of yourself, surely you must consider your family and friends. Our Wudian Shushan has vast influence. Truly offending our elders and high-ups, with your current strength and background, you won't be able to withstand our experts. Is that so? Can you withstand Heavenly Sword then? Anselm sneered. True, the 4 Heavenly Kings had left, but don't forget, he was still part of Heavenly Sword. With Cold Frost as his backing, his family and friends would remain safe from harm. As long as Wudian Shushan existed in Chinese territory, it was destined to be restrained by Heavenly Sword. All land under heaven belongs to the Emperor. Every person on it is his subject. Even in modern society, it remains the same. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Briggs paused. He had actually forgotten this point. Anselm wasn't just the successor of the Heavenly King lineage, he was also a warrior of Heavenly Sword. Anyone who thinks he is now a stray cultivator without backing will surely meet a miserable end. How much would it take for you to let Aaliyah go? Briggs asked through gritted teeth. Compared to Armand, he was closer to Aaliyah and of course did not want to see Aaliyah die at the hands of Anselm. As for Armand, Briggs secretly wished for his demise. After all, Armand had been favored by the sect leader. Let him go? Are you joking? Anselm's gaze was icy cold as it swept over Briggs. A shiver ran down his spine, yet Briggs steeled himself and said, if you let him go, I can guarantee that Armin's death will not be blamed on you. Wudirover, I can swear that in the future, Wudian Shushan will never covet your eternal green pill formula or target your daughter. Can your promise carry any weight? Anselm curled his lips, seemingly disdainful. Of course it can. With Junior Lani dead, the sect leader's favor will inevitably return to me. My words will naturally carry great weight. Briggs spoke with self-satisfaction. Looking deeply into his eyes, Anselm smiled with profound meaning. He nodded. Remember your promise. I don't want my family and friends to be disturbed. Hearing Anselm's words, Briggs was overjoyed, and he promptly replied with a serious expression, rest assured. Briggs always keeps his word. What I promised, I will do my utmost to fulfill. Pursing his lips, Anselm didn't say anything, but was somewhat dismissive in his heart. Briggs's character was something Anselm had long witnessed back at Desolate God Ridge. So, Anselm didn't really care about Briggs's promises. It was just that an open conflict with Wudian Shushan offered no benefits at this moment, so Anselm chose to make concessions. Supporting Aaliyah, Briggs left the place, while Anselm took out necrotizing fluid and meticulously disposed of Armin's body without leaving a trace. Having done all this, Anselm returned to Walter Long Manor. You killed someone? Sensing the faint bloody smell on Anselm, Rosella couldn't help but ask in surprise. At the same time, Kirsten, Pearl, Cosmo, and others also came out of their respective villas. When they heard Rosella's question, curiosity showed on their faces. Yes, I killed the young disciple of Wudiant Shushan's sect leader. Anselm nodded slightly. What? Except for Kirsten, everyone else was greatly alarmed. Especially Hei Aiza, as flower fairies belonging to the demon race. There was an unimaginable enmity between the demons and Wudiant Shushan. The history of conflicts between them could be traced back 1,000 years. Why kill him? Kirsten frowned, puzzled. However, before Anselm could answer, Pearl chimed in with a laugh. What else? It must be because the other side didn't have their eyes open and provoked this guy's woman. Touching his nose, Anselm felt as if he had been exposed. He coughed dryly and said, Old wife Black has gotten half of it right. The people from Wudiant Shushan were insatiable, wanting to steal my eternal green pill formula, and then tried to forcibly take Sophie away to join their sect. Words failed to reconcile us, and they attacked viciously. I had no choice but to counterattack in self-defense. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, this had crossed Anselm's Dishan boundary. No wonder he acted, killing them outright. Chapter 436, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. It seems we need to prepare early, Cosmo said with a frown. The people of Shushan are all hypocrites, who never let an offense go unpunished. Anselm killed their leader's junior disciple. Shushan wouldn't let this matter rest easily. No problem. I spared Briggs's life, and he agreed to mediate on my behalf. Anselm remained calm, looking at everyone. Cosmo was taken aback, while Ian couldn't help but ask, Come on, Senior Lonnie, you dare to believe even his words? Beside them, Alicia and Pearl were curious. Is that guy really that poorly regarded? Rosella held Alicia's hand and smiled. Not just poorly regarded. No one in today's martial arts world looks up to him. Then, Rosella recounted what happened that day at Jueshan Ridge. Alicia and Pearl's mouths twitched. They had been told that those from hidden sects were exiled immortals. It was clear that most people from Shushan weren't good either. Anselm gave a faint smile. Of course, I don't believe his words, but with his assurance and a little trickery on my part, I think we can have a period of peace. Once we break through to the divine pill stage and become earthly immortals, unless Shushan is willing to clash with Heavenly Sword, they won't be able to do anything to us. What's your plan? Cosmo asked curiously. Anselm smiled confidently. Very simple. Killing with a borrowed knife? What does that mean? Everyone was puzzled, wondering where the knife was. Without being mysterious, Anselm explained directly, spread the news that Shushan has obtained the devil relic and exaggerate its effects. It can help someone transcend the other shore realm, standing above celestials. Upon hearing this, Cosmo and the others lit up. Initially, when the devil relic appeared at Jueshan Ridge, it incited fierce competition among heroes. The reason was simple. The devil relic could boost strength and help kings break free from the shackles of becoming earthly immortals. However, as the world changed and spiritual energy returned, breaking through to become an earthly immortal had become much easier. The value of the devil relic had dropped significantly. Fewer sect members now pinned their hopes on the devil relic. Instead, they sought breakthrough opportunities in seclusion. Therefore, if Anselm simply spread the news about Shushan obtaining the devil relic, few sects would care. But by emphasizing its effectiveness for celestials, even if the message wasn't true, some sects would still go crazy over it. By then, Shushan would be too busy dealing with these sects to bother about them. Additionally, I have another move prepared. Saying this, Anselm turned to look at Mitzi. Why are you looking at me? Mitzi seemed somewhat unhappy. She felt Anselm had bad intentions, but lacked proof. I need your help, Anselm said with a smile. Since, given your relationship with my sister, I will try to help you. What do you need? Mitzi initially wanted to say, why should I? But seeing her sister's eager gaze, she changed her tone. Little Hyman might need to take a risk. Anselm rubbed his nose. Risk? A big question mark floated over Mitzi's head. What kind of risk? I want you to visit the palace of heavenly demons, kill a stray earthly immortal, and dump the body in Shushan's backyard, Anselm suggested slyly. Simon? Mitzi was confused. If it were about framing Shushan, why involve the palace of heavenly demons? Only Ian saw through Anselm's plan and couldn't help but marvel. Senior Lonnie, you're truly clever. By killing a palace of heavenly demons earthly immortal and leaving the body at Shushan, people sensing demonic aura there would naturally believe the devil relic is in Shushan. Wudirover, with a heavenly demon dead at Shushan, friction between Shushan and the palace of heavenly demons is inevitable, allowing us to benefit. At this point, Cosmo's eyes sparkled. He also understood Anselm's plan and couldn't help but admire Anselm's wisdom. Exactly, Anselm nodded with a smile. But soon, he turned serious, warning Mitzi earnestly, this mission is risky. If there's no opportunity, retreat immediately, and I'll think of other ways. Your safety is more important than anything else. Don't you tell me that, Mitzi pouted. She wasn't rash and knew when to seize opportunities. Mitzi bade farewell and headed alone toward the territory where the palace of heavenly demons resided. Rosella also rose to leave. Spreading rumors was best handled by her subordinates. Anselm, Ian, and Cosmo also took action, mobilizing the sects aligned with the Tianwang lineage. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout China's extraordinary community. Shushan had seized the devil relic and discovered its secrets. And once the devil relic is completely refined, not only will it prevent demonic influence, but it will also greatly enhance one's cultivation, with the possibility of surpassing the other shore celestial realm. For a moment, the entire Chinese extraordinary community was in an uproar, with all sects' attention focused on Shushan. Shushan's chief abbot Yi Baotian had an ashen face. He had just received the news of his junior disciple Yi Zongfeng's death, and was planning to go down the mountain to destroy the Geyi, Floyd, and avenge his disciple. However, he never expected such a message to suddenly surface in the extraordinary community. Everyone at Shushan knew this was blatant slander, yet they had no idea how to prove their innocence. Yi Baotian sat high on the seat of the Grandmaster. Below him on both sides were the current 16 major elders of Shushan, each with profound cultivation. Grandmaster, rumors are suddenly flying around in the extraordinary community that our Shushan has obtained the devil relic. This is pure fiction, an elder said angrily. This must be Floyd's doing. He killed disciple Zongfeng and, fearing we would come after him, devised this strategy of killing with a borrowed knife, another elder said. He was Shushan's fifth elder, Yilin, known as the match for Zhuge Liang, renowned for his exceptional wisdom and true core figure of Shushan's decision-making layer. However, his cultivation was mediocre, still lingering at the secret realm level after decades. Elder Yilin, what should we do to clear our suspicion? We can't let people from other major sects search our Shushan, Shushan's second elder said gravely. Fifth elder Yilin waved his hand and smiled. We currently have no evidence. The best approach is to ignore it. Let the disciples continue their normal activities. Over time, the rumor will naturally fade away. That makes sense. Since we're upright, we have nothing to fear from shadows, the other elders agreed. Nodding, Yi Baotian called Briggs from outside the door, intending to convey the solution discussed by the Council of Elders. However, at this moment, an astonishing demonic aura erupted in the back courtyard of Shushan. Before Briggs could receive his orders, Yi Baotian and the group left him behind and rushed out. A dozen people arrived at the back courtyard and saw two blood-soaked corpses lying there, exuding shocking demonic aura, clearly having died very recently. These are people from the Palace of Heavenly Demons? Great Elder Yikang's pupils contracted into slits. Seeing this scene, Lin felt a sudden thud in his heart. He knew they were in deep trouble. The deaths of the Palace of Heavenly Demons people in their back courtyard meant inevitable friction between Shushan and the Palace of Heavenly Demons, even if they had suspicions without proof. A stone killing two birds, well played, Floyd. Yi Baotian roared in anger. The combined demonic aura from the two heavenly demons' earthly immortals was enough to make uninformed people mistake it for the demonic aura emanating from the devil relic. At this point, they couldn't defend themselves. Sure enough, several hidden extraordinary beings near Shushan sensed the demonic aura and immediately spread the so-called truth far and wide. Chapter 437, A Small Victim. For a moment, the Chinese extraordinary world was shaken. Whether it be the righteous sects or the demon sects, powerful figures ascended and attacked Wudianshu, especially the heavenly demon palace. The two land immortal pillars that died had the potential to become celestial haimangs. They were killed like this, their corpses found in the backyard of Wudianshu. The palace master of Heavenly Demon Palace, Hamza, personally went to Wudianshu to demand an explanation. Their deaths have nothing to do with us. You've been tricked. Hawkins's response was simple. However, Hamza did not accept this explanation. A battle between celestial haimangs erupted. Heaven wept and the earth shook. Ultimately, it was only when the Grand Elder of Wudianshu emerged from seclusion that Hamza retreated. The news about the magic relics caused a huge disturbance. Many Wudianshu disciples who were on field training missions disappeared or were kidnapped or killed on the spot, meeting rather miserable ends. When this news reached Nanjing City, Anselm and others were all dumbfounded. None of them expected that the strategy of using another as a tool for killing would succeed so thoroughly. Perhaps many people are aware that this is a false accusation, but until evidence is presented, they can only treat Wudianshu as a scapegoat, Cosmo said somberly, analyzing the current situation in the extraordinary world. Rosella smiled and said, Indeed, Wudianshu has been bullying everyone over the years, angering many sections. However, most dare not speak out because of Wudianshu's strength. This rumor provides a perfect opportunity for them to vent their grievances. Let's go to Wudianshu, Anselm suddenly spoke up. Everyone's faces turned pale at his words. You've got to be kidding me. Wudianshu must have guessed what they did, and now undoubtedly hates them to the core. Going there would be like walking straight into a trap. Why? Rosella asked. She believed that Anselm was not so rash and must have a deeper intention. At Wudianshu, we have Senior of the Heavenly Sword protecting us. Our safety will be secured. By revealing ourselves there, I want to tell the world that our Tianwang lineage is now under the government's jurisdiction. Anyone who wants to harm us must consider whether their sect can withstand the wrath of the Heavenly Sword. Anselm's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Now everyone understood Anselm's meaning. He wanted to use the power of Heavenly Sword as a scarecrow to intimidate others. I'll go with you. Isa stepped forward. She wasn't reassured by the idea of Anselm going alone. No, you can't go. Anselm frowned and refused her offer. Currently, Wudianshu is crowded with human extraordinary beings, and you being a monster makes your identity sensitive. I'm worried someone might secretly attack you. Seeing Isa's disappointed look, Anselm explained. Isa shook her head stubbornly and revealed her aura. I have entered the secret realm. I can't protect you. Even entering the secret realm won't help. Wudianshu is filled with experts, and other extraordinary beings are no pushovers. Going there would be like a lamb entering a den of tigers. Anselm rejected her proposal again firmly. Lynette and Pearl remained silent on the side. They knew their place. Although they could joke around with Anselm his mouth and stared at the Airly with shining eyes. Who are you? How do you know me? Anselm frowned. He was certain that he had never seen this Airly with an angelic face and a devilish figure. How did she know him? Anselm couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. The Airly didn't respond. She huffed proudly and threw a punch directly at Woodyham's eye. You dirty monk, staring lecherously. As her words faded, Woodyham let out a yelp, clutching his eye in pain. Despite his formidable strength, he failed to dodge the Airly's sneak attack, ending up with black eyes. Anselm was surprised. Woodyham was incredibly powerful. While not quite on par with himself and Cosmo, he could easily surpass elites like Briggs. However, he didn't evade the Airly's attack. Even if it was partly due to carelessness, it was enough to show how remarkable the Airly was. Just as Anselm was about to ask for her name, Cosmo raised an eyebrow and mimicked her move, striking the Airly in the eye. Suddenly, the Airly also became half a national treasure. She only had one panda eye. Rosella clicked her tongue, clearly not expecting Cosmo to be so ruthless. This Airly's appearance was as cute as a porcelain doll. Most men wouldn't bear to harm such delicate beauty, except perhaps for a straight man like Cosmo. How dare you sneak attack me? The heirly was furious, her eyes blazing as she glared at Cosmo, wanting to devour him whole. Cosmo remained unperturbed, silently delivering another blow with a clang. Now both of the heirly's eyes were equally black, turning her into a full-fledged national treasure. Be good, or next time I won't go easy, Cosmo said coldly. Anselm felt a headache coming on. Ever since this guy started hanging around with Yao Areo, he had become increasingly fearless, even beating up such a beautiful heirly without hesitation. Just when Anselm thought the heirly would lose control, her actions surprised everyone. Cool. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed adoringly at Cosmo. Damn. Woodyhammed, still sporting a black eye, was completely dumbfounded. Anselm and Rosella exchanged glances, speechless. Who would have thought this pretty heirly would turn out to be a little victim? I must be dreaming. Feeling the situation was unreal, Anselm pinched his thigh hard. But it was Woodyhammed who yelled out in pain. He winced and complained, Senior Lonnie, can't you pinch yourself? Chapter 438. Taking the initiative. Hee, you two are really interesting. The heirly looked at Anselm and his companion, unable to hold back a giggle. Anselm stared at her seriously and asked, Who are you? For someone to call out his name on the spot, they could only be either an enemy or a relative. But Anselm felt that this heirly was likely the relative of someone he knew well. Twitching her cute little nose, the heirly said in a simple-minded manner, If you want to know who this young lady is, then first tell this young lady who this handsome uncle is? Anselm was stunned for a moment. Handsome uncle? But he soon realized she was referring to Cosmo. Feeling somewhat amused yet helpless, Anselm thought to himself that while Cosmo was older than them, he was only around 25 or 26, and it would be far-fetched to call him an uncle. Hearing the heirly's way of addressing him, Cosmo's face turned dark. He looked at the heirly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He's called Cosmo. Have you heard of him? Rosella leaned against Anselm lazily and asked. He's the Swordmaster's successor, Cosmo? The heirly's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know? Now it was Rosella's turn to be surprised. The heirly poked her head playfully, looking starry-eyed as she said, I just figured who could be so handsome. Turns out it's my Hymenkai god. I hereby declare that from now on, he will be my son. Ah. Rosella didn't quite get it. Why the sun? The sun is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Earth. She probably wants Hymenkai to stay far away from her. Anselm adjusted an imaginary pair of glasses perched on his nose and said wisely, That can't be right. If she wanted Hymenkai to stay away, would she act like such a fannerly? Rosella retorted. Anselm was speechless. Indeed, his reasoning didn't make sense. Cough. Anselm and the others all choked on their own saliva. Could this heirly's thinking be any stranger? That's nonsense. When Hymenkai visited your family, you probably weren't even born yet. How could that count as meeting the family? Cade smirked disdainfully, but with his panda-like eyes, he looked rather comical. You're just envious, jealous that Uncle Hymenkai and I grew up together. Alicia pouted. Anselm pulled Rosella away, choosing not to deal with this fannerly anymore. Let Cosmo handle all the issues himself. Just as Cade felt utterly depressed, Alicia suddenly approached. Naively, Cade thought this pretty heirly was coming to console him, especially after her earlier words had really hurt him. But the next moment, Cade realized he was the fool. Alicia squeezed in between him and Cosmo. With only 2 chairs available, Alicia nudged Cade off his seat, leaving him unprepared and tumbling to the ground. Cade felt even more depressed. It turned out he didn't even have a place to sit. With no choice, Cade sat back where Alicia had been. After sitting beside Cosmo, Alicia remained quiet, simply gazing at him intently. Meanwhile, Cosmo acted as if nothing unusual was happening, staring idly out the window. Seeing this, Anselm couldn't help but laugh. That cool attitude. I can only give it 82 points. Why? Rosella asked curiously. Because the remaining 18 points I'm giving him in the form of 666, Anselm explained. Cosmo turned his head to give them a withering look, then dry coughed and said, I don't like little lolies, young heirlies, with childish faces but large chests. But I like tall, cold, cool uncles. Alicia supported her chin, her eyes bright. Well, hitting a piece of chewing gum, Cosmo was utterly helpless. What are you doing? Cosmo suddenly noticed Cade holding up his phone, aiming it at him. Cade waved his phone and played back the video he had just recorded. He chuckled. Recording this beautiful moment, and we'll send it over to Yao Yao too. You dare. Cosmo glared. Cade laughed softly, completely ignoring him. Under Cosmo's furious gaze, he pressed the send button. Within 2 minutes, Cosmo's phone rang. After connecting the call, a cold laugh came from the other side. Wait for it. Everyone present was a powerful, extraordinary person with excellent hearing, naturally hearing Yao Yao's cold reply. Was that your woman just now? Alicia pouted, clearly somewhat unhappy. The man she had set her sights on already had someone. Cosmo didn't speak, only glaring fiercely at Cade, blaming this guy for stirring up trouble. Oh well. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Anselm and his group all got off the train and hurried towards the direction of Woodyunshu. Alicia smiled sweetly and approached Cosmo, taking hold of his arm. What are you doing? Cosmo shuddered. He jumped in shock and quickly pulled his hand away from Alicia. I want to follow you. Alicia's face wore a deadly sweet smile. Cosmo wasn't buying it. He said coldly, you can follow me, but don't touch me. Also, I need to clarify something. I'm not single. I have a woman already, Cosmo reiterated. That's okay. I can be the mistress, Alicia said without any sign of embarrassment. Cosmo was at a loss. He couldn't help asking, what do you see in me? Can I change it? Blinking her eyes, Alicia answered mischievously. I like you alive. Cosmo. Hearing their conversation, Anselm and the others almost burst out laughing. Leaving the city center, they entered the outskirts where there were vast mountains. Woodyunshu's entrance was hidden here. Suddenly, Anselm sensed something and turned his head toward a certain direction. Rosella and the others also instinctively looked that way. A man with a weasel-like appearance appeared there. He couldn't be older than 30, yet his hair and beard were completely white, looking incredibly weathered. Clearly, this was due to an injury to his essence, making it impossible for him to recover. "Who are you?" Anselm asked aloud. The man sneered and replied coldly, "The one who's going to kill you." Rosella raised an eyebrow. A deity pill realm expert dared to talk about killing them? She was about to act, to teach him a lesson. However, Anselm gently held her back with a faint smile. Confused, Rosella thought Anselm intended to handle it himself. "Don't rush. Watch." Following Anselm's words, an elderly man suddenly appeared behind the Yonatan. It was none other than the old senior, Donnie, whom they had met at Jinling University before. The Yonatan's face showed intense fear as he struggled frantically but soon lost all movement, collapsing onto the ground. A mid-rank deity pill realm expert had been quietly taken care of, leaving Anselm and Rosella astonished. It seemed Donnie had successfully advanced to the deity pill realm and progressed far within it. "Greetings, Senior Donnie." Anselm stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Donnie laughed and waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities. Old man just felt itchy." As he spoke, he glanced deeply at Anselm, surprised. "How did your strength become so strong? I have a feeling that even if I hadn't intervened, this little insect wouldn't have harmed you." Anselm remained humble. With the changes in heaven and earth, no one knows how many experts are hidden in the world. My strength is still far from enough. Not proud or impatient, very good. You're worthy of being the disciple of Heavenly Horus. You're outstanding. Donnie's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "I've been here for 2 days, and during this time, experts have been knocking on the door continuously. Many of them are even secret realm powerhouses surpassing the deity pill stage. The response from Wudiant Shu has been simple. They avoid and don't reply." "Truly, there were secret realm powerhouses?" Cosmo asked in shock. "Yes, and there were 2 God Bridge experts, but they were sent away by the elders of Wudiant Shu." Donnie glanced at Cosmo. Then, he turned to Anselm and said, "For lower-rank secret realm experts, I can still give it a try, but if we encounter stronger ones, even I would not be able to contend. Therefore, when you act, utmost caution is required." Anselm and the others were stunned. Even facing secret realm powerhouses, this old assassin was still capable. Just how much had his strength grown? Could it be that he had directly surpassed the deity pill stage and already reached the secret realm level? As if reading Anselm's astonishment, Donnie smiled gently and explained, "The potential I've accumulated over half my life is now fully bursting out, causing my strength to grow rapidly like spring bamboo after the rain. Give me another month, and the secret realm will be within reach." "Predecessor, you are truly a great talent." Anselm sincerely praised, with no hint of falsehood. Great success coming late in life is indeed very rare in the extraordinary world. Watching peers climb higher peaks while one remains stuck can lead to a kind of loneliness that few can bear. Wudist people would lose their way and fade into obscurity. Donnie chuckled and shook his head. "You flatter me. Your master is the true great talent, stepping onto the ancient star path in the era of Dharma's decline. It's really quite remarkable." Anselm smiled but didn't respond. One day, he too would forcefully ascend the ancient star path and successfully reach its end to see if the legendary gate of immortality truly exists. "I have some matters to attend to and must leave now. When we meet again next time, beneath the celestial beings, I will have no rivals and can assist you all. Bid farewell to predecessor." Anselm respectfully bowed, seeing off Donnie. The genuine intelligence from this region of Sichuan was crucial for them, helping to avoid many unnecessary conflicts. "Let's go find my senior brother first," Anselm decided. While on the high-speed train, he had already communicated with Pepper. Tianjian, who was currently negotiating with Wudiant Shu, was none other than his senior brother Horst. Following the coordinates provided by Pepper, the group trekked through rugged terrain heading there. However, before Anselm and his group had walked a few miles, trouble came knocking. A group of burly men with thick beards, numbering 11 in total, surrounded Anselm and his companions. Leading them was a man with tiger-like eyes and a lion's nose, radiating intense aura, a mid-rank deity pill expert. Chapter 440, Vajra Gate. "Who are you?" Anselm stared at the newcomers and shouted, "Vajra Gate, Benji. I've come by order of our master to slay all of you." The leader spoke, coldly observing Anselm and his companions. Behind him stood 4 early-stage divine pill realm cultivators, 3 peak king realm cultivators, and 3 late-stage king realm body refinement experts. These individuals looked hawk-eyed and wolfish, eyeing Anselm's group with murderous intent. "Vajra Gate?" Anselm was momentarily stunned. He couldn't recall having offended this sect. "Why are you attacking us?" Anselm frowned and asked. Benji chuckled coldly and replied, "The Vajra Gate has never needed any reason to kill." He was domineering, exuding an incomparable air of power. 5 terrestrial immortals, 6 kings. This lineup was enough to sweep a small hidden sect off its feet. Using such force against Anselm's 4 was a bit like cracking nuts with a sledgehammer. However, what Benji didn't know was that he would ultimately pay for his short-sightedness with his life. Anselm sighed and could not help but shake his head. The various nations of Earth believe that China's extraordinary world has declined, but it is not so. It's just that Chinese people tend to fight amongst themselves. If united, who in the sky above Earth could withstand the might of China? The celestial sword warrior had a heart dedicated to protecting China, but these extraordinary beings were tangled in personal grudges, constantly at odds. This made Anselm incredibly frustrated, wishing to immediately send these self-destructive fellows to the border battlefields. "Whether China can resist foreign strongmen has nothing to do with us. I only know that our master ordered us to take your heads," Benji sneered. Anselm's eyes turned icy cold as he spoke harshly. "Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing Anselm's words, Benji and company displayed looks of disdain. "Be ruthless? Show me how ruthless you can be." Benji provocatively glanced at Anselm. With only 3 kings and 1 divine pill realm cultivator, how could they possibly match their group? It seems you haven't grasped their identities. If you knew, you wouldn't be so cocky, Alicia suddenly interjected, looking at Benji's group as if they were already dead men. She recalled her brother mentioning that Master Guai and his peers were geniuses among geniuses, whose strength could not be judged by ordinary standards. They might appear as kings, yet their capacity to slaughter terrestrial immortals could be as slaughtering pigs and dogs. You're that little Airly from the Fan family, aren't you? Our young lord is betrothed to you. Step aside now. Once we finish dealing with them, we'll bring you back to the sect where you'll be well taken care of. Benji's eyes lit up as he recognized Alicia's identity. Is Leonardo the young lord of your Vajragate? Alicia's mouth formed an O shape, left speechless in astonishment. Benji nodded proudly. Yes, you are to be our future young lady. We won't harm you, but please move out of our way and don't interfere. I won't budge. What will you do? Alicia snorted. Benji frowned. Then we'll have to use force and have my subordinates bind you aside. Alicia blushed red with anger, looking Weichud at Cosmo plaintively. Uncle Hymankai, this guy wants to hurt me. Please stand up for me. Yikes. Cosmo's lips twitched, but he still stepped forward, his sword humming, pointing at the opponent. You've overstepped the line. Trying to harm an unarmed Airly, let's see if my sword agrees. Cosmo's tone was frigid, almost angry. Alicia, a supreme martial artist, was considered common folk by those of their caliber. And the other party had no qualms about attacking her. This act crossed his bottom line. Let's see what you're made of then. Benji's gaze flickered, and he launched himself directly at Cosmo. Anselm and the others moved very harmoniously, stepping back behind Cosmo without even glancing at each other. Of course, Rosella did not forget to pull Alicia behind her, shielding her. A fight between terrestrial, immortal level combatants would be absolutely devastating for Alicia. If she were too close, the after effects of the battle could tear her apart countless times. Looking for death. Cosmo smirked dismissively and actually sheathed his sword, opting to employ the ultimate martial art taught by Anselm and his group. Seeing this, Alicia couldn't help but feel worried. Oh, isn't Uncle Hymankai a swordsmanship expert? Why is he using fists instead of a sword? Will everything be okay? Don't underestimate Hymankai. He has already reached the divine pill realm, and his true combat strength far surpasses this Benji. He is just practicing the ultimate martial art taught by Anselm. A mid-stage divine pill opponent is perfect for him, Rosella said with a smile. As they spoke, Cosmo had already clashed with Benji for over a dozen rounds. Cosmo didn't use his sword, but relied on just his fists to push Benji into a corner. Benji's wrists were split open, and his arms were numb, looking at Cosmo with fear in his eyes. You've just entered the divine pill realm. How can you be so strong? Benji screamed. All members of the Vajragate specialized in body refinement, and there weren't many people who could match their physical strength at the same realm. But now, he had encountered one, and damn, it was a swordsman. This was something Benji couldn't accept, nearly shattering his Dao heart. Is that all? Your Vajragate isn't anything much either, Cosmo sneered. When these people showed up confidently, he thought they were powerful, but in the end, they were nothing special. Unable even to beat him, they still dared to dream of killing everyone. Better go to bed early. Damn it, kill them. Benji's hair stood on end with anger, ordering his subordinates to take action. He couldn't believe that everyone here could be as monstrous as his current opponent. Upon receiving the order, those experts all revealed excited expressions. Having been holding back for so long, they were itching for a fight. Simon B., are you going in? Rosella leaned against Anselm, her breath brushing past his ear. Now might not be a good time. There are too many of them. Anselm frowned slightly. Rosella was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant. She gave him a sidelong glance and laughed. You naughty thing. You're always thinking about those bad things. I'm asking if you want to join in to deal with these guys. It took Anselm a moment to realize he had misunderstood Rosella. He looked somewhat embarrassed but shook his head seriously. Forget it. These guys should be left to you and Ian for practice. If I joined, they wouldn't stand a chance to retaliate. Nodding, Rosella understood that everything Anselm said was true. Reaching the peak king realm, Anselm's strength had soared to an extremely terrifying level. Unless it, Anselm said with his hands behind his back, smiling. While they were talking, Ian had clashed with the 5 people more than 20 times. Ian remained unscathed, but all his opponents were sent flying backward. The 2 initial divine pill realm experts wore expressions of shock. Their united attack couldn't even budge this monk. Could it be that the other party's combat strength had already reached the middle stage of the divine pill realm? Try again. One of the initial divine pill realm refused to believe it. As soon as these words fell, the 5 joined forces once more, sweeping over horizontally. Haven't I been holding back? Ian growled softly. Since the other side wouldn't recognize facts until they hit rock bottom, there was nothing else to be said. Ian proclaimed a Buddhist chant, then moved immediately, launching the great seal palm which glittered with golden light. Boom. A dull explosion. All 5 were blasted away. Those 3 peak king realm experts perished on the spot. Even the 2 initial divine pill realms didn't have it easy. They coughed blood profusely, their faces pale like corpses. Ian's blow did not take their lives, yet it left them severely wounded. In the next moment, Ian followed up for the final kill. The 2 divine pill experts roared in unison, resisting Ian together. Sadly, when the 3 peak king realms were still alive, they could not hold off Ian, let alone now. With a single slap from Ian, they were driven into the ground, mangled, losing all signs of life. Meanwhile, Rosella faced 2 initial divine pill realms and 3 late-stage king realm assailants with ease. The opposition could not predict where she would appear next, and thus couldn't take her down. Conversely, every move Rosella made resulted in one person suffering grave injury. Before long, the 3 late-stage king realm experts were sprawled on the ground. Rosella didn't kill them, but she severed their hand tendons and leg tendons, turning them into cripples. Seeing this scene, Alicia marveled that each successor of the 4 heavenly kings was incredibly strong, truly extraordinary. Tailing Lin was alarmed internally, battling Cosmo. He could sense events happening around him. Those few subordinates he brought had already been wiped out completely. Only he remained, isolated, hard-pressed for assistance. Your men are all dead. Are you ready? Cosmo asked calmly. But to Tylene's ears, it sounded like an evil whisper, making his hair stand on end. Just as Cosmo prepared to deliver a lethal blow to Tylene, a loud voice came from afar. Stop. If you dare kill him, I'll make your entire family pay. Cosmo stopped, listening to the threatening words. He frowned and acted resolutely. Metallic sword energy erupted, exceedingly sharp, slicing off Benji's head instantly. He's killed. What now? Cosmo asked calmly. How dare you kill our Golden Fist sect's disciple? You're finished. It was a tall and robust youth, broad-shouldered and barebacked, his eyes radiating divine brilliance. Upon seeing Cosmo's ruthlessness, his eyes bulged like copper bells, terrifying indeed. And who might you be? Anselm walked over, frowning. The youth gave a cold laugh and said, I am the young master of Golden Fist sect, Leonardo. A nobody. Attempt to move and you die. Ian scoffed. Surrounding him, he emitted murderous aura, looking anything but a monk. Alicia's lips twitched slightly. This robust giant was Leonardo? The elders must have lost their minds introducing him to such a repulsive man? You dare insult me? Upon hearing Ian's words, Leonardo raged furiously. On par as Earth immortals, he claimed no peer at his level, naturally unable to accept being belittled. So what if I did? Do you want us to clash? Ian chuckled. Disregarding martial righteousness, he slapped directly towards Leonardo. Leonardo snorted coldly, throwing a punch, its force like cannon fire, confronting Ian. Clang. Their fists and feet collided, emitting a metallic ring. Ian stepped back 2 steps, revealing a look of surprise. Middle stage divine pill, 5th heaven of Earth immortal combat power. Not bad, scared now? Bow and beg for mercy, and I might spare you. Leonardo's eyes gleamed sharply, filled with pride. Ian smiled, a laugh that spoke volumes of speechlessness. This guy's brain must be ill, which I saw fear in him. 5th heaven of Earth immortal, though he couldn't reach this level yet. Resisting for several hundred moves should not be an issue. After all, the successors of the 4 heavenly kings were supposed to be invincible at their level and unbeatable across ranks. This was the basic expectation. It was laughable that Leonardo, merely at the mid-stage divine pill realm, dared to jump around here. Ian almost admired his courage. If he really provoked Anselm would likely slap him into the wall so hard he couldn't be dug out. At this moment, Leonardo's gaze suddenly fell on Alicia. My fiancée, why are you standing by my enemy? Come over to my side. Leonardo spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. Alicia was speechless. She immediately thought of a term and blurted it out, a typical self-confident man. Yes, Alicia felt this guy was a prime example of a self-confident man. They had just met for the first time, and he already spoke in this domineering manner. Who did he think he was? So what if he was the young master of Vajra Gate? She was still the little princess of the Fan family. I don't like you. I like Uncle Hyman Kai. Alicia grabbed Cosmo's arm. He was curious about who he had offended that could even get the Vajra Gate involved in targeting them. The Vajra Gate wasn't weak among hidden sects, ranking near the top echelon. Ordinary paragons couldn't even step into their gates, let alone transact with them. Understood. Cosmo nodded imperceptibly. Then, he acted directly, charging at Leonardo. Chapter 442. Greatly deceived. Just him. Before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Cosmo was already in front of him. Feeling the sharpness of Cosmo's sword chi, Leonardo's expression changed. How was this different from what he had imagined? Immediately, he realized he had been careless. The person who could kill so many of his subordinates couldn't be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Do you dare to come and seek death with such limited strength? Are all of you from the Vajra Gate a bunch of fools? Ian incited by the side. Phew. Leonardo spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps he was injured by Cosmo's sword chi, but more likely, he was infuriated by Ian's toxic words. Leonardo unleashed his utmost combat power to resist Cosmo's sword chi. As the young master of Vajra Gate, he had his own pride. Even if he could not match up, it was impossible for him to give up without resistance. Desperate resistance. Cosmo laughed disdainfully. His long sword hummed and emitted a deep blue glow. That was the Kuei-Shuei sword chi, with its supple power, yet extremely destructive. In Leonardo's shocked eyes, Cosmo's sword chi cut off one of his arms remotely. Strangely, he did not feel intense pain. A blue mist enveloped his severed arm, cooling and comfortable. Now can you tell us who exactly sent you? Anselm asked emotionlessly. Dream on, even if you kill me. Leonardo was originally very defiant, but when he saw Anselm waving a dagger and his gaze sweeping towards his lower half, Leonardo immediately felt cold at his waist and quickly retracted his words. I will definitely tell you everything. As the saying goes, sacrifice the fellow Taoist rather than the poor Taoist. Matters concerning lifelong happiness were not something Leonardo dared to take risks with. He didn't want to become an incomplete person. As for righteousness in the martial world, let it all go to hell. Very good. As long as you reveal the identity of the mastermind, I will not only let you leave unharmed, but also give you a dragon tiger pill, aiding your physical cultivation to reach new heights. Anselm gently guided him, breaking down Leonardo's psychological defenses. He knew that these young prodigies often have great pride. Direct questioning might have the opposite effect. Therefore, he used disciples. How could they command the young master? Leonardo opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Speak up, we can keep it confidential, but if you're not honest, don't blame us for not being nice to you. Anselm said coldly. All right. Leonardo sighed and had no choice but to divulge the crucial reason. Bart offered the 4 axes of primordial heaven from Yawang Valley in exchange for our assistance once. After success, he would provide us with 20 bone marrow changing pills. Upon hearing this, Anselm and company understood why Leonardo and his team couldn't refuse Bart's request. Bone marrow changing pills had effects similar to dragon tiger pills, greatly beneficial for body cultivators, making them rare treasures. Promising 20 pills at once was indeed a huge gesture from Bart. Could that guy really provide 20 bone marrow changing pills? Cosmo suddenly laughed disdainfully. What do you mean? Anselm frowned slightly. Cosmo chuckled coldly and explained, I had some dealings with people from Yawong Valley in the past, so I have some understanding of their resource allocation. Oh. A sharp light flashed in Anselm's eyes. How exactly is it distributed? I'm not sure about the specifics, but I can confirm that those who don't bear the surname Sun, outsiders, won't receive any bone marrow changing pills. After all, it's an extraordinary body cultivation pill that even the Yawong Valley finds extremely difficult to refine. So, what you're saying is, Bart doesn't have any bone marrow changing pills. He was lying. Rosella looked at Leonardo with a strange expression. Good grief, Leonardo considered him a brother. Yet Bart deceived him like this. Not only did he trick all of Leonardo's subordinates into their doom, but he almost ensured Leonardo wouldn't return alive either. Bart, damn your uncle, you bastard. You dare to fool me. Leonardo roared. Hearing this much, if he still didn't realize he'd been tricked, he'd be an idiot. Regarding Cosmo's credibility, Leonardo believed it was at least 90% reliable. After all, as a prisoner now, they had no reason to deceive him. Watching the irrational Leonardo, Anselm shook his head and felt somewhat sympathetic toward him. Throwing the dragon tiger pill over, Anselm shrugged and said, maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe he intended to steal the bone marrow changing pills from the Yawong Valley. To hell with that, with his pathetic skills, going to Yawong Valley to steal bone marrow changing pills? He would be caught and beaten to death within 2 steps. Leonardo panted angrily. He hated Bart with all his heart. If not for this guy's instigation, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state, having lost an arm. Thump. Anselm kicked Leonardo away. Don't curse in front of me. If I'm not pleased, I'll finish you off immediately, Anselm said coldly. Leonardo shrank his neck, and his anger instantly vanished. Forget it. A wise man doesn't get into trouble when he can avoid it. This guy was generous, casually throwing around dragon tiger pills. It was better to stay on good terms with him. Everything I should say, I've said. Can you let me go now? Leonardo asked Anselm and the others somewhat nervously. Anselm didn't speak. Neither did Rosella and the others. They stared straight at him. This made Leonardo even more uneasy. These freaks weren't going to renege, were they? You can go, but you must promise that no one from Vajra Gate will come looking for us again. Rosella spoke up, proudly becoming Anselm's mouthpiece. That goes without saying. I'll write this wrong on Bart's account. Leonardo gritted his teeth. Nodding, Rosella said, then you may leave. Hearing her words, Leonardo felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and hurried to leave. But before leaving, Leonardo asked in a deep voice, can you tell me who you really are? At his rank, many could defeat him in a fight. But gathering together like this was very rare. So far, Leonardo hadn't figured out Anselm and company's true identities. Don't you know who they are? Alicia asked in surprise. I really don't. Leonardo shook his head. Seeing Alicia's expression, he started to worry. Had he offended some terrifying monster? They are the heirs of the Heavenly King. Glancing at Anselm and the others, Alicia said casually. Damn. Leonardo couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes widened, disbelief on his face as he stared at Anselm and the group. Now he understood why he couldn't beat any of them. So they are the heirs of the Heavenly King. Well, then there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 443. Heavenly Demon Blood Thunder. Leonardo left, his hatred for Bart deepening further. This bastard had them kill the successor of a Heavenly King without revealing the true identity of their target. Wasn't this pushing them into the fire? Leonardo vowed that when he returned, he would make Bart suffer. Why didn't you take action just now? Alicia tilted her head, curiously looking at Anselm. Anselm gave a faint smile and replied, these little troublemakers don't even require my attention. If I had acted, their bodies would probably be cold by now. His voice was calm, but Alicia detected an air of disdain from it. You haven't even become an Esmate immortal yet, so how can you match the power of a secret realm expert? Alicia said in amazement, pouting. Anselm smiled but did not respond to her. The group set off again, heading toward Horse location. However, at this moment, a wave of demonic aura suddenly struck, nearly knocking Anselm off balance. Don't you want to know how strong he is? You'll see very soon, Rosella chuckled at Alicia. In the distance, dark clouds roiled as a figure approached with terrifying killing intent. Undoubtedly, this was someone from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Only their transcenders could emanate such overwhelming demonic energy. Who are you? Anselm demanded. Heavenly Demon Palace, Alfred. The man announced his name, staring at Anselm with a chilling gaze. Unlike the people from the Vajra Gate, Alfred's killing intent was directed solely at Anselm, leaving Rosella and the others unbothered. Rubbing his nose, Anselm felt somewhat helpless. He really had a knack for attracting trouble. They hadn't walked 10 miles yet, and already 3 groups had come looking for him. But it couldn't be helped. Just think about it. He had killed their previous holy son, Woodijixi, in Jueshan Ridge. That meant he had earned the eternal enmity of the Heavenly Demon Palace. If the Heavenly Demon Palace could let this go, that would be truly surprising. Alfred hovered midair, eyes locked on Anselm, his gaze icy. His presence was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing the so-called prodigies that Anselm had encountered before. Senior Lonnie, your opponent has arrived, Ian said with a smile. He wasn't worried at all because the opponent's strength hadn't exceeded the boundaries of the Divine Pill realm. Anselm smiled slightly, gazing up at the other person calmly. For 5 minutes, neither moved, which made Alicia quite puzzled. Just as she was about to ask Rosella, a flash of determination appeared in Anselm's eyes. Then he moved, like an invincible war god awakening, radiating overwhelming might as he charged at Alfred. Alfred remained unperturbed, enveloped in black light as if surrounded by a dark divine halo. A black spear materialized in his hand, exuding intense demonic energy, which he thrust forward. The air trembled, whistling sounds filling the air. This strike actually tore through space. Anselm's eyes flashed. He dared not underestimate it and immediately unleashed the transformed Darien technique, gathering chi from all directions. Then he channeled the Solangine Alvis chi and the great dragon elephant strength into his fists and delivered a devastating punch that shook heaven and earth. Boom. Their attacks collided instantly, sending out visible shockwaves that spread in all directions. Rosella pulled Alicia back immediately to avoid injury from the impact. Meanwhile, both Anselm and Alfred were blasted backward, both looking at each other with incredulity. Alfred was visibly shocked, unable to believe that a peak sovereign realm transcender could match him evenly. After all, he was an expert of the 8th level of Esmate Immortal, one step away from completing the Divine Pill realm and opening the Secret Body realm. Anselm was also surprised. He had thought that at the peak of the Sovereign realm, he was unmatched within the Divine Pill realm. It seemed he had been overly confident. This old demon's strength was no less than his own, despite being only at the late stage of the Divine Pill realm, equivalent to the 8th level of Esmate Immortal. Of course, surprise aside, the fight must continue. Anselm took the initiative, forming numerous boundless treasure bottle seals in rapid succession and firing them towards Alfred like a machine gun. Alfred sneered, summoning a blood-red cloud in the void, its swirling demonic energy generating terrifying red lightning within it. Cosmo, watching from the ground, was horrified. Boss, retreat quickly. This is the heavenly demon blood thunder. It can devour everything of a transcender, including their divine soul. Cosmo warned Anselm telepathically. Anselm's expression changed upon hearing the name heavenly demon blood thunder. This sounded formidable. However, he wasn't one to be intimidated easily. When the disparity in strength is not significant, any move can be countered. In the same realm, there are no unsolvable moves in the world. The dozens of boundless treasure bottle seals that Anselm formed could not defeat the heavenly demon blood thunder, but they greatly delayed the time it took for the blood thunder to descend. Soon, Anselm's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of an excellent plan. In the next moment, Anselm vanished, directly retreating into the void. Alfred was dumbfounded. The heavenly demon blood thunder was astonishingly powerful, but it was ultimately under his control. If he couldn't even see the target, how could he control the blood thunder to strike? My husband is truly clever, Rosella said with a smile, her originally tense brows instantly relaxing. Stealthily within the void, Anselm had secured an unbeatable position. Cosmo's eyes flickered as he whispered to Woodyham and Rosella, "Let's retreat first so this guy won't vent his anger on us if he can't find the boss." Rosella and Woodyham both felt a chill in their hearts. They exchanged a glance, then pulled Alicia into the jungle, disappearing without a trace. After all, caution ensured long-term safety, especially when facing an old demon who might or might not follow the rules. Alfred searched around for a while but still could not find Anselm's whereabouts. He couldn't help roaring in frustration, feeling like he was hitting cotton with all his force. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, Anselm attacked. He suddenly appeared, stepping in the Qilin step, kicking towards Alfred's chest. The Qilin Solangine steps, an unparalleled martial technique, didn't consume too much true chi without utilizing field domain suppression. Of course, Alfred, being a seasoned old demon, had extremely rich combat experience. The instant Anselm stepped forward, he immediately sidestepped and controlled the blood thunder to strike the spot where he had just stood. Anselm was startled. He immediately realized that if he continued with this kick, he wouldn't hit Alfred but would fall into the enemy's trap instead. Without hesitation, Anselm retracted his foot and once again hid in the void. The heavenly demon blood thunder thundered down, turning the place where Alfred had stood into scorched earth, emitting a peculiar smell even in the air. Seeing the immense destructive power of the heavenly demon blood thunder, Cosmo and the others hiding in the jungle all showed serious expressions. And Anselm, too, was shocked. This heavenly demon blood thunder was simply too monstrous. Just being manipulated by a Esmate Immortal could yield such power. Appearing in a hidden spot, Anselm looked up at the stone-featured Alfred, racking his brain for a way to counter the heavenly demon blood thunder. Chapter 444, Forcing Alfred Back. The blood devil thunder was a method similar to Taoist techniques. Ordinary ancient martial artists would find it extremely difficult to deal with. After all, transcenders were still made of flesh and blood. No matter how tough their bones were trained, they couldn't withstand the might of thunder. Therefore, Anselm had to come up with an alternative approach to deal with this blood devil thunder. According to Hyman Kai, methods of controlling thunder generally divide into 3 types. The first one is controlling it with true chi, the second one is using water as a medium to control it, and the last one, the most common, is using talismans. Anselm murmured to himself, occasionally glancing at Alfred in midair. To win, he needed to determine first how his opponent controlled this blood devil thunder. If it were controlled by true chi, Anselm could simply try his best to deplete his essence energy. Once Alfred was exhausted, he would naturally be unable to activate the blood devil thunder anymore. However, if Alfred used water vapor in the air as a medium to cast and control the blood devil thunder, things would get complicated for Anselm. The water vapor in the air was endless, meaning the power of the blood devil thunder would never diminish. The possibility of using talismans to control thunder was immediately ruled out by Anselm. Using talismans gave the greatest power, but its flaw was obvious. It could not sustain continuous attacks and only provided a single strike. "Dear, what are you planning? If it doesn't work out, we can retreat," Rosella communicated telepathically. Anselm frowned and replied through telepathy, "No, we're the successors of the Heavenly King. Retreating at the sight of difficulty will make us a laughing stock. Rest assured, I have a way to deal with him. Hide well and don't come out." Knowing she couldn't dissuade Anselm, Rosella sighed and said, "All right, be careful. I don't want to become a widow at a young age." Hearing Rosella's message, Anselm's face turned dark. Couldn't this woman wish for better things? But Anselm understood that this was her concern for him, not wanting him to act rashly. "I hope you're controlling the blood devil thunder with true chi. As long as true chi wasn't depleted, the blood devil thunder wouldn't stop." Anselm's eyes flickered as he began his kite-flying plan. He pushed the Great Void technique of the Slaughter Sage lineage to its limits, aiming to exhaust Alfred's true chi. Hidden figures like Cosmo watched as Alfred, driven mad by Anselm's harassment in midair, wore expressions of helpless amusement. Scoundrel, show your guts and fight me face to face. Hiding like a coward taints the reputation of the Homer. Alfred was beside himself with rage, desperately wanting to drag Anselm out and teach him a lesson. This guy was like a fly buzzing incessantly, driving him mad. Whenever he moved, the other hit. Whenever he stayed still, the other popped out and attacked. Anselm's attacks seemed random, but if hit, they could cause serious harm. Knowing your blood devil thunder is powerful, should I fight you head on? Do you think I'm foolish? If I insisted on fighting and got killed by your blood devil thunder, then my master's reputation would truly be tarnished. Anselm revealed himself from a distance, sneering, but soon after, his figure vanished again. In the next second, boom, a thick bolt of blood devil thunder split the sky, engulfing the spot where Anselm had just appeared. Yet Alfred's face turned ashen, sensing that the blood devil thunder missed again. Is that it? Your accuracy is really terrible? Anselm suddenly appeared atop a towering pine tree, his face full of ridicule. Damn it! Alfred's eyes were red with anger. He stared hard at Anselm, desperately wanting to unleash another bolt of blood devil thunder. But he knew well that even if he fired another bolt, it would likely be futile, because Anselm remained vigilant, ensuring that Alfred's blood devil thunder would never hit him. You're no good, little Chiao. Go back and practice for a few more decades. When your accuracy improves, come challenge me. Anselm laughed loudly, filled with contempt and provocation. Earlier, he had already determined that Alfred's blood devil thunder was fueled by his own demonic chi, equivalent to true chi, limited and subject to depletion. So, Anselm intentionally provoked Alfred to make him lose his temper and attack recklessly. Once his demonic chi was drained, he would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Anselm's strategy was clever, but clearly Alfred, a veteran who had faced life and death, responded with a blank expression. If everything the old devil said could be trusted, that would truly be frightening. However, just as everyone thought Anselm would refuse Alfred's proposal, Anselm nodded slightly and accepted his challenge. This caused Cosmo's face to change abruptly, almost making him rush out. Rosella beside him held him back and shook her head slightly, saying, "My husband has his plan. Watch him perform. I think that old devil is about to suffer a big setback." Hearing this, Cosmo's eyes lit up, and he calmed down. Seeing Anselm accept his challenge, Alfred sneered inwardly, but kept his face expressionless. He assumed a stance and made a gesture inviting Anselm to begin. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Anselm's mouth. His true chi flowed within him as he soared into the air, floating opposite Alfred. Without any further words, the battle erupted. Anselm formed a fist and lunged at Alfred. However, just as he was about to reach Alfred, his figure vanished instantly. Clearly, Anselm had once again used the Great Void technique to conceal himself. Meanwhile, several bolts of blood devil thunder emerged behind Alfred. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed the spot where Anselm had been standing just moments ago. "You knew I couldn't trust this old devil," Anselm revealed himself, smirking. Alfred roared in rage, unable to contain his fury. "Neither can you be trusted. You promised not to use the Great Void technique. Did I say that? That was clearly what you said." "I nodded only to agree to your challenge, not to promise I wouldn't use the Great Void technique," Anselm shrugged, acting perfectly reasonable. "You." Alfred was speechless with anger. But now, both sides were back to a stalemate, and he dared not make any rash moves. The demonic chi that powered the blood devil thunder did not consume too much energy, but it wasn't insignificant either. Facing the Homer, even the slightest weakening could turn into a nightmare. Thinking of this, Alfred decided not to continue this deadlock. He immediately transformed into a beam of demonic light and flew away from the scene. Chapter 445. Injured? Sorry, it was faked. Anselm froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, chasing after Alfred. As he ran, he jeered loudly. "Is that all? A spineless coward, no better than a dog with its tail between its legs." Ah! Hearing Anselm's mockery, Alfred was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned back to give Anselm a hateful glare before speeding up and fleeing the scene. Seeing this, Cosmo and the others below couldn't help but gape in disbelief. My goodness, conflicts among extraordinaries could be resolved like this. They learned something new today. Honey, you're a genius. Who would have thought of such a way to deal with him? Rosella was the first to approach Anselm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him with excitement. It wasn't just because of Anselm's cleverness, but also because his method of dealing with the enemy gave her great inspiration. It turned out her void spell could be paired with taunts. Anselm shook his head and smiled. This method works against temperamental old demons, but against those with better mental fortitude, it's less effective, leading to nothing more than a stalemate. As he spoke, Anselm's face suddenly turned pale, and he coughed up a large amount of blood, his legs giving way as he fell from midair. Rosella was startled and hurriedly caught him. At that height, even an extraordinary would break several bones if he fell. Rosella held Anselm tightly in her arms. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Anselm open his eyes and wink at her playfully. Realizing what was going on, Rosella immediately understood. Her face filled with sorrow, and she even managed to squeeze out a few tears. "Honey, you can't die. Wah, if you die, I'll have to remarry." Several black lines appeared on Anselm's forehead. His act of faking serious injury had scared Rosella, so now her words were clearly payback. Ian joined in the fun, grinning. "Senior Lonnie, rest assured, with me here, I'll take good care of Senior Sister." "Are you really trying to take care of her?" "I hate to spoil your plans," Cosmo sneered. Anselm was helpless. If he weren't pretending to be injured to lure out a few troublemakers, he would have given Ian and Cosmo each a wallop. "Of course, I'm one of the 5 good youths of China," Ian boasted without understanding the situation. Rosella couldn't help but shake her head. This guy was hopeless and would definitely be disciplined by Anselm later. "How are you feeling, boss?" Cosmo asked about Anselm's injuries. He had noticed the deep red color of the blood Anselm spat out, clearly indicating severe injuries. What Cosmo didn't understand was why Anselm suddenly appeared injured when he hadn't seen him hit by Alfred. My energy is depleted, my latent illness has flared up, and my true essence is damaged. I cannot fight anymore. Let's leave quickly before someone takes advantage of our weakness, Anselm said weakly. However, just as Cosmo started to lead the group away, a cold laugh interrupted them. Hee. We've been tracking you all along and finally got this opportunity. Treacherous physician, your time has come. For Esmade immortals appeared from the four directions, all unfamiliar faces. They enveloped Anselm and his companions in their overwhelming auras. Clearly, these four had been waiting until Anselm lost his fighting capability before revealing themselves. Oh, is that so? Whose time has really come? Anselm chuckled lightly. Suddenly straightening up, the paleness vanished from his face, replaced by a mocking smile. His aura was strong, and his gaze sharp like a hawk's as he stared down the four opponents. What? The four Esmade immortals were visibly startled by Anselm's transformation. Anselm's acting skills were impeccable, having deceived them completely. Injured? Sorry, I was faking it. I spotted your tracking from the start. Pretending to be seriously injured was just to lure you out. Anselm laughed derisively, looking at them as if they were clowns. Blast it, I knew Tianxia's disciple wouldn't be easy to handle, and indeed it's the case. One of them cursed. A faint medicinal scent lingered around him, not intense but unmistakable to Anselm, who was well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Evidently, this was an expert from a medical lineage or sect who had achieved the divine pill stage through medicine. People from Yawang Valley? Anselm wondered, recalling the only medical sect he had antagonized. Not bad. The Adden nodded. My name is Clark. You orchestrated a trap against my niece, robbing her of happiness. Today, you must pay the price for your actions. Clark, why waste words on him? With the four of us at the seventh heaven of Esmade immortals, can't we take down these four youngsters? This was a cold-looking man with an aura like a rainbow surrounding him in a hazy purple glow, clearly making him exceptionally powerful. Anselm's heart stirred as he instantly grasped the identity of this man. The aura of this man was similar to that of the Walter Ming inspector he had killed before. Without doubt, this person should be from the Walter Ming. However, it was unlikely that he was an inspector, because inspectors usually only possessed peak king realm cultivation. Even if they were lucky enough to enter the divine pill stage due to unusual circumstances, their progress wouldn't have been that fast. The man in front of him exuded a robust and extraordinarily powerful aura, indicating he had been at the divine pill stage for many years. Who are you people? Anselm turned around to face the two men behind him. Dark Hall, Fate. This was an elderly man, hunched over as if about to die. Yet, the killing intent emanating from him even made Anselm, a seasoned heavenly sword warrior who had killed countless times, feel alarmed. He was a super assassin who had stepped into the path by treading on the corpses of many extraordinaries, not inferior to Donnie of those days. You are Lonnie Holden Mingyang of the Dark Hall? Anselm identified his opponent. I never expected Lord Witty Doctor to know my identity. Max emitted a chilling laugh. His eyes were malevolent, like a venomous snake. Anyone who met his gaze would feel excruciating pain in their eyes. Since your Dark Hall re-entered the world, I've had no conflict with you. Why are you attacking me? Anselm asked coldly. Max glanced at Anselm and sneered. No conflict? You lifted the memory seals on Snow Bamboo and Snow Plum, causing my brother's plan to fail and suffer backlash. That's a huge grudge. Tampering with innocent heirlies, your Dark Hall is truly despicable, Anselm said with disdain. Max snorted. Snow Bamboo and Snow Plum were originally part of our Dark Hall. We raised them painstakingly. Shouldn't they do something for the Dark Hall? Foul reasoning. Anselm dismissed it contemptuously. Whether it's foul reasoning or not doesn't matter. What matters is that they are now in our hands. Even if you can lift the memory seals, you will never see them again. Max grinned savagely. You're courting death. Anselm glared at him. Attacking him could be considered, but if anyone dared to touch those around him, there would be no way out. Anyone, without exception, would be killed, with no room for negotiation. The master of Simon Manity, the last person spoke. It was the supreme ruler of Simon Manity, the deity in the hearts of all assassins in Simon Manity. Chapter 446, Four Continental Immortals. The Martial Alliance, the Dark Hall, the Worldly Realm, and the Medicine King Valley. None of them are anything but the most terrifying forces in the world. Now, these four organizations have dispatched Continental Immortals to come together. Obviously, they have decided to kill Anselm and his group. It's not hard to guess why these organizations are eager to eliminate Anselm and company. For decades, the four great kings have been supreme, suppressing them like a heavy stone on their chests, making every move feel like having a fish bone stuck in the throat. Now the four great kings are gone, but their successors remain in the world. These organizations all worry that Anselm and the others might grow up to become the next four great kings. They don't want history to repeat itself tragically, so they launched a ruthless encirclement and annihilation against Anselm and the others. The Martial Alliance prides itself as the supervisor of China's martial arts, yet now it actually walks with two assassination agencies. How laughable. Anselm sneered coldly, staring at the people from the Martial Alliance, disdain clearly visible in his eyes. But this is merely an opportunity. As long as we can kill you, who would know if the Martial Alliance ever teamed up with assassination agencies? The man from the Martial Alliance laughed out loud. In reality, he was a patrol envoy without a fixed post. To become a patrol envoy for the Martial Alliance, one must first be powerful enough. Continental Immortal 7th Heaven is the minimum requirement. Secondly, one must be quick-witted, cunning. Continental Immortals. Having learned the complete version of the demon-suppressing Great Seal, his combat strength was now horrifying. Even high-grade Continental Immortals dared not confront him directly. Damn it. Fade's face turned grim. Originally, it was supposed to be a one-on-one situation where their odds of winning would easily reach 80%. However, now it had evolved into a 4-on-4 team battle. This way, their advantage vanished, and they might even be worn down by the perfectly coordinated successors of the four great kings. Lonnie Tiandong, Lonnie Holden, master of the worldly realm, this won't work. We must break them down one by one, said Patrol Envoy Emile to the other three beside him. How can we break them down one by one? Fade's expression shifted. One after another, I'm slightly weaker, so I'll deal with that young monk. The rest of you divide among yourselves accordingly. Emile left with those words and charged straight at Woodyham. He was a continental immortal seventh heaven. Dealing with a peak sovereign realm should not be an issue. He did not choose the lower realm Rosella because he knew he couldn't handle the void Tao of the killer saint lineage. The conflict between kings falls upon you. This master doesn't wish to bully women, said the lord of the worldly realm, extremely arrogant. Fate snorted inwardly at this, don't wish to bully women. It was clear he didn't want to deal with the methods of the killer saint lineage. Despite his disdain, he smiled calmly and said, no problem. This one wishes to experience the skills of the killer saint lineage. Hope you can bear it, Rosella smirked coldly, unleashing the great void technique and the ultimate killing technique simultaneously, engaging Deputy Hall Master Fade of the Dark Hall. Anselm's eyes turned cold. Without waiting for anyone else to choose, he took action himself, targeting the lord of the worldly realm. Their respective organizations were longtime adversaries, naturally opposing each other. But this was the first time Anselm was going to fight the lord of the worldly realm. The opponent's strength was extremely formidable, just a step away from entering the mystic realm. After gauging his opponent's strength, Anselm felt a chill in his heart, knowing this would likely be a hard-fought battle. Anselm's gaze was like cold lightning. He used the transformed Darien hand with his right hand and the Sea's Heaven palm with his left hand, combining both palms to strike forward. The lord of the worldly realm sneered dismissively, snapping his finger, which transformed into a gale wind, colliding head-on with Anselm's palm force. Boom! Anselm stumbled back, his blood surging. Though he was not injured, his expression turned grave, becoming incredibly solemn. In contrast, the lord of the worldly realm merely swayed slightly, showing no strange reaction at all. Shall we have a bout? Cosmo issued a challenge to Tiandong. Tiandong shook his head and said, forget it. I came here to demand an explanation from the canny doctor, not to kill the four great king's successors. Since the canny doctor is currently engaged in battle, I can wait for a moment. How can you be sure the canny doctor will definitely win? Cosmo couldn't help but ask. If he loses, I'm just waiting for the lord of the worldly realm to kill him, then take a picture to complete my mission. Tiandong watched the two people fiercely battling in the field, with utter calmness on his face. Cosmo was speechless. He originally thought this guy had broadened his path, but it turned out he overestimated him. Tiandong was the biggest number 6. He didn't want to fight, only to finish his own task. Just wait. The final winner will certainly be the canny doctor, Cosmo said casually. With Anselm's current strength, unless it was a transcendent level expert, no one could kill him. Perhaps Anselm couldn't handle a Solingenth Heaven Continental Immortal, but if the opponent wanted to slay him, it was a dream of a fool. Woodyhamd, Rosella, and Anselm were fiercely battling their respective enemies, while only Cosmo's side remained peaceful. Since Tiandong did not want to fight, Cosmo naturally would not force him. The Medicine King Valley indeed was a force not to be underestimated. In the three-party confrontation, the first victory came unexpectedly from Woodyhamd. He took advantage of Emile's momentary lapse, throwing out the divine striking pearl, which hit Emile's forehead precisely. Emile's forehead was cracked open, bleeding profusely. He saw stars, his vision going dark, almost unable to stand steadily. Only his quick reflexes allowed him to turn his head slightly at the critical second. Otherwise, if the divine striking pearl had hit his brow center, he would have died instantly. Emile, clutching the wound on his head, fled miserably to the distance. This left the watching Tiandong staring in shock. How could their strategist run away? With one less person, 2 against 3, how could the lord of the worldly realm and Fade possibly win? Woodyhamd put away the divine striking pearl, sneering disdainfully. What martial alliance patrol envoy? What high-grade continental immortal? Truly a paper tiger. Tiandong's face turned dark. It wasn't that Emile was weak, but clearly this stinky monk lacked martial virtues by using a magical artifact to ambush the other side. Of course, being able to succeed in an ambush was also a skill. So, Tiandong did not refute Woodyhamd, only praying silently. The lord of the worldly realm must quickly defeat Anselm. Otherwise, their mission would be in vain. After defeating Emile, Woodyhamd did not go to help Anselm and Rosella. Instead, he walked towards Cosmo. You are from the Medicine King Valley. Do you know where Amina is? Woodyhamd asked Tiandong. Tiandong was taken aback but soon frowned. He naturally knew where Amina was, but he did not wish to tell this monk, because he heard from Amina that her downfall was entirely due to a stinky monk. And clearly, the stinky monk Amina mentioned was this guy standing before him. Chapter 447. Not killing the family. You know where she is, tell me quickly. Seeing the other person's reaction, Ian's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Clark's arm. Cosmo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Why are you asking where Amina is? You wouldn't have really fallen for that woman, would you? Upon hearing Cosmo's words, Ian nodded fiercely and said, yes, after I returned that day, I recast the divination. There is a predestined romance between her and me. We're destined to be together. At this point, Ian showed an angry expression and said to Clark, your toy sure, Bart, is truly despicable. Taking advantage of my young age, he actually took my woman away. Upon hearing these words, Clark was stunned. Indeed, he had underestimated the shamelessness of this monk. After all, Bart and Amina had been married for more than 20 years. Their offspring were already adults, even older than Anselm and the others. Yet now, Ian was claiming that Bart had stolen his woman. This was ridiculous beyond belief. She gave birth before I was born, and by the time I came into being, she was already old. What a cursed relationship, Ian sighed longingly. Clark's lips twitched, nearly letting out a curse. Fortunately, he held back. After all, he wasn't foolish. Now that Ian had his hands free, If he offended him and incurred the combined attack of Cosmo and Ian, it wouldn't end well. The lineage of the Saint Killer lives up to its reputation. This battle ends in a draw. Fade pushed Rosella back with a palm strike. His expression was grave as he didn't intend to continue fighting. Max really knows how to wriggle out. Unable to break my Great Void technique, he resorts to declaring a tie, Rosella taunted. Fate remained unperturbed. As a ruthless elder, his skin had become impervious to insult or praise. For Rosella's remarks, which lacked any real threat, it was akin to tickling him. Watching Fade retreat, Rosella made no move to pursue. While she could maintain her unbeaten status, defeating the old man was not something easily achieved. His killing technique was extremely formidable, and his methods were astonishing. If not for her understanding of the Void Dao, she might have already lost. On another side, Anselm engaged intensely with the overlord of Wu Dirtle World. Both parties were at their boiling points. Apart from not using the Solengene steps of Qilin, all of Anselm's techniques had merged and were fully utilized. The overlord of Wu Dirtle World, on the other hand, clearly wasn't as calm as initially shown. He hadn't expected Anselm's combat prowess to be so formidable. A peak king realm cultivator possessing the strength rivaling the 8th heaven of Earth Immortal and fighting head-on with someone like him. A Solengene heaven of Earth Immortal. This was shocking. With a fierce intent to kill, the overlord of Wu Dirtle World unleashed horrifying power against Anselm. Anselm let out a long howl, striking out with a series of golden lights. This was the third evolution of the Solengene Alvisk True Art. San Alvisk Kaitai, 3 Alvisks bring auspiciousness. Through combat, he had comprehended the third level of the Solengene Alvisk True Art. Solengene Alvisk True Chi surged within Anselm's body, giving him an almost divine appearance, immensely powerful. When colliding with the overlord of Wu Dirtle World, the latter's expression changed abruptly. Anselm's power was greater than ever, his fist carrying immense force as if 10,000 genes struck down, frighteningly potent. The overlord of Wu Dirtle World was forced back, his arm throbbing in pain, nearly broken. Kill. Anselm followed up with a slicing palm strike aimed directly at the overlord of Wu Dirtle World's head. The overlord of Wu Dirtle World sidestepped, avoiding Anselm's fierce attack. At this moment, he also noticed that the 3 others who came with him had already been defeated and fled. Beside Clark, only one remained standing. The overlord of Wu Dirtle World looked grim and without further ado, slashed a palm wind toward Anselm. Then, he turned around and left the scene. He realized that continuing the fight with Anselm would no longer give him an advantage. Staying might result in being surrounded by Anselm and the others. This was a situation he did not want, hence he chose immediate withdrawal. A grand expert of the Solengene heaven of Earth Immortal suddenly choosing to flee, Anselm couldn't possibly stop him. Soon, the overlord of Wu Dirtle World vanished from the area. Anselm frowned, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Rarely did he get such an opportunity to eliminate the overlord of Wu Dirtle World, eradicating a significant threat. But unexpectedly, the opponent proved cowardly, retreating as soon as things turned unfavorable. Even with his exceptional speed, Anselm couldn't react in time. Returning, Anselm saw that neither Rosella nor Ian was injured, bringing some relief to his heart. He then looked at Clark and said coolly, "Do you have anything else to say?" His tone suggested a murderous intent. Clark's expression was complicated, and there was a clear trace of awe in his gaze as he looked at Anselm. In his eyes now, Anselm was like an untamed Homer yet to reach full power. Although his current extraordinary realm was still relatively low, that invincible momentum had already begun to show. After all, the overlord of Wu Dirtle World was someone even low-rank secret realm powerhouses would dread encountering. Yet, he had been driven off by Anselm unexpectedly. "I have nothing more to say." Clark sighed. He had come with murderous intent, originally intending to use the overlord of Wu Dirtle World's hand to kill Anselm. But the result turned out differently. Anselm's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Thinking of this, Clark closed his eyes. "Do whatever you want with me." The situation being what it was, he had no thoughts of resistance left. Just one Anselm alone left him without a chance of victory, let alone adding Rosella, Simeone Nung, and Cosmo. Once they moved to attack, it was certain he would be obliterated instantly. "Since you have this awareness, take your own path then." Anselm gave a cold smile. Hearing this, Clark paused, feeling somewhat bitter. Falling into the hands of the cunning doctor, he wouldn't even raise a hand against him, forcing him to take his own life. So be it. Rather than being killed and disgracing the sect, taking his own life could at least preserve some dignity. Clark raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow towards his own forehead. However, Clark found it strange that after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel his palm strike his forehead. Instinctively raising his hand to check, he saw a hand blocking below his arm, stopping his palm from landing. What do you mean?" Seeing Simeone Nung preventing his suicide, Clark couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Simeone Nung did not speak, but instead looked at Anselm. "Elder Lonnie, can you spare his life?" Simeone Nung's face showed a pleading expression. Clark was taken aback. What did this monk mean? Was he really so kind-hearted as to plead for him? Anselm remained unperturbed, countering, "Spare his life? What if he tries to harm us again someday?" Simeone Nung paused, then murmured softly, "With his skills, he can't harm us even if he tries. Actually, I just don't have the habit of killing family members." The words, family members, immediately stunned everyone. Clark's face darkened. Was this monk serious? He actually had designs on Amina. Stepping forward now to plead for him in front of Anselm was to prevent the Tianwang lineage and the Medicine King Valley from becoming enemies. In the future, he could use this favor to make a move on Amina. Considering this, Clark snorted coldly and said, "Little monk, don't think I'll side with you just because you plead for me. Let me tell you straight, Bingxin has children older than you, so I advise you to give up on this thought. You two are not the same kind of people." "Shut up," Simeone Nung scowled, glaring at him. A prisoner on death row still putting on airs. This guy really wasn't afraid of dying. Chapter 448, Mysterious Man. Anselm smiled faintly. In fact, He had no real intention of killing Clark. If he did, he would have made his move just now. Do you really have feelings for that old woman? Anselm looked at Ian with a strange expression. That Amina, indeed she is beautiful, but she's also quite old. Furthermore, she is someone else's wife, and her body has long since been shaped by another. Ian's interference could be described as shameless at best and deserving of death at worst. After all, it's better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage. By breaking up other people's marriage, Ian was engaging in an extremely immoral act. This would bring shame to the Heaven King lineage if news got out. Namaste, monks do not tell lies. Ms. Amina and I are truly destined. Ian placed his hands together, looking exceptionally solemn. Clark originally dismissed this claim, but seeing Ian's serious demeanor made him start to doubt. Could it be that this monk is telling the truth? Could Amina really have a karmic connection with him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Clark shook his head, trying to dispel these absurd thoughts. However, those who knew Ian, like Anselm, understood immediately from his behavior. This monk must be telling the truth, without any falsehood. Thinking of this, Anselm glanced at Clark and said calmly, "Leave now. Tell the senior members of your Medicine King Valley that Amina's husband, Bart, is not a good match for her. If you want Amina to be happy, let her come to Wulong Manor and find this little monk." As Anselm finished speaking, Ian stood tall and upright, appearing dignified. Clark's mouth twitched slightly, but he replied, "I will deliver your message, but don't expect me to speak well of you. Whether Amina's husband is a good match isn't something we decide. It's something she has to feel for herself." "Is that so? Can a pill thief be considered a suitable match?" Anselm sneered. "What?" Clark was taken aback. In Medicine King Valley, stealing pills is a grave offense, punishable by either being stripped of cultivation or even killed on the spot. If what Anselm said was true, Bart would be expelled from Medicine King Valley. At that point, even if Amina loved him deeply, she would have to divorce him. Otherwise, she would have to accompany Bart into exile from Medicine King Valley, wandering in the Jianghu world. "Do you have evidence for that?" Clark asked through gritted teeth. Given the seriousness of the matter, he couldn't just take Anselm's word. Anselm shrugged and replied. Suddenly stiffened. He swiftly turned around, spotting a figure standing atop a distant hill. The figure wore white robes, facing away from them, yet the aura emanating from him left Anselm feeling unnerved. Where did this guy come from? He appeared to be around their age, yet how could his strength be so formidable? Anselm sensed that if this person were to attack, he could easily crush him countless times over. This was an insurmountable gap in combat power, visibly so. Rosella, Ian, and Cosmo also saw the figure and exchanged serious glances. They didn't know who the figure was, but they were certain his strength surpassed that of Earth immortals, likely reaching the secret realm level, possibly even higher. At that moment, the figure turned, revealing a perfectly handsome face. "Ah, how much I wish I could obliterate you all right now." The man let out a light sigh. Anselm's eyes gleamed, and he stepped forward to shield Rosella and the others. "Who are you?" Anselm asked coldly. He didn't argue with the other party because arguing when lacking strength would only invite humiliation. Woody Rover, what he most wanted to find out was this man's identity. When did China's extraordinary world produce such a young grandmaster that Heavenly Sword didn't detect him? It was unbelievable. The man sneered, looking down at Anselm from his high vantage point without answering. It was clear he held Anselm and company in disdain, finding their low strength unworthy of conversation with him. "Playing mysterious doesn't make a hero," Anselm rebuked. The man still ignored Anselm, his eyes like stars, gazing in one direction. A man floated over from the sky. It was Horst. His presence was vast and mighty, as if a divine lord had awoken, exuding an air of imperial majesty. "Senior Lonnie." Upon seeing Horst appear, Anselm and the three were overjoyed, the pressure they felt from the mysterious man dissipating significantly. Horst nodded at Anselm and the others, then his gaze landed on the mysterious man. "Do you remember the Darien Alliance Pact?" Horst stared intently at the mysterious man, his eyes sharp. Glancing at Horst, the mysterious man smiled faintly. "I remember, but I didn't intervene, so I haven't violated the pact. If so, you can leave now. Blue Star is not a place for you to stay long." Horst spoke bluntly, directly driving them away. Blue Star isn't a place for them to stay long? Anselm's heart stirred. Could it be that this mysterious man wasn't from Blue Star? Hearing Horst's words, the mysterious man was unperturbed. He glanced at Anselm and the others, then said indifferently, "The descendants of the 4 heavenly kings, I look forward to fighting you. I hope you will show some strength, and don't keep me waiting too long in the secret realm level." At this moment, Anselm suddenly sneered and shouted loudly, "If you don't want to wait, then let's fight at our current ranks. Suppress your cultivation to the peak of the king realm, and see if I can kick some shit out of you." He stared at the other party, his tone unusually forceful, causing Cosmo and the others to tremble inwardly. Just a king-level cultivator, a mere mortal realm practitioner, not even able to fully unleash one's potential. "I'll wait for you in the secret realm to have a proper fight." The mysterious man smiled faintly, and after saying this, his figure flashed and vanished from the scene. Chapter 449, Grotto Heavens. As for Horst, he did not attempt to stop the other party, allowing them to leave without interference. Anselm's expression turned serious. The conversation between the two had truly left a profound impact on him. Especially when Horst mentioned the Darien Alliance, it made him recall the conversation between the immortal swordsman Russell of Wudiant Shu and the dragon at the time of Absolute Spirit Ridge. There was a pact between the demon race and humans. Could this be the so-called Darien Alliance? And that mysterious man, is he not actually human but rather from another small world, a member of the demon race? Horst slowly approached. Upon seeing Anselm's expression, he smiled faintly. "Little Junior Lonnie, you seem to have many questions." "Yes, Senior Lonnie, please inform me what the Darien Alliance is and who that guy was just now. Isn't he a creature of a smexing?" Anselm frowned, candidly stating his doubts. Cosmo and others also came forward, eager to know the answers to these questions. Who exactly was this mysterious Yonatan? Judging by his age, he couldn't be over 30 years old, yet he already possessed the cultivation level of a mystic realm. This was simply impossible on Ismexing. Indeed, that person is not a native of Ismexing, Horst nodded, confirming Anselm's speculation. This revelation sent a shockwave through Anselm and the others. Not being from Ismexing, then he must be an alien. However, saying he's a native of Ismexing isn't incorrect either. He comes from one of the Solangine Grotto heavens outside of Ismexing. These Solangine Grotto heavens are small worlds separated from ancient Ismexing itself, Horst continued. Grotto heavens? Anselm was taken aback. He had never heard of such a place before. Could it be similar to the cultivator realms in novels? Yes, the Solangine Grotto heavens are 9 small worlds dependent on Ismexing yet independent from it, Horst explained. Are there extraordinary beings very powerful? Anselm asked with a deep voice. When the Solangine Grotto heavens separated from ancient Ismexing, they took nearly 80% of its spiritual energy. After thousands of years of development, do you think they aren't strong? Horst didn't directly answer Anselm's question, but instead divulged an ancient secret. Upon hearing this, Anselm and the others all appeared disheartened. To encompass nearly 80% of ancient Ismexing's spiritual energy meant that any creatures evolving within would surely be incredibly powerful. Since they're so powerful, why don't they break out of their small worlds and completely occupy Ismexing? Horst responded with a counter-question. If you lived in a wealthy household, would you still want to fight with poor people for a dilapidated shack? Anselm paused for a moment, then understood, revealing a bitter smile. Compared to the rich spiritual energy of the Grotto heavens, Ismexing's spiritual resources were extremely sparse. It made sense that those beings wouldn't consider it worth their while. The Darien Alliance is related to this as well? Ian suddenly asked, sensing something. Yes, this is an ancient alliance that can be traced back to the pre-Qin period, binding the extraordinary beings of the Solangine Grotto heavens to stay within their realms, unable to descend upon Ismexing. Rosella couldn't help but marvel. For the great powers of the Solangine Grotto heavens to willingly sign this alliance, the initiator must have been a remarkable and unparalleled hero. He indeed was a remarkable hero, otherwise, he couldn't have unified the 6 kingdoms, Horst replied with a smile. Hearing Horst's words, Anselm and the 3 others widened their eyes, blurting out simultaneously, Elisha? Horst laughed heartily. Yes, none other than the unprecedented first emperor. After unifying the 6 kingdoms, remnants of the defeated states often colluded with the extraordinary beings of the Grotto heavens, causing significant problems for reforms like standardized writing and measurement. In his fury, the first emperor led an army of 10,000 extraordinary soldiers into the Solangine Grotto heavens, forcing these ancient existences to submit. At the summit of Darien, he established this alliance with the natives of Ismexing. Many of the rumors about the first emperor circulating in later generations actually originated from the Grotto heavens, intended to tarnish his reputation. Which Grotto heaven does that mysterious man come from? Rosella couldn't help but ask again. Horst shook his head. I'm not sure. We know very little about the Grotto heavens, basically only from ancient texts. However, reaching the mystic realm before the age of 30 is exceptionally rare, even among the prodigies of the Grotto heavens. You're quite young too, having reached the divine bridge level, Anselm muttered softly. Horst heard Anselm's mutter and smiled faintly. My situation is somewhat different. Even if I explain it now, you wouldn't understand. Saying this, he sighed lightly, reminiscing about his challenging years. Back then, his cultivation was not yet perfected when he was directly thrown into the Grotto heavens by Heavenly Horus. He struggled bitterly inside for many years before Heavenly Horus finally fished him out. However, the effects of this were very obvious. He stepped into the mystic realm at an early age, far surpassing the peers of that time. As for why Heavenly Horus did not train Anselm in this manner, Horst had asked about it before, but the answer he received left him speechless. The reason was simple. Because Anselm was the son of the greatest master under heaven and didn't need to undergo such life and death tests, he would still be able to grow up properly. In fact, Anselm indeed did not disappoint Heavenly Horus. His combat power among peers was absolutely unparalleled. Senior Lonnie, there's one thing I don't understand. Can you enlighten me? Cosmo suddenly spoke up, frowning as he looked at Horst. Go on. Horst nodded. Since there is the Darien Alliance, why did that mysterious youth appear here and challenge us to a duel? At these words, Anselm and the others all paused. Yes. The Darien Alliance restrained the extraordinary beings of the Solangine Grotto heavens from entering Ismexing. Yet, the mysterious youth just now came here. Does this mean that the Darien Alliance has become ineffective, or its power is no longer what it used to be? Sighing, Horst smiled wryly. You never cease to ask crucial questions, Hymankai. The binding power of heavens would likely ignore them or even disdain them. But the key question was, did Heavenly Sword really have so many celestial beings? Even Anselm couldn't help but feel somewhat doubtful. Chapter 450. Celestial Hymangs can become kings. Of course, otherwise how do you think Heavenly Sword can single-handedly suppress so many extraordinary forces in China? Seeing the skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Horst smiled slightly. But I've been at Heavenly Sword for more than 3 years and have never seen any celestial Hymang there. Anselm frowned. This was what he understood the least. After all, the late chief instructor, known as the #1 expert of Heavenly Sword, was only a Esmade immortal. He was still far from becoming a true celestial Hymang. Celestial Hymangs, ascending from human to celestial, resonate with heaven and earth, are the strongest transcenders in the blue star's extraordinary world, even in the blessed Esmates. Do you think they would easily come out to meet people? Horst wore an ambiguous smile as he stared at Anselm, saying, or do you think they need to come out to meet a world-renowned martial artist like you? Anselm was speechless, his face darkening. After talking for so long, it turned out that he was just too weak back then. Lonnie Sr., if you're so powerful, you must have met quite a few senior celestial Hymangs, right? Anselm said sarcastically. That's right. I've basically met all the senior celestial Haimangs in Heavenly Sword. Horst smiled faintly, clearly understanding Anselm's sarcasm. He wasn't angry but instead gave a positive answer with a laugh. This made Anselm feel depressed immediately. However, he was still surprised by Horst's words. Horst had actually met all the celestial Haimangs in Heavenly Sword? How many celestial Haimangs does Heavenly Sword have? Is Chief Instructor Joanna a celestial Haimang? Anselm asked 2 questions in succession. He recalled sparring with Pepper and could sense her unparalleled combat power, which was certainly not just that of a Esmade immortal. Her aura was even more profound than Horst's. Besides the 7 celestial Haimangs stationed at the connecting passages, Heavenly Sword now has only 4 celestial Haimangs left. Deputy Chief Instructor Joanna barely counts as one. As for the other 3, Horst shrugged and smiled helplessly. They stay in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs, and I haven't seen them in a long time either. Hearing Horst's words, Anselm and others were stunned. Especially Anselm, he wouldn't believe it even if the Shaolin abbot told him. He never thought Heavenly Sword had hidden so many big shots. Ordinary reclusive sects could become top-tier extraordinary forces if they had one celestial Haimang sitting in residence. But Heavenly Sword had 11. This was simply incredible. Anselm couldn't even imagine where the court found so many celestial Haimangs. As if reading Anselm's mind, Horst explained with a smile, the 7 senior celestial Haimangs guarding the passage all followed our first ancestor in battles to unify China. After unification and peace was achieved, they all joined Heavenly Sword without hesitation, choosing to protect the world in another way. Upon hearing this, Cosmo and others nearby bowed their heads in respect. Then, Horst continued, for the remaining 4, you should be familiar with Chief Instructor Joanna without much introduction from me. As for the other 3, I don't know much about them either. I only know their code names are Sky Feather King, Thunder Evolution King, and Illusory Sword King. Sky Feather King, Thunder Evolution King, Illusory Sword King? Anselm felt a chill. These 3 code names sounded very formidable. Do all titles of celestial Haimangs include a king? Anselm couldn't help but ask. Nodding, Horst looked lost in admiration, saying, achieving the status of a celestial Haimang entitles one to the title of king. And such a king is not a king realm king, but one who can reign over a land and truly dominate it. Cosmo marveled, unimaginable. These masters must possess divine might beyond comprehension. Horst smiled faintly and said, just remember this sentence. Below celestials, all are ants. Even 100-peaked Spirit Bridge experts cannot defeat a celestial Haimang who has just reached the other shore. Why? Everyone was shocked. If surrounded by 100-peaked Spirit Pill experts, even a Solingent Heaven Secret Realm powerhouse would probably die multiple times. And the gap between peak Spirit Bridge and celestial Haimang is that large? Everyone found it hard to believe. Horst shook his head. I don't know the exact reason, but this is a statement acknowledged by every generation in the extraordinary world. No one has ever defeated a celestial Haimang at the Spirit Bridge level. I firmly believe we can achieve this, defeating celestial Haimangs at the Spirit Bridge level. Cosmo spoke earnestly, his eyes gleaming. Perhaps influenced by his words, Rosella and Woodyhand also became filled with zeal. Horst laughed lightly, shook his head, but did not say anything more. Then, he looked at Anselm. At this moment, Anselm did not look at them, but lowered his head with closed eyes as if in deep meditation. Horst was surprised and couldn't help asking, little Junior Lonnie, what are you thinking about? Anselm opened his eyes, lifted his head, and smiled, saying, I am pondering whether there are other realms beyond the Other Shore Celestial Haimang. Horst was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Other Shore Celestial Haimangs mark the end of the extraordinary path. This is a consensus in today's extraordinary world. In other words, there are currently no stronger existences beyond the Other Shore Celestial Haimangs in this world. Anselm's eyes sparkled with sharpness. Put it that way. Horst nodded. Anselm grinned, stretched himself up, and loudly declared, if so, my future is destined to surpass Other Shore Celestial Haimangs and transcend this world. Hearing this, Horst was clearly dumbfounded. He had originally thought Cosmo and the others were already very confident, but never expected Anselm would be just as unyielding, even surpassing them in some ways. After all, Cosmo and the others only believed they could challenge Celestial Haimangs at the Spirit Bridge level. But Anselm aimed to surpass Celestial Haimangs and reign over the world. Horst cast a deep glance at Anselm, then gave a thumbs up, praising, you're amazing. I truly can't match your mental strength, Senior Lonnie. Senior Lonnie, you're too modest. There's still much I need to learn from you. Anselm smiled faintly. Cosmo and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Back and forth like this, how did they end up praising each other? Fortunately, this awkward conversation didn't last long. Soon, Horst waved his hand, signaling Anselm and the others to follow him and leave. Clearly, he had sensed something. This place was not suitable for lingering, with many strong presences secretly watching, all targeting Anselm and his group. Horst took a step, seeming slow and powerless, yet he reappeared 100 meters away. That was even after he deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, a Spirit Bridge expert moving at full speed would make it impossible for Anselm and the others to catch up, even if they exhausted themselves. Hey, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Alicia stared in disbelief. These guys just ran off, leaving her alone in the deep mountains. Hearing the growls of wild beasts around, Alicia's face turned pale. But soon, someone came back. It wasn't anyone else but Cosmo. He looked at Alicia helplessly, then grabbed her arm and chased after them at high speed. Alicia screamed excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, who can understand, traveling by sword with the man you love, what ultimate romance is this? Chapter 451. The Great Woodink of Pure Esmade Sect. Don't shout, Cosmo admonished, frowning as if he couldn't tolerate her noise any longer. Alicia's voice immediately stopped. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her eyes like 2 black gems gazing at Cosmo with a pitiful look. At the very moment Anselm and his group left, 2 figures reappeared not far away. One of them was unmistakably the mysterious Yonatan from before. Beside him stood a skinny old man with gray hair. The thin old man frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Master, you really intend to battle Heavenly Sword Strange Doctor at the secret realm level?" "Of course. As a disciple of Homer and son of that person, he has the qualifications to be my opponent, Simon Free." The youth smiled faintly, appearing completely unperturbed. "But I just feel this guy is unpredictable. He could repel peak divine pill masters even while in the king realm. His potential is terrifying." The thin old man's expression was grave. Though his strength wasn't on par with Simon Free's, his age gave him a different perspective on issues. Simon Free saw Anselm's identity, the benefits gained by defeating him. Yet, what the thin old man saw was the astonishing potential Anselm possessed. Even in Blessed Lands, there wouldn't be more than 5 young geniuses who could fend off peak divine pills masters at the king realm. Thus, in a battle between equals, Simon Free wasn't necessarily stronger than Anselm. As a half-elder who watched Simon Free grow up, the thin old man naturally didn't wish for him to take risks. "Jethro, rest assured, I will surely win this battle," Simon Free said with a smile. Seeing Simon Free so insistent, Jethro sighed, ultimately saying nothing more. The two figures flashed and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Anselm and his party had already followed Horst to a sprawling countryside estate. This place occupied an extensive area, comparable to the Dragon Sleeping Manor, yet the number of people inside was surprisingly small. Looking up, Anselm couldn't help but be startled. Inside the manor, he couldn't find a single ordinary person. All were extraordinaries dressed in peculiar attire. There were monks draped in robes, chanting sutras, Taoists wearing Taoist robes with ethereal auras, and young elites dressed like modern white-collar workers. However, they were uniformly arrogant, sizing each other up without any deference. When Horst led Anselm and his group into the manor, everyone's eyes instantly turned towards them. Their gaze focused on Anselm, causing various expressions among them. Apart from a few affiliated with the Heavenly King lineage, the rest harbored grudges large or small against the Heavenly King lineage. "You're Anselm, the disciple of Homer?" A cold laugh echoed. Anselm and company traced the source of the voice, only to see an elderly monk approaching. His gaze swept over Anselm's group before focusing on Anselm himself, filled with boundless hatred. Frowning, Horst questioned unhappily, "Great Woodink Barney, what do you mean? Are you threatening a member of our Heavenly Sword?" Barney, the great monk of the pure Esmade sect, had once been reduced to 70% of his strength by the Homer due to certain events. He harbored resentment, but never dared express it out of fear of Homer. Only recently, after the 4 Heavenly Kings embarked on the ancient path, did he become reckless. Clearly, Barney was unaware that Horst was also a descendant of the Fernan lineage. If he knew this, he wouldn't dare to challenge Anselm publicly, no matter how bold he might be. "This is my feud with the Fernan, not related to your Heavenly Sword. Horst, please don't interfere." Barney, the great Woodink, said coldly. Although a monk, he exuded a fierce aura, which was rather unpleasant. Hearing his words, Horst laughed, though it was a mocking one. "You only know to seek revenge on the heirs of Fernan, yet you are unaware that there are actually 2 heirs of Fernan here." "What?" Barney was startled, then looked at Cosmo and the others behind Anselm. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Their aura doesn't belong to the Fernan lineage." "You're stupid and utterly unintelligent," Anselm sneered. "You dare to act without understanding my senior brother's background. Aren't you really courting death?" "Could it be?" Barney looked at Horst with shock. "Yes, I am his senior brother and a recorded disciple of Homer," Horst said with a slight smile. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was greatly surprised. Many recognized Horst, and some were even friendly with him, yet none knew that he was also a descendant of the Fernan lineage. Barney felt bitter, standing speechless, unable to utter a word. Setting aside Anselm's identity as a member of Heavenly Sword, Horst's unfathomable strength alone made Barney hesitant to proceed. A divine bridge powerhouse was not easy to deal with. "If you want to kill me, I can give you a chance. In front of all these heroes, you take this pill and suppress your cultivation to the peak of King Realm, then we will fight to the death." Anselm smiled faintly, taking out a completely vermilion pill from his pocket. Barney remained silent, saying nothing. No way, who in the Chinese extraordinary world didn't know about Wily Doctor's terrifying battle record? Not to mention fighting at the same rank, even fighting at the same power level, he had never lost. Suppressing himself to the peak of King Realm was equal to courting death. Moreover, how could he be sure that the pill Anselm brought out had no side effects? What if after taking it, his cultivation regressed and could never be restored? What then? With such little courage, I wonder how you became the great Woodink of pure Esmade sect. Anselm shook his head slightly, and then in everyone's surprised gaze, he swallowed the pill in one go. This made Horst tighten inside, rushing forward hurriedly. Waving his hand, Anselm smiled and said, "It's fine. This is actually just a sugar bean. I was fooling great Woodink Barney." As his words fell, many people here laughed. They were Horst questioned sternly, his voice ringing out clearly. Chapter 452, Soul Attack. Barney's face fell. He had indeed thought as much, but being called out in public made him flush with embarrassment. "All right then, since you don't dare to take revenge on my master, I won't mock you. After all, not everyone has the courage to challenge my master." Horst smiled grimly and said, "I can suppress my cultivation to the secret realm level and fight you. What do you think? If you can defeat me, it might show that you have some skills." Before Barney could respond, Anselm picked up Horst's cue as if performing a crosstalk and said with a smile, "Forget it, Senior Lonnie. This guy is just a coward who doesn't even dare accept my challenge. How could he agree to fight you at the same level?" Glaring, Barney looked as though he wished he could swallow Anselm whole. Originally, he could have refused by putting on a brave front, but now, with Anselm's taunt, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he still refused, not only would he lose face, but also the pure Esmade sect would be looked down upon by other extraordinary forces. Considering this, Barney clasped his hands together and said, This old monk cannot refuse your challenge and will gladly learn from Master Zhao's abilities. Please. Horst gave a faint smile and truly suppressed his extraordinary realm strength. Everyone could feel that Horst's current cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the secret realm, one minor realm lower than Barney's. Master Zhao, boxing and kicking can be blind. Be careful. Barney's eyes gleamed coldly. He struck swiftly with the Vajra fist aimed directly at Horst. However, before Barney's fist aura hit Horst, he himself was sent flying by Horst. All the onlookers widened their eyes. None of them saw clearly how Horst moved. Anselm mused that it was probably the transforming Darien hand technique. But even Anselm identified it through fluctuations in spiritual energy because Horst used it so covertly. As for the others, they couldn't possibly have seen through it. So weak. Horst was surprised and quickly retracted his second palm strike. Otherwise, this great Wuding Barney would have died on the spot. The death of this old monk wasn't an issue, but offending the pure Esmade sect wasn't worth it. His original intention in bringing Anselm here was to resolve enmity, not create more grudges. Barney hadn't been seriously injured initially, but spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt mortified as if he'd been dealt a crushing blow internally. A prestigious 6th stage, secret realm great Wuding from the pure Esmade sect was actually called weak. Was there no law or justice? But Horst had thrown him with a single strike, leaving Barney indignant yet speechless. Do you concede? Horst looked down at him condescendingly. That palm hovered high above Barney's head, motionless. With a deathly pale face, Barney remained silent. Unable to beat Homer, he couldn't even match this disciple. This great Wuding position seemed too humiliating now. We concede. We concede. An elderly monk from Dakin Temple stepped forward to help his friend away. He realized that anyone associated with the Fernan lineage was freakishly powerful. Their extraordinary realms were mere illusions. It was true for both Anselm and Horst. Watching them leave, Horst gave a faint smile but did not interfere. After they disappeared, Horst leaped into the air, gathering strength and declared loudly, "Fellow martial artists, I speak on behalf of the senior brother of the Wicked Doctor and as a special envoy of the Heaven Sword. My junior brother, the Wicked Doctor Anselm, and his 3 fellow apprentices have joined Heaven Sword. If anyone bullies their family or friends, don't blame us if we level their sects." The audience was stunned by this announcement. Many turned grim at the news that all 4 successors had joined Heaven Sword. They could no longer secretly attack the successors without repercussions. After all, the threat of Heaven Sword was too significant to ignore. What if we kill them in fair competition? A cold voice asked. It came from a gaunt Yonatan with deep-set eyes and a pallid face, looking almost like a reanimated skeleton, terrifying beyond measure. Everyone instinctively kept their distance, fearing his eerie aura might harm them. In fair competition, if you can kill them, then they simply weren't skilled enough and deserve their fate. Heaven Sword won't hold it against you. Horst glanced at the youth, speaking with utmost calmness, as if discussing something trivial. Very well. The youth gave a chilling smile. Turning to Anselm, he issued a public challenge. Wicked Doctor, dare you fight me? Anselm's brows furrowed, and then he said indifferently, although my realm is not high, it's not like just any dog or cat can challenge me. You'd better tell me your background, otherwise, don't blame me for getting physical and turning you into a muggle. Just as Anselm's voice faded, a lazy voice responded from not far away. He is a disciple of the soul's refining sect, who acquires powerful strength by refining his own soul. In other words, they are soul cultivators among extraordinary realms, possibly weaker in realms and combat power than general extraordinary realms. Yet, they possess means to directly attack one's soul, which cannot be ignored. A youth walked over, holding 2 pretty-looking young Airlies, one on each side of him. Shorty? Woodyham revealed a look of surprise and couldn't help but shout. This immediately caused Truman's expression to fall. He protested. Could you give me some face? Don't you see I have 2 Airlie friends here? He was quite unhappy, staring at Woodyham, and if his power wasn't inferior to the other party, he would definitely hit Woodyham a few times, making him understand the saying misfortune comes from careless talk. Woodyham wore an envious look, his eyes toward Truman changing, filled with jealousy. Why could Shorty find such adorable twin Airlies as Airlie friends? Too infuriating. Idiot boy, you're here too? Cosmo also spoke up, mentioning another nickname of Truman. Truman felt embarrassed all over. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, choosing not to respond to these 2 fellows anymore. Guai, I will kill him for you. Aden stood up. Anselm couldn't help showing a surprised look. He recognized the person. It was the master of a third-rate sect dependent on their lineage. Hall Master Adnananying, you want to act on behalf of my junior brother? Horst looked at him and smiled faintly. Yes, please rest assured, Hall Master Shao, I won't disgrace our lineage. Adnananying had a serious look, mistakenly thinking Horst didn't trust his strength. Haha, Hall Master Adnananying, no need for you to trouble yourself. Dealing with this half-human, half-ghost monster is just a piece of cake. Anselm laughed heartily, stepping forward to the lanky youth. The lanky youth sneered coldly, remember, the one who kills you is Acton of the Soul's refining sect. Without seeing how Acton made a move, all of a sudden, his eyes widened, and a blue streak seemed to pass through the air, entering Anselm's brow center. Soul attack, little junior brother. Be careful. Sergiuson's expression slightly changed, warning Anselm. Hearing his call, Rosella and others were alarmed beside them. The last time, the soul-engineering devil seized someone's body was still vivid in their memory. And after experiencing that heavy damage to his soul, could Anselm withstand the attack of this disciple from the soul's refining sect? Chapter 453, Divine Thunder Swift Saber. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectation. Acton, a disciple of soul refining sect, let out a Tanjiao and started bleeding from the 7 apertures of his body. He was hurled away by an inexplicable immense force. It's impossible. How could you? Acton was terrified, looking at Anselm with sheer horror on his face. But before he could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Everyone was startled. Their expressions toward Anselm completely changed. This was the might of the successor of the wicked physician, even at the peak of the king realm, capable of exterminating a Esmade deity with just a thought. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was that his opponent who had been instantly killed was an enigmatic soul cultivator. Horst also showed an unusual expression. His little junior brother seemed to have won too easily. It should be noted that the opponent was a 6th heaven Esmade deity soul cultivator. Without knowledge of soul defense techniques, even an 8th heaven Esmade deity extraordinary being wouldn't have been able to endure it. Yet, Anselm won so effortlessly, which made Horst realize that his little junior brother had many secrets hidden. At least, his soul strength far exceeded his imagination. Who is causing a disturbance here? At this moment, a cold and authoritative voice sounded. Everyone's attention turned toward 3 young men enveloped in an ethereal purple mist. Anselm recognized them immediately. They were members of the Martial Alliance. The one leading the group wore a badge inscribed with Patrol. Clearly, he was a Martial Alliance patrol envoy. When he saw Anselm's group, the patrol envoy was first taken aback. But then, his gaze fell upon Acton's motionless body, and his face turned cold instantly. At this moment, the originally agitated crowd fell silent. Obviously, the authority of the Martial Alliance's master was something no one wanted to challenge. And this estate belonged to the Martial Alliance itself. They were guests. How could they overshadow the host? Wicked physician, why did you start fighting within our Martial Alliance's estate? You must give me an explanation. The patrol envoy angrily questioned him, his expression showing great displeasure. Anselm looked at him with cold eyes, questioning him. I didn't say that. However, your Tianjian can't really dictate terms to us Martial Alliance. The patrol envoy was confident, acting like he had nothing to lose, clearly missing the implications in Anselm's words. Anselm chuckled, nodding directly. I will report your words verbatim upwards. Not obeying imperial restrictions, huh? Very well. From now on, the Martial Alliance will likely be listed as a cult organization, and your master will become the country's top fugitive. What? The patrol envoy's expression froze, as if petrified. He only didn't want Anselm to use the name of Tianjian to suppress them but never thought of becoming an unruly rebel. Haiming labeled as a cult would certainly ruin the Martial Alliance. Your master is the wicked physician, you are a powerful extraordinary being, constantly using your imperial status to pressure us. Don't you fear being ridiculed? The patrol envoy indignantly retorted. Fear what? Whoever dares to ridicule will be destroyed. Anyway, my heavenly emperor lineage has plenty of enemies, one more or less doesn't matter. Anselm sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered heroes, making them all feel as if they were silent cicadas in winter. If this method could be used against the Martial Alliance today, it could be used against them tomorrow with the same effectiveness. Although Anselm was not the highest leader of Tianjian, his words did not necessarily have to be 100% effective. But as an indispensable talent of Tianjian, his suggestions would certainly be taken seriously by the higher-ups. When that time comes, if the upper echelons adopt Anselm's opinions and label certain sects as cult organizations, they would definitely have a headache on their hands. The power of the imperial court always surpassed any single sect. Especially in modern times, with rapid technological development, one mushroom bomb dropped would make even celestial beings flustered. The patrol envoy's face turned ashen, standing stiffly in place without saying a word. Anselm's style of doing things was completely different from what he had imagined, giving him a sense of helplessness. Even if his absolute strength surpassed Anselm, it was still useless. Anselm's means were enough to control his Achilles' heel, making him dare not act rashly. Guai is my life and death brother, Fan Zhe Simonin. If you want to move against him, first ask whether my Fan family agrees. A remarkable man walked out from the crowd, none other than Alicia's elder brother, Rahim. Seeing him appear, Anselm showed a smile, walking up directly and giving him a bear hug. Fan family, huh? A soft laugh sounded, laced with disdain. A person from Heavenly Demon Palace? Rahim glanced over there, immediately locking onto the figure. Indeed, does the Fan family of Little North dare to show off its might in front of our Heavenly Demon Palace? This was Adin, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He stared at Rahim, exuding arrogance, clearly not taking Rahim seriously. To him, the so-called Fan family was nothing much. The direct line descendant had only just entered the king realm. It was evident that this family wouldn't have any experts. However, reality was often harsher than expectations. Behind Rahim, an elderly man suddenly appeared, holding a curved blade, and slashed straight at the Adin from Heavenly Demon Palace. Ironically, the previously arrogant Adin from Heavenly Demon Palace was cut into 2 pieces in the next second. Feeling the intense pain from his waist, the Adin from Heavenly Demon Palace let out a heart-wrenching scream. Noisy. Max frowned and swung his blade again. With this strike, the Adin from Heavenly Demon Palace fell completely silent, sliced to death by the old man, blood soaking the estate. He is Divine Thunder's swift saber spencer. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, revealing the old man's identity. Hearing this title, Anselm showed a look of surprise. Divine Thunder Swift Saber Spencer, wasn't he the top expert of the Fan family 50 years ago? According to rumors, he had long gone insane and died within the Fan family's ancestral grounds. Yet now, he appeared unharmed, summoned by Rahim to intimidate the heroes present. Chapter 454, The Jackson. Heavenly Horus is a benefactor of mine. If anyone dares to bully his disciples while he's away, my curved blade will be the first to disagree. Hayes' icy voice echoed, sending chills down everyone's spine. Divine Thunder Fast Blade might not be an Empyrean, but at the Divine Bridge level, few could rival him. By speaking up today in support of Anselm, most sects wouldn't dare utter a word of refusal. Our Solange family patriarch has given orders. From today on, our Solange family will form an alliance with the Heavenly King lineage and advance or retreat together. At this moment, Truman spoke up with a pleasant smile. Upon hearing his words, many were stunned. The Psionic Solange family was a well-known grand family in the extraordinary world. Their patriarch Solange Xiong, known as the Psionics King, was one of the few Empyrean powerhouses in China's current extraordinary world, with immeasurable strength. The Psionics King actually took a liking to Amir and company, intending to form an alliance with them. Heavenly Sword belongs to the court of our nation. You wielders of the sword are all enforcers. Do you intend to rebel? Another chilly voice rang out. It belonged to a handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s, prime age for a man. Yet, his piercing gaze made people unconsciously part a path for him as he walked over from afar. Behind him followed the vice-chairman of the Martial Alliance, Alric, closely stepping along. Witnessing this scene, everyone changed their expressions in shock. Who was this man that even made Alric show such respect, willingly lagging half a step behind? It's you. Anselm's pupils constricted, showing rare surprise. Horst's eyes also flashed. He didn't expect the other party to personally make a move. In truth, Horst wasn't very familiar with this person either. He only knew that the latter was extremely powerful and had convinced the present court immediately upon entering the scene, establishing the Transcendental Union to rival Heavenly Sword. You may call me the Jackson, the man said calmly. His voice was drawn out yet penetrating, causing Anselm's heart to shudder suddenly. Jackson, indeed. This guy was also an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Unfortunately, being someone of the Transcendental Union, it meant they would inevitably clash with their Heavenly Sword. What do you want? Anselm frowned. Even if the other party was an Empyrean-level powerhouse, he wouldn't lose his composure. Moreover, Anselm firmly believed that as a high-ranking Empyrean powerhouse, the Jackson wouldn't take action against a junior like him. I've come to announce something. From today onwards, the Transcendental Union officially emerges, becoming one of the two paramount superhuman organizations under the court, ranking alongside Heavenly Sword. The so-called Jackson's gaze was like a burning flame as it swept over the gathered crowd, then delivered this shocking news. Many couldn't sit still anymore. A single Heavenly Sword had put considerable pressure on them. Now, with the addition of the Transcendental Union, would they have any peace left? Is this the court's intention, or your own? By creating two major superhuman forces, does the court intend to make a move against our various sects? Someone asked coldly. Glancing at the speaker, Anselm secretly mourned for him in his heart. Daring to challenge this old man was akin to courting death. According to rumors Anselm heard, the leader of the Transcendental Union wasn't a patient person. Sure enough, the Jackson cast a cold glance at the speaker. Pitifully, the Adden who dared to speak up, though a formidable power in his own right, was instantly wiped out by the Jackson's gaze. With a thud, the lifeless body fell to the ground, making everyone fall silent out of fear. My word is the court's word. Are there any more questions among you? The Jackson's face remained icy as he calmly scanned the crowd. Although everyone felt terrible, no one dared to stand up and question him in the face of the Jackson's authority. To kill a peaked secret realm expert with just a glance, who would dare provoke this Jackson? Some people became uneasy. Based on their guesses, the court might be planning some major actions soon. One must secure internal stability before dealing with external threats, a timeless strategy. Looking at the heroes, the Jackson seemed satisfied with everyone's recognition of reality. He continued, from today onward, members of the Transcendental Union and Heavenly Sword shall become the enforcers of Simanaxia. Anyone who dares to attack the enforcers without cause will surely be hunted down by the court. These words caused an uproar. Many showed discontent. This seemed to place Heavenly Sword and the Transcendental Union completely above them, which was too domineering. What if Heavenly Sword or Transcendental Union members exploit bugs in the system? Would they still have to endure blows without retaliating? Enforcers won't provoke trouble on their own. If anyone is found violating regulations, you can lodge complaints, and we will ensure justice, said the Jackson coldly. Hearing the Mason's words, a group of people muttered in their hearts, cursing this so-called fairness. What was fairness? Ultimately, the right to interpret still rested in their hands. However, while they thought this way internally, externally they had to wear pleasant expressions and couldn't show any dissatisfaction. The adult is joking. We naturally believe unconditionally in the law enforcers of Simanaxia. An elderly man with youthful looks laughed. That's good. If I find anyone two-faced, I guarantee that none of his entire sect will be spared, the Mason warned again. This even startled Alric, who could not help but say, isn't that too domineering? Aren't you afraid these extraordinary sects will unite against you? Glancing at him, the Mason said coolly, no harm done. Even if united, a motley crew can hardly cause any significant turmoil. On the contrary, Simanaxia must consolidate all living forces within the extraordinary world to face the future situation. This move by the Transcendental Union and Heavenly Sword is precisely to avoid greater internal attrition. Where there are rivers, there will be conflicts. Do you think you can stop this phenomenon? An untimely voice sounded. It was a youth, graceful and handsome, looking at the Mason with a smile on his face. Anselm and others were surprised. They had just met this Yonatan previously. He was Simon Free from one of the Solangine Great Cavern Heavens. Unexpectedly, he appeared here as well. Glancing at Simon Free, the Mason said coolly, whether it can be stopped has nothing to do with your Cavern Heavens. Stop nagging, or don't blame me for not showing respect to your elders and slaying you on the spot. You. Simon Free froze, his expression unpleasant, but ultimately closed his mouth. Helpless, the reputation of the Mason was indeed too resounding. Even their seniors in the Cavern Heavens were wary of the Mason. There were also rumors that the Mason had once slain a celestial-level expert in just 3 moves. This was a master who instilled fear. Perhaps only the 4 heavenly kings, who ascended to heaven, could match him head-on. Others dared not challenge his might. I have said my piece. I hope everyone can be aware. In crucial times, do not cause trouble for the court. With these words, the Mason's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the place. Alric did not follow the Mason away but glanced over at Anselm and transmitted sound privately. Witch doctor, let's go together. I need to talk to you. A flash of insight passed through Anselm's eyes, and he nodded without showing any surprise. Traveling with Alric was naturally the best choice, as it would save him from at least 90% of the troubles. Nodding to Truman, Rahim, and others, Anselm greeted Rosella and left the mansion with Alric. The crowd scattered with a rumble. Many people had gloomy faces, grinding their teeth in hatred. They all had grievances with the four heavenly kings. Originally, they wanted to seize this opportunity to make Anselm and others lose face, but unexpectedly, such changes occurred midway. Chapter 455 Act soon. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want to tell me? Arriving at a tea house, Anselm stretched lazily. He leaned on Rosella's shoulder, gazing at Alric with a lethargic expression. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he asked with a chuckle, "Could it be that you want to give me another alley?" "Get lost." Alric glared at Anselm, almost slapping him. "This guy thinks I'm a beauty dealer. Do you want to hit my husband?" Rosella spoke up indignantly. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, glaring at Alric as she waved her dagger through the air, leaving a silver streak of light. Alric was speechless. He had seen overprotective mothers, but this was the first time seeing one protecting her husband. Turning his gaze to Anselm, Alric's expression grew serious. "Anselm, do you remember what I asked you to do before?" "What thing?" Horst couldn't help but frown from the side. Why would the powerful Alric ask Anselm for help? Anselm scratched his head, looking puzzled. "What thing?" Seeing Anselm's confused look, Alric's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Is this guy being deliberate? How can he forget something so significant? "You promised to help me take down the Ottoman." Words squeezed out from between Alric's clenched teeth. Horst was shaken, staring at Anselm in disbelief, his shock reaching its peak. Taking down the Ottoman? How is that even possible? Even a beyond-realm celestial might not manage it. After all, anyone capable of founding the Walter Alliance must be extraordinarily powerful. Though Anselm's talent was unprecedented, his current extraordinary realm was still too low. Even given 10 or 20 years, how strong could he become? Could he really compare to a celestial? Horst's expression turned grim. Killing the Ottoman was almost an impossible mission. However, having promised Alric, going back on his word wasn't an option. In a sense, the patient and enduring Alric was even more terrifying than the Ottoman. "I did promise, but didn't you say it wasn't urgent back then?" Anselm replied calmly. "Now it's urgent. I hope you can kill him within a month." Alric gritted his teeth, his expression ugly. Upon hearing this, Anselm was dumbfounded, completely at a loss. Killing the Ottoman within a month? That was akin to telling him to hang himself with a steel bar. If death were inevitable, suicide seemed more dignified. "Alric, are you joking? In a month, I might not even reach the divine pill stage. That old guy is at least a beyond-realm celestial level powerhouse. Tell me, what am I supposed to use to kill him?" Anselm said, pointing at himself. "Me." Alric's face was ashen. He knew full well that the current Anselm stood no chance against the Ottoman. But time was running out. Once the Ottoman completed his transformation, there would be no one left in the entire extraordinary world of Blue Star who could suppress him, not even the previous Mason. Why such urgency? Horst frowned, suddenly changing his expression. Could it be? Alric glanced at him, nodded grimly. Damn, this lunatic. Horst cursed loudly. Calm as he usually was, he now found it hard to keep his composure. That matter was crucial, concerning the fate of China. If the Ottoman failed, the entire Chinese populace would have to pay the price. This was something Heavenly Sword could not afford to see happen. Thinking of this, Horst's eyes turned cold. Without involving my junior brother, I will immediately request assistance. This? Alric hesitated. Honestly, he didn't want to involve Heavenly Sword's power. Theoretically, the Walter Alliance was the leader of China's extraordinary world. Heavenly Sword's intervention would undermine the Walter Alliance's authority. But what else can we do now? We need to act, and so do you. Horst shot a glance at Alric, speaking gravely. Alric froze, silent for a while, clearly torn. Seeing his indecision, Horst sneered, Alric, if you wish to replace the Ottoman, you need the necessary courage. Haimeng hesitant, you won't secure the position even if you defeat the Ottoman. Other vice leaders won't let a coward rule over them. As soon as these words were uttered, Alric's whole body trembled. He suddenly raised his head, and his sharp eyes fell like a pair of heavenly knives. Alric narrowed his eyes at Horst, coldly saying, I am not a coward. I am Alric, and I am invincible. As he spoke, an aura powerful enough to tame tigers and subdue dragons erupted instantly. Anselm and the others paled, stepping back continuously, barely able to endure it. You being invincible, my ass. If you truly believe you are invincible, you should take action yourself instead of seeking help from my junior brother. Horst also stepped back, his face deathly pale, but his tone remained resolute. He stood there facing Alric's gaze, appearing utterly candid. Oh. After a moment, Alric sighed deeply, regaining his composure. Think about it yourself. Relying on others is no good. You should strengthen yourself. Horst gave a cold snort and led the way out. Anselm and the others followed him. Once they were outside the tea house, Anselm couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior Lonnie, what kind of riddle were you two talking in circles around? What exactly is the Ottoman up to that has both of you so nervous? Sighing, Horst looked at Anselm and said with utmost seriousness, Little Junior Lonnie, do you really want to know? This is something even Alric worries about, something ordinary beyond realm celestials would avoid. Fat. Alicia's smiling eyes immediately widened. She glared at Rahim viciously and pouted angrily. Shut up, you stinky big brother. If you have nothing nice to say, just keep quiet. I'm barely 90 Gene. How can you say I got fat? Rahim chuckled. Of course, he knew that Alicia hadn't gained weight. He said this only because of their sibling teasing. Ear, why are you hanging out with the successor of the Sky King? Didn't the head of our family introduce a match for you? At this moment, Clan Elder Spencer suddenly asked from the side. I did. Alicia nodded. How was it? Spencer and Rahim couldn't wait to ask. Pouting, Alicia answered unsatisfied. Not great at all. Isn't he just the young master of Golden Fist sect? He's so terrible. Then she added dreamily, he's nowhere near as good as Uncle Haimenkai's pinky finger. Rahim was stunned for a moment. The successor of Sword Obsessive, Cosmo? What does this have to do with him? A lot. My body and heart already belong to Uncle Hymankai. Lifting her head to look at her elder brother and clan elder, Alicia suddenly said shyly. If Cosmo were here, hearing Alicia's words would undoubtedly make him spew out a mouthful of old blood. This was outright defamation. After all, they had only met once. Ridiculous talk about her body and heart belonging to him. What? Did you sleep with him? Raheem looked shocked. Yeah, I'm carrying his child. Alicia replied dramatically. Hearing her words, Spencer flared up in anger. As an elder with conservative thoughts, he saw premarital cohabitation as something immoral, let alone an out-of-wedlock pregnancy, which was absolutely taboo. Seeing the elder's reaction, Raheem's heart skipped a beat. He hastily rebuked her. Be quiet. Don't talk nonsense. You've only met Cosmo once. How could you have done that? Pouting, Alicia said unhappily. Who made you push me into arranged meetings all the time? If I become someone ruined, you'll give up? Clearly, she also noticed Spencer's expression and explained carefully to avoid making him believe she had loose morals. Raheem was speechless. His sister was indeed bold, willing to forsake her reputation to avoid matchmaking. Luckily it was within the family. If others heard this joke, it would be disastrous. Not to mention, what's going on now? Does Cosmo know you like him? Raheem probed further, knowing this was the crucial question. It wouldn't be funny if Cosmo had no idea about her feelings. Of course he knows. Alicia lifted her head proudly. Really? This surprised Raheem. What does he think? Alicia deflated instantly, pouting unhappily. Nothing much. He already has a wife. What? He has a wife? Hearing this, Spencer stepped forward, shaking his head. That won't work. Our fan family's little princess can never be a concubine. But elder, Cosmo is the successor of Sky King. Raheem rubbed his nose. In the extraordinary world, powerful men having multiple wives is normal. Woodyrover, Cosmo only has one wife. If Ear follows him, she probably won't suffer too much. Indeed. Spencer hesitated. The fan family favored the successors of the 4 great Sky Kings and firmly believed in their future growth. That's why they supported Anselm without hesitation. Now that Alicia liked the successor of Sword Obsessive, the fan family should support her wholeheartedly instead of hindering her pursuit of happiness. Seeing the elder still hesitant, Raheem added, Elder, forming alliances through marriage is the best way to pull in people like Mysterious Doctor. If you don't like Sword Obsessive successor, let Ear marry either Mysterious Doctor or Ian. No way, Ear doesn't want to marry that monk. Alicia's face turned pale. Marrying Ian would be worse than killing herself. In a hotel room, Ian, who was reading a beauty magazine, sneezed several times. What's wrong? Cosmo asked curiously. Ian shook his head, looking depressed. Buddhist Island. Likely some little beauty is thinking of little monk. Ugh. Cosmo felt queasy. At the Dominixiang Pavilion Villa, Raheem looked helplessly at his younger sister. If you don't want to marry Ian, then you can only marry Mysterious Doctor. Raheem glanced at the clan elder beside him. No way. Mysterious Doctor is a heartbreaker with dozens of wives. Alicia refused again. The corner of Raheem's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak, he heard clan elder Spencer suddenly exclaim in surprise. What did you say? Mysterious Doctor has dozens of wives. Yes, Sister Rosella told me so. She's only ranked 20th. Alicia spoke without hesitation. Is that so? Spencer squinted his eyes. His original intention was indeed to have Alicia follow Anselm, but now he hesitated. Dozens of women would mean being sent to a cold palace immediately. Ear, it's your own happiness that you need to seize. Jameson won't interfere anymore. With a dry cough, Spencer decisively gave up on the idea of matchmaking. After all, comparing horizontally, it seemed that the successor of Sword Obsessive was a bit more reliable. Alicia heaved a sigh of relief, finally succeeding in persuading this old conservative. The night was dark and serene like ink. Stars twinkled. Though their light was faint, they added warmth and hope to this pitch-black night. In the room at New Benkai Hotel, 2 figures entangled were exploring the beauty of life together. Suddenly, Anselm paused and immediately crawled off Rosella's chest. What happened? Panting slightly, her face flushed, Rosella couldn't help but ask curiously. There's a spiritual energy fluctuation. It seems like Ian is fighting someone. Anselm's expression turned grave. He quickly put on his clothes after figuring out what was happening. He wanted to see who dared to challenge on his territory. Rosella also readjusted herself and left with Anselm. On the other side, Cosmo also came out of his hotel room. His face was gloomy, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he headed toward where Ian was. At the back square of the New Benkai Hotel, Ian was protecting a woman. His gaze was cold, standing against a group of people in front of him. Bart, if you have any courage, come at me. Bullying a woman is no skill. Are you even a real man? Ian sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Behind him stood Amina, unmistakably. Amina's complexion was dull, a clear handprint on her left cheek. She stood there silently, her bitterness obvious even to a fool. After the incident in Nanjing City, the couple had ended things unpleasantly. From then on, Bart began to doubt her loyalty. No matter what she did, as long as she went out alone, he would suspect her endlessly. Amina couldn't bear such accusations, leading to minor arguments every 3 days and major ones every half-month. They even resorted to physical altercations several times when arguments escalated. Chapter 457 Sister-in-Law. However, after being trained by both Medicine King Valley and Vajragate, Bart's strength now surpassed Amina's. When the couple fought, Amina often ended up at a disadvantage. Medicine King Valley had originally intended to intervene in their affairs, but Amina politely declined. In her view, if marital matters required the sect to resolve, it would be an insult. However, while she thought this way, Bart did not. Seeing Amina reject the senior members of Medicine King Valley's interference, Bart took it as her guilty conscience, and his resentment grew even stronger. Sure enough, they had only just arrived in Anhan City, and before they could settle down for a few minutes, conflicts arose again. The cause was simple. Bart had found out about Anselm and others' whereabouts and wanted to incite several disciples of Medicine King Valley to join him in creating trouble for Anselm and others. But he was stopped by Amina. This action made Bart's anger flare up once again. Without any further ado, he slapped Amina and cursed that she was a loose woman. The Medicine King Valley disciples, not knowing the full story and also considering it a marital dispute, didn't interfere, standing there speechless. This scene was witnessed by Darnell, who happened to be taking a stroll downstairs. He instantly became furious, rushed over, and shielded Amina behind him. All of this led to Bart's complete loss of control. When the Medicine King Valley disciples realized that what Bart said was true, they too began to have issues with Amina. Nonetheless, Amina was still the legitimate heir of Medicine King Valley. Even though they were displeased, these disciples dared not act against her. Therefore, their anger naturally turned towards Darnell. Darnell looked grave. In the few days since he last saw Bart, the latter had already reached the Divine Pill Realm. Moreover, those disciples were all experts at the Divine Pill Realm. If they really engaged in a fight, protecting Amina, he might very well be at a disadvantage. When Anselm and the two others came here and saw the current situation, they immediately guessed what had transpired. A cunning look flashed in Anselm's eyes as he put his arm around Rosella and sauntered over. Sister-in-law, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Anselm smiled and greeted Amina. The term, sister-in-law, caused Bart's face to turn livid. If he had only suspected it before, then this statement from Anselm confirmed his suspicion. Amina indeed had an affair with Darnell, the heir of Yifazifa lineage. Otherwise, given the pride of the heir of Tianwang lineage, it would have been impossible for him to acknowledge the status of a married woman. Thinking of this, Bart glared at Anselm and Darnell, his eyes almost shooting fire. At this point, many people were drawn to the commotion, gathering around, including some extraordinary individuals. Upon seeing that the confrontation was between the Tianwang heir and people from Medicine King Valley, they were instantly filled with a strong desire for gossip. Darnell, you really shouldn't have let sister-in-law come out alone late at night. It's so cold. What if she catches a cold? Simonry, take her back and take good care of her. Anselm deliberately scolded Darnell, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. These words sent waves among the onlookers. They stared at Bart and Amina with astonished looks. In China's world of extraordinaries, this couple was quite well known for their loving relationship for over 20 years without any scandal. But today, they heard an explosive piece of news. Amina, the legitimate heir of Medicine King Valley, had committed infidelity and betrayed her family that she and her husband had nurtured for over 20 years. Woodist dramatically, her affair was with Darnell, who was 20 years younger than her, the heir of Yifazifa lineage. News spread rapidly. Everyone who checked their phones knew this news within moments. Medicine King Valley was shaken, and the Valley Master personally ordered Amina to be brought back. But at this moment, an urgent report was presented to the Valley Master. Upon flipping it open, he instantly flew into a rage. Had Anselm been there, he would have seen the cover clearly stated the evidence of Bart stealing Yisui pills. With the cooperation of the young master of Vajra Gate, all of Bart's crimes were exposed. Winter collected and organized all the information, reporting everything. The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley immediately issued orders to revoke Bart's position as an outer enforcer and expelled him from the sect. As for the matter between Amina and Darnell, they were to resolve it themselves. No one from Medicine King Valley was allowed to interfere anymore. Sibling-in-law, it's rare for you to visit on Han City. Let's go out for some late-night snacks. Don't pay attention to this domestic violence, man. Rosella, catching Anselm's eye signal, immediately understood, smilingly pulling Amina's arm and walking away. Woodiham glanced at Anselm and Rosella with gratitude. He naturally understood that these two were playing along to help him. As long as he could successfully take Amina away, things would be much easier. Even if nothing had happened between them, this incident would become the last straw that broke the camel's back in Amina and Bart's relationship. What Woodiham didn't know was that after Bart's various crimes were exposed, Medicine King Valley had already abandoned him. At present, Medicine King Valley openly did not support either side, but secretly, many supported Woodiham. Watching Amina being pulled away by Rosella, oblivious and about to leave the scene, Bart finally couldn't hold back. He roared wildly, "Stop right there." Rosella didn't look back, continuing forward while constantly comforting Amina. Anselm, Woodiham, and Cosmo did the same. They followed closely behind, forming a protective formation around Rosella and Amina from 3 directions. Bart was enraged, feeling his lungs might explode from anger. His wife was being taken away by her lover right under his nose. Was he supposed to stand by and do nothing? Woody Rover, Bart had a premonition. If he allowed Anselm and company to leave this time, he might really lose Amina forever. This was something he clearly couldn't tolerate. After all, despite over 20 years of marriage, his feelings for Amina had always been genuine and unadulterated. Thinking of this, Bart leaped forward, blocking the path of Anselm and the others. Anselm's eyes turned cold, landing on Bart. He said indifferently, "What? Do you want to fight us?" Taking a glance at Anselm and the others, Bart couldn't help but shudder. The descendants of the 4 heavenly kings gathered here. If a physical conflict erupted, he stood no chance of winning. Especially Anselm, whose profound and unfathomable strength shocked even Bart. It hadn't been a month yet, and Anselm had become so strong, capable of battling a 9th-layer Esmade immortal. Amir, you, a descendant of the Fernan lineage, actually use such despicable means to forcibly kidnap my wife. This behavior is no different from that of a demon. What qualifications do you have to be an enforcer of Simanaxia? Bart asked sternly. He wasn't blinded by anger and choosing to confront Anselm and the others head-on. Instead, he hoped his words would resonate with the onlookers, encouraging them to speak up for him. But obviously, these onlookers were no fools. They wouldn't risk offending the heirs of the 4 heavenly kings just to help someone unrelated. Besides, it was clear to anyone who had eyes that the tide had turned against Bart. However, several disciples from Medicine King Valley did surround them, looking quite displeased at Anselm and the others. Chapter 458. The hatred of losing a wife. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not up to you. If you continue to obstruct us, don't blame us for disregarding our relationship. Anselm said this with an icy tone, without even lifting his eyelids. You. Bart's eyes widened in anger, but he truly feared Anselm's and company's strength, not daring to provoke further. Release our young miss, or else, my Medicine King Valley will never let you off. A disciple from the Medicine King Valley stepped forward, angrily saying this. No matter what, Amina was their Medicine King Valley's young miss, the current Valley Master's younger sister. If she were to be forcefully taken away by the group led by the deceitful doctor, what face would the Medicine King Valley have left? Just as both sides were at a standoff, about to erupt into conflict, another disciple from the Medicine King Valley suddenly received a call, which was from Clark. He conveyed the Valley Master's orders verbatim, shocking everyone. Bart naturally also heard the content of the phone call, his face instantly turning pale. Originally thinking that everything he had done was kept secret, it turned out someone had discovered it. His face was like earth, knowing he was doomed. With even the Medicine King Valley disciples not supporting him, what could he rely on to fight against Anselm and company? I apologize. We did not know the circumstances earlier. We only found out now, offending several of you unintentionally. Please forgive us. The disciple who received the call hung up and promptly apologized to Anselm and company. The Medicine King Valley had abandoned Bart. Staying by his side would undoubtedly lead to a bad outcome. So, these people were very pragmatic, directly distancing themselves from Bart. There is no blame for not knowing. Since the truth has come to light, there is no misunderstanding. Anselm said indifferently. All the Medicine King Valley disciples nodded in unison, of course. Subsequently, the Medicine King Valley disciples bid farewell, really leaving Bart behind. Ian laughed heartily, a touch of sarcasm in his eyes, pushing Bart aside. Step aside. Bing Sheen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you before, nor should I have attacked you just now. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Bart said, tears streaming down his face. Deep down, he knew that if he wanted to keep Amina, he could only appeal to her directly. Having been together for over 20 years, Bart naturally understood that she was a soft-hearted woman. If he pleaded softly, perhaps she would reconsider. After a long silence, Amina looked up at him, sighing lightly. You don't realize your mistake because you recognize it. Rather, you know that both the Medicine King Valley and the Vajra Gate have issued expulsion orders for you. You want to rely on me, not wanting to become an isolated man. Looking at her husband, who resembled a stray dog, Amina felt complex emotions. Was this man, whom she had loved for over 20 years, really so unworthy? He had conspired with outsiders and stolen elixirs. As a member of the Medicine King Valley, Amina naturally despised such behavior. But to strike him down herself, enforcing the Medicine King Valley's laws, she couldn't do it. After all, they had been married for more than 20 years, and those feelings weren't something that could fade overnight. Hearing Amina's words, Bart felt a chill run through him. He understood her meaning. She didn't plan on forgiving him. Bart's face turned extremely ugly, but given the stakes involving his life, he could only kneel and beg for Amina's forgiveness. With Amina around, the Medicine King Valley wouldn't completely eliminate him. But once Amina left him, the absurd actions he had taken would not be easily forgiven by the Medicine King Valley. However, Amina's next move utterly crushed Bart's hopes for mercy. Amina sighed lightly, flicking her soft whip to create a faint red furrow on the ground. From today onward, I, Amina, sever all ties with you, Bart. When we meet again, we will no longer be husband and wife, but enemies. Amina said with sorrow etched on her face. Over 20 years of affection ultimately proved to be nothing more than an illusion. Bart was stunned. This was entirely different from what he had imagined. From Amina's words, he could feel the determination. It wasn't a joke. Ian laughed, finding genuine amusement in it. They say happiness is built upon others' pain. The ancients weren't lying. Are you really that heartless? Bart asked earnestly, staring intently at Amina. Unexpectedly, Amina paid no heed to him, walking straight ahead with Anselm and the others. Seeing this, Bart looked utterly defeated. Amina had also given up on him. From this moment on, he truly became an isolated man. Thinking of this, Bart's expression turned sinister. Completely breaking down, he unleashed a torrent of insults at Amina. Amina, as I guessed, you've been colluding with this monk from the beginning, haven't you? You pretend to be a graceful lady all day, but you're no more than a wanton woman behind the scenes. You even made a move on a monk who is over 20 years younger than you. You shameless bitch. Upon hearing this, Amina's body shuddered violently. Her legs went weak, and she nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Rosella reacted quickly and steadied her. Originally, Anselm and his group didn't want to deal with Bart anymore, but they were enraged when they heard him spewing such filthy insults at Amina. Ian immediately turned around, glaring at him coldly and saying, apologize. Go to hell with your apology. If it weren't for you, dead monk, how could things between Iceheart and me have become like this? Bart stared at Ian with intense hatred, as if he wished to tear him apart. Ian wore a mocking expression, shaking his head and saying, unable to trust even your own wife. No wonder you ended up like this. What? Bart was jolted by Ian's words. He suddenly realized something crucial. Trust between spouses is indispensable. Without trust, even 2 decades of marriage can crumble in the end. Hopeless. Seeing that Bart still refused to acknowledge his mistakes, Ian shook his head, unwilling to waste more words on him. Different paths mean different destinations. After all, he had already achieved his initial goal. As long as Amina returned with them, Ian was confident he could make her welcome them openly. Amina, are you going with them? Have you considered our son's feelings? Suddenly, Bart shouted from behind. You wouldn't want our son to know his mother is a slut, would you? When Bart mentioned their son, Amina hesitated and stopped walking. Her expression turned complicated as she turned around. Just as Bart felt relieved, thinking Amina might reconsider, he saw her bitter smile. Then, with a sad tone, she said, our son is grown up. He will naturally learn to discern right from wrong. If he thinks I am. Pausing for a moment, Amina struggled to say, let him think what he will. You. Bart choked, speechless. He glared at Ian and Amina, brewing boundless hostility in his heart. Ian's eyes widened. He had been lenient enough letting him off once. How dare he still harbor ill will towards them? Forget it, let's go. Shaking her head, Amina truly gave up on Bart this time. He never truly loved her. His so-called love was nothing more than vanity and possessiveness. Out of respect for Iceheart, I'll spare you this time, Ian said casually. Bart's face darkened, about to retort. At that moment, Cosmo stepped forward, coldly rebuking, get lost. With a stern look, he took action, slashing a beam of sword light and flinging Bart away. You're too kind to him. Dissatisfied, Cosmo said to Ian. Chapter 459, Do you crave power? Woodyhammed touched his nose but remained silent. He wasn't being polite to Bart. Rather, he was worried about the crowd and the mix of people around. Rash action could cause unnecessary trouble for Heavenly Sword. With a cold snort, Cosmo said no more and followed Anselm. The group left the hotel square and returned to their rooms. Soon, the onlookers also dispersed. The extraordinary ones hidden among the crowd all looked at Bart with mocking eyes. Of course, there were some who expressed dissatisfaction with Anselm's actions. After all, seizing another's wife isn't righteous. They approached, hoping to negotiate with Bart. At least as a Esmade immortal, if he could be persuaded to join their sect, it would be a significant boost. However, Bart showed no interest in these matters. He could handle individual visits, but as the number grew, he began to feel overwhelmed. Go away. Don't bother me. Bart roared. Woodest of those approaching him were King Realm, some even Worldly Realm. A Esmade immortal's anger was not something they dared challenge. Thus, after Bart's outburst, they slunk away, still, but Woodyhammed and Amina, unable sect members, were experts at romance. Plus, Woodyhammed had obtained aphrodisiac incense from Anselm, making heartbroken Amina unable to resist. She let down her guard, welcoming Woodyhammed wholeheartedly. Woodyhammed obliged, starting his education on Amina. Anselm and the others smiled knowingly, leaving Woodyhammed alone. They knew that once gone, such opportunities seldom return. Today was Woodyhammed's best chance to win Amina. A 20-year age gap meant delays could easily change outcomes. Pleasure-filled cries echoed, making Anselm blush. So vigorous, Woodyhammed must be plowing tirelessly. The night passed uneventfully. Early next morning, Anselm encountered a familiar stranger, Cristobal of Xianchan's sect. Why are you here? Anselm was surprised. Cristobal smiled slightly, speaking words that shocked Anselm. Heretical doctor, I've gathered the herbs you asked for. Can you instruct me on their preparation? While Xianchan's sect knew alchemy, preparing heretical doctor's elixirs posed difficulties. Woodyrover, given the herb's value, they'd never dare risk failure. Where did you find these herbs? Refining techniques are renowned worldwide. While my Xianchan sect has people skilled in this, compared to you, we are far behind. To be honest, no one in our Xianchan sect can refine your life-extending divine pill. At this point, Cristobal gave a bitter laugh. So, you want me to help you refine the pill? Anselm's expression was odd as he glanced at Cristobal. Indeed. Cristobal nodded. As long as you can help us refine the life-extending divine pill, from now on, the Xianchan sect can be under your command. Upon hearing this, Cosmo and others were astonished. At your command? Can you speak for your sect leader? Anselm's eyes sparkled. Yes, that is the will of our sect leader, Cristobal nodded seriously. Anselm revealed a contemplative look. The Xianchan sect was a top-tier force among the hidden sects, yet they intended to submit to him. This would be hard to believe if told to anyone. After a moment, Anselm nodded. He trusted Cristobal's character and guessed what the Xianchan sect leader was thinking. They wanted to ally with their heavenly king lineage, just in a slightly humble way. But as long as the sect leader at the celestial simian man realm could be saved, the Xianchan sect would continue to flourish. Chapter 460, The Mystic Zen Sect. Seeing that Anselm agreed to their request, Cristobal was overjoyed. Refining elixirs for you is not a problem. However, I need a quiet place, and the life essence of these elixirs will dissipate within 24 hours after they are refined. So, Anselm had a grave expression, leaving the rest unsaid. So, it must be consumed within 24 hours, the sooner, the better. Cristobal caught Anselm's meaning immediately with his shifting gaze. After pondering for a moment, he extended an invitation to Anselm and company. Could we trouble you all to visit our mystic Zen sect? Worried about their refusal, Cristobal quickly added, rest assured. We will treat you with the highest regard at our mystic Zen sect. Lonnie Ling, there's no need for such formalities. Anselm smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's just a small favor. Please lead the way. Hearing this, Cosmo and the others were all visibly astonished. What did Anselm mean? Could it be that he intended to bring the mystic Zen sect under his control? However, considering how one of the top sects in China's extraordinary world wouldn't willingly submit so easily made everyone somewhat worried. Not only might they come away empty-handed, but they might also place themselves in danger. After all, those hidden sect lairs weren't safe havens by any means. They could be described as dragon dens or tiger's lairs without exaggeration. Boss, are you really going to Cristobal's mountain stronghold? Cosmo furrowed his brows and whispered telepathically to Anselm. Glancing sideways, Anselm nodded imperceptibly. Cosmo fell silent. He understood that Anselm wasn't rash. His actions must have some undisclosed reasons. You and Rosella, Ian should return first. I'll go alone. Just as Cosmo was stepping forward to accompany Anselm, he heard Anselm's voice. Cosmo's face changed instantly, replying via telepathy, no. What if something happens to you? If they intend harm, your presence wouldn't change anything. Anselm's swift reply left Cosmo speechless. Indeed, if the other party had ill intentions, for land deities plus another land deity would make no difference. After you return, contact Senior Lonnie and have him tell Pepper to keep an eye on the Mystic Zen sect. Anselm relayed his plan through telepathy once more. Cosmo's eyes lit up, appreciating Anselm's intelligence. With Celestial Sword watching over, Anselm's safety should be secured. Explaining his plans to Rosella and Ian similarly, Anselm set off with Cristobal toward the Mystic Zen sect, while Cosmo contacted Horst rapidly. There's no need to worry. The Mystic Zen sect is facing both internal and external issues now, and won't do anything to jeopardize itself. Horst gave his judgment, but still reported the matter to Pepper. Pepper shared Horst's view, believing the Mystic Zen sect wouldn't act against Anselm unless they didn't want their leader to awaken. However, for caution, Pepper went secretly to the Mystic Zen sect. A celestial Haimeng level powerhouse was enough to handle any potential crises. Following Cristobal, Anselm arrived at the Mystic Zen sect stronghold. Anselm was taken aback. It turned out the Mystic Zen sect stronghold was in Walter City and was even a tourist attraction. It seems I can visit here without paying for tickets in the future. Anselm joked with a smile. Hearing this, Cristobal laughed heartily. He greeted the ticket seller at the entrance before leading Anselm into a valley closed to tourists and guarded around the clock. Under Cristobal's guidance, Anselm entered effortlessly. Walking dozens of steps further, the scenery opened up to reveal a vast peach orchard filled with lush vitality and fragrance, much like a paradise beyond the world. Even compared to Walterjong Manor, which had been array-enhanced, this place did not fall short. A group of elegantly dressed youths appeared, disciples of the Mystic Zen sect. Glancing up, Anselm estimated there were at least 100 people. Among them, the weakest were at the Supreme Realm, while many were at the King level, each outstanding in their own right. In the crowd, Anselm spotted several peak spirit pill cultivators, which surprised him. After all, even Cristobal, their sights on Anselm, he might face some trouble. Wudire accurately, Cristobal was worried that his disciples might provoke Anselm and suffer for it. After all, Amir had even repelled Zhao Haimanming, the old demon of the Heavenly Demon Palace. These disciples who hadn't yet reached the Divine Pill Realm would be dealt with swiftly even if they attacked together. Anselm followed Cristobal into a cave. The entrance was narrow, only wide enough for one person at a time. On the cave's stone walls were etched very peculiar runes, secret powers flowing within. Anselm's expression flickered slightly. Being an expert in formations, he immediately recognized these runes as formation patterns. This cave was enveloped within a formation. Just as Anselm hesitated whether to enter, a woman's voice suddenly came from inside the cave. Amir's visit brings honor to our Mystic Zen sect. Please forgive me for being injured and unable to welcome you personally. The leader of the Mystic Zen sect was a woman? Anselm couldn't help but show a look of surprise. But soon, he frowned slightly. There was a faint hint of weakness in the voice. If not for his medical expertise, it might have been difficult to detect. Mystic Zen sect leader? Anselm's eyes flashed with sharpness as he asked. Yes, please, Amir, come in and talk inside the cave. The woman's voice sounded again. Pausing briefly, Anselm decisively stepped into the cave. Chapter 461 Alchemy Pill. Entering the cave, darkness enveloped them endlessly. Even with Anselm's excellent eyesight, he could barely see his hand in front of his face. A faint sigh echoed through the cave, and suddenly a row of oil lamps lit up on the stone walls. Although the light was far inferior to modern electric lights, it allowed Anselm to see the situation inside the cave clearly. Anselm focused his gaze and saw not far off a woman dressed as a Taoist nun sitting cross-legged on a large rock, smiling gently at him. Her appearance was graceful but not exceptionally beautiful, exuding an ethereal quality. It was clear that this person was the leader of the Shinshan sect, Taoist priest Aubrey. She was also the only beyond Wudurtle realm celestial expert left in the Shinshan sect. However, from Anselm's observation of her complexion, her physical condition was extremely poor. If his conjecture was correct, this female leader must have suffered serious injuries early in her life, and the hidden injuries had never fully healed. Struggling to survive until now was already pushing her limits. Strange doctor, what do you see? Aubrey asked with a gentle smile. Despite her pale face, she carried an indescribable sense of freedom, as if she had long come to terms with life and death. A dying person, with little remaining lifespan. Many people believe they were master and disciple rather than siblings. After all, no matter how large the gap between senior siblings might be, it was impossible for one to be a celestial while the other had just condensed his core. In truth, his real cultivation is much higher, all because of me. Aubrey sighed deeply. Reflecting on the past brought back endless sorrow. Anselm nodded and said, So, Cristobal sacrificed his cultivation to prolong your life, causing his golden core to crack? Prolonging someone's life was defying the heavens. At best, it caused severe damage to one's cultivation. At worst, immediate death. Buddhist people wouldn't take such risks even if they had the means. The cost was too high. In order to extend my lifespan by 10 years, this fool willingly damaged his golden core, sacrificing his own cultivation. A renowned divine bridge expert thus fell from the immortal core realm, only to compete with lesser king realm cultivators for the transformation. Aubrey looked sad. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have reached the beyond Wudurtle celestial realm before me. He loves you. Anselm sighed. Love knows no bounds, willing to sacrifice everything. Cristobal's actions impressed Anselm. To save the one he loved, he even risked his own cultivation, almost completely incapacitating himself. Fortunately, Cristobal, with great perseverance, recondensed his core. Given time, he would surely recover his peak strength. I know, but I bear heavy responsibilities, unable to think about personal matters. Aubrey looked bleak. Having lived together for so many years, she couldn't ignore Cristobal's feelings. But as the leader of the Shinshan sect, she had too many responsibilities that tied her down. Any thoughts of love and affection could only be buried deep within her heart. No matter how ancient a transcendental power may be, it will eventually be buried in the passage of time. In 100 years, 1,000 years, how many will still remember the Shinshan sect? Anselm sighed. Life is short. As long as one is happy, why think so much? With that, he stopped talking and began refining the elixir to prolong life as per Cristobal's request. This cave, refined over generations by the Shinshan sect leaders, was enhanced by magical arrays, filled with abundant natural energy, making it a rare treasure trove of spiritual essence. Refining elixirs here suited Anselm perfectly, greatly increasing the probability of success. Seeing Anselm's actions, Aubrey swallowed back whatever she had wanted to say. She quietly watched Anselm as he refined the elixir, her face occasionally revealing a look of astonishment. A four-legged square tripod appeared, emitting a flow of light and a peculiar medicinal aroma. Anselm placed all the herbs inside the tripod and stimulated the treasure fire. Instantly, boiling sounds emerged from the tripod. Various colors of mist rose, hovering in the air like radiant pearls, dazzling and beautiful. Anselm, seizing the moment, threw in the three most precious ingredients that Cristobal had found: the life flower, dragon immortal grass, and eternal fruit. He then spurred his true essence, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, akin to dragon roars and tiger howls. An astonishing medicinal fragrance rushed over, intoxicating both mind and body. Aubrey couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. In ancient times, when Master Arlen of the Celestial Master Sect refined the heavenly primordial elixir, colorful, auspicious clouds appeared and spread for 3,000 miles. Today, Anselm's elixir refining was accompanied by dragon roars and tiger howls, with similar brilliance. Anselm raised his hand, and two pills flew out from the four-legged square tripod, entirely emerald green, resembling two crystalline green gems. Is this the eternal transformation pill? Aubrey asked in surprise. Anselm looked astonished. He hadn't expected Aubrey to recognize the pill's origin, truly living up to her status as a beyond Wu-Dirtle realm expert with extensive knowledge. Yes, it is the eternal transformation pill. Taking it, doctor, if you can cure my injury, I swear that I will forever serve at your command. Aubrey spoke solemnly. She couldn't pledge the entire Shinshan sect to Anselm, but for herself alone, it was not a problem. Healing your injury also requires Cristobal to join you, Anselm said with a smile. Chapter 462, Devil. After learning the story of Cristobal and his senior sister, Anselm didn't mind giving him a hand. If both of them were under his command, with time they would grow close, and Cristobal's wishes would surely be fulfilled. Let's not talk about this anymore. Take the medicine, and I'll treat your injuries. Seeing that Kimberly still wanted to say something, Anselm raised his hand to stop her and steered the conversation back to the main topic. Kimberly nodded and swallowed the creation pill. Instantly, a warm current surged from her dantian, flowing through all her tendons and meridians. Finally, it gathered in the upper dantian of her brain, transforming into precious life essence force, nourishing her physical body. At the same time, Anselm also moved. With a gentle flick of his hands, golden needles appeared out of nowhere, floating in midair, like an extraordinary sight. The Solangine heavenly needles, seizing fate, defying heaven and earth. Unseal. Following Anselm's voice, the golden needles were seemingly moved by an inexplicable force and pierced into Kimberly's acupoints in a strange formation. The needles quivered, releasing a white mist which then connected each other as if sharing resources between every needle. This is turning needles into formations, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to heal my injuries between human and celestial. Kimberly's face showed shock. Anselm's methods left her utterly astonished. Because medical techniques were partly tied to the practitioner's cultivation level, an ordinary healer could be quite remarkable just by treating someone of their own cultivation level. Treating a transcendent one tier higher was as hard as ascending to heaven. As for a legendary Chinese medical expert healing a being on the other shore, that was pure fantasy, completely unthinkable. Yet, Anselm made it happen. He could really treat celestial injuries at the divine pill realm. Kimberly could distinctly feel her internal ailments gradually improving. Though the recovery speed was slow, it was highly effective. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat covered Anselm's forehead. Treating a celestial being consumed an unimaginable amount of mental energy. Finally, after an hour and a half, Anselm stopped. Kimberly felt a never-before-experienced sense of relief. It was as if a huge burden had been lifted from her, making her feel incredibly light. Solanginity 5% of your hidden injury has been healed. The rest should be recoverable on your own. I will not intervene further, Anselm said, panting. Nodding, Kimberly's face was full of excitement. Many thanks to you, Master Wraith Doctor, for your great kindness. I, Kimberly, will never forget it. Waving his hand, Anselm smiled. Director Ling, there's no need for such formalities. I'm friends with Cristobal. Kimberly paused, then smiled. A word of friend was enough. They walked out of the stone room, and when she saw her elder sister returning unharmed, Cristobal immediately showed extreme joy. Unable to contain her presence, Cristobal directly knelt before Anselm. The gratitude in his heart was indescribable. Anselm smiled faintly and accepted it gracefully. That's enough, Mingzi. We don't need to be so formal. From now on, Master Wraith Doctor is part of our family, Kimberly said with a smile. Then, she led the two to the front courtyard, summoned the major elders, and set up a banquet to entertain Anselm. Cold Frost, secretly observing everything, couldn't help but pause but sighed in relief. It seemed that the Shinshan sect still knew how to act appropriately. While Anselm was a guest at the Shinshan sect, far away in Tianwudiantain City, Bart followed the mysterious shadowy figure here. Why are we coming here, senior? Bart asked curiously. The place is remote, far from the current imperial oversight. To cultivate my divine technique, you need such a place as a foothold, the shadow answered. A big question mark appeared over Bart's head. What kind of divine technique couldn't be cultivated in the inland of the Shenzhou continent, but had to be practiced in this remote region? The shadow emitted a chilling laugh, and a streak of dark light flashed into Bart's forehead. Heaven-swallowing soul-devouring formula? Suddenly, New memories filled Bart's mind. He looked puzzled. What was the heaven-swallowing, soul-devouring formula? Studying the newly acquired information, Bart's face changed dramatically. This? Bart was filled with shock. Completely different from the known cultivation system in today's transcendent world, this scripture seemed to be real devilish technique. Although it was incredibly powerful, it was also extremely cruel. Cultivating this technique didn't require much natural spirit energy, only the soul of living beings. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of the transcendental being, the stronger their soul power, and the greater help it provided in cultivating this demonic technique. Bart's expression soured. Did this mean he would have to cultivate using the souls of living beings in the future? As his cultivation progressed, he would inevitably have to kill more and more people. Unwilling? The shadow sneered, expressing disdain for Bart. You should know that countless people once wanted to learn this divine technique from me. Bart harbored endless hatred. One day, his anger would sweep across the entire Siminaxia. In Donghua City, at the Xianshan sect, Anselm, Kimberly, Cristobal, and other senior members of the Xianshan sect were talking happily. Both sides expressed different opinions on the future development of the transcendent world. Anselm didn't hold back and truthfully informed the Xianshan sect members about the words left by the 4 heavenly kings. However, it didn't cause panic among Kimberly and others. Our former sect leader once divined before ascending, said Kimberly. The seal of the heavenly palace is weak, and a great calamity after 10,000 years is approaching. To avoid or delay this calamity, we must find the celestial beings hidden among mortals. Anselm frowned, puzzled. There are celestial beings hidden on our blue star? Yes, Kimberly nodded, confirming it. But we don't know exactly how many. Anselm's expression turned grim. From some ancient notes left by the heavenly doctor, he had already learned part of the truth. Chapter 463, The Tianshan City Tragedy. Solangenity 1,000 years ago, extraterrestrial deities descended upon the world, and the ancient gods of Blue Star rose up in resistance, leading to a great battle. The extraterrestrial deities suffered heavy losses, with most of the powerful figures falling into a deep slumber. All the ancient gods of Blue Star were killed without exception, turning the natives of Blue Star into slaves, experimental subjects, and training targets. In the ancient era, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged, uniting all tribes of Blue Star to launch a rebellion, finally driving back the invaders. Emperor Barrett used his great powers to seal the heavenly palace, the abode of extraterrestrial deities, and set up 10 layers of seals with the 10 great artifacts. After this, the connection between worlds was severed, and no extraterrestrial deities could descend again. The creatures of Blue Star thus gained the opportunity to develop. During the pre-Qin period, after the Battle of Gods, the seal on the heavenly palace began to weaken. Elisha ascended Wudiantai to offer sacrifices to heaven, dedicating his entire cultivation and the spiritual energies of many scholars to reinforce the seal. However, at the same time, the Qin dynasty was cursed and fell after 2 generations, plunging Blue Star into an era of lawlessness. In modern times, under the new dynasty, the seal weakened once more. The heavenly energy leaking from the heavenly palace became the main cause of various anomalies. The 4 heavenly kings left Blue Star for the ancient star path to seek methods to counter extraterrestrial deities, with immortality being merely a basic requirement. Thinking about these secrets, Anselm felt a heavy heart. Could they really survive the great calamity of the heavenly palace? The beings from the other shore are incredibly powerful, considered the strongest creatures in today's extraordinary realm. Yet, even they are not deities. And the ancient deities of Blue Star, when united, were no match for the beings of the heavenly palace. The truth was too terrifying, leaving people in despair. A banquet ended in complete silence. Aubrey, representing the Xianshan sect, made a pact with Anselm, swearing that regardless of what happens in the future, the Xianshan sect would always stand with the court to protect humanity. With the assurance from the Xianshan sect, Anselm's mood improved somewhat. He returned to Walter Long Villa and was immediately surrounded by Cosmo and others. Anselm composed himself, burying all pressure deep inside. Looking at these close faces, Anselm secretly vowed that no matter what lay ahead, he would do his best to protect them. For the next month, Anselm did not leave Walter Long Villa, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. This unusual behavior raised the alertness of Kirsten and the others. Previously, Anselm had never voluntarily secluded himself for cultivation. His cultivation had always progressed gradually through insights and breakthroughs in the mortal world. A month-long intensive seclusion was unprecedented since Kirsten and the others had known Anselm. Senior Lonnie must be needed to personally handle an issue so far away in Tianshan City. Sky Sword and Battle Knife had assigned personnel in each region, rarely interfering outside their jurisdictions. All dead, Anselm said. These 3 simple words sent an inexplicable chill through everyone present. Sky Sword represented the honor of the government. What kind of bandits dared to kill members of Sky Sword? Did Instructor Joanna assign you to handle this alone? Rosella asked, hugging Anselm's arm. Yes, she knows I've reached the divine core stage, Anselm nodded. Biting her lip, Rosella said, Simon's band. I want to go too, to fight alongside you. Anselm paused, then shook his head firmly. No, you cannot go. Why? I can protect myself. Rosella felt disheartened, wondering if she was considered too weak. However, glancing around at the others, Rosella helplessly realized that apart from Pearl and Kirsten, she seemed to be the weakest here, even weaker than Woody Hamd. As if noticing Rosella's dejection, Anselm sighed. Without any concealment, he recounted everything Pepper had just informed him. Everyone was shocked. An entire city dead? This was too terrifying. Sky Sword initially suspects that this is the work of heavenly demons, committing such massacres for demonic cultivation. Heavenly demons? Pearl and Kirsten were somewhat confused. Yes, the demons of the heavenly palace, ranking alongside the deities, Anselm explained, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Such an existence should be even more terrifying than celestials, right? Can you handle it alone, husband? Rosella couldn't help but worry. Even if I can't handle it, I must go. What if it chooses another border city next time? What if it comes to our province to wreak havoc? Anselm's gaze was resolute, as if making a vow. Woody Rover, I won't be fighting alone. The Alliance also sent people over, and even some major sects, sensing the presence of heavenly demons, couldn't hold back and rushed to Tianshan City. They have also moved out? Cosmo asked in surprise. They naturally referred to top-tier extraordinary forces like the Iron Banner sect and the Iwa Palace. Usually, they had a strained relationship with the government, neither hostile nor obedient. But this time, they unexpectedly acted all at once, which was indeed surprising. Yes, these sects have long histories, and members within know some secrets. The emergence of heavenly demons has made some old fossils within them restless. Anselm gave a cold laugh. In that case, we won't hold you back. Take care of yourself, Cosmo said solemnly. Reaching the divine pill stage, Anselm's strength had grown immensely. Even Isa wouldn't dare claim she could suppress Anselm now. Therefore, it would be better to stay in the villa and cultivate quietly instead of holding Anselm back. Just as Anselm was about to set off, Pearl suddenly bit her lip and called Anselm into her room. Anselm scratched his head, not quite understanding Pearl's intentions. Pearl bit her sensuous red lips, finding it hard to speak. Black wife, what do you want to say? Anselm said with a chuckle. I want to give myself to you. Saying this required Pearl to muster up immense courage. Anselm was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He released his true essence, instantly enveloping the entire villa in an array formation. Outside, Cosmo and the others were astonished. An array at will? This was the legendary realm of formations, attainable only by those who reached the other shore. Yet Anselm, having just condensed his pill, could achieve an array at will, which was simply incredible. Clearly, Anselm's month-long seclusion was fruitful. Not only did his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but his knowledge of formations had reached a masterful level, comparable to a grandmaster of arrays. Chapter 464, Gathering in Tianshan City. The curtains fell. That night, under dim light, two bodies entangled together. Amid the spring water's reflection of the sky, they embraced closely under the lamp, beauty that cannot be pitted. Under the moonlit flower, before the window ledge, two silkworms spun their cocoons in mutual entanglement. After the passionate union, Pearl had tears at the corners of her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, she fell into a deep sleep. As for Anselm, with his robust blood and abundant essence, he naturally didn't feel tired at all, and even wanted to go again twice. But alas, time did not permit it. He had to set off. Without disturbing anyone, Anselm left the Walter Long Manor. The straight-line distance between Tianshan City and Jinling City is 4,000 li, adding various complex terrains and mountain paths. Over 5,000 li away, Anselm obviously couldn't walk there. He arrived at the Jinling City military district and, in the name of Heavenly Sword, urgently requisitioned a fighter jet and flew westward in haste. Meanwhile, things were not peaceful elsewhere. The tragedy in Tianshan City spread across the entire extraordinary realm of China within a day. Many secluded extraordinary forces emerged, sending strong individuals there. Not for rescue, but only to confirm whether the catastrophe was caused by demons. When Anselm landed at the Tianshan City airport, what he saw indeed shocked him. Though there wasn't blood flowing like rivers, it was even more terrifying than that. Extending his gaze, wherever Anselm looked, he saw corpses. Some bodies were so severely decayed that they emitted a heavy stench of rotting flesh. These odors permeated the air above Tianshan City, causing nausea. Anselm stepped into the city. The sky was gray, drizzling rain falling continuously, with flocks of crows occasionally flying by. The entire city was shrouded in a deadly silence. After walking for about 10 minutes, Anselm stopped. His expression turned grim. In this vast city, after walking for such a long time, he hadn't seen a single living person. Clearly, the news from Heavenly Sword was correct. The entire Tianshan City had become a dead city. Just then, three figures appeared swiftly. Anselm turned around, his expression slightly easing. These were people from the northwestern branch of Heavenly Sword, all deity pill realm powerhouses. Following orders, they had been waiting here, not moving without permission. Only when they sensed Anselm's presence did they reveal themselves. There's no need for formalities. I am Anselm, codenamed Amir, tasked by Commander Pepper to take full responsibility for matters in Tianshan City. Anselm scanned the three of them and said coolly. The three initially looked down on Anselm as just a Yonatan, harboring some disdain. But upon hearing his codename, they were instantly startled. This youth was the famous Amir from Heavenly Sword headquarters? The disciple of the chief, Heavenly Fiend Doctor among the four great lords? I am Holden Jia. I am Holden Bo. I am Holden Tong. The three didn't dare to be negligent, stating their names. Nodding, Anselm then asked, how long have you been here? Have you discovered anything? We found one survivor and have settled him in a hotel, Holden Jia replied. Take me to see him. Yes. The group set off, and under the lead of Holden Jia and others, Anselm arrived at a 5-star hotel. Once the highest specification and busiest hotel in Tianshan City, it now looked unbearable. Numerous corpses were laid out on the square, emitting an overwhelming stench. Anselm had to hold his breath, switching from ordinary breathing to true breath, avoiding the harm of the foul odor. The other three also wore gas masks, yet they still gagged. Obviously, even celestial beings would find this intense smell hard to bear. They went upstairs and entered a luxurious presidential suite. Since most 5-star hotels have advanced air filters, Anselm, entering this room, did not smell much of the unpleasant odor. A pale-faced man lay motionless on the bed. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, Anselm would have almost mistaken him for a corpse. Anselm approached and immediately examined the man's condition. Surprisingly, he found that the man had no physical injuries. His body was healthier than ever. With no issues with his body, the problem must lie in his soul. Using the heaven-defying soul and gene needles, Anselm conducted another check. Soon, his expression turned grave. Sure enough, this person's soul was damaged. Inside his body, only one soul and one spirit remained to maintain normal physiological functions. All other souls and spirits were missing. Thus, the man remained comatose, unable to wake up. Anselm's expression darkened. If the lost souls and spirits could not be found, even with his exceptional medical skills, he could not revive this person. All living beings require unity of form and spirit. Neither can be missing. Recalling this, Anselm began to examine the surrounding corpses. He found that the cause of death for all these people was the same. Their souls and spirits had been lost, leading to the deterioration of their bodies. Anselm thought to himself, it seems that everything in Tianshan City is related to the heavenly demons. As they were searching for clues, a group of people appeared around them. These people were enveloped in divine halos, with strong auras, all of them extraordinary. Anselm looked surprised. Who are these people, so ethereal and never seen before? Then, another group arrived. This time, Anselm saw many familiar faces among them. There were Aubrey and Cristobal from the mystical Zen sect, the Mason from the Transcendence Alliance, and many young geniuses from various major sects who he had met before. From Quicksand Realm terrestrial immortals to Divine Bridge Realm quasi-heavenlies, there were all kinds present. Even a few other Shore Realm heavenlies made appearances. Amir, have you found anything? Relying on his closeness with Anselm, Cristobal asked first. Anselm knew why the extraordinary people were here. Immediately, he said truthfully, everyone has lost their souls and spirits, and died due to bodily decay. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Do you know who did this? Mason asked. Anselm shook his head, speaking solemnly, no idea. I've only been here for less than an hour and haven't discovered any suspects. Heavenly demons, it must be the heavenly demons. At this moment, a fearful voice came from the crowd. Heavenly demons? Many present heard this term for the first time and looked in the direction of the voice. Explain clearly, what are heavenly demons? This was an elder from the Palace of Heavenly Demons, at the middle stage of the Divine Bridge Realm. Upon hearing the words, he thought someone was slandering the massacre in Tianshan City as being done by their people. He raised his hand. Demonic energy surged, pulling the person close. That person obviously realized the issue and hurriedly explained, Ivar Adnan, you misunderstood. The heavenly demons I mentioned aren't, but rather the demons of the heavenly palace. They also have an ancient name, called primordial Hamzas, corresponding to the primordial deities. According to their strength, the weakest of the heavenly demons surpasses the realm of the beyond shore celestials. That's a whole new level, known as the immortal realm. That is, the deities in the eyes of transcenders, whose pure physical power can withstand the cosmic storms and can traverse the universe. The strength of these entities far exceeds the general celestial's imagination. After listening to his explanation, even some elders who already knew such secrets couldn't help but have troubled looks on their faces. The Harry said solemnly, what's most important now is to find that offending heavenly demon and determine if it has reached the immortal realm. If it has reached the immortal realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. If this heavenly demon reaches the immortal realm, I'm afraid all the transcenders here combined would not be a match for it. Aubrey surveyed everyone and gave this opinion. It should not be in the immortal realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to come to such an obscure city and commit such a bloody crime. Anselm's voice sounded, immediately attracting everyone's attention. You mean? The Harry narrowed his eyes. A heavenly demon at the immortal realm awakening could be described as a world-ending calamity. If it wanted to slaughter in populous areas, no one could stop it. At this moment, Flower Play Palace's young palace master Therese said with a smile, I understand. That is to say, this heavenly demon is not very powerful and fears being discovered by us, which is why it came here to carry out its massacre. Snap his fingers, Anselm nodded. Right, that's the logic. With these words, everyone whispered to each other and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if not so, the demon could easily have slaughtered in bustling markets. After all, how many people live in Tianshan City? Less than 100,000. Why are you so sure? An unharmonious voice arose, coming from Murray of the Palace of Heavenly Demons. Glancing sideways at him, Anselm replied coolly, if I wasn't so sure, would doing this be you? You. Murray flew into a rage, about to teach Anselm a lesson and reclaim face for his disciple Alfred. However, in the next moment, the Harry harumphed, and an enormous mental pressure enveloped Murray, making him sweat profusely and not daring to act rashly. I agree with Dr. Dominic's viewpoint, the Harry said expressionlessly. This heavenly demon probably hasn't reached the immortal realm, or perhaps due to certain reasons, its strength has fallen from the immortal realm. So, it acted urgently, coming to this desolate city to wreak havoc and devour souls to strengthen itself. Anson of the Celestial Master Dao analyzed. He was the current Celestial Master, extremely powerful, not weaker than the Harry, and a peerless great expert at the peak of Celestials. Usually, he never shows up, but because he accidentally learned the whereabouts of the heavenly demon this time, he personally came here. Of course, accompanying him were Anselm's nominal junior brother Javier and his younger sister Zhang Xinhue. What should we do next? Aubrey looked towards the Harry. She knew that the Alliance had allied with the Celestial Sword, setting aside old grudges. Let's split up and search. We must find and destroy this heavenly demon before it reaches the immortal realm. Otherwise, the aftermath will be endless. A rare change of expression appeared on the Harry face. Anselm saw it and felt quite surprised, always feeling that this Harry was mysterious. It indeed seemed so now. He must know a lot of secrets others don't know, otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Everyone left, each searching for clues about the heavenly demon, except Aubrey and her siblings from Shinchan sect, and Anselm stayed behind. I want to send you somewhere, the Harry said, with an incredibly serious tone. Where? Anselm was puzzled. This guy revealed nothing, and just said he wanted to send him somewhere without asking his opinion first. Do you know what Dongtian Fudi is? Asked the Harry. Nodding, Anselm became more confused. Yes, what's wrong? I want to send you to Dongtian Fudi for 10 years of cultivation. The Harry directly revealed his intention. What? Anselm froze, then firmly shook his head. Kidding, spending 10 years cultivating in Dongtian Fudi. Who knows what the world would be like when he comes out? Woody Rover. His women had been apart from him for 10 years. How could he possibly agree to that? As if sensing Anselm's thoughts, the Harry coldly said, if you don't go, I'll go to Walterlong Manor and kill all your women. With no attachments, you can then focus on cultivation. Upon hearing this, Anselm's expression darkened instantly. A dragon has an Achilles heel, touching which means certain death, and Anselm's Achilles heel were his women. The Harry was using their lives to force him into submission. This immediately roused Anselm's anger. Without warning, Anselm attacked. With 9 steps of a Kylan walk, heaven and earth energy stirred, transforming into a Kylan foot stamping towards the Harry. The Harry showed no emotion. He simply raised his hand in defense. Instantly, the invincible Kylan foot seemed blocked by an invisible wall of air. No matter how hard Anselm tried, he couldn't breach the Harry defense. Anselm actually knew well the significant gap between their strengths. Even if the Harry let him hit, he wouldn't be able to make any impact. But Anselm couldn't stand the commanding attitude of the Harry. They were all humans. Why should those with less strength have to listen to those with more? Thinking about it, Anselm withdrew the Kylan footprint. He let out a long roar, merging the Darien hand with heaven, snatching palm, slapping out. Aubrey and Cristobal were already dumbfounded on the side, especially Cristobal, who almost worshipped Anselm. A newly condensed Dan stage terrestrial immortal dared to challenge the Harry. His courage was commendable. Enough. The Harry frowned. With a light wave of his hand, Anselm's attack shattered, sending Anselm flying back, blood roiling. Don't push me to really act against your women, the Harry warned. Hearing this, Anselm flared up again. Just as he was about to charge recklessly at the Harry, a cool voice came, carrying some resignation. Are you crazy? What are you doing, picking a fight with this old man? Do you want to live longer? It was Pepper, who had been delayed slightly on her way. Arriving in Tianshan City, she found the leaders had already dispersed. He used my women's lives to threaten me, making me cultivate in Dongtian Fudi for 10 years. Anselm complained, looking at Pepper as if he had found a backbone, feeling much more confident. Pepper paused for a moment before turning to look at the Harry and asked, why? Do I need a reason? The Harry replied indifferently. Pepper nodded, at least for me. You need to explain your intent. The Harry fell silent, then said, the massacre in Tianshan City, after preliminary analysis, was done by a weakened heavenly demon. Without waiting for Pepper's response, he flashed away. Is it really a heavenly demon? Pepper's brows furrowed instantly. Chapter 466 Reason. A moment later, Pepper looked up and said to Anselm earnestly, you indeed need to go to the grotto heaven. Anselm was stunned, unable to resist frowning. Why? If it were just the Jackson saying this, Anselm wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that even Pepper believed he should spend 10 years cultivating in the grotto heaven, this carried a deeper meaning. Sighing deeply, Pepper said, fine, let me tell you everything. As she spoke, she glanced at Kimberly and Ling Mingzi beside her. Although they had formed an alliance, there were still secrets that could not be shared. The two immediately understood and retreated out. The 4 great celestials took the starry ancient path. You should know this, right? Nodding, Anselm's expression was odd. Of course I do. I want to say that actually they didn't leave, Pepper said solemnly. What? Anselm was bewildered. The 4 great celestials' departure via the starry ancient path had been witnessed by many strong figures. The path Great Lotus guided them into the ancient path, and from then on, they were never seen again in the human world. How could this be fake? The Heaven Fiend who committed massacres in Tianshan City might very well have fallen from the Heavenly Palace Fissure during the pre-Qin era. At that time, the 4 great celestials tracked it for a long while, but due to its slyness, it never appeared and remained undiscovered. Anselm squinted his eyes. What do you mean? My masters left Blue Star and set foot on the starry ancient path. All fake, just to lure out this Heaven Fiend? Pepper nodded approvingly. Indeed, if the 4 great celestials didn't leave, the Heaven Fiend would never appear. Why not have my masters stay behind, continue putting pressure on the Heaven Fiend, so it wouldn't dare to act rashly? Anselm asked curiously. This was what he didn't understand most. If the 4 great celestials hadn't left, such tragedies wouldn't have happened in Tianshan City. Shaking her head, Pepper said, no, this step is necessary. The barrier between the Heavenly Palace and the mundane world is getting thinner, so now anyone reaching the immortal realm can shatter the barrier and open a rift. Imagine if the Heaven Fiend lingers until it reaches the immortal realm and breaks through the Heavenly Palace barrier, what would happen? Looking at Pepper with doubt, Anselm asked, why would the Heaven Fiend break the barrier? After saying this, Anselm rubbed his nose because he realized he seemed to have asked a foolish question. The creature originally belonged to the Heavenly Palace and only fell to the mortal world by chance. Naturally, it yearned to return. So what does all this have to do with me going to cultivate in the grotto heaven? And besides, those grotto heavens won't accept me as an outsider, will they? Anselm frowned slightly. Don't worry about that. Our Tianjin seniors and the Jackson have negotiated with them, and they agreed. Pepper smiled. This them naturally referred to the people from the grotto heavens. Oh. Anselm was taken aback. How did they agree? Weren't the grotto heavens known for their deep prejudice against beings of Blue Star? Pepper smiled faintly. True, but compared to that, they are more concerned about the Heavenly Palace barrier being broken. With so many geniuses in the world, why choose me? Wouldn't others suffice? Anselm looked miserable. He really didn't want to go to the grotto heaven. 10 years. How many tens of years could one have in a lifetime? Nope, not only you, Rosella, Woodyham, and Cosmo also cannot escape. Pepper sighed. Then what about the last slot? Anselm asked curiously. The various transcendent sects will compete for it, Pepper answered indifferently. Anselm was speechless. So, it turned out that they 4 were guaranteed. Touching his nose, Anselm asked again. Can you tell me why we must enter the grotto heaven to cultivate? If the heaven fiend attacks within 10 years, what do we do? Because of your talent, as long as you can reach the celestial man realm within 10 years, the four of you together should be able to deal with the heaven fiend before it breaks the barrier. Pepper explained with a faint smile. As for within these 10 years, don't worry. All major organizations will enhance their vigilance to keep the heaven fiend under pressure. It won't be easy for it to restore itself to the immortal realm. Nodding, Anselm felt somewhat helpless. It seemed only they few suited best for this. After all, their talents were obvious. Not to brag, but in combat of the same level, they four were unrivaled under the stars. Right? Once you arrive at the grotto heaven, be careful. Not all grotto heavens may favor the mundane world. Pepper warned. When do we depart? Anselm asked. In half a month, specifically after the competitions among the major sects conclude. Anselm breathed a sigh of relief. That meant at least he could enjoy life for these next half month. Returning from Tianshan City, Anselm had only been away for 2 days. But these 2 days left Anselm feeling overwhelmingly exhausted. You're back, how did it go? Anselm entered the villa just as Pearl was about to leave. Seeing the troubled look on Anselm's face, Pearl couldn't help but stop and ask curiously. Stay here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Anselm found it hard to put into words. Pearl grew more puzzled but still followed Anselm's instructions and stayed behind. At the same time, Zinnia and the others heard the commotion and also came out from their respective villas. To Anselm's surprise, Kimberly was there too, along with Jeannie. Everyone is here, perfect, Anselm forced a smile. Seeing Anselm's expression, Cosmo felt a sinking feeling in his heart. What exactly happened? The end of Blue Star might be coming. Anselm said this coldly, sending shockwaves through everyone present. End? Everyone was confused. Yes, the end, Anselm nodded. It has been confirmed from multiple sources that the one responsible for the massacre in Tianshan City is indeed a heaven fiend. And its purpose for committing these killings is solely to regain its strength, then break through the heavenly palace barrier to return to its homeland. Can no one in our Blue Star extraordinary world stop it? Pearl couldn't help but frown. There are, but the heaven fiend is cunning. It never appeared during our master's lifetimes. Now that the entire extraordinary world has united to search for it, it probably won't show itself and will instead remain hidden, quietly accumulating power. So you mean it will hide until it can break the barrier, and then appear? Cosmo narrowed his eyes. Anselm nodded. That's what Instructor Joanna said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, looking very grim. What can we do to stop all this? Cosmo asked solemnly. Just waiting for the end wasn't the style of the Heavenly King lineage. Opening his mouth, Anselm wanted to tell them that the 4 great celestials hadn't really left, but he swallowed the words back. Sighing, Anselm recounted what Mason and Pepper had told him. As expected, after hearing Anselm's recount, Rosella and the others fell silent. 10 years seemed like an eternity for someone barely 20. If you don't want to go, stay here and help me take care of everyone. I'll go alone, and in 10 years, I'll come back to stop everything. Anselm's eyes sparkled with determination. I'm going. I'll go too. Don't think of leaving me behind. To Anselm's surprise, the 3 merely hesitated for a moment before quickly agreeing to join him in entering the grotto heaven. Chapter 467, Core Holy Esmate. Anselm sighed lightly and nodded. Then, he called Pepper to explain the situation. Pepper was overjoyed at once and promised Anselm that the heavenly sword would send people to protect the Walterlong villa, ensuring that he had no worries. After hanging up, Pepper went to contact the Mason to arrange the following matters. As for Anselm and his group, they began their final revelry. Anselm took his women on a tour of mountains and rivers. Within half a month, they traveled through much of the Solangine provinces. The grand sleepovers, which he had never dared to imagine before, were mostly fulfilled by the women during this journey. Anselm was in such high spirits, truly enjoying the bliss of multiple wives. However, happy times are always brief. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Even though Zinnia and the others had so many regrets about parting, Anselm and his companions had to leave. The 4 of them left Jinling City and headed toward Darielan Wudiantane. This was the official entrance to the Cave Heaven's blessed land. Naturally, Anselm's group needed to go through the official channel. When Anselm and his party arrived at the foot of Darielan Wudiantane, the Mason was already waiting there. But the representative from the Cave Heavens surprised Anselm and his companions. It was none other than the mysterious Yonatan Simonfree, whom they had met in Sichuan. Are these 4 the world-class geniuses you sent? Simonfree smiled slightly, glancing sideways at Anselm and his companions. What? Young Master Jiang recognizes them? An elderly man beside the Mason spoke up, with unusual colors in his eyes. Not quite recognition, but we did have an agreement. Simonfree's gaze fell on Anselm. You've reached the Divine Pill stage. Do you dare to fight me? Back in Sichuan, Simonfree had made an agreement with Anselm and his 3 companions, vowing to have a battle at the same stage within the secret realm. However, Anselm, who was full of spirit at the time, boasted that he would defeat him after reaching the Divine Pill stage. By bringing this up now, Simonfree was clearly putting pressure on Anselm, because he didn't believe Anselm would dare challenge him at this moment. If Anselm lost, it would be losing face not only for himself but also for the entire Blue Star earthly realm. Unexpectedly, Anselm replied with a faint smile. If you want to fight, I'll oblige. But tell me, what's in it for me if I win? If you win, I will recommend you all highly to my Grandmaster, allowing you to cultivate in the core area with the richest spiritual energy. Simonfree said with a grim face. But as an initial stage Divine Pill cultivator, thinking you can win over me is too naive. With that, Simonfree let out a low roar and darted forward, his whole body enveloped in divine light, revealing his 4th layer secret realm cultivation without any doubt. The Adden next to the Mason changed his expression and was about to speak to stop the fight. However, the Mason waved his hand calmly. Let them fight. After all, the time hasn't come yet. But the concern on the Adden's face couldn't be hidden. Early stage divine pill versus fourth layer secret realm. A rather large gap in cultivation levels. Woody Rover, Simon Free wasn't just some nobody. He was a core disciple of the cave heaven's blessed land, a true prodigy. Thus, even knowing that Anselm, the eccentric medic, had extraordinary combat strength, the Adden still didn't believe Anselm could win. In the next moment, however, everyone was taken aback. Even the Mason showed a look of surprise. Fourth layer secret realm Simon Free was kicked away by Anselm. Simon Free's face turned unpleasant. He couldn't afford to lose face against a low-level quasi-immortal like Xiao Hyman. With that thought in mind, he stood up and attacked Anselm again. This time, he held nothing back and used his most formidable means to assault Anselm. Anselm remained calm, raising his fist and striking out. Techniques like Transform Earth Hand, Seize Heaven Palm, Great Dragon Elephant Power, Boundless Treasure Bottle Seal, Embrace of Space-Time, Solanjin Sun's God Fist, among others, were fused together by him and launched toward Simon Free. Simon Free's complexion changed. He sensed the threat of death. He made a decisive decision and crushed a jade charm. This protective charm was refined by his master and inscribed with extremely profound defensive runes, capable of neutralizing any attack below the divine bridge stage. With a clang, Anselm's fist struck solidly into the divine armor conjured by the defensive runes. Simon Free flew backward, though he wasn't injured. The tremendous force. Anselm nodded slightly as a greeting. To emerge victorious among such formidable competitors, Teresa's strength was undoubtedly genuine. People are all here. Let's get started without delay, the Jackson said coolly. Agreed. In a fairyland shrouded in mist, a clear and cold voice sounded, indistinguishable whether male or female. Then, the Jackson and the owner of the voice made a seal, using great power to open the passage at the peak of Darien. Going quickly. In 10 years, I will come here to welcome you back. The Jackson whispered to Anselm and the others. They exchanged glances, following behind Simon Free and the rest, disappearing instantly from this place. When Anselm and his party reappeared, they had arrived at a blessed land rich in spiritual energy. To cultivate in the core area of our Xiang Cave Heaven, you must go through our most stringent selection process. But considering that you were recommended by the Jackson, you only need to leave your name on this greenstone. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal appeared, smiling warmly at Anselm and the others. At the same time, not far away, a 20-zhang tall stone pillar rose from the ground, shimmering with blue divine light. This is the magic stone used by Xiang Cave Heaven to test disciples' combat strength. It can evaluate comprehensively based on personal strength, explosive power, essence purity, etc. Simon Free explained to Anselm and his group. The 10 circles on top represent potential levels. The more circles light up, the higher the potential. To cultivate in our holy land, at least 7 circles must light up. After listening to Simon Free's explanation, Anselm laughed heartily. He flicked his sleeves, stepped forward, and approached the stone wall. Just hit this wall forcefully, right? Anselm asked the old man. Yes, as long as your full force strike can light up 7 circles on this stone wall, you may enter our holy land for cultivation. Nodding, Anselm sank his breath into his dantian. Instantly, he achieved 3 flowers gathered at the crown and 5 chi converging at the origin. With a loud bang, Anselm punched the stone wall. Immediately, the area shook violently. Even a secret realm powerhouse like Simon Free almost lost his balance. Chapter 468, 10 years later. Good heavens, this is a miracle. The elder gazed in amazement at the 10 glowing circles on the stone wall. He looked at Anselm with an inexplicable reverence. Since the inception of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven, apart from their founding patriarch Holden Xiang, this was the first time someone had managed to light up all 10 circles. Just this? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Why are they all lit? Anselm scratched his head, and his words almost made the disciples of various blessed lands collectively vomit blood. Listen to him. Is he speaking human language? As for Simon Free, witnessing Anselm's performance, he was utterly convinced. Back when he took the test, the stone wall only lit up 7 circles. And for such a performance, the elders revered him as a once-in-a-century prodigy, showering him with all kinds of top-tier treatments. Anselm's casual strike caused the stone wall to light up all 10 circles. It was truly enough to drive anyone mad with envy. I'll give it a try too. Cosmo volunteered. Seeing Anselm's reaction, he couldn't wait to have a go. Cosmo mimicked Anselm's method, slamming a fist into the stone wall. The result was still shocking. Solanjin circles, less than Anselm's freakish achievement, but enough to surpass 99% of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven's talents. Next was Woody Hamd, who performed slightly worse than Cosmo, lighting up 8 circles just like Rosella. Woodist surprisingly, Therese, the incredibly adorable young heirly, surpassed both Woody Hamd and Rosella, successfully lighting up 9 circles, matching Cosmo. Cosmo and others looked at Therese with newfound astonishment. Fused with the heavenly destiny stone, no wonder she has such talent. Adden dressed in purple robes appeared, exuding an ethereal demeanor. His voice was extremely elegant, revealing Therese's background as soon as he spoke. Clearly, he was an unfathomable world-class powerhouse. Greetings, Sect Master. All the present disciples of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven greeted him respectfully. Anselm and the others were surprised. This was the current Sect Master of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven, the mysterious voice that conversed with the Mason at the peak of Darien. Waving his hand, the Sect Master turned his gaze to Anselm and company, sighing, that old Mason really has good judgment. From today onward, you will cultivate within our sacred land. There's a time constraint inside, where 10 years here equals 1 year outside. So, we only need to cultivate here for 1 year? Anselm instantly beamed. Giving Anselm a speechless look, the Sect Master said, the 10-year agreement refers to 10 years in the outside world, which means you must stay within the sacred land for 100 years. Of course, if you can advance to the shore beyond Woodertle's realm ahead of schedule, you may leave early. Seeing the worried expressions on Anselm and the others' faces, the Sect Master added with a smile. Sighing, the group quickly suppressed their frustration. For the safety of Earth, they would rise to the challenge. Stepping through a rainbow gate, Anselm and company officially entered the core sanctuary of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. The air here was rich with spiritual energy. Just one breath left them feeling like they were about to ascend to immortality. The heavenly palace's reality will enslave all beings. We hope you break through soon and don't let us old folks down, the sect master whispered. Then, his figure gradually vanished. In the mountains, there is no sense of time. Years passed like an arrow through the sky. Before long, Anselm and his 4 companions had already cultivated for 50 years in the Purple Sun Sanctuary, which translated to only 5 years in the outside world. During these 5 years, peace eluded many places. Not only in China but also in other nations around Earth, numerous supernatural incidents erupted. Especially Japan, China's neighbor, which mysteriously disappeared after several extraordinary battles, sinking into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Hiroshi completed his mission and returned to China, now clearly a divine pill realm expert. However, intending to spar with Anselm, he learned that Anselm was deep in cultivation at the Blessed Land. Disheartened, Hiroshi realized he would never surpass Anselm in his lifetime. Meanwhile, without Rosella's protection, Christina faced another assassination attempt by her brother while at school. Fortunately, Jensen and Brand arrived in time, helping her escape to Walterlong Manor. Upon hearing the news, Tianjian was furious. Cold Frost personally ordered 3 secret realm experts to secretly infiltrate the United States. In a luxurious estate in California, they captured Christina's brother, Lin Ednaken. According to Chinese law, Lin Ednaken would face capital punishment. However, with the forgiveness of Christina and Lawson, Lin Ednaken was spared from the death penalty and was instead sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. After endorsing the evergreen pill, celebrity Myra's career skyrocketed, showing signs of expanding internationally. Over 5 years, she became even more dazzling, but her heart always held onto one person, even though this person didn't say goodbye before leaving. Qinsheng, for our next tour in Jinling, how should we arrange the theme? A question brought Mira back to reality. For the Jinling tour, let's go with waiting 1,000 years. Mira spoke with an unwavering tone. Hearing her words, her manager Adlai sighed helplessly. He also felt sympathy for Mira, as loving someone who shouldn't be loved inevitably brings heartache. In Maya, the Jiarong tribe village, Iris sat in a 2-story bamboo house, gazing blankly at the sky outside the window. 5 years had passed since her return to Maya, and she hadn't experienced such happiness as before. You promised to come find me. Cousin, have you forgotten about E? Iris felt deeply wronged and would feel sad whenever she thought of those familiar figures. Spring and fall came and went, year after year. Another 5 years quickly passed. Anselm and his companions still had no news. At Walterlong Manor, Zinnia, Pearl, Christina, Mitzi, Bella, and other women had been living here for 10 years. Except for important matters, they rarely left the place. They all shared a common goal, waiting for Anselm and his companions to return. Just one more day, and it will be exactly 10 years, Pearl said. In 10 years, her appearance had hardly changed, but that vibrant and spirited demeanor had matured greatly. Compared to before, she was now much more composed. How many decades can there be in a lifetime? Zinnia sighed. She had already resigned from her job at Jinling University, choosing to stay in the manor to wait for Anselm's return. As for her father and uncle, sustained by the evergreen pill, they remained vigorous, youthful, and full of energy. The path of strength is destined to be lonely. You must learn to endure solitude alone, Bella said. She showed no significant emotional change, remaining very calm. This was understandable, as she had waited for Stefan for centuries. Now, just 10 years was nothing compared to that. In the core sanctuary of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven, Anselm and the others were still immersed in cultivation. The outside world's 10 years felt like 100 years to them. Divine pills, secret realms, divine bridges, shore beyond Wooturtles. In those 10 years, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. If anyone entered here and sensed the aura of Anselm and the others, they would surely marvel at how incredibly powerful they had become. Perhaps with just one breath, they could send a peak divine bridge expert into the underworld. Chapter 469. Tracing the Heavenly Demon. Spend 100 years in the Holy Land. It's merely 10 years outside. It's time for us to go out. Anselm was the first to open his eyes, with a flash of golden lightning passing through them. After a century of cultivation, his strength had soared to an extremely terrifying level. At the 7th level of Transcendent Haimang, in terms of combat power, he was certainly no less formidable than someone like the Jackson, who stood at the pinnacle of Transcendent Haimangs. Following that, Cosmo and the others also woke up one by one. Without exception, everyone had entered the realm of Transcendent Haimangs, making them among the strongest individuals in the world. When Anselm and his 4 companions emerged from their coffins, the sect master of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven was already waiting outside. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the 5 of them, an incomparable excitement appeared on the face of the sect master of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. Thank you, Sect Master Jiang, for your assistance. Anselm clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the sect master of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. Having stayed here for so many years, they naturally knew the true name of the sect master of Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. Descendant of Shin Nong, the Jiang family, Amerigo. Amerigo waved his hand with a smile. It's all due to your own efforts. I only provided a good environment for cultivation. Anselm smiled faintly and stopped being formal. Having been here for over 10 years, today, upon exiting seclusion, his heart was filled with longing to return home. Sect Master, can they really save this shattered world? Watching Anselm and the others leave, Simon Free couldn't help but ask. Amerigo shook his head slightly and sighed. It will be very difficult. Let's see what their fates hold. How do we explain this to Bright Light Grotto Heaven, Crimson Feather Grotto Heaven, and Golden Phoenix Grotto Heaven? Simon Free asked again, worry etched on his face. Initially, these 3 Grotto Heavens strongly opposed outsiders like Anselm entering the core Holy Land for cultivation, fearing they might grow too powerful and pose a threat to the safety of the Blessed Lands. But Amerigo went against popular opinion and brought Anselm and the 4 others into his sect. During those 10 years, Purple Sun Grotto Heaven faced enormous pressure. Simon, they have long forgotten their original intentions. If it weren't for old ties between their sect masters and me, I would suspect they've turned traitor and joined the Heavenly Palace. Amerigo gave a cold laugh. Leaving Purple Sun Grotto Heaven, Anselm and the 4 others emerged from the summit of Darielan Wudiantane. The Jackson and Pepper had already led everyone to welcome them. 7th level of Transcendent Haimeng, not bad. The Jackson glanced at Anselm and immediately saw his current level. This surprised Anselm, who couldn't help but reassess the Jackson's strength. Even though both were Transcendent Haimengs, the Jackson could still discern Anselm's true power. Clearly, the Jackson's real strength was far more complex than what met the eye. However, Anselm no longer felt intimidated by the Jackson as he did 10 years ago. Now, facing the Jackson, he felt confident enough to challenge him. It's good to have you back. Pepper wore a warm smile, seemingly unconcerned about the varying strengths of Anselm and his companions. Anselm stepped forward to shake her hand, feeling immensely grateful. If it weren't for Pepper protecting Walter Long Manor, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully during those 10 years. Alright, let's not dwell on family matters here. Simon Reback, your sisters-in-law have been missing you terribly. Dane put an arm around Anselm's shoulder, chatting jovially with him. In these 10 years, he had achieved marital bliss with Aubrey. They had become Dao spouses 3 years ago, envied by many. Lonnie Ling's strength has also recovered. That's truly wonderful news. Anselm laughed heartily. It felt great to see familiar faces again. Laughing and chatting, the group headed toward Jinling City. However, just as Anselm and the others were about to enter the manor, a message came through on Pepper's communication device. Soon after, the Jackson also received the same information. Noticing the grim expressions on both their faces, Anselm couldn't help but ask, what happened? Here again, Pepper said with a serious expression. What does here again mean? Anselm frowned. Having known Pepper for so long, he rarely saw her looking so troubled. Sighing, Pepper then displayed all the information in front of everyone. Anselm's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. It turned out that during the 10 years they were in seclusion, peace had not reigned in the world. The heavenly demon, who had committed countless atrocities in Tianshan City, had not gone into hiding. Instead, it had struck in various places on Blue Star, causing countless casualties. After Tianshan City, there were Longqing City, Nanxiang City, Adnanlin City, and 18 other cities attacked by the heavenly demon within 10 years, resulting in millions of casualties. Every time we arrived, we were always too late, unable to save anyone or even trace any clues of the heavenly demon. We strongly suspect that this heavenly demon has already recovered to the realm of transcendent Haimengs. Anselm's expression darkened, yet he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, this calamity hadn't spread to Jinling City. There's something I've been thinking about telling you. I hope you can bear it. What? Anselm's heart sank, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Do you have a woman named Harriet? Yes, what happened to her? Anselm was startled. Pepper hesitated for a moment, but still said, she's dead. When the heavenly demon went on a killing spree in Ryang City, she happened to be there. When our people arrived, she was already without any signs of life. Upon hearing this, Anselm fell silent instantly. He was eerily quiet. Everyone could sense an extremely terrifying pressure emanating from him. It was as if a sealed pressure cooker had reached its boiling point and could explode at any moment. Where did the heavenly demon appear this time? After a long pause, Anselm asked coldly. In front of Pepper and the others, he ultimately did not let his anger erupt. Pepper was taken aback for a moment before answering, Tanshan City? Very well. Leaving these 2 words, Anselm vanished in a flash. Everyone exchanged glances, but all decided to head to Tianshan City first. To support Anselm in slaying that thoroughly evil heavenly demon, Rosella remained silent throughout the journey. Frankly speaking, she understood Anselm's feelings. Although she did not know this woman named Harriet, she imagined how she would feel if it were Zinnia. Anselm might very well destroy everything in his grief. Tianshan City is located in the far south of China. The city size is not small, with a large population. When cities were ranked years ago, this city was among the top tier 3 cities. With over a decade of development, it has become quite impressive. However, today, this young city suffered a calamity. When Rosella and the others caught up to Anselm, they saw him casting a spell. Having reached the 7th level of Transcendent Haimeng, Anselm's understanding of unity with heaven and earth had deepened. He made hand seals, invoking the supreme principles of the origin of heaven and earth to deduce the whereabouts of the heavenly demon. Soon, Anselm's eyes focused, and he found a clue, turning to dash in one direction. Worried that Anselm might act rashly, Rosella and the others exchanged glances and hurried after him. Chapter 470 Dual Body Unification. In the Maya Ileo Wudiuntans, Anselm halted his figure. Shortly after, Rosella and her group arrived as well. Just as everyone was wondering why Anselm had come to this place, a shadow not far away suddenly caught everyone's attention. Sky Demon? Pepper's expression changed. That pitch-black silhouette really resembled the Sky Demon recorded in the Heavenly Sword Secret Chronicles. Sensing the arrival of Anselm and the others, that shadow turned around and let out a savage laugh. It opened its bloody maw wide and forcefully sucked down. Instantly, there were endless wails from the village below. Anselm's pupils constricted. He rushed over immediately, trying to prevent all of this from happening, because he saw 2 familiar figures among the crowd. Iris and her father. Power at the celestial Haimeng level surged, pressing down like an avalanche. The shadow did not dare delay. It stopped instantly and moved horizontally over 100 miles away. At this moment, Anselm saw clearly the appearance of this shadow. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, Bart, you are actually Bart? Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned. Perhaps Pepper and the Mason did not know who Bart was, but Ian knew him all too well. Wasn't he Amina's ex-husband? That despicable, blood-stained Sky Demon was Bart? Ian showed a peculiar look on his face. He immediately pursued, wanting to investigate. Sure enough, that sinister, demonic face overlapped with Bart's. Enemies meeting, eyes red with anger. Without any words, the battle broke out. To the surprise of Anselm and the others, Bart's strength was terrifying now. At the peak of celestial high-mangs, comparable to the Mason. I thought it was still 10 years ago. Today's me is already different from what I used to be. You are no match for me, Bart said coldly. He was surrounded by overwhelming dark aura, enveloped in a dark divine ring. Fighting alone against 4 major experts, he actually suppressed them. Pepper and the Mason watched from the side, both looking grave. After all, everyone acknowledged Anselm's talent. Reaching the 7th level of celestial high-mangs, he was invincible at that realm. But now, even when teaming up with others, he was suppressed by Bart. It seems this person has cultivated the power given by the Sky Demon. We should contact the celestial high-mangs of the major sections. We must find out the whereabouts of the Sky Demon today. Hearing Pepper's words, the Mason nodded. Then, he stepped forward and joined the battlefield. However, unfortunately, everyone underestimated Bart's formidable power at this moment. In the span of 10 years, he absorbed nearly millions of souls, possessing boundless potential. Seeing the Mason rushing over, he did not fear but rejoiced, even initiating attacks actively. To this, Anselm sneered. Ignorance brings disaster. But soon, he could not keep smiling. Bart's performance completely stunned him. Although the other 3 were no longer participating, only leaving a one-on-one between Bart and the Mason, Bart could still suppress the Mason, which was extremely shocking. One must know that the Mason almost represented the strongest individuals on the extraordinary path. Only Anselm's unseen father and the 4 great heavenly kings who had stepped into the heavens could firmly surpass him. Others, at most, could match him. Impossible to make him fall into a disadvantageous position. Receiving a message from Pepper, the major hidden sects mobilized entirely. Almost all beyond Wudurtle realm celestial high-mangs came. Seeing the embattled Mason, everyone was shocked. What kind of demon head could suppress the old guy Mason? Soon, the Medicine King Valley Master revealed a look of shock. He recognized Bart, their former son-in-law. Miss Pepper, what exactly is going on here? The Medicine King Valley Master asked solemnly. He found it hard to believe his eyes. As you see, your Medicine King Valley's former son-in-law, Bart, has fallen into evil and became a servant of the Sky Demon, Pepper responded with a cold face. Don't talk anymore. It looks like the old guy Mason won't hold out much longer. This was a rugged-looking man, the patriarch of the Vajra Gate. Despite appearing young, he was actually over 400 years old. His cultivation was profound, being at the 8th level of celestial high-mangs. In terms of physique, none could match him in this era. Following his call, many strong warriors stood up. All were beyond Wudurtle realm celestial high-mangs, totaling 10 of them. With the mobilization of these heroes, 10 celestial high-mangs besieged Bart. Bart immediately fell into a disadvantageous position, beaten to utter disarray. However, due to cultivating dark powers, Bart seemed to have lost his sense of pain. Under the relentless siege of 10 celestial high-mangs, he gradually steadied himself and started to counterattack. Anselm and the others did not intervene. They watched the battle alongside Pepper. They were dazzled and incredibly shocked in their hearts. Obviously, none of them could have imagined that Bart was now strong to such an extent. With his own strength, he managed to counter the attack from 10 celestial high-mangs, resulting in a stalemate. Just as Anselm rallied Rosella and others, preparing to join the battle, a sinister laugh echoed, as if coming from a terrifying demon out of the depths of hell. Even with their profound abilities, Anselm and the others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they suddenly heard this laughter. You've come. Hurry up and help me. Seeing the black shadow appear, Bart was overjoyed and immediately asked for assistance. Because while it seemed he was evenly matched against the 10 celestial high-mangs, he had consumed a great deal who taught him the art. Are you sure? The black shadow suddenly burst into eerie laughter. The next moment, Bart's pupils constricted. He let out a painful scream. What's happening? How can this be? The cultivation method of my Sky Demon race isn't something an ordinary human can master. You should know your limits. The black shadow sneered contemptuously. I am not willing, Bart roared. But at this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only resign himself to fate. Right before everyone's eyes, Bart lost his vitality. GGG, after planning for 10 years, today is finally the day when the truth comes to light. As the black shadow spoke, Anselm instantly realized what was happening. He yelled, quickly, stop it, don't let it enter Bart's body. But his cry was too late. The black shadow broke through the blockade set by the Mason, Anselm, and the Audibility King Solanji Xiong, merging into Bart's body. Chapter 471. The Ultimate Battle, Immortal Against Immortal. Boom. The heavenly demon entered Shaw's body without any hindrance. Black demonic aura spread everywhere, and that power kept rising incessantly. This left everyone astounded. Anselm's expression turned solemn as he cast the boundless treasure vase seal. But to everyone's surprise, those black demonic auras actually absorbed his attack directly. Others did not believe this was possible and tried attacking Shaw. Without exception, all their efforts were in vain. Those black demonic auras completely enveloped Shaw, preventing any attacks from breaking through. The heavenly demon and Shaw had merged into one, soon breaking free from some sort of restriction. An extremely terrifying force descended, covering everyone present. Even they, celestial beings at the shore realm, felt like ants at this moment. Breaking through to immortality made one a god. In its presence, everyone could only submit. Because all were but ants under gods, even celestial beings were no exception. Are you ready to die? Shaw, no. It should now be called the heavenly demon, said coldly. Not bad, immortal god. If you've got the guts, then come try and see if my fist can smash you to death. The patriarch of Golden Gangmun cursed boldly. Everyone found this old man extremely odd. He was indeed one of the most daring figures in China's extraordinary circle. To provoke an immortal god took admirable courage, yet it also reflected some issues with his judgment. With a disdainful glance at him, Shaw snapped his finger lightly. A surge of demonic aura rushed out, like a sharp sword piercing toward the Eider. With a spurt of blood, the Eider's head was pierced through, silencing him instantly. "Patriarch!" cried the Rick in sorrow. He watched helplessly as his patriarch was killed before his eyes, unable to do anything. Shaw attacked again, casting another wave of demonic aura towards the already grieving Rick. Seeing this, Anselm roared, "Everyone, attack together. Even if we die today, we must make him fall in blood." However, Anselm had overestimated these people's bravery. After his words, many sects fled far away. Facing an invincible immortal god, they didn't even want to resist. Shaw didn't bother chasing after those who fled. Instead, he stared at Anselm and others with a bloodthirsty look. "The Palace Seal's weakest point is about to arrive. Do you still want to stop me?" Anselm and others remained silent. After a round of escapes, only a few strong individuals remained on the scene. Including Anselm and company, there were merely 9 celestial beings at the shore realm left. The Jackson, Abnormal Ability King, Aubrey, Pepper, Therese, and Anselm, 4 of them. Compared to before, the disparity was evident. These 9 surrounded Shaw. Although they appeared to form an encircling posture, it felt more like Shaw was threatening each of their lives. The peerless heavenly demon stood quietly on the field, looking down on Anselm and the rest with supreme arrogance. "To prevent you from causing trouble, I will kill you first." Shaw revealed a savage smile and said slowly. The battle erupted. Anselm and the others used all their strength to resist Shaw's attacks. As long as they could delay the weakening period of the Palace Seal, they would still have a chance. However, what was utterly despairing was that the combined forces of the 9 celestial beings were still not a match for Shaw. Immortal gods were just too powerful, so much so that it led to hopelessness. Among them, the Jackson had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, half a step away from immortality. Yet, compared to a true immortal god, there was still an insurmountable chasm. A small step was the difference between heaven and earth. Anselm and the others were sent flying backward, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. All 9 celestial beings were injured. No one in the world could now stop Shaw from breaking through the palace barrier. Just as Shaw was about to finish off Anselm and the others, the earth shook suddenly. Dense spiritual energy leaked out, surpassing even the core sanctuary of Xiang Grotto Heaven. Anselm's face turned ugly. He knew immediately that the palace barrier had weakened to its historical lowest point. Sure enough, Shaw immediately abandoned Anselm and the others. He rose into the sky, reaching the heavens. As Shaw continuously chanted ancient symbols, it seemed a golden barrier in the world was trembling. Just as the seal was about to break, a sudden change occurred. Several figures appeared abruptly, revealing the return of the 4 heavenly kings. By their side stood a young couple. When Anselm saw them, his heart trembled fiercely. Though he had never met them, Anselm recognized instantly that this couple was none other than his biological parents. A loud boom echoed as the golden barrier cracked open. Infinite immortal aura spread out from the crack. "There's no time to hesitate. This is up to you now." Avon spoke. The 6 of them did not linger here any longer, rushing into the golden crack in an instant. As their figures disappeared into the golden barrier, unexpectedly, the crack began to close slowly, sealing the palace barrier with your bodies, Jim and the 4 heavenly kings. "You truly have your methods." Bart gritted his teeth. Now the best opportunity had been missed. If he wanted to break the palace seal again, he would have to wait another century. Thinking of this, Bart went berserk, roaring continuously. Years of meticulous planning, all for today. Yet everything was ruined once more. Frenzied, Bart directed his murderous intent towards Anselm and others, as if it were their fault. And those who had pinned their hopes on the 4 heavenly kings like Pepper and the Jackson now wore grim expressions. They hadn't expected that the 4 heavenly kings and Jim would directly block the palace barrier. It seemed they still had to deal with this heavenly demon themselves. But the gap between the immortal and shore realm was so vast. Could they really defeat him? "We will gather our celestial power and transfer all strength to Guai, helping him ascend. As long as he breaks through to immortality, defeating this heavenly demon won't be a problem." Aubrey proposed with a solemn face. If they continued to fight Bart individually, it was a death wish. At this moment, only by combining their powers could they possibly give Anselm the edge to overcome Bart. This proposal was quickly accepted by everyone, because they all knew only Anselm had touched the forbidden realm, capable of defying heaven and slaying gods. Others like Rosella, though talented, still fell short compared to Anselm. So, Pepper and others lined up, leaning on each other's shoulders, channeling all their power into Anselm. Anselm's face turned scarlet, his true essence surging within him, almost reaching its limit. Sensing what Anselm and others intended, Bart immediately attacked, aiming to eliminate Anselm and dash everyone's hopes. Just as Bart's hand was about to strike, Anselm suddenly opened his eyes, shooting a bolt of light from them. In the next moment, he pushed forward with one hand. A thunderous boom echoed as Bart was shockingly repelled. Anyone else would have been defeated long ago. Anselm's expression grew grim as he fought, becoming increasingly shocked. The divine demons of the heavenly palace were indeed extraordinary. Their strategies and intelligence far exceeded any life forms on Earth. However, Anselm wouldn't back down, because behind him stood countless civilians and those he cared about. Even if he shed his last drop of blood, Anselm vowed to slay the enemy before him, eradicating future threats. The fierce battle raged on. Although Anselm was at a disadvantage, Bart couldn't defeat or kill him either. After 3 days and nights, Anselm's vitality was depleted. His face turned deathly pale. This was the first time he faced imminent defeat in battles among peers. Unable to hold on, Anselm was finally slammed away by Bart with a palm. A large gash opened on his chest, exposing his internal organs. Had it not been for his true essence protecting his vital organs, Anselm would likely be dead already. Rosella and others who witnessed this scene felt their hearts turn cold from head to toe. Indeed, it seemed impossible. Even Anselm had been defeated. Could anyone in this world stop Bart from wreaking havoc? Thud. With one step, Bart created a deep, bottomless crack that ran for thousands of miles through the mountains, resembling a black, gaping maw ready to devour. The crack swiftly extended to where Anselm stood, instantly swallowing him whole. Bart laughed loudly, waving his right arm to close the terrifying crack body. In the next moment, Anselm's aura transformed. His extraordinary realm soared from the 2nd level to the 9th of the immortal realm. Rejuvenated with renewed vitality, Anselm let out a loud cry, soaring into the sky, breaking free from the sealed mountain. Trickster Doctor. Anselm. Simon's band. With different calls, everyone noticed the change in Anselm. Golden light enveloped him, showcasing authority and majesty. At that moment, the Jackson froze, seeing the silhouette of an emperor, equally grand and imposing. My lord, the Jackson whispered softly. How is this possible? How can you possibly break my restriction and escape with strength? Bart looked incredulous. There's nothing impossible. Your reign of terror ends here. Without further ado, Anselm unleashed a palm strike. Instantly, the heavens shook, as if the entire sky collapsed with his attack. Bart's eyes widened in anger. Just as he was about to counter, the attack struck him. Puffed. Bart's body exploded, spraying blood and bone fragments. Even the parasitic heavenly demon was not spared, being obliterated into ashes. This scene happened in a flash. A second ago, Bart was still threatening their safety. But the next second, Anselm struck directly, instantly killing it. Even the Jacksons stood there dumbfounded, unable to react at all. Dead? The heavenly demon is eliminated? Aubrey showed a delighted expression. Hearing his words, everyone else regained their senses and began to release their pent-up emotions wildly. Facing an everlasting realm heavenly demon, they truly felt their insignificance. Anselm gave a faint smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, he returned all the power. In everyone's astonished gazes, Anselm's strength instantly dropped 2 levels. His face turned slightly pale, and his breath became short. After resting for a while, Anselm's strength stabilized at the 7th level of the everlasting realm, now unmatched in the world. Even in the blessed lands, only hidden elders could match him. Let's set off, Anselm said with a light smile. Where are we going? Rosella couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course, it's to settle accounts. Not even a dog or a chicken will be left in the sects that fled during the battle. A cold gleam flashed in Anselm's eyes. What he despised most were deserters who fled during battles. That commotion nearly caused their destruction and complete annihilation. Thus, Anselm's hatred for those sects was deeply rooted in his bones, and they must pay the price. Without letting Pepper and others do the job, Anselm took personal action. The means of an everlasting realm practitioner were simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Within a day, the extraordinary world of China was drenched in blood, with at least 8 top-tier sects exterminated by Anselm. Entire mountains were razed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Many sects cowered in fear, especially those like Shu Wudiantane and the Heavenly Demon Palace, which had grievances with Anselm before. However, due to the earlier events in Maya, they did not participate. Anselm didn't bother to find trouble with them either. After a century apart, he couldn't wait to reunite with Zinnia and the other women. Wulong Manor, Anselm returned here. Looking at those familiar faces, Anselm felt warmth filling his heart. It seemed as if the life and death battle in Maya was just a dream. Little Iris came back and settled in Wulong Manor, living together with Pearl and Zinnia. Kathy also moved in later. And superstar Marla, her arrival was the most surprising, because quite a few people here were her fans. Cunning Doctor, I have already applied to have you 4 listed as the new 4 Great Kings, to jointly protect China. Pepper arrived with this news. But as soon as she finished speaking, Anselm suddenly smiled faintly. With a thought, both Pepper and he disappeared from here. You? What are you doing? Looking around, finding herself in a large suite, Pepper's eyes twitched. This guy wouldn't dare. Joanna instructor, having waited so long, aren't you? Saying this, Anselm revealed a wicked smile. What am I expecting? I warn you, don't get any funny ideas. Pepper was helpless. She never imagined she would speak to Anselm in such a tone. But obviously, her warning was futile. Ultimately, Anselm and she reached a perfect conclusion. Although he used some forceful means, it didn't affect the outcome. I should have done this earlier if I knew you were this strong. This was Pepper's last thought before she fainted. The full force collision from an everlasting deity was something even Celestials couldn't withstand, causing her to pass out immediately. Anselm chuckled and covered Pepper with a blanket, then vanished again. Time passed swiftly. After eliminating the heavenly demon, Earth entered a period of remarkable peace. Anselm lived with the women in Wulong Manor, enjoying leisure and bliss. During this time, he guided the women in cultivation and sparred with Cosmo and others. The path of extraordinariness became increasingly smooth. However, the women who spent every day with Anselm clearly knew that he harbored a knot in his heart. That was his master and parents in the Heavenly Palace. How were they now? Were they safe under the suppression of the Heavenly Palace deities? Time flowed like water, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a bloody thunderbolt tore through the night sky. Endless immortal aura spread, and the Heavenly Palace seal loosened once more. This time, Anselm did not hesitate. He decided to enter the Heavenly Palace to search for his master and parents. When Zinnia and the others learned about it, they insisted on accompanying him. Even if the Heavenly Palace was fraught with danger, they wanted to be with Anselm. Anselm remained silent, but ultimately respected these women's choice. He recalled everyone and sealed them within Wulong Manor. Then, he formed seals with both hands and exerted supreme divine abilities to move the entire Wulong Manor. After completing this, Anselm punched towards the golden barrier. A crack instantly appeared there. Anselm took a deep breath and cast one last glance at this familiar land. Carrying the entire manor, he rushed into the golden rift. With a thunderous roar, the rift closed. In this unknown world of the heavenly palace, Anselm and the women embarked on a new journey. The end.